Hello and welcome to LNAudioBooks. Please subscribe and leave your suggestions and favorite novels on this channel. Thank you so much, and please enjoy the light novel. Volume 2 of Reincarnated as the mastermind of the story. Days in Clausel. Chapter 1, Fiona Ignat. In Legend of the Seven Heroes as the story neared its climax, many incidents broke out in the Imperial City. A certain nobleman died of unknown causes, and a knight of the King's Guard, terrified by something, turned his fangs on the third prince. The third prince was taken away. And the tragic corpse of the knight who was supposed to have taken him away was found. There was no end to the number of high-profile nobles, regardless of faction, who were attacked, and in a short time, the prosperous imperial city of Leomel was plunged into chaos. Some called it an invasion by another country. Others bellowed that it was the wrath of the Lord God. But that wasn't the case. No one expected it. That this was an attempt by a single nobleman. That this was a declaration of war by him. That all of this unthinkable behavior was the work of a man driven by vengeance. The protagonists thought it was impossible. But to find out, they leave the imperial capital and travel to a large city. To see what they can find out about the noble who rules the city. But there's no possibility left for that to happen. The future of Marquis Ignat had changed drastically because of the presence of Ren Ashton. About a month from Clausel was a picturesque metropolis known as the City of Water. The streets are lined with white brick houses and waterways are everywhere, and the site of boaters is a popular tourist attraction. The city's almost circular structure is based on the original seaside terrain and its huge harbor is also famous. It has also been called the White Crown because of its majestic and elegant appearance. The royal family that ruled the Leomel Empire visited the city many times. The name of this great city is YUUKI. The distance to Clausel has just been explained, but YUUKI is about 2 weeks away from the imperial capital. Therefore, it was an important aspect not only in land transportation but also in shipping. In other words, the nobleman who governed YUUKI had to be competent and wise enough to leave no stone unturned to the neighboring countries. Because of this, no nobleman would fight with him. The great city of YUUKI. The current ruler, his name is Ulysses Ignat. He's a handsome man with jet black hair that has a blue sheen and is a young nobleman of 35 years of age. Hello, Edgar. He welcomed Edgar, who was back from Clausel. In the garden of a mansion in the center of YUUKI, a place worthy of the name of a small castle. I'm back. It seems you haven't changed, Lord. Of course. It's a beautiful day. I was just thinking of messing around with the heroic faction. Ulysses then looked at a table in the garden. He took his seat and urged Edgar to sit down as well. But it was outrageous for him, a servant, to sit with his master. He had only been home for a short time, but he refused to sit down. Don't you want to sit with me? I'm sorry, sir, but I'm a butler. You just don't listen. Which then shall it be? Should I stand as well? Then we'll be equal. However, he can't let his master stand. In the end, Edgar agrees and takes a seat. I'd like to hear what happened at Clausel. Yes. I'll give you the report now. Edgar told the story of what had happened at Clausel in detail. First, he mentioned the civil servant who had been guided by Viscount Givens. From the first day of the trial to the final judgment. He then touched on how they were almost taken to the imperial capital, and mentioned the return of Ren and Lisha. Finally, he told Ulysses how they had played an active role. So he really is a great boy then. Yes, without a doubt. Even compared to the children of heroes. That's how I felt. I'm certain the Lord would agree that Ren Ashton is worth more than gold. Hearing this, Ulysses smiled carefreely. He also praised Edgar's deed when he heard that Edgar had handed him the black piece of paper. I heard a good story. I think it has helped to ease some of the irritation I feel toward His Majesty. My lord. Don't say it. I know that the reason His Majesty didn't provide the materials was for the sake of the royal family. He knows that. But he's not convinced. That case also involved Fiona. I'm well aware that it wasn't a simple matter. But sometimes I think about it. I wonder what I would have done if Fiona had lost her life. I might have staged a coup. I might have assassinated the third prince, who is touted as the next emperor and wished for the destruction of Leomel. Sorry, don't give me that look. Edgar's cheeks twisted in nervousness as he listened to the story. Every word spoken was too swashbuckling, even though he knew that common sense wouldn't allow it to come true. But that's just common sense. Edgar knew that Ulysses, sitting in front of him, was capable of doing that. But it's fortunate, the young lady's condition couldn't have been suppressed without the thief-wolfen material. Ulysses nodded with a mysterious look on his face. All this while keeping in mind that he owed it all to Ren Ashton. So, I'd like to be on good terms with the Clausel family. Don't you mean the Ashtons? Well, technically, both of them, but you see, nobles are a pain in the ass. If I mess with the Ashtons, I'm no better than that stupid Viscount. I beg your pardon. Ulysses said in a cheerful voice, it's fine. Shall we work? The true meaning of Edgar's question is whether or not to bring the Clausel family into the faction. Baron Clausel is a noble among the neutrals, with no close relatives. If the Lord moves, stop it. Such a vulgar behavior is the same as the heroic faction. Baron Clausel is almost considered to be a member of the royalist faction, and if I avoid doing something bad, I'll be repaying the favor. Ulysses shrugged his shoulders with a bitter smile. Then a voice reaches them, Father. Soon after, a young lady appeared, bringing with her the scent of flowers. Edgar. You're back. The young lady appeared, her jet black hair reminiscent of obsidian with purple crystals fused into it. Her waist-length hair is swept by the spring breeze, and as she walks with the sunlight on her cheeks, she looks so pretty that she could be mistaken for a fairy or an angel. Her skin is snow-white and deceptive. Her well-defined features make her look more mature than her age. Her age is 2 years older than Ren and Lisha. Her mysterious loveliness only makes her appear precocious. Welcome back. How was Clausel? Her ember eyes, dignified and proud, turned to Edgar. It was a good trip. But, Fiona-sama. Fiona is the daughter that Ulysses had mentioned earlier. Edgar advised the young lady without fear of being rebuked. As I have already told you, please don't use that kind of tone with your underlings. Hey. Edgar should know better. I've always spoken this way because of my mother's influence. So I can't fix it, even if you say so. But please give up. Because there's nothing you can do to fix it now. Fiona said with a smile on her face. Contrary to her light manner of speaking, she showed a strong will that would never break. Father. I, too, would like to go to Clausel and express my gratitude to Ren Ashton. I'd like to do the same, but Baron Clausel has asked me to wait. We're from different factions, and since I'm the Marquis, it's not so easy. So how about a letter? I think it's a good idea, but we should respect Baron Clausel's wishes in this case. You're right. Fiona turns over in disappointment. Fiona, whose life was saved by Ren, wanted to avoid causing trouble for the Clausel family. But she definitely wanted to express her gratitude to them someday. Fiona looked up to the sky and prayed to the Lord God Elfin for that day to come soon. Author note. From today, we will be updating every day, just like Chapter 1, so I hope you will add this work to your day. Also, I have only one message. Due to various circumstances, I would like to raise the age of Ren and Lisha by about 3 years. In the plan, we will further delay the time when Ren started learning the sword from Roy to make it more consistent. In the future, we plan to adjust it little by little within Kakiamu, but for the current situation, please take a look at the situation in which the two are 3 years older. Example after adjustment, Ren was 11 years old when he defeated Jericho, and Lisha was 10 years old because her birthday was summer. Other than that, there are no particular changes or adjustments. We apologize for the sudden change, but we hope that you will enjoy Volume 2. Chapter 2, a little while after that incident. This spring, Baron Clausel's domain was hit by a crisis unlike any in its history. The reason was that Viscount Givens, who was entrusted by the Emperor with an adjoining territory, had made Baron Clausel the target of a factional war. The village of the Ashton family, located on the frontier, was particularly hit hard, and the only daughter of Baron Clausel, Lisha, the saint was there. Lisha was kidnapped by Viscount Givens. She was on the verge of dying due to an illness, but she miraculously survived. All because of the efforts of a boy named Ren Ashton. Sometimes he used his resourcefulness, sometimes his innate strength, to single-handedly protect Lisha. Ren, however, suffered a great wound in return. As a reward for protecting his daughter, the Baron promised to let him stay at his mansion to rest and recover. Thanks to his efforts, after 2 months and a few days, Ren was confident that he would make a full recovery. I think I'm all right now. Ren muttered to himself on the bed, his black and brown hair blowing in the breeze coming in through the window, a smile on his neutrally shaped face. He stands up with a satisfied look on his face and approaches the guest room window. From there, he looks out and sees Lisha working on her morning training. I have a promise to keep. To have a duel with Lisha. Ren cannot return to his village until he has dueled with her several times, as promised. Even if it was already past June and Ren's birthday had passed before he knew it, he didn't want to be a liar. Thank God for potions and magic tools. Thanks to this, muscle weakness was kept to a minimum, and it didn't take too long before he could walk on his own. This has allowed Ren to walk around the mansion as part of his rehabilitation, and he has also visited the gardens with Lisha's guidance. Let's do something. After getting dressed, Ren left the guest room alone and proceeded down the corridor, which he had recently become accustomed to walking down. Unlike the mansion where he lived, the floors in this mansion are soft and comfortable to walk on. The thick carpeting was soft on Ren's injured feet. Boy. A voice came from behind Ren. It was Weiss, who was walking from the other side of the corridor. Weiss, who is also the leader of the Clausel family's knighthood, was busy with his daily duties, but he was helping Ren with his rehabilitation every day. Why-sama. Good morning. Good morning. But boy, are you feeling better already? Apparently so. I've been diagnosed as being close to a full recovery since the other day and I'm already as light as I used to be. That's great. Weiss nodded, looking deeply relieved. He still regretted the day of the attack on Ren's village and wanted severe punishment even though Ren and Lisha made it back alive. However, Weiss had left Lisha's side that day at her behest. Lisha had spoken out and made it clear that there was no way he'd be punished. Did you have breakfast already? Yes, I had it in my room as usual. I'm going outside to exercise now. By exercise, you mean? I'm afraid I'm going to look like an ugly person if I'm too lazy. Weiss said, He soon realized that Ren's attention was focused outside the window. I see. So you're dueling with the young lady. But don't overdo it. The master also said so. I'll be fine. I won't push myself too hard. I hope so. Besides, I don't want to keep Lisha waiting any longer. In fact, I watched Lisha train every day. Looking down from the guest room window, there's a square where she does her daily training every morning. Watching her, Ren's gaze would lock with hers every day, and they would wave to each other. Before I go home, I promise I will duel with you again. Lisha noticed Ren muttering this, and she waved her hand at him when the training was over. As he exited the mansion and approached the plaza, Lisha approached with light footsteps. The skirt of the white dress she wears when she trains is slightly swaying in the wind. It seems that those clothes were the only ones that miraculously survived the burning of the Ashton's mansion. When Roy and Mireille came to Clausel the other day, they were returned to Lisha for those reasons. She was very happy, because the clothes were a keepsake from her mother. Dash. Lisha's legs immediately stop and she moves away from Ren. When Ren wondered why, she picked up a towel she had left on a nearby bench and began wiping off her sweat. The knights who were dueling with her were teasing her, and they laughed slightly. That's a look for the young lady we haven't seen before. Weiss said, while smiling. I shouldn't worry about that. Ren, with a smile on his face, took in the fresh air outside with his whole body. The garden in this mansion is lush and green, and just taking a deep breath is pleasant. It'd be nice to train here because the greenery would be a feast for the eyes. Ren. Lisha, who had just finished wiping off her sweat, came running up to me. Her hair, which looked like pure silver woven with purple crystal amethyst, had regained its silky luster, unlike when we were on the run. Her exquisitely shaped face looked a little more mature after that experience. The morning sun shines on her, and she smiles a dainty, somewhat angelic smile and says to Ren. Are you okay now? Aren't you pushing yourself too hard? I'm fine. I've been able to walk without help recently and I've even recovered enough to run. I see, but still. Lisha's lips pout with a moody appearance. I was just worried so, what's up with coming outside? Are you taking a walk? No, I didn't want to go for a walk. I just wanted to get some exercise. What kind of exercise? I'm going to duel with you, so I think I need to hold a sword for the first time in a while. After saying this, Ren walked beside a stunned Lisha and proceeded through the plaza. In one corner of this place, there is a shelf where several training swords are propped up. Ren looked through the shelves and found a sword that was the right length for his body. Ho, you're really going to duel with me? You're not joking. I made a promise, you know. Booty have to get my intuition back, right? Otherwise, I'm going to lose easily. If it's you, that's enough. You're not in a rush, are you? Of course not. I was just stating the difference in our abilities. Lisha's words perplexed the knights nearby. Oh, the lady said those words without regret. So you are that strong Rendano. Weiss-sama also approved of him, right? The knights were also looking forward to seeing Ren wield the sword, just as Lisha had done. They wanted to see firsthand just how powerful Ren Ashton was, as they had heard so much about him. Ren was standing beside them as they exchanged words, gripping his sword for the first time in a long while. But it didn't feel right. The feel of the sword in his hand was different from that of his wooden or iron sword, and there was something strange about it. I guess I don't have a choice. He decides to be patient and rolls up his shirt. The exposed arm is equipped with a bracelet used in summoning a magic sword. Why do you have the same bracelet as before? My parents prepared a similar item for me. It is a fake, though. I see. The bracelet is a lie, of course, but he can't equip this bracelet unless he says so. Incidentally, the dagger that Lisha had said she was going to give to Ren wasn't found in the warehouse of the mansion, so she was determined to order another one soon. For now, just a little bit. Ren, thinking of swinging the sword, moved away from Lisha and lightly waved his arm. The grip didn't feel right, but the sensation of swinging the sword was much the same as before. I'm fine. I'm really recovering. He further stands around as if the opponent is right in front of him. Conscious of the imaginary thief Wolfen, he dexterously swung his sword with a mixture of foot judgments. Then, the sound of splitting the sky echoed through this square. The lush green grass on the ground of the square swayed in the wind created by the sword pressure. "Oh!" Weiss exclaimed. The knights, realizing that Ren was a stronger man than they had imagined, stared at him speechless. Lisha was looking on in a good mood with her hands folded behind her back. Surprisingly, not dull. While many were surprised, Ren increased the speed of his sword even more. The swing of his sword became sharper, and the pressure of the sword pressed down on everyone's skin. "Ren!" Lisha came to his side and called out to him as his sword settled down. "How are you feeling?" "Not much different than I thought it would be before I collapsed. I'm still a little out of shape, but I'm mobile enough." "Good. I wonder if my sacred magic had some effect." Hearing those words, Ren thinks back. Lisha, who was a frequent visitor to the guest room when he was resting on the bed, used her sacred magic to improve his health. Thanks to that, he recovered quickly thanks to the synergistic effect of the potion and other ingredients. And also, physical ability up, small. Having moved more than he had thought possible, Ren prefaced his speech with, "Well then, dash. I'd like to have a light duel with you once. But only for rehabilitation, please. I still can't move as well as I used to." When a startled Lisha was at a loss for words, Weiss spoke up instead. "Boy. You're not ready yet. I can handle a light duel." "No pressure," he said, and went on to stand with Lisha. Lisha, half pleased and half surprised by Ren's words, smiles. "Are you sure you're okay?" Ren nods. "Well, let's just do some light rehabilitation today. So this is not a match, but a little exercise." "Okay." Ren, who had been calmly rebuked, scratched his cheek with an embarrassed look on his face. But then the situation changed. The two of them picked up their training swords and just before Weiss gave the first signal, he said, "Please be gentle." Lisha looked at Ren as he said this and was surprised to see that he was still the same or even more powerful than before. She realized that after that battle, he had grown up even more. And she felt. She was feeling more tense in front of the pressure that was drifting from him. I wondered if it was my line to say, "Go easy on me." His strength that protected me hasn't changed at all even though it's been a long time. Chapter 3, on the night of the day he wielded his sword for the first time in a long time. It was on the night of the day Ren stood with Lisha that the consciousness of those who served the Clausel family came together. Those gathered in the hall of the mansion were talking about Ren. He was brilliant. I didn't expect anything like that. But it's no surprise, he's not only capable of defeating Thief Wolfen, but also the man-eaters. The knights praised Ren. We mustn't forget about Rendano's character. And you all saw it, right? The young lady looked disappointed after her easy defeat, but more than that, she looked up at Rendano with a proud expression on her face. We mustn't forget the chemistry between the two of them. The servants continued. As the conversation indicated, Lisha was easily defeated against Ren. She had grown stronger over the winter, but Ren had also grown stronger after his battle with Jiraku. "So, Weiss-san," one of the knights said to Weiss on behalf of everyone. "We would like Rendano to stay in this mansion. I understand your feelings, but..." "Weiss-sama. We, the servants, feel the same way. I say again, I know how you feel. But the boy says he's going back to the village. It would be a shame not to be able to keep such a gifted young man in the house, but the master who owes a great debt of gratitude to the Ashton young master is willing to go along with the boy's wishes." The knights and servants let out a sigh. If that's what Lesard, who hates unreasonable force, said, then he wouldn't give in even if they all asked him to. Everyone thought this way. In the guest room that Ren was in. "How long are you going to stay here?" Lisha, after taking a hot bath, went to the guest room and sat down on the bed where Ren was resting. Ren was in the middle of reading a book at his desk, so he sat down on the chair by the desk. "This doesn't seem to be her way of telling me to get the hell out of here." Ren took these words to mean how many more times they would be able to duel. "I thought I'd duel with you a few more times, Lisha-sama. How many times would you like?" 1,000. So, for now, 1,000 times will do. Even if I duel once every day, that would be almost 3 years. In fact, I'd be prepared to double that, since I can't duel every day. I don't feel bad about being bought for my skills, though." He looks up and sees Lisha, who is somewhat intimidating. She looked at me with her beautiful eyes that seemed to suck me in, and I almost nodded my head. And, for the time being, if we were to duel with her 1,000 times, it would be a long plan. "You can live in this room. My duty is at dash dot. Since Ren is a member of the Ashton family, I think he should do his duty as a knight in this mansion. Not exactly a knight yet, but the son of one. That's enough." Lisha was more stubborn than ever. But if you look closely, you can see the impatience on her face. "I'm not going to say 1,000 times, so just go a little later. She was worried that once he had fulfilled the standing duel he had promised, he'd leave quickly. Her uneasiness is also very heartening to Ren. Well, I wasn't going to do it just once either. As a result, it breaks. I won't state explicitly how many more times. I'd like to be of service just a little bit more. Ren makes excuses in his mind. There's no doubt in my mind that I said I would be there not once but several times. He said this was to keep his promise. Really? Lisha leans forward on the bed and crowds him. But I have to get LNAudioBooks' permission too. Believe me, my father said you could stay as long as you wanted. Well then, I'll take your word for it. You promised. If you lie to me, I won't forgive you. In no time at all, Lisha was in a good mood, took the pillow in her hands and hugged it tightly and happily. That's my pillow. No, it's a borrowed one, but... Oh, I must get back to my room. The clock showed that it was already past midnight. Lisha took her hands off the pillow and got up from the bed. Training is off tomorrow, but will you be doing anything? You've been taking care of me, so I'd rather have the job if there is one. Well then, I guess I'll let you do some work after breakfast. Ren, who had been feeling a little self-conscious about the fact that he was only being taken care of, was pleased. What kind of work would that be? What am I supposed to do? I'm going shopping tomorrow for the first time in a while. So I thought you could be my escort. Me? Lisha-sama has her own knight, and Weiss-sama is there too. Yes. I'm plenty safe because Weiss is free tomorrow, so he'll come with me, but I also want you to come with me. I understand. If that's the case, leave it to me. I thought I should ask permission from LNAud for this too, but Weiss is by her side. Then I'm like a bonus. Even if we need to contact him, it would be enough to ask permission. Good night, see you tomorrow. Lisha waved to Ren and left the guest room. After seeing her off, Ren opens the book he has been reading on his desk. This was one of several books he had borrowed from the mansion's library, and it was one of the books he'd been reading during his recuperation. The title is The Relics of the Seven Heroes. The relics to which this title refers are the equipment used by the Seven Heroes. They can be found in the game The Legend of the Seven Heroes, and when equipped on the corresponding characters, they are valuable items that improve their combat power to an extraordinary degree. They were called heroic equipment by players. This was fun. For Ren, it was all information he already knew. He even knew where the equipment lay. The reason why this book was so interesting was because of the information that wasn't revealed in The Legend of the Seven Heroes. The sword of Lauren, the hero, was shattered into several pieces. It was the divine sword, which was said to be left until Legend of the Seven Heroes 3. According to this book, that divine sword no longer exists. It seems that after defeating the Demon King, it was shattered and returned to the earth as soon as he brought it back to his homeland, Leomal. Yet, if I find and sell heroic equipments, will it bring me a lot of money? If I could use it, I would, but that equipment is only for a limited number of users. Even if he had it in his hands, Ren had no choice but to sell it. So, unfortunately, he decided to forget about this story. I was going to read some more, but I think I'll go to bed. Perhaps it was because he hadn't moved his body in a while, but his eyelids suddenly felt heavy. Ren rubbed his eyelids and looked at the bracelet with the hero equipment connection from earlier. Ren Ashton. Job eldest son of the Ashton family. Skill summoning magic sword, level 1, 0/0. Demon sword summoning technique, level 3, 239/2000. Level 1, able to summon one magic sword. Level 2, while summoning a magic sword, the user gains the effect of physical ability up, small. Level 3, summons two swords. Level 4, gain physical ability up, medium, while summoning a magic sword. Level 5. Acquired swords. Magic sword of wood, level 2, 988/1000. Enables attacks of about the same level as natural magic, small. The range of attack effect expands as the level increases. Iron sword, level 1, 988/1000. The sword's sharpness increases as its level increases. Thieves magic sword, level 1, 0/3. Randomly steals items from the target with a certain probability. The level of proficiency from fighting Jiraku as well as other battles is accumulated. The magic sword summoning technique had become one level stronger and was able to summon two magic swords at the same time. In addition, I knew the power to be gained at the next level. The next level will be physical ability up, medium, and I am looking forward to its continued growth. The sword itself, on the other hand, had not yet been raised because I haven't had much opportunity to suck in the magic stone. Fortunately, the fact that the required skill level this time is not 10 times higher than the previous one is also a cause for rejoicing. The name of that magic sword was still missing from the list. It absolutely must have something to do with Lisha-sama's magic stone. When Jiraku risked his life to break the seal of the elf and strengthen the man-eater. Ren, who was on the verge of death against the overwhelming difference in their abilities, fell beside Lisha and placed his hand on her chest. Her chest and Ren's bracelet glowed, and appeared. It was then that he was able to summon the mysterious magic sword, which was only described as. When I think back on the appearance of the magic sword, which emitted a dazzling flash and glow, I can't help but think of Lisha, who deals in sacred magic. What was that about? Just as a magic sword is obtained from the magic stone of a special monster like Thief Wolfen, that means the magic stone that some saints have in their bodies also has a special meaning. No, it is indeed impossible. I thought it was too far-fetched a prediction, no matter how fantasy a world it is. I would like to verify this if possible, but Ren gets a magic sword by absorbing the power of a magic stone. So, I don't feel like verifying it, thinking that there might be a contingency in Lisha's case. In general, what can I say? Let me put my hand on your chest, right? That sounds too reckless. Depending on the response, a criminal will be born. I'm not going to become a worse person than I already am, even though I have a criminal record. And besides, the magic sword is already gone and there's no way to know for sure. It's better to just forget about it. I'll go to sleep. Deciding to forget about it, Ren closes the book, puts it back on the desk and turns off the light in his room. As usual, he lies down on his bed and closes his eyes, letting go of his consciousness sooner than expected. Chapter 4, Shopping and Order Soul, Part 1. The next morning, I was wondering where I was going to accompany Lisha to Dash. What we went to was an upscale clothing store. It was a place that Ren would never have set foot in under normal circumstances. Lisha was greeted with a familiar look by the owner of the clothing store, and her companion Weiss was also greeted with a familiar look. Meanwhile, for some reason, Ren's identity was also known. Your behavior that day was magnificent. Even among us commoners, it was well received. That was. It was a shocking exchange that took place outside the gates of the castle when Ren and Lisha arrived at Clausel after their escapade. Since they were not keeping the people away at that time, many of them witnessed the scene. The effect of this was that many people knew of Ren's existence. Oh, thank you very much. Ren somehow thanked him and scratched his cheek. Looking at the dark brown flooring laid out in the store, and also looking at the glass showcases without a single cloud, he reconfirmed that it's a high-class store after all. So, my dear saint. What can I do for you today? I need some clothes for him. I wonder if you could help me. I understand. Then, please let's take your measurements first. The conversation proceeded unnoticed. This caused Ren to look at Lisha in panic. Why me? Because most of the clothes at your house burned up. That's right, it burned, but only because. It's all right. I just want to give it to you. Then Lisha turns around. Looking up from the stairwell to the second floor, Ren saw that the first floor was a men's store and the second floor was a women's store. She crossed her arms behind her back and began rummaging through the store. Lisha, however, didn't go upstairs and continued to look at the men's items. Haha. Weiss laughed. The shopkeeper begins to take measurements of Ren's body. Weiss, please help me. I don't like the idea of being giving an expensive item. Don't worry, it will come from the young lady's own pocket money, so there's no need to hesitate. I would be at your disposal then, but this is clearly an upscale shop. Weiss nodded and the owner chuckled. The owner of this shop is a skilled man. He was trained in the imperial capital when he was young. The fabrics are also very good and comfortable. I'm honored by your compliments. The more I hear about it, the more it sounds like a high-class store. Listen to me. The lady is not a very materialistic person. What I'm trying to say is that a lot of her allowance is untouched and accumulating. Having heard all that, it would be rude to say no too much, and it might trample on Lisha's own graciousness. When I thought about it, I sighed and nodded. Well, that's all for the measurements. The owner said, and Lisha, who had been rummaging around in the store, came back. Hey, what kind of cloth do you like, Ren? I like the normal kind. I couldn't think of anything to say, and I had to utter an answer that was too abstract. But Lisha nodded without laughing or being taken aback. I understand. You don't want to be flashy and you prefer to move around easily. How did you know? I don't know either, but it just seemed that way to me. Then Lisha turned her back to Ren. She pulls Ren's hand and together they rummage through the store. Lisha-sama. Come on, let's take a look over there. Weiss and the owner laughed at them. They tried to follow them, but... Weiss-sama. Today it was supposed to be just Ren, Lisha, and Weiss, but when Weiss saw the knight of the Clausel family who suddenly came to this store, he furrowed his eyebrows. I'm sorry, but it seems they have something to tell me. I'll be happy to show them both around. I'm sorry. Weiss left the store and heard from the knight who had come to the door. The knight was out of breath and it took him several tens of seconds to speak. Actually ... Weiss nodded many times as he listened to the story. The content of the story was certainly something that should be told in a hurry. Weiss folded his arms after listening to the story and thought about it. The arrival time is around the evening, right? Ha! I heard so. Then I'll be back after noon as planned. I know you say I should get back early and get ready, but the young lady seems to be having a good time. It's hard for me to tell her I have to go home. I understand. It's all right. I'll tell the master that. The knight who had just arrived left. Weiss then quickly went back inside the store. After all this time, there were no other customers in the store besides Ren and Lisha. Which means the store was fully booked. That's probably why. Lisha was unprecedented in her joyful voice. Next, oh, I think that one looks good too. No, it's too flashy. You'll have to wait until you try it on before you decide if you want to give it up. There's a fitting room over there. Well then. In the end, Lisha pushed Ren toward the fitting room. She waited eagerly for him to finish changing. She was waiting at the door leading to the fitting room, and her cheeks were relaxed. Eventually, the door was opened. This isn't the kind of clothing you wear on a daily basis. Ren, who appeared, was dressed in a stylish suit that looked like it could be worn to a party. This is certainly not for everyday use. Weiss and the shopkeeper who were watching thought so, too. But Lisha said in a happy voice, "It looks good on you. I want you to tailor that dress to fit Ren." "Yes, ma'am." The shopkeeper nodded without objection. "Lisha-sama. When do you think I would wear this outfit?" Ren himself objected, but the result remained the same. The shopkeeper even made a list of the clothes he would wear on a daily basis, and Ren was presented with a total of 3 pieces of clothing. On the way back to the mansion, Ren secretly muttered, "I have to give something back. The problem is the funds, so what to do? But this problem will be resolved soon." The reason why and how, Ren, who couldn't think of anything, kept thinking about it desperately until he arrived at the mansion. Chapter 4, Shopping and Order Soul, Part 2. Late afternoon. After returning to the mansion, Lisha and Weiss went to Lesid's office. Ren left immediately after entering the mansion and went to the guest room alone. "Welcome home, Rendano." A young female servant called out to him as she passed by. "Did you find something you liked?" "Actually, Lisha-sama decided on everything for me. How did you know about my clothes?" "Last night, the young lady happily told me about her plans for the day." "I see. No wonder. By the way, it takes about a month for the purchased clothes to arrive. What kind of clothing did you buy?" "2 pieces of everyday wear and 1 piece of formal wear. I'm told they will arrive next week. I feel sorry for getting a formal outfit I'd never have a chance to wear. As for formal attire, the young lady's birthday is in the summer, so why not wear it on that day?" It's as if they are assuming that Ren will be here until summer. Ren, who had no set schedule, couldn't nod his head, but instead laughed and let the tea muddy his mind. The waiter, who knew the reason for the response, smiled ruefully and never asked any further questions. "Oh, by the way, I heard we have a guest for the evening." Ren replied. "Would it be all right if I stay? If I'm just going to get in the way, I think I'll go into town for a little while to kill some time." "There's no problem. Please enjoy your stay as usual, Rendano." Nodding back at the servant, who hastily denied it, Ren smiled then. "But what kind of guest would it be?" Ren returned to the guest room. "It's none of my business. I'm just a house guest for some reason. I'll spend this afternoon reading a book I borrow from the Clausel family's library." With this in mind, Ren borrowed some books from the library. The time passed in the blink of an eye, and the sun was beginning to set slightly. The house was crowded outside, and I could see through the window that Lesard and his household were on their way to greet the guests. The guests were a group of well-dressed knights. One of the knights, who seemed to be in command, was exchanging some words with Lesard. Lisha was standing by his side. Order Soul. The Order Soul is the general name for the knightly orders belonging to the Empire. The term Order Soul has a number of affiliations, but in short, it's a national military force. It's a different group of knights from those who serve a single noble family like Weiss. So, how did the Order Soul come to Clausel? Ren tilts his head in wonder, but quickly turns his gaze away from the window. It's not good to keep looking at them rudely and make them feel uncomfortable. He also thought that it wasn't like Viscount Givens before, because he didn't feel any swagger in the group's appearance. This book is interesting. It was a novel I picked up casually, but I was curious about the rest of the story. Since I've come all this way, let's go look for it. Ren got up from his seat and left the room. However, he immediately decided to go back. He was thinking about the guests, coming into the house, and thought it would be bad if he disturbed them. Then, he ran into Weiss, who had returned to the mansion. "What's the matter, boy?" "I was going to look for the rest of the books I borrowed from the library, but I was on my way back to my room so as not to disturb the guests." "You still are as clever as ever for your age." "But Weiss began to think about something. Wondering what's going on, he utters a few words that startled Ren. Well, now that you're here, why don't you come along, too? The guests will be looking at the young lady's swordsmanship. So I thought it would be a good idea to have your swordsmanship looked at as well, if you don't mind. Ren just made a pathetic sound. As soon as he heard the unexpected suggestion, he was speechless with surprise. Chapter 5, The Missing Element, Part 1. However, when the proposal was made, Ren wasn't surprised with joy. Not interested at all. He was surprisingly uninterested. I'm interested in the fact that the visitor is from Order Soul, and even more so in the fact that there's a commanding officer level. However, as someone who has received sword instruction from Weiss from time to time, he didn't see much significance in receiving instruction from a regular knight. I didn't expect you to look so uninterested. It might have been rude indeed. Ren, feeling bad that he had put too much on his face, cleared his throat. As I've said many times, I'm the son of a country knight. Weiss laughed and put his hand on Ren's shoulder. Then how about watching the young lady's lesson? Perhaps you might learn something. Oh, if that's what you mean. Ren nodded in agreement. And it's a good thing too. But why did they ask to see Lisha's swordsmanship? When Ren was curious and asked Weiss about it, he was told that, in fact, Lisha had been scheduled by Lessard to improve her skills for some time. The Order Soul were on an expedition nearby, and the commander of the group stopped by to see them. Is it a famous knight who came to visit? He has the ability to lead the knights, so he's quite good. I heard that his school is called the Holy Sword Technique, have you ever heard of it? Ren nodded at his words. I remember it was a sword technique founded by the hero Lauren. Oh, you even know about that? I remember it was written in a book. As I recall, it was a sword technique that many knights learn. Yes, that's right. You are very diligent. In addition to the basic sword technique, knights often learn a technique that is suited to them. Among them, the Holy Sword Technique is preferred. It seems that the reason for this is because it is the swordsmanship spread by the brave Lauren, and there are many knights who learn this regardless of their faction. The information is, of course, something I learned from the legends of the Seven Heroes. The Holy Sword Technique was a useful one. There are a number of factions, but if you are proficient, you can learn the art of warfare, which uses magic power at a cost. It's one of the important means of combat for those who weren't born with skills. In other words, it's an acquired power that substitutes for skills. Ren still remembers the stances and movements of those fighting techniques. How could I possibly activate war skills by imitating my game-era moves? I, for one, am glad that both the young lady and the boy are learning as much as they possibly can. Suddenly, while we were on our way to the garden, Weiss said. I've learned nothing but imperial swordsmanship and I was always devoted to it. I've never thought about learning other sword techniques. I think that's good. Imperial swordsmanship is a defensive sword technique, and it'll serve Lessard-sama well. The imperial swordsmanship that was mentioned in the conversation just now is the basic sword technique that knights learn. It's highly versatile and, as Ren said, is focused on defense. As such, it's a reliable technique for those who are escorts. Personally, I think it's a more suitable technique for a knight like Weiss. It's natural for a knight to emphasize defense. But this doesn't mean that attack power is downplayed. If it's okay with you, boy, I'll teach you imperial swordsmanship next time. Oh really? I'd be very grateful. Haha, if you're that happy, then it's worth teaching you. Seeing Ren's joy, Weiss relaxed his cheeks and felt better. Speaking of which, Saint Lisha in the Legend of the Seven Heroes was a talented person who had mastered the Holy Sword Technique. The protagonists were on the hero's side in the first place, so they were very familiar with the Holy Sword Technique. Incidentally, the characteristics of the Holy Sword Technique is all round. It's not limited to offense and defense, but also supports and makes the most of skills if you have them. If Lisha, who has the skill of a white saint, can master this skill, it's natural for her to be powerful. There are even better swordsmen out there. There's a rating system for all schools of swordsmanship. Lisha, among them, stood one rank below the highest, called a sword saint. The highest ranking person in any school is called the King of Swords, and there are only 5 of them in the world. They are ranked by the god of war, and the order is called the Sword King Order. Well, it's not really relevant to an ordinary person like me. The Sword King is an entity that has little to do with the main storyline. Thinking it was irrelevant anyway, Ren turned his attention back to Weiss. By the way, what about that other sword technique Weiss-sama was trying to learn? You mean the hard sword technique? Exactly. It seems you know this too. It goes without saying, then, that the hard sword technique cannot be mastered without talent of its own, which is why its users are extremely few. Unfortunately, I didn't have that talent. Beside Weiss, who smiled bitterly, Ren dryly laughed. Hard swordsmanship, hey. Its founder was the founder of Leomel, the Lion King. In the Legend of the Seven Heroes, it's a sword technique used exclusively by the enemy, those belonging to the opposing imperialist faction. The performance itself is harsh both offensively and defensively, and boasts unreasonable power. However, the swordsmanship itself is a separate skill and cannot be learned in the second week of play. Yet, there's no opportunity to learn it even in the storyline, which made players sad in two ways. Oh, it brings back bad memories. Equipment destruction and status reduction, not temporarily, but permanently. The ultimate result was an attack with almost instantaneous damage that was impossible to avoid. The hard sword technique, which is a parade of irrationality, is a privilege allowed only to the bosses. Therefore, the holy sword technique is an all-rounder in battle. On the other hand, the hard sword technique was often called an expert in battle. Chapter 5, The Missing Element, Part 2. While sorting through the information, I arrived at the garden. There, Lisha was already receiving instruction from the Order Soul commander. Some Order Soul knights and knights of the Clausel family. The garden was also crowded with servants at the edge of the garden, making it look even more lively than usual. Is it like this? Yes. The saint is very reasonable. The voice of the commander praising Lisha reaches them. Listening, they preface, well, then. Let us engage in some practice. As Ren has done many times before, the commander and Lisha begin to practice. When he sees it like this, he can still feel it. The swordsmanship, the footwork, and the timing. Lisha and Weiss are also sophisticated, but they are more razor-sharp and honest. It was a swordsmanship he had never seen before. Ren was fascinated by the knight. He wasn't interested in it at first, but it was interesting to watch him like this. As Ren thought so. Ren. Lisha, who had once taken a break, noticed him. She wiped the sweat off her face and ran to his side and took his hand. Hey, let's have Ren practice with us too. Let's see. I don't think it's a good idea for us to decide on our own. Ren told her that she shouldn't offend them by behaving selfishly, and continued, I'm only observing. But the commander of the regular knights, who was watching the situation, called out from a distance. If you'd like, you can join the saint. I felt it would be impolite to refuse the invitation. But how could he easily make the invitation? Ren and Lisha went to the commander with doubts in his mind and he was told the reason why. I heard it from the saint. She told me that you are stronger than her and that you have a talent that even Weiss recognized. Of course, Ren chuckled, that's not true. But the commander, who already seems to have a strong interest in Ren, continues to talk with a smile on his face. You seem to be a very promising young knight. No, nothing like that. As soon as Ren was humbled once again, the commander said without a pause. I'd like to take a look at your skills first. Since he could no longer refuse, Ren decided to take the opportunity to learn from the commander. Lisha looked at him as he picked up his sword for training and moved away. Let's start with some light hitting. Naturally, this was a substitute for preparatory exercises. Ren, too, swung his sword without much concern. As I always do before I move my body, I swing my sword repeatedly to warm up my body little by little, repeating it with the intention of borrowing the commander's chest. The other Order Soul who had been watching the situation suddenly fell silent. As they looked at Ren's sword, they naturally concentrated and were distracted by his appearance, unlike with Lisha. Eventually, the commander also said with a mysterious look on his face. It's time for us to see your swordsmanship in the form of a practice fight. Yes, sir. Then, with your permission. However, the commander didn't strike at Ren. It's a stand-up fight, more defensive than before, with only a light counterattack. Otherwise, there's too much difference in swordsmanship. As expected of the commander of the Order Soul. The sound of training swords clashing was dull, unlike the sound of a serious sword. But the dullness is not apparent in the harshness. Ren's age-inappropriate sword flash drew everyone's attention, and the grass was shaking from the pressure. But when I see it like this, I understand it well. I was surprised. I didn't expect anything like this. It's an honor to be complimented. I didn't need to be modest with this one, but... The commander's sword skills are different from his own. He couldn't find an opening in front of the skilled techniques, not to mention the difference in their physical strength. Ren was beginning to find enjoyment in this duel. His sword techniques were easily dealt with, but he wondered what kind of sword techniques would be better. But then, unexpectedly, the commander took a few steps away from Ren and said, You should try to fight more like yourself. There is no need to try to imitate our sword techniques. I'm imitating you. Ren tilts his head at these unexpected words. Before coming to this courtyard, Ren remembered the holy sword technique from his video game days and wondered if the same effect could be triggered by imitating the movements of the battle technique. Perhaps he was unconsciously thinking about this. Be myself. Don't hesitate. Try to move as you are comfortable moving. Ren changed his mind, thinking that if the commander wanted him to stop, then that was guidance too. He was thinking about how he would fight with only a sword, even if he didn't have the power of a magic sword. Thank you. The presence that Ren wore changed drastically. The presence was like that of a powerful monster. I see. I didn't think it was possible. The eyes of the commander changed, and his muscular strength toward Ren increased even more. It was as it should be. Far from being caught off guard, the commander was on the verge of losing one. Here I come. Finally, the commander lowers his sword with even more physical force. He tried to break Ren's defense. Gyu. Impossible. You countered it. It wasn't supposed to happen. Ren, who defended himself by holding his sword right next to him, showed that he could withstand the physical strength of a grown man without falling to his knees. Ren was looking for an opportunity to counterattack, which made the commander nod. I knew it. They repeated sword clashes many times after that, but eventually it ended abruptly. The pressure that the commander exerted disappeared a moment later, and he retracted his sword. He then asks, keeping his distance from Ren. May I ask your name? Ren replies in a voice filled with apology for the delay in introducing himself. My name is Ren Ashton. Then, Rendano. The commander exhaled when he heard the reply. He continued to close the distance between him and Ren. The commander bent one knee and brought his eyes closer to Ren, who wondered what he was going to do. I'm sorry. I can't instruct you in the art of the holy sword, Rendano. But the sudden words made him quiet. The commander's continued words took everyone by surprise, except Ren. Because you, Rendano, are definitely lacking in the art of the holy sword. His tone was not meant to be mean-spirited. However, many people had their doubts. It was hard to immediately accept that Ren, who had shown such great skill, lacked the necessary training. Chapter 6, May we one day find a school that suits us, Part 1. Hearing this, Lisha raised her voice. The change in Lisha, who had been calmly and enthusiastically receiving instruction just a moment ago, quietly startled the commander. Why? Ren is so strong. The commander, hearing the surprise, left Ren's presence and this time spoke to Lisha. As the saints said, he's strong. Of course, and my subordinates would agree with that. But the question is about his qualities. The commander says that he can feel it from every part of the way he stands. But Lisha does not give up and asks. This time, she thinks back to the serious injury Ren sustained in the Jiraku incident. Ren is still recovering from his injury. Could that be the reason? But the commander immediately shakes his head. Do you remember, Saint, when I asked Rendano to move freely? Lisha nodded, somewhat out of her mind. The servants who were watching the situation seemed much calmer. I said what I said because I thought that Ren might have developed certain habits under his father's tutelage. But it wasn't so. The aggressive and fierce fighting style is definitely the essence of Rendano's character. They're not suited to the use of the holy sword technique. Your innate temperament will eventually become a detriment to your learning the holy sword technique. He says that some of this can be corrected through training, but in Ren's case, he doesn't think it will have much of an effect. He said that it's inevitable that Ren will have a hard time handling the sword. In other words, training will have the opposite effect. In fact, it's better not to try the techniques and not to develop strange habits with it. The commander's words about the lack of qualities were intended in this way. Among adventurers and bandits, there are those who use the sword with great fierceness. But in their case, it's only a daredevil sword that they have acquired out of necessity. They're not born with the same fierceness as Rendano. He said that it's the same as a person's natural appearance and that it has been that way since Ren was born. If that's the case, it's still doubtful whether it can be corrected. So, even if he learns the holy sword technique, there's no guarantee that he'll be able to acquire the fighting skills. By learning the holy sword technique, you will also learn its weaknesses. If the person you are fighting is a user of the holy sword technique, it'll not be a waste of time. However, I don't think the results are worth the time spent on it. Then it would be better to learn another sword technique from the beginning. Ren wasn't particularly disheartened, but accepted the results honestly and calmly. I understand. Then, how about you instruct me on basic swordsmanship? That's no problem at all. If I can teach a promising young boy like Rendano, I'd be very happy to do so. Ren had already changed his mind without his insistence. The commander seemed to have a sense of accomplishment. But Weiss, who was watching with mixed emotions, and Lisha, as if speaking for the knights and servants of the Clausel family, said. Ren. Why are you so calm? I'm not suited for it. But since I'm here, I'd like to learn basic swordsmanship. Lisha also seemed to have regained her composure and was enthusiastically receiving instruction. After the instruction, which ended after dark, Lisha came to the guest room where Ren was, shortly after taking a hot bath in her room. She then sat on the bed where Ren usually sleeps, her legs swinging on the edge of the bed. On the surface, she was dressed in her normal appearance, but Ren, with whom she had shared a life-threatening escape, could see the hidden subtleties. Are you not happy that I didn't receive training from him? What? Lisha thought that no one understood her. But Ren was completely aware of this as well. Why Sama didn't seem to notice, but you were getting quite grumpy in the middle of the fight. Oh, why did you think that? Lisha looked as if she had been caught in the act for a moment, but then she mended her victorious face as if it had been an illusion. But it didn't last very long. Don't you know? You have a habit of playing with your hair using your fingertips when you're in a bad mood. Hey, really? It's a lie. But that reaction means you were still grumpy. Ren was sitting in a chair by the desk, and she gave him an icy stare. Meanie. Being said cutely, Ren shrugged his shoulders and smiled wryly. Cause I don't understand what he means. That's just like saying you don't have any talent. No, it's not the same as saying that. Then why is Ren so dash? If you're asking why I'm so calm, well, I'll just have to give it up. It's only a matter of lack of predisposition, and incidentally, my fighting style and holy sword techniques are inherently incompatible with each other. Either way, it remains unsuitable. On the contrary, I was grateful that he was so honest with me, so I wouldn't have wasted my time. The way he said it was a little rough, but it was true that I didn't have to spend time on something that I couldn't learn. Chapter 6, May we one day find a school that suits us, Part 2. But I'm fine. I'm a little disappointed, it's true, but it's not the only swordsmanship. There are other schools, for that matter. It could also be taken as a trivial issue, since, let's say, there are my magic swords. Well, I don't think I've fought any monsters lately. I'm being taken care of by the Clausel family, so I don't have any opportunity to fight them. I hope to get that opportunity again in the near future, but I also can't give up the imperial swordsmanship that Weiss is planning to teach me. So, Lisha-sama. Ren corrected his appearance and looked at Lisha. As he looked her straight in the eye, she says shyly. What's with the serious look all of a sudden? Don't worry about me and concentrate more next time. Otherwise, it won't be good for you. Mew. She looks dissatisfied. So outrageous. But there is no doubt that Lisha is grateful for today's instruction. She was surprised as soon as she was told that the holy sword technique was not suitable for Ren, but after that, I think she took the instruction seriously and listened to it willingly. The fact that she took the instruction to the end without losing her courtesy to the Order Soul is proof of this. It's just that she couldn't get the words that he was told out of her head. And although slightly, it was only an unconscious lack of concentration. Of course, I did have a few thoughts when the man who saved my life was told he wasn't talented. No, Lisha-sama. I know. It can't be helped just as you said. Lisha prefaced her statement with the words, but you know what? After the instruction was over, I was given some pointers. You mean without me being there? From that commander's point of view, there are some things that bother him about me too, though not as much as Ren. Ren tilted his head slightly. Lisha must have the talent to become a sword saint by learning the holy sword technique. In all likelihood, Lisha should have nothing to be concerned about, but then Lisha said something that surprised Ren. My sword technique has a habit similar to yours. A habit? Yeah, I've been studying your sword technique a lot in order to beat you. I was thinking back to your movements, the way you swing your sword, how you look. That means. Lisha nodded with a wry smile. It means I've been thinking and training to beat you. That's why my sword seems to be littered with your quirks. However, she said that her habits are within the range of correctable. But she still had her own thoughts. I don't like the idea of having to fix those habits. It's as if I'm being told that my goals are wrong, and I don't want to accept that. If you're learning the holy sword technique, then the mistake will be corrected. I don't want to accept it. I'm not sure if I should learn the holy sword technique or not. Don't worry about me dash. No, it's okay. As you said, there are other sword techniques as well, so there's no need to stick to only the holy sword technique, right? There may be other styles that are better suited for me. That's true, and it does not mean that only the holy sword technique is strong. But Ren knew that Lisha has the talent to master the holy sword technique and even become a sword saint. That's why he wanted her to learn the holy sword technique. But Lisha's will was firm. What about you? If I told you to forget about the sword techniques that your father taught you because you don't need it, would you nod your head in agreement? That's... Surely, this idea is immature. I know what it means to grow up, but it was difficult to say whether I could comply with it honestly. The reason is that I feel like I'm being told that my past efforts are futile, when in essence they are not. As Ren pondered this, Lisha smiled and nodded. She knew what Ren was thinking without having to ask. I agree with you. Not exactly the same. It means a different thing to me than it does to you. Oh, why? I'm the son of a country knight and Lisha-sama is a saint. It's not like I'm free to learn to use a sword. I'm not obliged to do anything. My father told me to learn as I please and find my ideal path. I want my late mother to see me beyond that. Unfortunately, Ren couldn't think of enough words to override her intentions. In fact, Lisha's words make sense. If the policies of the Clausel family weren't also problematic, it would not be something that Ren, who was only the son of a knight, would have had any say in the first place. Besides, Ren weighed himself down, feeling that he had said that the legend of the 7 heroes was correct. And you're not the only reason I'm not sure if I want to learn the holy sword technique. I myself would have a hard time learning and wasting my time trying to correct my ingrained habits, don't you think? I'm certain that's true, but then it would be better to learn another sword from the beginning, so that you can grow. The words were also reasonable and I don't think they were wrong. If this happens, it would be a shorter path to growth to seek out a path other than the holy sword technique from the beginning. Still, Ren tried to push for the holy sword technique. Naturally, he was well aware of her strength with the holy sword technique, but he suddenly had a hunch. He thought himself foolish and realized his terrible mistake. Lisha-sama is Lisha-sama. She's not a character in a game. He apologized in his mind for thinking that he had ignored Lisha's personality. She smiled at him, and he apologized to her for having acquired unnecessary habits. I'll try to find the right style for you, Lisha-sama. When I said that, she smiled, saying, if you're going to say that, it's ours. Chapter 7, The State of the Village and Concerns about Future Life, Part 1. The order soul who had visited Clausel left the town in the morning after giving one more lesson on the sword. Shortly after, Ren was summoned by Lesard to visit his office. A report has arrived from your village. As he said this, Lesard, who was standing by his desk, picked up a document bound with string. He handed it to Ren and asked him to look inside. Can I take a look at it? Of course you may. There are letters from your parents too, so you can look at them together. Ren looked through the documents without hesitation. The information was a little unfamiliar, but the summary was that the recovery was going well. On the contrary, it said, even the roads are being built and life is becoming more affluent than it used to be. Thank goodness. There are other reasons, too, with the help of Clausel. Ren had repeatedly and strongly told his parents that they could use all of the money for the restoration of the village. Of course, his parents were adamant about it, saying that it was his money. But they nodded in the end under Ren's strong eyes after he gave them a good argument, saying, I'm a member of the Ashton family, too, and this is what I should do. But there was one phrase that bothered him. Since you're there, why don't relax a little more at Clausel? Let the Baron take care of you. The village hasn't settled down yet, so leave the rest to us and the Baron. That's not a statement of good riddance. Next. Me and Mireille will do a lot of hard work. We'll hurry up and rebuild the village for the day when we can all live together again. Of course, if you like Clausel, you can live there too. Furthermore, Roy apologized over and over again for his own ineptitude. Despite the half-joking words in the first sentence, Roy's frustration was painfully evident. Mireille's words were also attached to the letter and half of the letter was an admission of their frustration. Dad, Mom. In fact, there's no mistake in Roy's words. It was obvious that staying at Clausel was safer and better for Ren's future, so it was a natural thing for a parent to say. In light of the spring upheaval, it was a perfectly sensible thing to do. Even if Ren was the eldest son of the Ashton family, it was a thought that couldn't be suppressed. Roy always respected Ren's autonomy, but he was also a parent. He couldn't help but think of his son's bright future and hope for his safety. On the other hand, Ren also had some thoughts. If there is a possibility that I could be the spark of a fire, maybe I shouldn't go back to the village. Viscount Givens had an unusual obsession with Ren. The other side of the coin is that if it weren't for Ren, there might not have been as much turmoil. It means it would have been better for the village if I wasn't there. It's sad to be aware of this. But more than that, there was also a part of me that was able to separate if it was for the good of the village. It's not only my parents. I could suppress this painful feeling when I thought of the villagers as well. But you know what? Ren, who had been lost, heard Lesid's voice and returned to consciousness. I said I would also provide the magical tools of life, but was refused. Did you say my dad refused? I guess he was just being reserved. Oh, yes. He was adamant that he was sorry to accept any more charity from me since I was doing so much for the restoration of the village. After saying this, Lesard said as if he had just remembered. What do you want to do now, by the way? If you want, you can stay here until you take over the reins of your family. That's... Apparently, you have things to think about. Ren fell silent. I couldn't get the thought I had just had out of my mind. Talk to me, Ren. I want you to tell me what's bothering you. His tone of voice was calm and gentle, and it gave the impression of a large vessel. Ren, who wasn't able to hide his emotions, regretted this and spoke, thinking that he couldn't be silent any longer. Actually ... So he reveals what he honestly thinks. Lesard, who had been listening, said in a grave voice. I didn't tell you, but Roy had asked me about it. You're a promising talent, so someone might target you again. A monster would be difficult, but if it was a nobleman, it would be more difficult. So, if it's alright with you, he'd like you to be a knight here at the Clausel's mansion. That's what happened when Roy and Mireille came to Clausel, according to Lessard. They consulted Lessard with a sincere look on their faces and repeatedly appealed to him to give priority to their son over them. I'm in line with their feelings. If Ren were to decide to live in Clausel, the Baron would protect him at all costs. Of course, in return, he would send a new knight to the Ashtons' village and he would think carefully about what would happen if Ren's siblings were not able to take over later. There are far more people who know your name now than before. However, due to rumors of your family's connection to Marquis Ignat, there may not be as many people who are as outspoken as before. No one can guarantee that it's so. Yes. Also, you now seem to be putting your parents and the villagers ahead of yourself. There was no doubt about that either. In other words, you are more concerned about protecting your family than yourself. You are hesitant to return to your still unstable hometown because you are afraid of another disturbance involving you. Ren nodded with a sad wry smile. I would prefer not to be in the village. You thought so because you prioritized the presence of someone other than yourself, didn't you? I guess so. This is my personal opinion, but I don't think you need to rush into making too many future decisions. At least, you can stay in Clausel until your worries are gone. As Roy said, take it slow for now until the village is restored. That's much better than going back to the village with my troubles. Lessard was clearly seeing Ren's mind when he said this. Is there nothing we can do about these troubles? They're not easy to resolve. As long as we live in this world, there'll be unreasonable situations wherever we are. It's something that cannot be helped. But... Lessard continued in a strong tone. If you become a noble, that's a different story. Does that mean I have to become a noble? No. There are beings in this world that are unreasonable even to the nobility. Maybe God? No, but Lessard said it's real. If so, would it be the Emperor of Leomel? But none of these would be true, since Ren is not a being that can become one. To Ren's puzzled ears, Lessard gives the answer. It's a Sword King dash dot. Ren felt as if his heart had been grabbed by those words. Lessard-sama. The 5 Sword Kings are not bound by anything and act of their own volition. One of them serve the Emperor, but she does so only because she likes to. No, no. A Sword King is. As you know, there are only 5 of the best swordsmen in the world. I know that. But what nonsense. I don't think I can. Speaking of Sword Kings, there's one person who could be challenged. That person is the female Sword King in the service of the Emperor, whom Lessard has just mentioned. But even she can only be defeated if the protagonists are at the highest level and have good luck. And even then, she's pretty easy to beat, according to the settings. It was insane to think that I would be asked to become such a monster. Phew. Lessard-sama, why are you laughing? Kukiku. I'm sorry. It's refreshing to see you surprised. But Ren's nerves and worries were a little relieved. The heavy feeling that had been lingering in his mind up until now became lighter. In any case, it never hurts to improve yourself, don't you think? That's true, but... That's why it's probably fine to worry about the future right now. If you spend time improving yourself, it will help you when you succeed the Ashton family. Even if you leave the Ashton family, it should be meaningful to live in a new world. You mean? As I said before, you can live in Clausel, at least until the village is restored. I would welcome that and Lisha would be happy too. I can agree with that for the time being. I would like to be a Sword King if I could, but it's hard to say. You may ask for Weiss's training with Lisha. Or you can try to do a knight's work in anticipation of the future. Or you can look for work you can do for the village here, experience a lot, make good use of time. The first 2 are good, but is there anything I can do for the village here? And don't worry about your life. You can stay in this mansion as long as you like. No. I can't bother you any longer. It's no problem. Your parents have offered to pay for living allowance, but I, for my part, have no intention of accepting it from the Ashtons. But... I try to resist, but I don't really have anything to say after. If I were to leave the Clausel mansion and fend for myself, I would first need a place to live. If it's a rented house, I'll need rent, and I'll need living expenses, including food. I tried to be strong, but what can I do? I'm sure that the knight's apprenticeship will pay me a salary. I should be able to make a modest living. However, Ren had forgotten that it would be difficult for an 11-year-old child to rent a house on his own. He was unaware of this when he heard Lessad's voice. Lum's a line full. Chapter 7, The State of the Village and Concerns About Future Life, Part 2. Once again, don't worry about living expenses. I promise you that I'll be responsible for taking care of you until you settle down. No, that's no good. Hey, good grief. You really are stubborn just like your father. I've already received enough thanks from you Lesart-sama. In addition to rebuilding my village, you have made it easier for my parents and the people in my village. We couldn't afford to be dependent any longer. Ren, who was adamant, had another idea. I'm going to try to find a job here for now. Isn't it really possible for me to take care of you? That was a sly way of putting it. If he refused, Lesard would lose face. Lesard, who had mentioned this, was aware of it, but he still wanted Ren to give in. I'm sorry. But Ren was still adamant. Seeing this, Lesard also didn't give up. Then, here's what we'll do. In addition to his desire to reward the Ashtons, so to speak, as an adult in charge of Ren away from his parents, Lesard had a suggestion. He wanted Ren's job to be something he could manage. If you insist on getting a job, I'm willing to give you one, is that okay? Ren blinked quietly, unable to argue with this. I'd like to ask you to do something similar to what you used to do in the village. The work I was doing in the village. You mean defeating monsters? Yes, that's right. You should be aware of the harmful effects of an overabundance of monsters. I, too, wanted to investigate the monsters in the surroundings in light of that fact. The job involves checking on the status of monsters living in the area and making periodic reports. Of course, he would be paid for his work, and since it was a job requested by Lesard, of all people, Ren had nothing to feel guilty about. In other words, it was a compromise. You can also hunt for private purposes. You can even accept a quest from the Adventurers Guild. Ren's interest was piqued by Lesad's words. The Adventurers Guild. Have you heard of it? Yes, I've heard of it. Ren was stunned for a moment because he hadn't expected to hear of the Adventurers Guild. After all, Ren is the son of a knight in the service of the Clausel family. He never thought he would go to the guild and sell monsters to earn money. I wonder if that's allowed. Furthermore, he wondered what the tax would be. So, are you interested? Actually, there are few things I'm thinking about. What do you want to know? How does the Adventurers Guild work? Or is it about what it means to be a knight's son? I have questions about the latter and about taxes. I'll be brief. First of all, this is my request, so there's no problem for you as a member of the Ashton family. The money you get from hunting monsters in the course of this request, you can spend it as you wish if you make a deal through the guild. Indirectly though, the tax will be paid to me through the guild. It was quite an interesting story, though a lot of the information was new to me. Returning to the village is important, but Ren has an eye for monsters and by extension, magic stones, because of his skill of summoning magic swords. Through what Lesard said earlier, I felt it wasn't a bad idea to think of it as a training to improve myself. So you are free to use the money you get from the sale of the monsters' materials as you wish. For example, you are free to buy magic tools with them and send them to the Ashtons' village. Hearing this, Ren was surprised. Is that okay? His voice was full of joy. It meant that even though he was far away in Clausel, there were things he could do for the village of his birth. Of course. After the tax has been paid through the guild, it's not my place to say what you do with the money. Ren knows how useful magical tools are, so the thought of being able to send them to the village intrigues him. He would be like a migrant who could also train. The thought that his parents and the people of the village would be pleased with the idea motivated him. The fact that it's a job that Lesard asked me to do, I don't have to feel guilty about it. I've only just turned 11, but is it safe for me to join the Adventurers Guild? No problem. I don't see many of them in my town, but it's not uncommon for young children to visit the guild. According to Lesard, young children seem to do simple jobs to help the family finances or to earn a little extra money. They look for lost pets, lost items, and that's about it, he said. Better to do what you can instead of just worrying. I make money, and it benefits the village. It'll further train me and make me stronger. Being strong is never a waste of time. Because one day, sudden unreasonable situations may strike again. If I'm strong, it may not happen as it did with Jiraku. If I have the strength to prevent it from happening, I should be able to protect someone else. Let's live on our own in this town for a while and experience many things, and then maybe I'll have an idea of what I should do. Ren's face was full of determination. Tell me one more thing. I don't have my parents' permission, is that okay too? No, you have permission. Roy and Mireille have given their permission. When they came to this mansion before, they laughed and said that if you decided to stay in this town, you'd eventually go to the Adventurers Guild. As one would expect from parents, they had anticipated this and discussed it with Lesard. Anyway, Mireille and I had our doubts about this activity. Of course, it was dangerous. But Roy said that if his son, who is stronger than he is, decides to do it, I have no right to stop him. Ren's cheeks relaxed at these very Roy-like words. Finally, Mireille and I nodded our heads. I told him that if you ever did anything reckless, I would use my authority to bring you back to the mansion. LNAudioBooks took the body of his request so that he could protect Ren in case something happened to him. Anyway, I don't intend to give him any kind of binding, but it's a natural consideration. You say no to dangerous things, but you allow me to fight monsters. I wondered about that too, but after listening to Roy's story, the reason made sense to me. Ren has a history of defeating both the thief Wolfen and the man-eaters. On the contrary, the power of the nobles is more fearsome than that of the monsters, and if anything, the monsters themselves wouldn't be reckless if it were Ren, who has been fighting them since he was a child. Roy seemed confident. In other words, as long as I don't do anything reckless, I will be allowed to operate outside the town. That's what I mean. You're not a knight apprentice as far as your position is concerned. You're an individual who is employed by me personally and hunts monsters in between jobs. I'm not worried and I can safely go to work. Seeing Ren's fists clench at this, LNAudioBooks smiled gently. Weiss will guide you. You should try going to the guild. I'll go there by myself if you tell me where it is. I understand. I'll let you have this one thing. While I was wondering what he was going to give me, LNAudioBooks took out a wallet from his pocket. He took out 2 silver-colored expensive coins from the wallet and handed them to me, as I was looking at him with a curious look on my face. This is 20,000 GS. If you take a job involving monsters, you must register. You'll need 15,000 G to register. You can also enjoy your lunch. Oh, no. I'll do a job that doesn't require registration at first and I'll come up with the registration fee myself. What nonsense are you talking about? You have to accept at least this much since it is in addition to the work I have asked you to do. Ren wasn't sure if he would take it or not, but LNAudioBooks was going to keep offering it to him until he did. I'll borrow it from you. I'll be sure to return it to you eventually. He had to pay the registration fee, so he was still going to be taken care of. But seeing Ren's attitude, which was as stubborn as his own, LNAudioBooks shrugged his shoulders as if he had no choice. Chapter 8, with a certain arrangement. Clausel is a town with spiral roads along the mountainous terrain. From the residence of the Clausel family, located at the top of the mountain, you can see the whole area. The Adventurers Guild was located not far from the castle gates in town for people to come in and out and for supplies to be brought in. Ren hadn't been to this area in a while and thought back to the earlier disturbances. On the way to the Adventurers Guild, he was approached by a resident who recognized his face, and was given an apple-like fruit by the owner of an open-air stall. Here. I looked at the storefront of the Adventurers Guild. At first glance, it appeared to be an old wooden building. Looking at the people who enter the building, all are dressed in fantasy-like outfits. Leather armor and oddly angular bone equipment. There were others with staffs in their hands, and others who looked a little different from the humans. They are called strangers, and elves like Jiraku are one of them. Others looked like beasts or had reptilian features. Ren put his hand on the door of the busy guild and slowly opened it. The wooden door made a dull click and the inside of the guild came into view. Oh, the inside looks pretty much the same. It reminded him of the legendary scene of the 7 heroes. Inside the Adventurers Guild, the solid floor was stained dark brown, and the walls were covered with white cloth. The ceiling was covered with the same solid wood as the floor, and a ceiling fan that seemed to be powered by magical tools was spinning. A huge bulletin board was stretched on one wall. The bar attached to the interior was an exciting sight for the male mind. They're staring at me. The adults in the guild all looked at Ren at once. The same went for the women dressed like witches and the strong men. In addition to a few foreigners, even the woman standing at the reception desk looked at Ren. Hey, I'm sure that's him. Yes, don't be rude. You saw it, too. He could hear the voices of some adventurers. Ren walked past them to the reception desk. I'd like to register, please. The reason he was able to ask in a familiar tone of voice was because he had gone through the process many times in the Legend of the 7 Heroes. You seem clever, but are you sure? What do you mean by that? Excuse me. What did Baron Clausel say? It's all right. I have just received his permission. By the way, the guild is a neutral organization that spans the globe. So it usually does not interfere with the affairs of countries or nobles. In Ren's case, however, the earlier disturbance was so great that the receptionist at the guild must have been surprised to hear him ask. Here's the registration fee. I can read and write, so I'm fine with the explanations. Excuse me for repeating myself, but are you sure you're registering for the first time? Yes, I am. Is that so? You seem so familiar with the system that I just thought. The receptionist's question is valid, and she's not mistaken. Is this a magic tool too? This is one of the reasons why the registration fee is not cheap. The guild maintains a special piece of paper with information to be shared among all branches. The mechanism that makes this possible is through a magical tool developed by one of the 7 heroes. It's said that the hero was a genius magic tool craftsman, and there's an anecdote that the guild commissioned him to develop the tool. Please take this. Ren, who has finished writing, turns the paper the other way and hands it to the receptionist so that she can see it easily. There's no mistake in the content. The procedure itself is now complete. Ren finally received a card the size of a playing card, and confirmed his name and the words G rank written on it. The explanation of the conditions for rank advancement --. I know because I read it in a book. I also know the fee for reissuing a lost guild card and that the guilds that can reissue cards are limited to those where I have a record. This concludes the entire process. Ren puts the guild card in his pocket and leaves the counter where he had been resting his elbow. What should I do now? It seemed a shame to leave without doing anything, so he went to the bulletin board on the wall and looked at the many request forms posted there. In Clausel territory, strong monsters are seldom observed. Therefore, there were only a few sheets of information on even deranked monsters. Even if there were, they were near another territory facing the Clausel territory, so it was too far away to even be considered Clausel's jurisdiction. However, the information on a different monster, prepared separately from those deranked monsters, caught his attention. He was distracted by the information on a piece of paper taped to the edge of the board. "Oh, Hirodano, is that what's bothering you?" A strong man suddenly called out to Ren. When he turned around, he saw that the man was with a werewolf who appeared to be one of his companions. "Hiro. Oh, I'm talking about you. You were so brilliant with that foolish viscount." Unlike the man who had approached him earlier, the wolfman's manner was softer. "We were also interested in the arrival of a boy with a good reputation. We thought you might have some interesting information to share with us." "Well, it's better to leave that guy. Yet. The D-rank monster is left alone because it will not touch people if left alone. But the repercussions are as strong as its rank. That information came to us more than 6 months ago. But no one has tried to take it down. We tried once, but it was too fast and too strong, so we retreated." Ren listened to their conversation and nodded knowingly. "I see." At any rate, he understood the situation. But for Ren, if it's information about monsters, it cannot be ignored. Steel-eating gargoyle. The gargoyle, which is said to be a sculpture in the form of a monster in Ren's previous life, is a large, human-sized monster with a stone body and wings that look like a mixture of a bat and a dragon in this world. Among these gargoyles, there's a rare one that feeds not on the flesh of other monsters but on metal. This is the steel-eating gargoyle. As the adventurers mentioned earlier, they are characterized by their extremely robust physique and swiftness. Ren also had a reason to be sure to defeat it. It's a unique monster. The experience and proficiency gained are plentiful. The materials were expensive, and when I thought of the chance to obtain a new magic sword, I couldn't help but think that I wanted to defeat it somehow. After much deliberation, I decided to live in Clausel for a while. I didn't expect to get my first goal so soon. If I'm going to fight, I'll have to get Lesard-sama's permission first. In any case, it will be after things have settled down. After returning to the mansion, Ren made an appointment with Lesard through Weiss. Ren went to Lesad's office and reported that he had finished registering with the guild and that he would be going out to investigate the monsters in the near future. Weiss then handed Ren a folded sheet of paper. "Weiss-sama, what's this?" "It's a map of the neighborhood. Please, use it if you like." Ren took it gratefully and bowed. "Now, please keep this matter secret from the young lady." "I knew you'd say that. It's good to take things slow a little. The boy might be flustered. The place to live will be in this mansion for a while. If it weren't for Lesard's salary, he hasn't started hunting and selling monsters, so he's still penniless. Until his activities get back on track, Ren is sorry to say, but he has decided to take advantage of the situation. I still feel like I'm being too dependent." Is that so? I think this proposal is too advantageous for me. I have the job of delivering the report, but I can hunt monsters in between jobs or accept requests from the Adventurers Guild. To be honest, I felt it was too loose. I have one calculation to be honest with you. And then, unexpectedly, Lesard reveals a thought that has been in a corner of his mind. If Ren decides to stay in town, there's one thing I've been thinking about. It was already in an apologetic, reserved tone of voice. "I don't mind if it's when you have some free time and when you feel like it. If you would like, I'd like you to duel with Lisha on occasions." Lesard is always like this. He has never forced Ren to do anything, nor has he ever imposed his values on him, saying that this is the way it should be. He consulted with Ren, just like a father would. I wonder what this feeling is. I felt an indescribable sense of discomfort at the fact that the Baron was bringing himself down for me. It wasn't out of disgust, but out of apology for having made him do so. I must not let this happen. Even if they are the ones who were saved by me. If it's okay, I'll cross swords with Lisha-sama again. Ren shook hands with Lesard, who had a cheerful expression on his face. In fact, I promised Lisha-sama recently as well. It's impossible to cut ties with Lisha now. Then, I want to have as good a relationship with her as possible. I believe that this will help me to avoid the future that I want to avoid. Boy, I thank you too. Don't mention it all. Y-sama is teaching me imperial swordsmanship, and I'm the one who should be thanking you. It's also one of the reasons why I remain in this town. He would have to tell his parents in his village that he had been given a job by LNAudioBooks. Since he decided to do so, he will have to send a letter. After all, it would take nearly 20 days to get to the Ashton's village and back. Chapter 9, the work that LNAudioBooks asked him to do and the first discomfort he had felt in a long time. The next morning, after finishing her training, Lisha went to the guest room. Hey, Ren, how about joining us tomorrow? With a big smile on her face and a bouncy voice, she invited him to train with her. When she asked in a happy tone, Ren said in his usual tone. Sure. My body is almost back to normal, so I'll think about it. Then. Lisha wondered strangely. Lisha looked at Ren with an oddly quizzical look and approached the desk where he was standing. She stood directly next to the desk and reached out her hand to Ren, who refused to look at her. She put her hands on Ren's cheeks and turned him toward her. Are you hiding anything from me? Dash. Ha, your eyes are shaking. I was surprised that she could show her keen intuition here. But I still can't tell her about the work that LNAudioBooks asked me to do. After some hesitation, Ren decided to tell a lie, even though it hurt his heart. I've been thinking about the matter of the holy sword technique the other day. What? What if I've caused a bad influence on Lisha-sama's future? I'm not lying about all of it, anyway. I once thought about what I just said. I don't care about that. It's my decision, so don't worry about it. Lisha said to encourage Ren, honestly believing what he just said. Ren felt a little sorry for her and looked away slightly. Perhaps this also made Ren's mysteriousness stand out. Lisha said again, don't worry about it, and emphasized that her choice was not a mistake. We'll just have to work together someday to learn the style that suits us best. Holy swordsmanship is not the only school. Lisha then released Ren. After reaffirming his feelings through this unscheduled exchange, Ren got up from his seat as Lisha took him by the hand. He left the room with her pulling him along. Where are we going? Breakfast. It looks like you haven't eaten yet, so let's eat together. She was trying to comfort Ren, who seemed to be in a constant state of distress. It also makes Ren's heart prickle and ache. I feel guilty. He kept quiet about the guild thing, partly because he didn't have any plans set in stone. However, in the face of Lisha's innocence and straightforwardness, he couldn't stop feeling as if he was doing something evil. As they were walking to the cafeteria, they suddenly heard. Oh, isn't that Lisha? LNAudioBooks appeared and called out to Lisha, who was moving forward with great enthusiasm. He was just smiling apologetically at Ren, not caring that his daughter was walking around with him. Then LNAudioBooks said. It's time to leave, what are you doing? Leave. Father, I thought our departure was after breakfast. Oh. I did say that, but you seem to have worked too hard on your morning training. It's already close to the scheduled time, so I'd like you to have breakfast in the carriage. Lisha turned to Ren, who was tilting his head slightly, not understanding what she was talking about, and said, I'm sorry. I was supposed to go to work out of town today. Our departure was after breakfast, so I thought I still had plenty of time to get there. Apparently Lisha was pushing the clock because she had worked too hard on her morning training. Don't worry about me. I'll have a light breakfast and borrow another book. I'm really sorry, I invited you. Lisha then let go of Ren's hand. She left his side regretfully and toddled off to her room. I'm sorry my daughter has been so boisterous this morning. LNAudioBooks said aloud after Lisha was out of sight. I'm always energized by her cheerful personality. Hey, that sounds just like you. Lisha and I are going out of town. We'll be back late at night, so I need you to do some investigation for me today. Working in Lisha's absence is somewhat nerve-wracking. But at the same time, I was also excited at the thought of having the opportunity to fight monsters for the first time in a long time. I'm looking forward to the night. I wonder what kind of results you'll achieve on your first day and how you'll surprise us all. I don't think there will be any outstanding results on the first day. The first day will be a day of exploration. If you don't know the land, the monsters that inhabit it will be new to you. Therefore, I don't intend to make too many flashy moves from the start. I plan to just visit the guild to find information and use the map Weiss gave me to explore the area. However, if monsters appear, I'll defend myself. Weiss is coming with us, so he won't be here. But if you need anything, tell the servants in the mansion. After this, he left Ren. Ren didn't go to the dining room, but went to his room to eat breakfast. In his heart, he had a different sense of mission than usual. Okay, let's go for it. He has been entrusted with a job similar to the one he did for his father back in the village, but this time he was asked to do it by LNAudioBooks. With that in mind, he felt more relaxed than before. 3 hours after leaving the town. If he continued on the opposite side of the hillside from the town, where he fought Juroku, Hill will reach a vast forest. It's called the Eastern Forest, a place that's easy to recognize when it is east of the town. Ah! Walking through the thickly wooded forest, I realized that I had heard of it. It's not completely new to me. It's the monsters that inhabit this area. Even though this is the first time I have actually seen them, I have a good idea of their ecology. But only if they are the same monsters as in the game days. Alright. Let's do it. As I moved forward with vigorous steps, I saw a figure peeking out at me from behind a tree. If you look closely, you can see that it's a beast that resembles a rabbit. What makes it different from an ordinary rabbit is that it has 3 eyes and twice as many arms and legs. Naturally, it was a monster. It's an F-rank monster named Mitsum. In terms of rank, it's 1 rank higher than the little boars that Ren has hunted countless times. Kick. Backslash. Mitsum's movements are more agile than a little boar's, and when it jumps, it appears in front of Ren in a flash. But there was no way Ren couldn't react. He calmly intercepts with the iron magic sword he had summoned, poised with room to spare. With the tip of his iron magic sword, which he lightly pushed out, he pierced the Mitsum's neck with a thump. Backslash. Well, it's like this. 10% out of sync and 30% nervous. The remaining 60% was relief at being able to maintain an overwhelming advantage in the battle against the monster for the first time in a long time. Approaching the Mitsum, who was soon out dead, Ren summoned his wooden magic sword and swung it lightly, binding its corpse with the ivy he had created and carrying it up. Oh! Very useful. In his right hand is an iron sword. He thought about having 2 swords, the iron magic sword and the thief's magic sword, but today he decided on a combination that prioritized transportation. Eventually, after absorbing the magic stone, Ren turned his attention to the crystal on his bracelet. Ren Ashton. Job eldest son of the Ashton family. Skill summon magic sword, level 1, 0/0. Magic sword summoning technique, level 3, 241/2000. Level 1, able to summon 1 magic sword. Level 2, while summoning a magic sword, the user gains the effect of physical ability up, small. Level 3, summons 2 swords. Level 4, gain physical ability up, medium, while summoning a magic sword. Level 5. Acquired swords. Magic sword of wood, level 2, 990/1000. Enables attacks of about the same level as natural magic, small. The range of attack effect expands as the level increases. Iron magic sword, level 1, 990/1000. The sword's sharpness increases as its level increases. Thieves magic sword, level 1, 0/3. Randomly steals an item from the target with a certain probability. I was able to gain a little bit of proficiency without incident. The wooden and iron magic swords are close to leveling up as well, losing out to the magic sword summoning technique. It looks like it's going to go up by the end of the day. I wonder how long it will take. It was about the encounter rate with monsters. How many monsters are there and how many can I encounter in a day? In the end, whether or not I'll be able to raise my skill level depends on these probabilities. But after a dozen minutes of Ren stepping forward again, the sound of secret breathing could be heard from the shadows. Surprisingly, there seemed to be a lot of them. He nodded and turned his attention in the direction of the presence. And then dash. Ga. Backslash. He moved before the monster struck, closing the distance in between blinks and swinging his iron magic sword. The second Mitsum, which was ahead of him, almost aimed at Ren and then died. Then, 1 goal was achieved after a late lunch. Defeating 4 more Mitsum had increased the level of the iron magic sword. But the level of the wooden magic sword, level 2, had not. Wooden sword, level 2, 1000/1000. Iron sword, level 2, 0/2500. It was the first time in a long time that I felt uncomfortable. Unlike the iron magic sword, which leveled up successfully, the wooden magic sword's number was cancelled as so-called counter-stop situation and its level didn't increase while its proficiency had accumulated to the maximum value. Yes. No way, I'm not giving up here. If it was a counter-stop, I had a feeling it would fit in the same notation as the 0/0 for summoning a magic sword. If so, I'm certain there's a condition for raising the level. However, since I couldn't find those conditions, I would have to search for them again. In the end, I continued my investigation and hunting until the evening of that day, but I was not overly concerned about the wooden magic sword. This was partly due to the fact that I was taking notes on the number of monsters in the neighborhood, their habitats, and other things I noticed while hunting. The research was going well. The hunting was also going well. When Ren returned to the town carrying many monsters, he smiled as he remembered life in the village. Chapter 10, Giving Back Should Be Important, Part 1. There are a few things to reflect on today. The first is that if you are going on a long hunting trip like this, you should bring not only lunch but also dinner. Another is transportation. I may have overenthusiastically gone out for the first time in a long time, but it wasn't a good look to go back home dragging a monster. However, I also wondered if I should go into the forest while dragging a cart. After all, if you're hunting alone, you have to do your best. When it comes down to this, Ren confirms the results of today's survey and the outcome of the hunt. 8 Mitsum, 2 earthworms. Earthworms are E-ranked monsters. They are huge worm monsters that crawl on the ground, which Jiraku also used to use. As expected, I can't carry them, so I'm dragging them toward the town. I'm sorry to pollute the road, so I'm going off the highway. Even so, the adventurers I passed occasionally looked at me as if they had seen something strange. A boy like Ren was dragging a total of 10 monsters along with him. It was inevitable. I had told Lessard in the morning that I shouldn't be hunting that much, but that wasn't the case at all. I wonder if I can go through with this. Eventually, I saw the gate that led into Clausel. Of course, since it's a gate, it is wide. What I am trying to say is that it is wide enough for me to pass through even while dragging many monsters. The problem is that it stands out too much. This is... I knew it. The knight standing at the gate naturally knows about Ren. He chuckled when he saw Ren returning. The Lord told me that Rendano had begun his activities outside of town dash, but you've had a big catch on day 1. Don't the other adventurers do much of this kind of hunting? I think they mostly hunt small monsters. As you know, it's difficult to transport them, so even if they are hunted, they are often dismantled locally or transported after careful examination of the materials. I might as well do the same. Especially when it comes to earthworms, although they are ranked E, they're hard to hunt because of their ecology. So the shells fetch a good price. There are many uses for them, but not many people hunt them. Hearing this, Ren was honestly pleased. Ren's only reason for going out of town is to investigate monsters, but it's also a way for him to make money. I'm going to the guild now, is it okay if I carry it with me? Yes. Apparently it's not going to contaminate the road with blood and bodily fluids, so it's not a problem. The knight continues. But did you carry it all the way here by yourself? Yes, I did. I don't have a party with me, so I dragged it all the way from the forest. I see. Apparently, this knight was worried about whether Ren could carry it alone. He had walked all the way to the castle gate alone, so it was only natural that he should be able to carry it alone, but he was still skeptical. But when Ren started walking again, he smiled. Our hero may be even more amazing than I think he is. He thought as he watched Ren's back and listened to the amazement of the residents as he passed by. I feel the same way, they said. Meanwhile, Ren, who continues onward, is pleased without saying it aloud. Thank goodness the guild is close to the gate. Perhaps it's a location for transporting monsters, etc. Thinking that this kind of thing was also considered, Ren felt that he had become smarter. So, what should I do from here? In front of the guild, which was attracting a lot of attention, Ren stood looking at the doorway. No, indeed, it wouldn't go through. Even if I forced my way through, the doors and walls would likely break, and carrying dead monsters through the guild with him was questionable. So I wondered in a daze what to do. But as I did so, this is amazing. Oh, how surprising. The 2 adventurers who had exchanged words yesterday appeared and stood dumbfounded by Ren's side. These 2 men provide the answer to Ren's question. There's a loading dock on the side, so you'd better go that way. Oh, there's such a thing. Yes, there is. The one who has achieved good results carries it to the guild's loading dock by himself. If you hunt monsters that don't fit, you'll have to ask the guild to assess them outside. I should have listened properly. I thought it would be the same as in a game and finished the procedure quickly, but this is the world in which Ren actually lives, so I should have listened to the explanation honestly. Haunted by this regret, Ren thanked the 2 men, parted ways, and carried the monsters as he had come. The guild officials were already waiting for him at the place where he carried it, and they greeted him with a surprised look. Are you sure you want to sell everything? The receptionist with whom he had exchanged words yesterday said. Please. He told her that only the magic stones had been removed, and watched as the staff members assessed the items. I noticed that a crowd had gathered in the area. The town's residents know Ren as the hero of the Clausel family, and he suddenly wondered if this was the right thing to do. Should I have stayed out of sight, as is often the case in novels? It was, to a large extent, to avoid the death flag. But when he thought about it, it doesn't really matter whether he hit or not. As far as Clausel is concerned, Ren is already widely known. Or rather, when it comes to his solo defeat of Thief Wolfen, word about him has left Clausel and reached the former Viscount Given's territory. So it's too late to be conspicuous. If he wanted to hide it, he would have started when he defeated Thief Wolfen, and since the village would have been in danger if Ren hadn't fought at that time, he had no choice but to fight. There's no way he could think of abandoning his family and his birthplace. And if you think back, Ren didn't set out to stay out of sight, and there is no clear connection between this and a death flag. So his immediate thought upon coming into this world was, live in peace. I don't want the Emperor to order my defeat. That was it. Ren still remembers every word. He also wanted to avoid the same future as Ren Ashton in the game, and all he wanted was to live a clean and honest life. Ren makes no excuses to anyone, but reaffirms his feelings. To sum up, this kind of warfare doesn't lead to the conclusion of the game. Ren's goal is only to avoid a future in which he kills both Lisha and the Dean. The reason why the Emperor gives the order to defeat him is only because Ren kills those two people. Conversely, it's not because he's a prominent individual. But in the end, the only way to avoid making any waves at all is to stay back in the village. But I have an inseparable relationship with Lisha, and the thought that I might be the spark that started the fire the other day makes it impossible for me to do so honestly. There's always the possibility that my seclusion in the village could lead to an unforeseen situation. Just like Viscount Given's plot. Really, what's the right thing to do? There was also the thought that by being conspicuous, he might get caught up in the quarrels among the nobles. But it's also true that this is irrelevant once Ren has defeated Thief Wolfen in a perfect state. Whether he lived quietly or not, the world didn't miss Ren. But that didn't mean that it was all unwelcome. Although the factions were different, if he had a friendship with someone as powerful as the Marquis Ignat, the other nobles wouldn't be able to easily touch him. This is a notable achievement that Ren was able to produce apart from the game's storyline. If you think about how this patronage could spark a new fire, it's hard to know what the right thing to do is anymore. For this reason, Ren remembers no regrets about what he did today. He no longer knew what was right and what was wrong, but he didn't feel guilty about migrating for the sake of his village and his family. Chapter 10, Giving Back Should Be Important, Part 2. The assessment has been completed. Ren, who had been thinking about something, turned his attention back to the receptionist. I thought it was a very quick assessment. When Ren asked the receptionist why, she was told that it was quick because there were certain criteria. I see. No wonder. Here's your payment. The amount is after deducting the dismantling costs. The receptionist slipped a pen on a piece of paper she had taken out of her bosom. Ren received it, looked at it, and involuntarily let out an exclamation of "Hey! I didn't know you could get this much." In the days of video games, we only sold a portion of the materials, and we never received as detailed an estimate as we do now. So what Ren saw, to his surprise, was a figure of 600,000 GS. Weiss had once said that the daily wage of a commoner was about 10,000 guaranis. If we compare it to that, it would be 60 times higher. In effect, he had enough money to live on for a little more than 2 months. The purchase price of earthworms is set high for their rank due to their nature. Therefore, even after deducting commissions, the unit price is 250,000 guaranis. However, the price for Mitsum is 12,000 G because they are easy to hunt. That wouldn't reach 600,000 G, but it seems that there was someone who just wanted the earthworm material, so he added some bonus to it. I understand. I'll take it. Then I will pay you inside. Ren was escorted into the guild by the receptionist. He went to the counter and received 6 gold coins and signed that he had indeed received them. I believe the gold coin was 100,000 G and the silver coin was 10,000 guaranis. Also, the copper coin is 1000 G, and finally the iron coin is 100 guaranis. After receiving the 6 gold coins, Ren puts them away in his pocket. He greeted the receptionist and left the guild with the attention of the adventurers, and he chuckled to himself at the sound of the gold coins rubbing against each other as he walked. I guess I should at least buy a wallet. Since I'm here, I'll go buy one now. Ren didn't know any stores around here. However, Ren's mind suddenly flashed with the thought of one such store. It was the same store Lisha had taken him to the other day. But it was a luxury store. I want to buy a really good wallet. I'm not saying that everything expensive is good. Ren then walked up the hill for a while to get to that store. He thought about looking for other stores along the way, but it was too late, so he decided not to. Fortunately, the store was still open. However, Ren stopped at the storefront and was heading toward the mansion when he next moved his feet. After the hunt was over, he had cleaned some of the dirt off at a watering hole he saw in the woods. But because of some remaining dirt, he thought he was not dressed to go into a store like that. Oh? Isn't that Ren Dono? But the owner of the store, who opened the door and showed himself, called out to Ren who had his back turned. Please stop by, if you'd like. He was aware of Ren's condition, yet he urged him to come to the store without concern. The owner didn't stop smiling, even though he was clearly concerned, and asked Ren to come in, so Ren returned to the storefront, wondering what was going on. Excuse me. I thought I'd come back later, after I've freshened up. I don't mind. It's Ren Dono, of all people, who came to the store, and there are no other customers here. The owner then put a sign in front of the restaurant stating that it was closed. It appears that the inside will be reserved for Ren. But consider it a way to save face for me. I would be scolded by my predecessor if I were to fail to welcome our hero. The owner kept smiling and continued to invite Ren to enter the store. If I find a wallet, I will definitely buy it here. Grateful for the kindness, Ren took the owner at his word and stepped into the store. Ren told the owner a few things. He told the owner that he had been given a job by LNAudioBooks to investigate outside the town and that he'd have more opportunities to hunt monsters while he was at it. Finally, he told the shopkeeper that he hadn't yet told Lisha. So I wanted to buy a wallet. If that's the case, I suggest you go for a sturdy one. I have a few available over there. Ren followed his instructions and walked over to the corner where the wallets were placed. The wallets are magnificent. The leather itself is well tanned and carefully sewn, and it looks more than just aesthetically pleasing. It was obviously expensive, but he wondered if he would be able to buy it with what he had. I can't say the same with the values of my previous life. It's by the influence of the material of the existence of monsters. What at first glance appears to be just leather may in fact be a valuable material. Ren secretly looks for a price tag to see if there's one, but there isn't one. A slightly cold sweat trickled down his neck. Ren then turned his attention to a corner off the shelf of the purse. Suddenly, his eyes fell on an item other than a wallet. What he saw was a corner where women's clothing was placed. I thought it wasn't there the other day, but I wondered if they had redecorated the store a bit. Ren's attention was drawn to one of the items in the corner that looked like something a girl would wear. Is there anything I can help you with? Oh, sorry, just a minute. Phew, I see. Remembering Lisha's gift to me, my feet start to move on their own. The purpose of looking for a wallet was soon forgotten and the next purpose occupied my brain. Maybe it'll look good on her. What caught my attention was a white dress. It was a simple but neat outfit that would look good on Lisha. I can tailor it to fit the young lady. It's easy to see why Ren would buy such a dress. But the shopkeeper didn't ask for too many details, just the information he thought Ren would want. Ren heard this and didn't look embarrassed, as he thought it was only natural that she should know. Is it okay if she's not here? Yes. We have adjusted her clothes in our store, so you don't have to worry about it. If that's the case, I'll buy it. Lisha also said that the clothes were more of a gift than a thank you, so it should be normal for him to return the gift. Please give me those clothes. Over here then. The owner indicated the counter, and they proceeded to the counter. By the way, what's the price? This one will cost you about this much, including the tailoring fee. The owner wrote the price on a piece of paper and showed it to Ren. It was within the range of what he could afford. However, the first gift was a very expensive item. It wasn't surprising since the shop was for aristocrats, but when he thought about it, he had received 2 more sets of clothes. Ren couldn't think that this was too expensive. As soon as it is finished, I will bring it to your residence, addressed to Rendano. Yes, please. By the way, how would you like your wallet? The reason I came to this store was to buy a wallet. But after deciding to buy Lisha some clothes, he spent more time than he had expected talking with the owner of the store. After realizing this, Ren decided to give up on the wallet for today. I'll see you next time when I come. It's almost time for Lisha and the others to return. I will accept today being for your young lady's dress. I couldn't buy the wallet I wanted, but I was happy to be able to return the favor. Perhaps because of this, I felt strangely light on my feet on the way home that day. After returning to the mansion, I had to write a report, but I was in too good a mood to do so. Chapter 11, Living Conditions Change Little by Little, Part 1. After the first day of investigation, I couldn't go to the forest for many days. The reason was that Lisha was at the mansion. Fortunately, however, Lisha was scheduled to leave Clausel for an overnight stay a few days later, so I decided to work hard during that time. Work was going well every day. The investigation requested by LNAudioBooks was successful enough, and the reward was as rewarding as the first hunt. He was also able to prepare funds for the purchase of magical tools, which was his goal, as planned. So Ren bought some magic tools in town and asked a knight who was going to the village of the Ashtons to carry them. Naturally, he'd also bought a wallet well in advance of that time. About a month after the first investigation. Lately, he hadn't been able to go hunting because Lisha was at the mansion, but there was one thing that he was waiting for, and he was looking forward to it. Rendano, here you go. One morning, the Clausel family servant handed him a letter. It was a letter from Roy and Mireille. It was the message Ren had been waiting for, brought by a knight who had just returned to Clausel from the village where Ren was born. Thank you. Ren thanks the servant who left him alone at the desk in the guest room. He lavishly uses his iron magic sword to cut the seal on the letter and looks inside. There, many thanks to Ren were listed. Thank goodness. Roy and everyone were very grateful for Ren's gift of magic tools. The gift was some magic tools to replace street lamps, which have brightened the darkened village streets and helped the old villagers. The magic stones they need are plentiful because Roy hunts and there's no shortage of them. After the thanks, there's a note of thoughts for Ren and a request not to overdo it. However, Ren thinks, if I can send money like this, maybe this kind of life isn't so bad. Besides, it would be better for the village if I wasn't there. If I didn't become a spark and cause a ruckus like the one that broke out earlier in the spring. Ren left his desk and asked the servant in the hallway as he left the guest room. He asked about the whereabouts of the knight who had just returned from the Ashton's village. The knight was in one of the hallways, and when he asked him how things were in the village, he replied. Everyone was very happy. It was as if there was a festival in the village, and especially Roy and Miri were in tears because of your success. Thank you very much. I'm glad to hear that. After thanking the knight, Ren left the hallway. Walking faster than usual through the mansion, he made his way to Lesid's office. After knocking and listening for an answer, he enters and finds him at the desk at the far end of the room. I see you've received a good report. I'd love to hear it. Ren approached the desk where Lesard was. He talks about the letter he has just received. My parents and the people of the village were pleased with the magical equipment I gave them. Oh, that's good to hear. At least Ren's migrant work is not in vain. On the other hand, Ren's activities, which can be described as warrior training, are good for his future. And since he's accumulating funds to support himself, those concerns are also being addressed. Furthermore, Weiss was planning to teach him full-fledged imperial swordsmanship in the near future. Have some of the concerns you had previously been alleviated? Maybe. At least I found out that there are things I can do for the village, even though I'm far away in Clausel. Besides, Weiss-sama is teaching me to use a sword and I intend to expand my insight while doing something I can't do in the village. This time he was more strongly determined than before. I need to be stronger and grow. As long as there's a possibility that my existence could become the spark of something, I want to support the village from another place in this way so as not to cause trouble for the village. So by no means am I devoted to any one thing. In order to support myself, I hunt monsters and learn to use a sword from Weiss. I was going to visit them without being asked, but as Lesard asked, dueling Lisha will be a part of my new life. I'll continue this life, at least until the reconstruction of the village is complete. So, first, I will rent a house. You said before that you want to be on your own, right? Yes. Now that I can earn my own money, I have to be on my own from now on. As I said before, it pains me to be under the care of Lesard all the time. Ren reiterated that he had already been thanked enough and told Lesard that he was going to put his long-standing plan into action now that he had more money to spare. But then Lesard chuckled. I forgot to tell you that it would be difficult to rent a house with you alone. Why is that? I want you to think this through. How old are you? And do your parents live nearby? This would make it difficult for the landlord to rent the house. Really? On second thought, there's no way he could rent a house that way. Who would act as a guarantor? Ren, you may be all grown up, but you're only 11. In fact, in this world, unlike his previous life, he's on his own very quickly. But even so, cases of people renting a house and fending for themselves at this age are extremely rare. While special circumstances, such as the loss of his parents, may be an option, in Ren's case, there are no such circumstances. Besides, in Ren's case, he had a connection with the Clausel family, and it was thought that the lender of the house would also be at a loss to delegate. There aren't many people in this town who would be attracted to a connection with the nobility. I can't even ask Lesard-sama to do this for me. It would be undesirable to be taken care of any longer. What then should I do? When I was at a loss for an answer, Lesard made a suggestion. Chapter 11, Living Conditions Change Little by Little, Part 2. There's an old building behind the house that used to be used by the servants until a few years ago. Now they're all living in a new building. Why don't you use the old building? For a moment, I ruminated the idea. I felt if it would be much the same as now and I wondered if I would be under the care of Lesard again. But I couldn't help but ask. I'd appreciate the help, but would you be okay with me borrowing it? Lesard nodded quickly. The house will be dusty because it hasn't been touched for a while, but once it's cleaned up, it should work much the same as this main residence. Also, there are some old but working magic tools left behind. I'm a little hesitant to accept that suggestion here, even though I said I don't want to be pampered and want to fend for myself. But it's true that otherwise I wouldn't be able to rent a house. I'll pay the rent, but I still feel uncomfortable. Is there any other kind of work I can do besides investigating monsters? If so, live there, work included. Well, that's... You'll also serve as the caretaker of the old building. I'd ask you to do simple tasks such as cleaning the house regularly and cutting weeds in the garden. The proposal was something that even an 11-year-old could do. Even if the old building was to be used for other purposes, it would be difficult to use it in its old state. So, it wasn't strange that he wanted Ren to take care of the simple maintenance. Of course, I don't ask you to do anything else. As long as you do some simple administration. In fact, that would be a big help. He said that even if he wanted to entrust the job of the caretaker to someone, it wouldn't be possible if he didn't trust him. The old mansion has a road that connects to this mansion, so they couldn't just hire someone blindly for security reasons. The servants and knights had their own jobs to do, so I couldn't just ask them for help. I see. So it would be a great help to me if you could take care of it for me. These weren't just words of concern for Ren. The feelings were conveyed in every word of Lecid's speech. In the first place, from Lecid's point of view, he wanted to keep Ren as close to him as possible, as he was still Ren's protector as before. These circumstances made this case convenient for both of them. If you can let me pay the rent properly, by all means. No, thank you. The rent will be deducted from your salary for the work. I don't need to tell you about the work of a caretaker. However simple the work may be, it'll be paid separately from the investigation of monsters. The rent he offered wasn't cheap. However, considering the location and the size of the house, it wasn't unreasonable. The building was old, but considering that he was renting a building where he wouldn't have any difficulties in living, he considered it rather inexpensive. No problem, I'll take it under those conditions. I understand. You can go to the old building anytime you like, and if you want, you can go there right now to see what's going on. I'll be ready to move in a little bit at a time. Ren said goodbye to Lesard and left his office. But is this really called self-support? There's some doubt, but there's also the work aspect, paying not so cheap rent, and the circumstance of not being able to rent a place to live alone. Considering these things, this is no different from any other important step. I am going to work hard in Clausel for a while longer, until the reconstruction of the village is finished. I reaffirmed that I will try to do my best in Clausel for a while longer. I returned to the guest room where I've been staying since spring and started to pack what little I had. There was really not much to carry. The only thing I had to carry was a wooden box that Dad had brought from the village. The other luggage wasn't really much, and if I may say so, it was enough to move out even now. Alright. Anyway, today wasn't the first day to start living in the old house. There are no daily necessities, and if you ask me, it needs to be cleaned at least a little. I wanted to check on things first, so I left the room with only the crate in my arms. Then, by chance, I bumped into Lisha, who was visiting him. Ren? What's wrong all of a sudden? She looked at Ren and tilted her head when she saw him trying to carry the crate from his room. I was thinking of getting ready to move. Moving? Who's moving? Of course, it's me. Lisha stiffened. It was as if she'd been left for days at absolute zero. Chapter 12, A gift that arrived in good time. Why? Where are you going? Lisha, growing impatient at Ren's reply, uttered in a panicked voice. She rushed over to Ren, who was still holding the crate, grabbed his arm in a tight grip, and looked up at him with half-crying eyes, trying not to let him get away. That's because I'm always indebted to you. I told you, you don't have to worry about that. So you don't have to move, just continue staying in the guest room. No. I won't. I'm a member of the Ashton family, and I work for you and your family. I don't care about that. Please go back to your room. Tears fell from Lisha's eyes. This is bad, Ren hurriedly thought. Before he knew it, there were servants and knights coming out to ask what was the matter. He thought it was no use, so he called out to a servant who was particularly close to him. Excuse me. Could you tell me how to get to the old building? The servant clapped her hands. A pleased look appeared on her cheeks. I thought that was the case. Hey? How did you know? I guessed it by looking at Rendano's age and his behavior up to today. I also knew that the master of the house was thinking of managing the old house. When you put it that way, it might have been easy to understand. Lisha wiped away tears and looked up at Ren, who smiled, stunned. What do you mean? Weren't you trying to get back to your village? No, actually. Ren explains to Lisha the details of the move. First, he talks about how he decided to live in Clausel, at least until the reconstruction of the village is finished, because of the problems he had in the beginning. Then he told her that he had been given a job by Lesard. Finally, he talked about how he couldn't rent a house by himself because of various problems. This is the first I'm hearing of this. Ren hadn't lied from the beginning, but he was so surprised by Lisha's situation that he was late in giving his answer. I'm sorry. I was still in an unstable situation, so I was going to wait a little longer before telling you. Hey. I see. Lisha, who was silent, pulled Ren's hand without saying a word. Seeing this, the servant from earlier said. Rendano, I'll take this. How do I get to the old building? The servant said nothing as he asked, but smiled and waved her hand. Ren, being led by Lisha, walks down the corridor. When the smiling knights and servants were out of sight, Ren found himself in a corridor he had never been in before. Looking ahead, he saw an old door. I wonder if this could be it. She's silent, but it seems that Lisha is showing him the way. As if to prove it, she pulled Ren's hand and opened the old door. The two of them walked through the corridor, bathed in the morning sun. Lisha, is that the old building at the end of the hall? Lisha didn't answer when I asked, but silently invited me to go on. As I do this, I pass a place that I think was originally the main gate and reach the end of a long corridor. There, the door to the old building sat. When Lisha put her hand on the door, it opened on its own. The door itself seems to be a magical tool. Oh! Amazing! The luxurious interior is magnificent, but as soon as the door is opened, the dustiness is extreme. This looks like it would be worth cleaning. After all, it would be better to move in only after it has been cleaned. But the interior was as good as I had heard from Lessard. Sit here. Suddenly, Lisha's hand left his and she pointed to a wooden chair in the entrance hall. Lisha brushed the dust off the other chair with her hand and sat down. Ren put the crate on the floor and sat down in the chair, while Lisha squinted at him. The sunlight streaming down from the stained glass windows covering the ceiling of the entrance hall illuminated his handsome face. All of it. Lisha, who still had tear stains on her face, began to speak in frustration. I was kept in the dark. I know I'm just a little immature girl in Ren's eyes, but you should at least trust me a little. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to hide everything. Lisha didn't want to be selfish. She was pretty sad that Ren acted without her knowledge and didn't consult her. So she was also feeling sorry for herself for what she said and did. He didn't mean to be troublesome, nor did he want to cause trouble. And yet, the fact that she was acting like that hurt her even more. What shall I do? Ren doesn't think so himself, but this matter shouldn't be someone else's fault. However, Ren wants Lisha to get back to her usual self. And he's wondering if he can somehow create that opportunity. Knock, knock. The knock on the door of the old building was the same as the one that always knocks on the guest room. Ren got up from his seat and went to the door to see who it was. I thought it would be better to bring it here. This is a delivery for Rendano. Standing outside the door was the servant from earlier. She looked at Lisha, who was sitting on a chair in the old building and looking very sad. She then looked at Ren and gave him a cheering look. For me? Thank you. He didn't realize what she was talking about when she said she had a delivery for him. But Ren took the package and returned to the table where Lisha was waiting for him. Did you buy something at that store? Lisha seemed to have noticed something when she saw the mark engraved on the wooden box. Ren, on the other hand, also noticed when he heard the word that store. Yes. He put his hand on the seal of the crate and quickly opened the lid. Inside was a white dress, just as he had imagined. It was a neat one-piece dress that he had purchased as a gift for Lisha. If you don't mind, please have it. Me? As you can see, it's not the kind of dress I would wear. I don't know how many times, but Lisha was dumbfounded again. To Lisha, Ren held out the white one-piece dress he had just received. Lisha spreads the dress and mutters cute in a small voice. I bought it on my way home from my first job. It was, so to speak, the first purchase I made with my first salary. I forgot to buy the purse I was looking for that day, so it was my first purchase in both name and reality. Since Lisha-sama got me some clothes, I thought I'd return the favor. Hearing this, Lisha shook her shoulders for a moment. Then she squeezed the dress and buried the lower half of her face in it. If you don't like it, I'll send you another item dash dot. Oh no. I won't return it. Lisha peeks at him and speaks, this time looking up at him with her shimmering eyes. Her hands which were holding the dress were filled with even more heat. That's unfair. I'm sorry. You don't have to forgive me. No. That's not right. It's all too hasty and I'm not prepared for it. The way she said it sounded somewhat dissatisfied, but the tone of her voice was anything but that. On the contrary, she seemed to be in a good mood. Noticing this, Ren stroked his chest in relief and loosened the corners of his lips. It's not as though I'm in a better mood or anything. Lisha's face was filled with a joyful expression that she couldn't hide. Chapter 13, After a few days have passed. One day, Ren had a dream. What he was seeing was a scene from the nostalgic Legend of the Seven Heroes. It was one of the disturbances in Legend of the Seven Heroes 2, in which a huge monster appears off the coast of the harbor in the imperial capital. The reason for its appearance involves those who wish to revive the Demon King, and players are shown a shocking event immediately after the battle. Klonoa Highland is called the world's greatest mage. In the great temple of the imperial city, she is pierced through the chest by Ren Ashton's sword. Players were equally surprised to see this, and at the same time, they had a question. Klonoa is an absolutely powerful person in the game, comparable to a sword king. The question is, how in the world did Ren Ashton manage to defeat the dean of the school, Klonoa Highland? Since there is no evidence of a fight inside the great temple, perhaps Ren Ashton acted in an assassination-like manner. The players could only make this prediction. Naturally, the answer was not explicitly stated. Ren Ashton also didn't give a motive for his crimes, and left the protagonists without revealing anything. He appeared to the protagonists frequently thereafter, but only offered occasional advice, and never said anything else. There's only one discomfort that players can identify. Klonoa, who said she was going to fight too, didn't even visit the port, but was somehow in the Great Temple, facing Ren Ashton. Of course, Ren, who is dreaming right now, doesn't know the answer to that question. Because he doesn't know, he has to prevent that future from coming. Whoa. Ren mumbled immediately he woke up. I'm having bad dreams. His mood was heavy as he sat up in bed, and he wanted to go back to sleep if he could. However, he couldn't go back to sleep if he had to see the continuation of the dream. He felt it wasn't bad to watch it as a reminder to himself, but he wanted to refrain from doing so today. It can't be helped. Approaching the window, Ren opened the curtains and basked in the morning sun to dispel the heavy mood. He had just moved to the old building a few days ago and was finally getting used to his new bed, but he didn't expect to be made to feel this way here. I'll just have to do my best. Ren slapped his cheek hard and forced himself to get fired up and leave the room. The room that he's using in the old building is not too small and not too big, not far from the entrance. He lives in a room with the bare minimum of furniture and cooks his own meals in the kitchen of the old building. He didn't have much experience in cooking, so he can only cook roughly, but he's not lacking at the moment. Today, Ren continues to make his own rough and ready meals to fill his stomach. By the time he finished his meal, the depression he had felt after waking up from bed was gone. After that, Weiss gave him a lesson in imperial swordsmanship, and then he left the grounds of the mansion and headed for the guild with familiar steps. Ren is the caretaker of the old mansion, so he cleans up without the help of anyone else. Lisha had surprised the servants by offering to help, but Ren had adamantly refused as a matter of course, her cheeks puffing up. This was until recently, and Ren hadn't been to the Adventurers Guild in a few days because he prioritized that job. By the time I realized it was already the middle of summer. When I take a deep breath and let the summer's unique morning air permeate my entire body, I feel my brain feel invigorated and pleasantly refreshed. From here, I can see all the way to the horizon. This is due to the topography of Clausel. Even in the townscape, which rises in the mountains toward the center, you can see well out of Clausel from near the old mansion where Ren lives. Hey there, good morning. Oh haha, it's you, hero. You're so energetic this morning. I continued on my way to the Adventurers Guild for a while, being accosted by stall owners and townspeople along the way. The area around the Adventurers Guild was bustling with adventurers preparing to go hunting and the food stalls where they ate. Ren walked alongside them and stepped into the guild with a familiar gait. He hoped to find some interesting information, but there was nothing on the bulletin board. It was the same familiar bulletin board as usual. He feels that today is going to be another familiar day of normal research and incidentally hunting. Ryou. Suddenly, Ren's stomach let out a pitiful sound. Didn't I eat enough breakfast? It seems that his still growing body was still in search of nourishment. It would have been embarrassing if anyone had heard. Ren was relieved that there were no people on either side of him. Haha, that's a cute sound. He was about to go to a table where he could eat when he heard a woman's voice behind him. When he turned toward the voice, he saw someone sitting nearby looking at him and smiling. I haven't seen her around here before. Having been coming to the Adventurers Guild here for a while, I thought I had memorized the faces of the adventurers who also frequented the guild. But I'd never seen her before. I couldn't see her face to begin with. A pure white robe covered her body. Her face was hidden by the deep hood, and only her mouth could be seen. The only other feature I could make out was her blonde hair, which reminded me of silk, peeking out slightly. Her voice is a strange, processed sound and it's only slightly recognizable as a woman's. She must be using magic tools or something to change her voice. Come here. Would you like to have dinner with me? Of course it's my treat, so don't hold back. Ren thought. Maybe she thought he had no money with him. But it's not unreasonable to think so. The only thing a boy like Ren does at the Adventurers Guild are the simple jobs he does to help his family make ends meet. It's no wonder she thinks that, but Ren smiles. You don't have to worry. I've got the money. Hey? Is that so? Yes. Seeing that she nodded, Ren left the board and sat down beside her. He then called an waiter to finish the order with a familiar gesture. The woman saw this and peeked out of the corner of her hood with a stunned mouth. Are you a regular, by any chance? Yes, I am. Wow. No wonder you're so mature and used to it. I'm just getting used to it, that's all. Ha ha ha. You're mature even in what you say. As we were talking, the food was brought to the woman first. She didn't touch it until my food arrived, and only when it arrived did she finally touch the dishes. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make a new acquaintance wait. No, I just wanted to wait for you. So don't worry about it. As he was finishing his breakfast, Ren wondered why she was so interested in him. Why are you talking to me? I don't know. If I had to say, I heard your cute little belly and wondered what kind of boy you were, so I talked to you. So, what did you think when you talked to me? I was just thinking about how I was going to kidnap you. Ren was so shocked by the words that he was absolutely speechless. Cake in. He dropped the fork in his hand. The woman saw this and laughed happily. I'm just kidding. If I do that, I'll get caught by the knights. So, that's how it was. I decided not to get too deep into it. But the woman seems to be a small eater and quickly finishes the small breakfast she ordered. She then looked at Ren with amusement. What is she enjoying? Ren tried not to pay attention to the woman, but he couldn't help but pay attention to her slightly. The woman noticed this. If you care about me, will you come with me to the imperial capital? Surprised, Ren reopened his eyes and turned to the woman, saying without hesitation. I definitely won't go. A cat. It's so hurtful to get an immediate answer. The woman then abruptly got up from her seat. With regret, she turns her back on Ren and heads out of the Adventurers Guild. The last time he saw her, her face was still hidden behind her hood. Of course, so was her voice. I really wanted to talk to you a little longer, but I have some business to attend to, so I have to go. But she turned around one last time and said. I hope to see you again. Yes, if I get a chance. Yes. Then, please tell me about your mysterious power. She left meaningful words and went out with light steps. On the other hand, Ren dropped his fork once more on his plate. Why? That woman had indeed said your mysterious power. It would be perfectly natural to assume that she was referring to the magic sword summoning technique. Ren hurriedly got up from his seat and thought about following the woman. But when he went outside the Adventurers Guild and looked around, he couldn't see the woman in robes. Why? Instead, Ren let out a startled cry, attracting the attention of the adventurers on the road. Chapter 14, Under the Rift in the Earth Above, Part 1. When Ren returned to the guild, he still attracted a lot of attention. That's what happens when he who was always calm suddenly behaved like that. He was looked at with questioning eyes. Ren, who was the one involved, returned to his meal with a wry smile on his face, thinking back to the appearance of the woman in the robe earlier. Yo! It was shortly after that. An adventurer with a coarse tone, with whom he had often exchanged words, approached him. He was smiling as he sat down in the chair opposite Ren. Are you going to the East Forest again today? Yes. I intend to. Then, how about I go with you today? The guild members have asked me to hunt for them in the vicinity of the forest. Not as much as a request for an escort, but if anything comes up, I'd like you to lend a hand. The guild official probably told the man these things as small talk and the man just nodded since he had no big business to do. However, Ren has a job to investigate the situation of monsters. He was unable to nod because of his ongoing work to report on habitat conditions, population numbers and anything else that caught his attention. The man shrugged his shoulders and said, I guess I can't help it. I'd love to hunt with you when the opportunity comes. Of course. Ha 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 ha. If Hirodano says so, I'll have to work hard for that time. Then, the man stood up from his seat with a hearty laugh. He looked at his werewolf partner who appeared at the entrance of the guild. I'm off. Don't get hurt, Hirodano. They said a prayer for each other's safety and left the guild. Ren, who was left, after finishing his remaining meal, was deep in thoughts. I wonder who that woman in the robe was. The morning had been a strange encounter, but by noon Ren had forgotten about it and was immersed in the investigation and the hunt. Today, as usual, all is well. However, the wooden magic sword is still not progressing as it should. He was curious about the requirements to reach the next level, but without any clues, he had no choice but to continue hunting and wait for a change to come. That's enough. I decided to call it a day and go home. The reason was that the hunt was going well and I realized that I was going to have a hard time transporting them. I've been lucky enough to hunt 3 earthworms, so I've got plenty of fight left in me. I've also completed my work to investigate the monster situation as planned. If I go back to the town now, I can arrive there before evening. Once that is decided, I will immediately go to dash. Wa! Gay dash! Screams and high-pitched roars. Startled by the powerful sound that unexpectedly pierced their ears, the birds that were staying in the trees of the forest all took off at once. Ren also stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. Why is it so close to town? Ren, who recognized the roar, let go of the earthworm he was carrying. Thinking it was an obvious anomaly, he naturally moved his feet. Kicking the ground with a zap, he ran in its direction. Between the trees, like the wind. He headed in a straight line in the direction of the sound, cutting through the branches and leaves that got in his way with his iron magic sword. Soon, he could smell it. It was the smell of thick blood. It must have come from somewhere around here. After a dozen minutes of running, he arrived at a place where he could smell blood. What he arrived at was a gaping chasm in the earth below him. The crevice was wide, but it was complicated by the roots of trees and half-collapsed slopes, making it difficult to climb up if one fell in. Ren noticed a few men and women at the bottom of the cleft in the earth. Every last one of them was bleeding. They are alive. But it would be difficult to escape from this chasm. Without a doubt, they would eventually die out without the help of a third party. So Ren decided to help them. With the power of the wooden magic sword, it wouldn't be difficult to rescue them. And just as he was about to take the first step, he heard a loud "Ku." That's hard. In the rift in the earth. A familiar voice came from a short distance away from the fallen man and woman. The two men's voices made Ren turn his head to see the werewolf man and that man with the rough tone of voice. He heard the deafening sound of metal clashing with metal. And when Ren saw the black iron-colored monster in the opposite direction, he thought, I knew it. After all, that monster is. Why is a steel-eating gargoyle in a place like this? There is no doubt about it. The figure flapped its wings and flew freely in all directions at the lowest level of the rift in the earth. Its entire metallic physique is like a deadly weapon. The strength it possesses to fight with its agility and strong physique sets it apart from ordinary gargoyles. It's a special monster that's counted as a unique monster along with the thief wolfen, which is one of the top D-ranked monsters. What makes me wonder is that the steel-eating gargoyle was in the eastern forest. As I recall, it was located further away from Clausel. The information Ren had seen in the guild would certainly have mentioned such a thing. Ku. If it continues like this. The werewolf muttered. The bodies of the two men who were fighting have numerous wounds. The man with the rough tone of voice still seems to be okay, but the werewolf man seems to have no strength in one arm and is unreliable. The steel-eating gargoyle still flies agilely around the wall and on the footholds of the spreading tree roots. It caught the wolf man off guard and took his back. Gah. Shit. A pitiful voice and a black iron arm swung down on the werewolf who uttered that voice. You bastard. The werewolf is just in front of the swing. The man with a rough tone intervened and blocked the black iron arm with the shield in his hand, but the arm pierced through the shield and hit the man's shoulder as if to gouge it out. Ah! The man was blown away quite easily. The werewolf who was left glared at the steel-eating gargoyle. The steel-eating gargoyle, still afloat, came at the werewolf with great force and raised its black iron arm. Cock. A moment later, Ren intervened. Chapter 14, Under the Rift in the Earth Above, Part 2. The werewolf was surprised to see Ren in front of him, and his eyes widened. Hirodano. This is no time to be surprised. You must hurry up and run. Ren, with his iron sword at the ready, defended the werewolf. The earth on which he stands is gouged and cracked. Despite the physical strength of the gargoyle, Ren doesn't retreat even slightly, but instead flips the steel-eating gargoyle's body. With the strength of his body and the wooden magic sword, he cuts his way in. Seeing the two in danger, he jumped in without much time to prepare himself. Therefore, he's not very well prepared for battle. Ryou. The steel-eating gargoyle that agilely jumped and put its foot on the wall to restrain itself is heard squealing. Sweat trickled down Ren's cheeks from the chill air. Tell me one thing. Why is that monster here? I don't know. But maybe it moved here from where it used to live. That's about all the werewolf could tell. He and his partner had also been watching the young adventurers, who had come to gather underground resources in this rift. I see, that makes sense. Surely there are minerals in those underground resources that steel-eating gargoyles feed on. The possibility is not zero. Can you evacuate your partner and the fallen? Oh. If you distract him, I'll make a few round trips to carry them up there. Ren nods. Please do that. The hostility that was coming from the steel-eating gargoyle was growing by the minute. It was wary of Ren who faced it and wouldn't attack carelessly. Unlike Mitsum, Earthworm, and the others, this proves that it is smart. I am sure that if anyone moves, it will instantly attack. I'm sorry. I owe you. As soon as the werewolf moved, the steel-eating gargoyle also jumped. Ren knew what to expect and moved quickly to confront the steel-eating gargoyle that was aiming for the werewolf's back. He swung his iron magic sword at the black iron arm extended to the werewolf's back. Psu. It's really hard. The iron magic sword has a tremendous sharpness. The other day, when my level was raised, it increased even more and I thought there was nothing that couldn't be cut. Yet the arm of the monster wasn't cut off. Like a sword with a large blade, the arm was only gouged and cracked slightly. The reddish-brown bodily fluids that flowed only slightly stained the iron sword. Kurak_Kaaak. It leapt. Flapping his wings, it jumped and glided with vigor, swinging his black iron arm. Whenever the wind pressure passed his cheeks, he would break out in a cold sweat on his neck. At some point, the arm that he couldn't avoid brushed against his thigh, ripping his clothes, tearing his skin, and sending fresh blood flying. Don't forget. This isn't just any monster. But there's no need to overthink it. It's still a D-rank unique monster like the Thief Wolfen, but it's not as much of a threat as the Thief Wolfen. As for defense, the steel-eating gargoyle will win. However, the Thief Wolfen is clearly superior in other abilities. This is clearly evident when facing them in this way. To be honest, there was a difference to the extent that even the same D-rank unique monster couldn't be considered identical. In addition, it's not the same as before. Ren had become stronger. It's just a matter of whether it's slower or faster to defeat, that's all the difference. I was going to fight the steel-eating gargoyle sooner or later. Still, this fight was unscheduled because I thought it would be better to get permission from LNAUD first. Dash. Ren restrained the black iron arm that had snatched his thigh with a tree root that he had created with his wooden magic sword. Ren's thigh was carved with a deep cut, and although it caused him pain, it didn't matter. Grah. It's all right. It's not as much of a counterattack as the thief Wolfen. The steel-eating gargoyle swings his arm around, marveling. He looks into its non-metallic twin eyes and straightens his steel magic sword. Although it grazed Ren's thigh or his body, it didn't carve as many cuts as the first time. Because Ren was getting used to it. Little by little, he was able to see through the steel-eating gargoyle's movements and habits. Ren found an opening and put his strength into it as soon as he could. It's not hard there. Without missing a beat, he thrust the steel sword. The next moment, a reddish-brown liquid splashed out of the steel-eating gargoyle's eye. The steel-eating gargoyle, gasping in pain, forced itself out of its restraints and stuck to the wall at a distance from Ren. But no respite comes. The pursuit was coming, the edge of the steel magic sword was closing in. Cru-a-a-a-a-a. The echoing sound like gunfire. Enduring the roar that made him want to cover his ears, Ren pressed on. Wielding a wooden sword in one hand, he sprouted tree roots around the steel-eating gargoyle. But this time, it was dodged. The steel-eating gargoyle had learnt from the first attack and has changed its behavior. Damp air fills the lowest level of the crevice. As the tension in the air, laced with the scent of blood, increased, Ren saw the werewolf return to the surface with his companions. Not minutes later, he returned to collect the new adventurers. Hirodano. Are you all right? Yes. Fortunately, it was Ren who had the upper hand. The steel-eating gargoyle had already lost one eye and is facing Ren with extreme caution. After the battle with Thief Wolfen, he further refined himself in the village forest and grew a lot during the battle with Juroku. And with the magic sword that he has raised levels of in this forest, Ren's strength is incomparable to his previous strength. It's okay. I can fight well enough. He thought so, but he never let his guard down. On the contrary, his body, which was rising with a sense of tension, was gaining strength, and he possessed a physical strength that couldn't be produced during normal training. Chapter 15, Under the Rift in the Earth Below, Part 1. Kaaa. The steel-eating gargoyle is getting worn out. This can be managed by just using time. He wasn't sure of victory. It's not that he let his guard down. But Ren was honestly pleased with his superiority in the battle. Krolwah. The steel-eating gargoyle turned his attention to the werewolf who had come to the rescue of the other adventurers. But Ren intervenes. I won't let you go. Gaya. The iron sword shatters the steel-eating gargoyle's skin and the blade bites into it. Ren's sword fight had become so intense that it was no longer possible to suppress his opponent without using the natural magic of his wooden sword. The steel-eating gargoyle's arms, swift as the wind, repeatedly grazed his cheeks, but even monsters would be in awe of Ren's refusal to step back. In the meantime, another rescue was underway, and then another. The wolfman's work was over before he realized what was happening. This is the last one. Don't push yourself too hard, Hirodano. The rescue was finally over, and Ren wondered what to do about the steel-eating gargoyle in front of him. He could defeat it or retreat. But then he heard a sound reaching his ears, the sound of the wind breaking through the sky. What was that sound? It was at that moment that hesitation arose. From overhead, pressure approaches with the roar of a steel-eating gargoyle. The steel-eating gargoyle should be right in front of him, or so he thought. Gee. It was a second one. It was even larger than the steel-eating gargoyle he had been dealing with so far, and its black iron body was covered in a hideous sheen. Ren blinked, stunned for a moment, and then intercepted the steel-eating gargoyle above his head. Although there was some momentum from the glide, he felt that its physical strength was stronger than the first one. Two of them. The wolfman said in the middle of climbing up the wall. The Adventurers Guild has no such information. But don't you think it's a recent development? Ren remembers. There was only one steel-eating gargoyle. That was all the information he had. If the new one was a male, it would mean that it was only recently that the two of them had been together. Ren thought after blocking the attack. Was that roar earlier to call its partner? This changes the story. Ren had indeed dealt with two man-eaters at the same time. They were equivalent to D rank, so taking on D rank here might be the same. But there's no Lisha. No buffs used by the White Saint, the worst battlefield. In this rift, where you can't move too exaggeratedly, Ren is at a huge disadvantage. Ka-ka-ka-ka. Crew, ka-kak. The steel-eating gargoyle that seems to be the husband licks the wound of the wounded one. The air is slowly burning the skin. The werewolf climbing up the wall says in a slightly trembling voice. Wait for me. I'll come help you right away. But by the looks of it, he can't count on it. Ren thought about how he himself should break out of this situation and how he should escape. If he ran away, the people he rescued would be targeted. Then we have no choice but to do something about it. Sorry to the steel-eating gargoyles, but Ren didn't want to die either. He had to take out the injured one first and bring it to a one-on-one situation. If I could afford it, I'd have used the thief's magic sword. Mocking himself, Ren readied his iron magic sword. A moment later, the two steel-eating gargoyles jumped almost simultaneously. With spectacular coordination, they leapt left, right, front, back, and above Ren's head in all directions, and from the blind spot, they darted their black iron arms at him. Shoo! Shat! It's fast indeed. But the direct threat is clearly greater from Thief Wolfen. The steel-eating gargoyle's swiftness is inferior to that of the Thief Wolfen. That's why I can dodge it and don't have to intercept it. If you think back to the power that Jiraku unleashed in his final moments, there's no need to be afraid of this. Sorry. I apologized in a small voice to the first one. I'm going to end this now. The steel-eating gargoyle has already seen enough. The iron sword in Ren's hand had slashed at the chest of the first steel-eating gargoyle several times as they passed each other. The strong steel body was under its influence, exposing its soft flesh little by little. Ren, who had been lightly continuing the fight to that weak spot, finally dash. Hey. The tip of the iron magic sword pierces the steel-eating gargoyle's chest. There was indeed the feeling of cutting flesh and the sound of shattering the magic stone that was behind it. Then, Ren's bracelet indirectly sucks in magic power and gains new strength. Shield Magic Sword, Level 1, 0/2. A barrier of magical power is put up. Its effectiveness increases as its level increases, and the range of its effect can be extended. A sword or a shield? I had a thought, but after taking one look at the bracelet, Ren didn't think too much about it. While he was doing so, the first steel-eating gargoyle fell to the ground. The wooden magic sword disappears from Ren's one hand as the other angry steel-eating gargoyle closes in behind him. The monster, which appeared to be a male, let its rage take over, gouging out the walls and floor in the rift and raising a cloud of dirt that resembled a thick fog. It then threw the wall it had carved out with its black arm at Ren. He attacked again and again, using the dust as a blindfold and attempted to pierce Ren's body. Hirodano. The werewolf, in the middle of evacuating the adventurers, couldn't see what kind of battle was going on in the lowest level of the basement. But on the contrary, this made Ren determined to use his newfound strength. There was no hesitation in using it against the steel-eating gargoyle's stiff arms, which had poor visibility, throwing and blind spots. Gee! It closes in. The steel-eating gargoyle's arm was closing in on Ren's back. In another second, or perhaps much sooner, his body would be pierced. Even the steel-eating gargoyle was sure of victory. But his stiff arm didn't reach Ren's body. When Ren's hand, covered by the cuirass, was held up, a wall of golden aura emerged from the end of it from Ren's hand, separating the two rigid arms. The wall was large enough to cover Ren's upper body, like a piece of golden, glowing glass. It was a solid wall that finally received a small crack as the surprised steel-eating gargoyle thrust its stiff arms repeatedly. Above the crack, the werewolf was about to return to the rift, and he, too, was surprised that the sound had suddenly stopped in the basement. But Ren was unconcerned. All he could think about was the shield magic sword and how to settle this match. This is amazing. Ren was confident that he could counterattack even if the sword failed. That's why he behaved fearlessly in this way. When he released his shield, it shattered, reflecting the sunlight and creating a beautiful scene like diamond dust. Ren turned around and struck the steel-eating gargoyle, exhausted by repeated attacks, repeatedly with his iron magic sword. Finally, he utters, "I'm sorry. I know it was us who trashed your habitat." Since it was his opponent's partner, he had a few thoughts on the matter. But Ren also had something non-negotiable. He wanted to save the people who were here, and he didn't want to die either. In other words, he had to fight. Gagru. Ka. Dodging the stiff arm of the steel-eating gargoyle that fought back, and furthermore aimed at its chest. Before long, the flesh of the was visible and Ren delivered his final thrust. Kya. The steel-eating gargoyle dies without power. A sound similar to that of the earth shaking rang out, and a huge body different from the first one lay on its side. Seeing this, Ren let out a sigh. Then, in a small voice. Finally, it's over. I was greatly exhausted from the unscheduled battle. For one thing, I think it was easier to fight, unlike Thief Wolfen, but that doesn't mean I can afford it. If I let my guard down for even a second, it was me who would have fallen. If I had been hit by the steel-eating gargoyle's stiff arm even once, it was inevitable that my body would have been gouged out. Bah, crazy. Hirodano, are you? The dust settled, and the wolfman who had finally arrived let out a surprised cry. The wolfman saw Ren sitting on the ground, tired, and could no longer see the wooden magic sword. If he could see it, it would be an iron sword, so he wouldn't be particularly suspicious. Ren then collapsed onto his haunches and muttered, "I'm tired." "Of course you are. But what a feat. A boy as young as Hirodano alone, has managed to kill 2 steel-eating gargoyles. It was just luck, I'm sure. Due to fatigue, I can't give a very proper reply. What should I do with the materials from the steel-eating gargoyle I defeated? It's a hassle to carry them. We had to hurry to get the rescued people back to the town. There were many things to think about. The magic sword of the shield was the most worn out so far. The shield sword, which was shattered after being unable to withstand repeated attacks, was more robust than Ren thought it would be. Instead, because of the intense drain of magic power, he fell down like this in a heap. But I think I made the right decision in using it. The dust made it difficult to see, and the combination of projectiles and attacks, coupled with the difficult location, made it a definite threat. I want to rest a little longer, so please go down to the people you rescued. Are you sure? The werewolf, who had just landed at the lowest level of the rift, was surprised. Yes. I've already taken care of things over here. Got it. Sorry about that. I'll come back for you later. No, I can get back on my own after a short rest, if you don't mind. Ren said in a casual voice and waved his hand lightly to the werewolf as he walked away. The werewolf smiled at him and went back the way he came. Ren, alone, let out a breath and said, "I guess I'm growing up a little, too." Ren, let out a breath and looked at his hand held up to the sky and smiled a little. Chapter 15, Under the Rift in the Earth Below, Part 2. After passing through the streets, in front of the gate to enter the city of Clausel, the 2 dead steel-eating gargoyles were a presence that no one could ignore. Oi! Oi! You're kidding. That thing is. Ren, standing nearby, exchanged words with the knight guarding the gate and listened to the amazement on the lips of many adults. Rendano. The knight grabbed him firmly by both shoulders, and Ren hurriedly said, "Yes, sir. How did you accomplish such a feat by yourself?" No, I think you got it all wrong. So you have a collaborator. I don't think so. What should I say? The reason I wasn't clear in my reply is because I cannot say that I was the only one that dealt with the first monster from the beginning to the end. In case you were wondering, the first one must have been fought by the young adventurers, the werewolf and his partner. So it's only the second monster that I can say it was just me. No, it's not true. Both are the achievement of Hirodano. Then the wolf man came and said. The knight was surprised to hear those words and exclaimed, "I knew it." For the first monster, there wasn't a particularly noteworthy attack on our part either. So both are feats of Hirodano. When he finished, he said, "I've contacted the guild. I've also brought the other monsters that Hirodano had killed, and I want you to take the money with you." Then he turned to leave. "Wait a minute, Dash. I just helped carry them." The young men who were saved said they wouldn't receive anything. On the contrary, they also told him to give Ren the purchase money for the resources that were under the rift. Ren said he wouldn't accept it, but the werewolf said he should, and left the castle gate without saying more. Rendano. The adventurers will repay the favor. If they don't, it may spread bad news. Then it would be to my benefit to accept it. I'm sure it will be. It's true that you saved them, so feel free to take it. Then you can buy some new magical equipment for your village. Ren was weak when he was told that. The knight who's the gatekeeper told him that he should accept the money again and he nodded in the end. Since I'm here, I'll use the funds I received for the village. It's crowded. The knight laughed when he heard Ren's voice muttering at the sight of the area. What are you talking about? It was Rendano who did something that surprised us. Especially since Rendano is still very young, it's only natural that he should be the center of attention. As for me, I'm not sure what I'll do after I return to the old building. What do you mean? I fought without consulting Lisha-sama, not to mention Lesart-sama. Haha. I understand. Rendano is of the Ashton family. Given his position, he could be blamed for fighting dangerous monsters without consultation. So when making plans to fight the steel-eating gargoyles, I should consult with Lesart and the others before doing so. But this time, I had no choice. It was a sudden accident, and I couldn't overlook it. Ren was also investigating monsters as part of the work that Lesart had asked him to do, so he thought it would be a good idea not to overlook it. He was concerned if anyone should think that the Clausel family had abandoned the adventurers because he had overlooked it. No matter how many free-living adventurers there are. As he thought about this, the Adventurers Guild official who had come to him shouted in surprise. Ren smiled for the umpteenth time and said he would ask for an assessment. But it seemed conclusive that it would be a very unusual amount of money at the Adventurers Guild in Clausel and that it would take some time. The staff member said he would contact the Clausel family estate later with the results. I understand, well then, I'll leave it to you. Ren then left by the gate to get away from the bustle of the area. He was embarrassed by the numerous calls and ostentatious congratulations he received along the way, but it subsided as he approached the Clausel family mansion. When I finally get to exhale, I notice how sluggish my body feels. The magic sword of the shield, hey. A new magic sword I got in a battle I hadn't planned. I've already tried its effects, so I know its strength. My impression after using it is that it's easy to use and performs well, but it consumes a lot of magic power instead. After reconfirming these things, Ren thought of and looked at the bracelet. He remembered something he had not checked before. Of course, it was the proficiency. Ren Ashton. Job eldest son of the Ashton family. Skill summoning magic sword, level 1, 0/0. Magic sword summoning technique, level 3, 1055/2000. Level 1, able to summon one magic sword. Level 2, while summoning a magic sword, the user gains the effect of physical ability up, small. Level 3, summons 2 swords. Level 4, gain physical ability up, medium, while summoning a magic sword. Level 5. Acquired swords. Wooden magic sword, level 2, 1000/1000. Enables attacks of about the same level as natural magic, small. The range of attack effect expands as the level increases. Iron magic sword, level 2, 814/2500. The sword's sharpness increases as its level increases. Thieves magic sword, level 1, 0/3. The sword randomly steals items from the attacked target with a certain probability. Shield magic sword, level 1, 1/2. Places a barrier of magical power around the attacker. The effect increases with the level of the sword. The range of effect can be extended. That was already a plentiful proficiency. But a smile comes to my face. Compared to the numbers I got from Jiraku and Man-Eater, which I had defeated with such difficulty, what I got from the steel-eating gargoyle was too much. There were 2 steel-eating gargoyles, and they were famous for being monsters with a lot of experience, but I feel like I can't even describe it. But I also felt that I should be honestly happy. It was true that I had become stronger, and I had solved some of the mysteries that I'd been having for a long time. I guess you can only gain proficiency with the magic sword you got from a unique monster if it's a magic stone of the same race. I think so when I see the proficiency of the magic sword of the shield I just got. Even if it's a different species, if it's a unique monster's magic stone, you can gain proficiency. As for this possibility, it seems to be different when I look at the proficiency of the thief's magic sword. In addition, the wooden magic sword is still maxed. If this happens, I'll have to raise the level of the magic sword summoning technique and hope for the effect I'll get when I reach level 5. So, the question is, what should I tell Lisha-sama dash? It all comes down to how to explain what happened today to Lisha. What about me? Why, that's Lisha's voice. For some reason, I heard Lisha's voice. Ren slowly turned his face in the direction of the voice. Lisha was standing on the shoulder of the road with Weiss. Oh. Come to think of it, the mansion was already near. Ren's cheeks twitching, his feet naturally take a step back from Lisha. Hey, what about me? No, I mean. However, Lisha steps forward. Behind her, Weiss laughed as if he had no choice and seemed to be saying, give up, just by the movement of his lips. For now, let's go back to the mansion. I have a lot of questions, but first, I'll use my sacred magic on you. But no matter the circumstances, I feel like I have no choice. Ren gives up trying to escape and approaches Lisha. Even though Lisha smiled, she couldn't hide the worry on her face. Chapter 16, surprisingly, the knight was not angry. As soon as he returned to the mansion, he didn't go to the main residence to talk with Lessard, but was taken directly to the old building. Yes, he was really taken. Lisha told him to go this way first, and he did as she asked. Weiss, on the other hand, said he was going to go to Lessad's place, and they went their separate ways. And then, after arriving at the old building. When they arrived at the sofa set up at the entrance, Lisha sat down next to Ren, after telling him to sit there. Good. You don't look seriously injured. As she exercised her sacred magic as she had declared, she gradually healed the wounds and fatigue left on Ren's cheeks. Light and warmth seeped into his body. Hey! I thought she was going to be pissed off. But there wasn't the slightest sign of it. I honestly thought you were going to get angry. Why? I think you should rather be praised for doing something great. I fought on my own. Whether it was amazing or not. You don't have to let it off like that. So many people were saved thanks to your courageous actions. Lisha understands Ren's position. She knew that her father had asked him to do a job for him, and if he came across a disturbance while doing so, he would surely do what he did this time. I had this conviction. I'm honored by the compliment, but I wondered if you should be a little angry with me, given that I fought against a dangerous opponent. In fact, Ren's goal was to defeat the steel-eating gargoyles from the first day he visited the guild, but he shouldn't have done it without any consultation with Lisha and LNAud. That's why he always intended to consult with them before actually taking action. But because of the emergency situation, that wasn't possible. But I was worried about you. Again, on the subject of feelings, this was simply Lisha's concern for Ren. Yes. I'll keep that in mind. Then I won't be mad at you this time, but it might be a little frustrating. You're getting stronger and stronger without me. Lisha pouts her lips. But her cheeks were puffed and she was sulking adorably. And yet, there really aren't many injuries. I have some scrapes on my cheeks and things like that, but on the other hand, that's about it. You're really getting too strong. As Lisha said this, she continued to use sacred magic. The faint warm light soothed the fatigue that accumulated in his body. The comforting feeling made his eyelids almost close involuntarily. Lisha smiled at the relaxed expression on his face. I know you haven't had dinner yet, so let's eat together at the main residence tonight. No. I don't want to be spoiled. My father was worried and surprised too, you know. LNAud also wanted to talk to him. Lisha told him this and he nodded honestly, feeling obligated to report it. I'm sorry. Lisha smiled at Ren as he apologized and stood up. Shall we get going? Yes. Lisha stood up first, and Ren followed her lead and began to walk shoulder to shoulder with her. He immediately opens the door of the old building and walks into the corridor that leads to the main residence. As they walked down the hallway, Ren opened his mouth as if he had just remembered something. Is there anything I can do to apologize for the trouble I've caused you? Then, can you accompany me on my next outing? The abrupt words she said made Ren tilt his head. Is it a tour? Yes. Like when I visited your village. I'm planning on visiting several villages. I understand. Okay, I'll go with you. I thought it was a quick answer, but I felt it was too late for me to act with Lisha. This time, I decided to respond honestly, partly because of the worry I had caused. However, Lisha, the one who made the proposal, laughed and said, just kidding. I don't need an apology. It's true that I was concerned, but I have to give you credit for his courage. No, there's a difference between praise and apology. I forgot. You can be even more stubborn than I am at times. Lisha regretted telling Ren about the outing as a joke. She'd be happy if they could go together, but then again, it wasn't her taste to involve Ren in business that had nothing to do with him. But Ren was positive, even without the apology. To be honest, I'm curious as well, on a personal note. Really? You're not kidding. Do I look like I'm lying to you? No, it doesn't. Lisha, who had stopped once to look into his eyes, was immediately convinced. Cool. It's my fault that I said it in jest, but I can't decide on my own if you can accompany us. Ren shrugged his shoulders as if he had no choice. I'll ask LNAud-sama later. Apart from my own interest, it's to increase the strength around Lisha. Because it had been less than half a year since the spring incident, and Ren personally wasn't without the idea that he should be vigilant. Eventually, the two returned to the main residence and presented themselves to the eyes of the servants. Young miss, I've prepared dinner for Rendano as well. Thank you. The conversation went smoothly, as if the servants had expected this to happen. Ren apologized to LNAud at the dinner table shortly thereafter. After dinner at night. When Ren apologized, LNAud said two things. First, he praised Ren for his great work. Second, he told him not to be reckless, as Lisha had said. He had a look of sincere concern for Ren, somewhat similar to Lisha's. He had promised before that he would bring Ren back to the mansion if he did anything reckless, but he didn't seem to be doing so. The reason was because Ren was not injured in any way. It's a bit grandiose to say I apologize, but I'd like to accompany Lisha on one of her outings sometime. Ren brought up the subject of what he and Lisha had done. But LNAud laughed bitterly, saying, no apology is necessary. You don't have to go along with my daughter's selfishness. That's not true. I'm interested too, and I'd be happy to accompany her if you'll let me. It wasn't only an apology for the worry he had caused. Ren had only recently decided that he wanted to experience a variety of things. He nodded his head at Lisha's suggestion of an outing this time, thinking it would be an experience that wouldn't be wasted. Of course, it also made him feel dependable in front of LNAud. He looked apologetic after calling his daughter selfish, but he respected Ren's willingness to do so and didn't object further. At least it's safer than dealing with two steel-eating gargoyles. LNAud-sama. Haha, it's true. Ren was teased, but in the end, LNAud told him to do him a favor. Then, as if at the right moment, Y steps in. Excuse me, my lord. Oh, isn't it the boy? Y praises Ren's behavior once again, and then steps to the side of his lord, LNAud. So, what's up Weiss? This. It's from the villages near the Balder Mountains. Ah, from the knights. There are a number of knights like Roy Ashton who take care of the villages. Among these knights, the knights who had villages in the vicinity of the Balder Mountains sent a letter in their joint names. Ren knew it was business and wanted to leave immediately, but he stopped when LNAud spoke to him. Wait a minute. This is the village where you're headed. You can continue to listen to what I have to say. My lord? What's that about? It's about Lisha's upcoming tour of the village. Oh, I'm going with you. Oh, you're coming with us, Wai-sama. Ren joined the conversation saying I'm going too. Soon after, LNAud raised an eyebrow. I guess we'd better have more firewood and magical tools than ever this winter. After confirming the contents of the letter, LNAud said in a low voice. Is that so? Yes. According to the knights in charge of the village, the area around the Balder Mountains is colder than usual. If that's the case, this winter will be very cold. It has been that way in the past. Then we must be on the lookout for snow. Yes, we will. We must start preparing now so that no one will freeze to death. Weiss nodded in agreement. According to the staff of the Adventurers Guild, there's a strong possibility that they flew here in search of food. Apparently, both animals were emaciated. They also said that there were no signs that they had been artificially moved. There are no traces of charms used on them and they're not likely to have been affected by the skills of a magician. As I recall, the price of a certain mineral has recently dropped. Yes. In other words, adventurers in the area have exhausted the underground resources. I suppose so. I can't complain at all, even if I wanted to. If the adventurers acted against the law, it's a different story, but you can't complain about the fact that there's no problem with hunting and gathering. Exhaling a sigh, LNAud looked at Ren. I'm really sorry about the trouble, Ren. No, don't mind me. I was able to defeat both of them. Good grief, that's exactly what I mean. He'll grow up very quickly, won't he? I have to admit, that's more shocking than the appearance of the steel-eating gargoyle. He will. I've been instructing him in imperial swordsmanship, and I can't wait to see how much he grows later on. Then LNAud says with a final laugh. I was shocked when I heard that Ren didn't have talent for the holy sword, but judging from his work and the speed at which he has grown, perhaps he does have the gift for hard swordsmanship. It would be best if he could learn that swordsmanship. It'll be a bit of a misnomer to say that Ren has learned it firsthand, but he's been made to understand its strength so much during his gaming days that he's attracted to the idea of learning that strength. However, who's going to teach me that? There are only a few people who have mastered the hard sword technique, so the number of people who can teach it is limited. The only people Ren could remember were all his enemies from the game era. When he thought about it, he couldn't help but think that it would be difficult to master. Chapter 17, on a long-awaited excursion. The commotion caused by the defeat of the steel-eating gargoyle didn't subside even after several days, and among others, it was talked about like a heroic tale within the Adventurers Guild. Ren smiled every time he visited the Adventurers Guild, and spent his days hunting to escape his embarrassment. A few more days later, Ren hadn't been away from the town of Clausel in a long time, and was riding his horse along the city roads. The purpose of this excursion was to visit the neighboring villages that Lisha had mentioned. It's one of the tasks of Baron Clausel. Is it already past noon? It was early in the morning when they left Clausel and more than 6 hours had already passed since then. The scenery had already changed, and the plains across the road continued for a while. It was a peaceful scene. In the vicinity of this area, there were merchants stopping their horses on the shoulder of the road and adventurers sitting on the ground to rest. With this scene in the background, Ren asked the horse he was riding. You're really attached to me after all, is that all right with you? Hi hi. The horse neighs in a short, happy voice. The horse was the one Ren and Lisha rode when they were on the run and it was originally one of the horses that pulled Jiraku's carriage. Also, Lisha, who was riding this horse with him at the time, is not riding with him at the moment. Today she's riding in the carriage that follows. However, although Ren asked, he doesn't expect to receive a reply in human language. Regardless, the neighing of the horse shows that he's in a good mood. When he touched the horse's well-brushed mane, it neighed in high spirits. Yeah, that's not so bad. I stop thinking about it and look up at the sky, thinking that if it's in a good mood, then it's okay. Come to think of it, the horse was obedient right from the time I was escaping with Lisha on it. It has been a long time since he rode on his back, but the feeling of riding him felt good to Ren. This is good. It seems the horse recognizes you as his master. Wai-sama. The chemistry between rider and horse is very important. You've found a good partner. Weiss laughed as he rode next to me. The horse he's riding has a very muscular front and back legs. But the horse Ren rides is no slouch either. His dark chestnut coat reminds me of fine silk, and even though he's still young, his frame is as promising as Weiss's. The horse is of monster blood, just like my horse. He may be young, but he'll soon be as good as a well-trained warhorse. But I'm still young and the horse will grow old before I do. Don't worry. Horses with monster blood have a long prime and a long lifespan. It will be a good partner for you for the next few decades. Ren nodded in agreement to the information he was learning for the first time. It seems that the horse is different from the ones he rode in his previous life. He strokes the mane of the horse he rides, and it neighs again in a good mood. I'll have to give him a name one of these days. It's a little late for that, but hearing Weiss tell it, it's going to be a long relationship. I've also heard from Lessard that the horse belongs to me, so there are no problems. Since I heard about it, I've been paying for the cost of raising him. Therefore, I'm not worried about riding the horse. But what kind of name would be good? As soon as Ren begins to think about it, Weiss changes the subject. By the way, boy. After all the twists and turns, you have decided to stay in Clausel for a while, haven't you? Yes, that's what I've decided. I'm going to stay until the village is restored. I won't return until I become stronger. But there's no plan yet as to when I'll return to the village. The young lady was happy to hear that. I heard that she told the servants that the boy might join the party. The party? I think the servants mentioned it before that it was the young lady's birthday party. Oh. Come to think of it, Lisha's birthday party is in the summer. Since it's already the end of July, that party will probably be held next month. Ren remembered this and felt sorry for forgetting, and immediately opened his mouth with his head in his hands. Thank you very much for telling me. I'll prepare a gift for her as soon as I return to Clausel. Speaking of gifts, just recently I gave her a white dress. The fact that she wore it and showed it to me a few times while I was in the mansion and it suited her better than I had anticipated gives me a sense of Lisha's caliber. Aside from that, I have to prepare another gift. The previous one was a return gift for buying me clothes, so the birthday gift has to be different. That makes me wonder what to give her. I'll have to think about it properly. Weiss laughs as he sees Ren nodding alone. Looks like you'll be joining us. Of course. If Lisha-sama and Lessard-sama would allow it. I don't see how anyone could object to that. On the contrary, you'll be welcomed. Weiss was pleased with Ren's reply and laughed at his low profile as usual. Weiss then voiced that's it at the sight he saw at the end of the street. It's still late afternoon, but we're staying in that village today. It'll take us a few more days to reach the next village, so we'll stay here for the night and prepare for the encampment starting tomorrow. Step by step, the distance to the village narrowed. Unlike Ren's village, the approaching village looked somewhat like the town of Clausel. In short, it's a growing village. Someday, my village will also look like this. I hope that the village where I was born and raised will develop in the same way. For that reason, I must do my best in Clausel. When Ren reaffirmed this thought, the horse neighs briefly. The village we arrived at had the residence of a knight who took care of the village. The mansion was brand new, unlike the Ashton mansion before it burned down, and the interior was beautiful and clean. Lisha visited Ren, who had rented a guest room in the evening. I want to talk to you about something before dinner. She had come to spend some free time with him after her talk with the knight in charge of this village. Ren readily agrees and invites her into his room. Lisha then takes him to a table in the guest room and spreads a rolled-up piece of parchment in her hand on it. On the parchment was a map of Clausel territory. We're in this village. Tomorrow we'll continue on this road. Lisha slid her fingertips across the map. Starting from the village they were in, they would continue northward through several villages. That one. Ren suddenly noticed something. It had been a long time since I had looked at a map, and I wasn't quite sure the village what knight was in charge of, but I saw where we were headed and pressed my fingertips to the map. Is this the Balder Mountains? Yes, the Balder Mountains, which we passed by before. Lessard-sama had told me we would be passing near there, but I guess we'll be passing closer than I thought. Ren thinks somewhat tersely as he realizes that they will be passing closer to the Balder Mountains than he had imagined. It's not because it's dangerous even now. It was because memories of his gaming days had flashed through his mind, and the scene he had seen on the screen came back to him. Well, if Ignat isn't doing anything, it's not dangerous. The Balder Mountains isn't a particularly dangerous place, as I have already confirmed. The monsters that appear are of F rank, nothing serious. However, according to the legend of the Seven Heroes, the Marquis Ignat does something to destroy the Leomal Empire and plunges the Balder Mountains into an anomaly. The one thing that is used for this is a certain monster's magic stone. Asful the Red Dragon. A certain dragon that had its roots in the Balder Mountains long ago. Why the last stage of Legend of the Seven Heroes I was in the Balder Mountains, it all had to do with this dragon. Chapter 18, The Legend of the Red Dragon and the Mysterious Woman, Part 1. Asful is an ancient dragon that has lived for hundreds of years and understands human language through his wisdom. He was proud and belligerent, and there is an anecdote that he was always in search of a strong man. One day, however, Asful lost his mind at the hands of the Demon King. Waiting only for a challenger, Asful became a rampaging dragon, but the seven heroes defeated him. His corpse fell into the volcano that existed in the Balder Mountains at that time, and after a long time, it melted to the bone. The volcano changed its internal environment and became a dormant volcano. However, the only thing that remained unmelted was Asful's magic stone, which lies deep within the volcano. Ignat, who got information about that magic stone, used the power of the remaining demon kings of present to activate the surrounding area. The magical power in the air was artificially increased in concentration, and the monsters inhabiting it gained power. This quickly transformed the Baldur Mountains, where only F-rank or, at the highest, E-rank monsters could be seen, into a dangerous area. I hate everything. In Ren's mind, the final battle of Legend of the Seven Heroes I comes to mind. It's a scene in which the Marquis Ignat speaks to the heroes in front of a large hole in a dormant volcano in the Baldur Mountains. In this lifetime of service to my country, I have lost Fiona without a single act of mercy. In front of him, the descendants of the seven heroes take up arms. Laughing off the hero's attempts to persuade him, Ignat spreads his arms out like wings and continues his story. Tears of blood streamed from his eyes as he continued. If you don't recognize me, I don't recognize you. Therefore, I deny all of you. The ceremony of Isval's resurrection had finally begun. Ulysses Ignat stood in front of the heroes, using his sword, magic, and the magical power he had received from those who were plotting the resurrection of the Demon King. That's fine, I'll treat you like the third prince. As the battle progressed, Isval's resurrection drew nearer. Marquis Ignat, like the protagonists, doesn't give up and continues to fight to lead Leomil to her doom amidst the increasing tension. Before long. Fiona, did I make a mistake? Hey. Just before Isval is resurrected, Ulysses Ignat, the stiff-armed man, finally dies. However, the ritual to revive Isval has gone too far and can no longer be stopped. The hero, who still did not give up, awakens the power that makes him the bloodline of the hero, Lauren. The red dragon Isval, just before his resurrection, is thus put to sleep. How fondly I remember this. As Ren was thinking back, his shoulder was shaken by Lisha. If you look at her, she's puffing out her cheeks musingly. Why are you suddenly so quiet? Ah, sorry, I didn't realize. I don't mind. But I'm also curious about what you were going to say earlier. I was wondering about the notice that Lesard-sama received earlier. They said it was going to be very cold this winter, so I wondered if the snow would be too much trouble. Lisha laughed without doubt and said, "You're being too fastidious." Having succeeded in fooling her, Ren returned his attention to the map. Then Ren remembered some information related to what he'd been thinking about Isval's resurrection. The information that the undead would be several levels weaker than when they were alive and that they'd not have the same consciousness as when they were alive came to his mind. That was why Ignat was planning to resurrect Isval and many other monsters as undead, but there was no need to worry about that now. If his beloved daughter is still alive, that future shouldn't come. Oh, hey. I was just saying that you seem to be interested in the Baldur Mountains, and since we're here, why don't we stop by? This time of year, there's nothing to worry about. Since it was about him, she thought he'd nod in agreement. But Ren, looking at the map in his hand, stiffens and takes a good 10 seconds. Before looking at Lisha. Let's stop here. Lisha, who had thought it was a mutual curiosity, was surprised. Are you sure? If you're being your usual self, you'd have said, by all means. No. I don't think we should go to the Baldur Mountains. Even if the monsters are okay, it would be a disaster if we got lost. Naturally, it's because he's being cautious. No matter how much the Marquis Ignat wouldn't revolt, Ren didn't even bother to approach him. No, I don't want to get close to him. I'm not a coward, but I wouldn't want to step foot in there and have something happen. Unless there's a special reason. For example, I have to go to help someone. If it was for my family or for Lisha, I would change my mind. Are there any other advantages that make it worth going to? After this, the two of them talked about nothing but trivial matters, but just before they were called to the dinner table, Ren suddenly realized something. Is there a hidden map in the Baldur Mountains? It's a place that can be reached through a hidden entrance, and there are a number of treasure chests containing expensive cash items and special equipment. Also, a steel-eating gargoyle is guaranteed to appear. In other words, if you go there, you can even raise the level of the magic sword of the shield. These are worth the trip, even if I have to push yourself a little bit to get there. But that doesn't mean the Baldur Mountains is worth a visit. After much hesitation and no answer, Ren decided to shelve the issue. Chapter 18, The Legend of the Red Dragon and the Mysterious Woman, Part 2. As the schedule progressed, they gradually approached the Baldur Mountain. No fear. Ah, I could even afford to look up at the Baldur Mountains to see how close we were already. In the meantime, they arrived at another village. This was the same village that Ren and Lisha had passed through unbeknownst to them during their escape. Up here, the countryside is not much different from the village where Ren was born. Weiss-sama, I need to talk to you about something. The knight in charge of the village says to Weiss as soon as he arrives at the village. The knight's face showed some concern. The knight said that the water in the river near the village has been decreasing since yesterday. He said that there were several villagers who were worried because the amount of fish had decreased in proportion. In fact, this morning I went to check the situation upstream. There are many fallen trees piled up on top of each other. Was it a bad weather day? Yes. Until a few days ago, this area had been hit by strong rain and wind. The trees fell under the influence of the wind and rain, and they may have blocked the river. The knight tried to carry the fallen trees along with the young villagers, but they were too heavy to deal with. So he asked for help from Weiss and the other knights. Weiss was still busy, though he had just arrived in the village. It's early in the village, so there is still some work to be done. He probably doesn't want to be away from Lisha-sama either. Then it would be a matter of going to check the river later. But Ren interrupts here. If you don't mind, I can go and check it out for you. Boy? Is that okay? Yes, I think I can handle a fallen tree and I don't think there are any monsters to worry about, either. I guess so. The place they appear, the monsters are about the same size as those in the eastern forest. It's said that the roads are well maintained and safe. The knight of the village still offered to show Ren the way, but he was adamant that he didn't need directions, saying that was not necessary. Everyone has a job to do. Even the knight in charge of this village has something to say to Lisha and the others. The knights who have accompanied us up to this point, just like Weiss, have a number of jobs to do. In other words, it's no exaggeration to say that Ren is the only one who is free. How long does it take to get to the upper reaches of the river? It takes an adult about 2 hours to walk there. Will it be okay for you? The knight in charge of the village had a fair point. Ren, who spoke of going, is still a boy, and he doesn't think he could accomplish what they couldn't. But Weiss laughs at that sentiment. Don't worry. This boy is Ren Ashton. What a surprise. It's the hero I've heard so much about. That's rude of me. I'm so embarrassed. So there's nothing to worry about. But if it takes 2 hours by adult legs, won't it be faster if I go by horseback? Yes, but the road is not suitable for horseback because of the rain and wind from the other day. It makes sense, Weiss nodded. Then it would take a long time even with Ren's legs, but his physical ability is higher than that of a typical adult, so there's no need to worry so much. Weiss, too, seems to think so and doesn't seem to be particularly concerned. Well, I'm going to go there now. I understand. Then, if I may be so presumptuous, I'll show you the way to the upper stream. The knight in charge of the village was apologetic to the end. He had a humble attitude and even bowed deeply when he saw Ren off. As he began to make his way upstream, the knight watched Ren's back until he was out of sight. I didn't mind. Ren, who was following the path he had heard about, pretended not to notice and continued on his way. The path is just as hard to walk on as he had heard, due to the mud strewn everywhere. But I don't feel bad enough to say it. Ren had hunted often in the Ashton family's village and had walked in similar forest environments on many occasions. This time was no different. He felt rather nostalgic and not bad. Then he continued on my way for more than an hour. He was walking along the road, wondering if it was time to go, when he finally saw a place that looked like it. Is that it? That's it, no doubt about it. That was the upstream. One of the branches of the river forms a river that leads to the village downstream. The fork is blocked by several fallen trees, and the sound of water leaking between the fallen trees is faintly audible. Some fish were jumping on the ground, perhaps having jumped out of the flooded river. I'll take some home with me on the way back. They say it's important food for the villagers and I don't want it to go to waste. For that reason, I want to do something about the fallen tree as soon as possible. But should I just chop that thing up? My hands stop at the thought of those pieces flowing down the river and injuring villagers downstream. I'll retreat. It's better to lift it up and retreat. Having come to this conclusion, Ren approached the river and avoided the fallen trees one by one from the top. On the way, his clothes got wet from the river water, which caused him to lose his straight face. He regretted that he should have avoided the tree more carefully. I think we should just let nature work its magic, what do you think? Suddenly, a voice came from nearby. Chapter 19, Go Home Early. When Ren looked in that direction to see who it was, he saw the woman in robes with whom he had exchanged words at the guild the other day standing there. Her voice sounded as processed as ever, which made it even easier to recognize her. Ren turned his body toward the woman and furrowed his brow. The woman's clothes were stained with river water and mud. Why are you here? That's my line. Why were you playing in the river when you were supposed to be in Clausel? The woman answered with a confused look. Ren had no way of knowing if she was lying or not. I'm in a bit of a situation. I'm not here to play in the water. It's a legitimate job, but it's hard to be proud when wet like this. But perhaps she liked Ren's disgruntled appearance. She chuckled, held up her finger in the air, and began to twirl it around. I wouldn't want you to catch a cold. In the blink of an eye, Ren's clothes are drying. Even the stains on his clothes disappeared, transforming them into crisp, dry clothes. What was that just now? Phew phew phew. This is a kind of magic that makes your clothes clean. How's that? Isn't it amazing? Obviously, it's not limited to that, I thought. He didn't know that there was magic for that purpose. But, come to think of it, if there was such magic in the legend of the 7 heroes, who would use it? There's no such concept as dirt, so there is no use for it. Does that mean there's magic for daily life that I don't know about? Ren smiled with satisfaction, thinking that he had gained an unplanned and interesting piece of knowledge. Then the woman thought that Ren was pleased and crossed her arms, smiling with pride. Ren finally had a chance to ask. How did you get here? Whether this encounter was a coincidence or not. He asks the woman, who is clearly suspicious, what her purpose was. Naturally, it's unclear whether all of the answers are true. But Ren couldn't help but ask. I'm here on business. Unlike this suspicious-looking outfit, it's a pretty serious job. I see. Ren neither denied nor affirmed his suspicions, but secretly muttered inwardly, you were aware of it. But when he heard that it was a serious job, he was slightly intrigued. What serious job requires a disguise? Not letting my guard down, he tilted his head slightly. But the woman didn't seem to tell him anything more. Her voice was still processed, and the mouth peeking out from the deep hood somehow prevented him from seeing any more parts of her face. After all, those vestments must have had the effect of hiding her appearance. Ren finds no answer, and a brief silence ensues. A third voice changed all of that. Ryou. A short distance from where they were, behind a fallen tree that hadn't fallen into the river, a few monsters were watching Ren and his friend. They were little boars, that was nostalgic for Ren. The little boars, perhaps hungry, approached quietly, emitting low sounds. The disaster must have caused them to run out of food at their usual feeding grounds. Yes, that seems to be the case. As soon as the woman heard Ren's reply, she moved to stand in front of him. Ah, Ren-kun, stay behind me. Ren stepped forward faster than that. As if to protect the woman behind him, he pulled out the iron magic sword he carried at his waist and held it at the ready. The woman who stepped in front of him blinks repeatedly and says, ah, what? Why? Why? What is it? Ren answered without looking away from the little boars that were about to attack him and without turning to look at the woman. From the woman's tone, he could make out that she had a blank expression on her face. Why are you standing in front of me? Well, I'm here to fight. No, that's not why you're standing in front of me. You're standing there as if you're trying to protect me. I'm actually trying to protect you. Isn't that natural? Despite the fact that she was suspicious, Ren's body moves on its own. It's probably a behavior he acquired while spending time with Lisha. Besides being cautious, he found it difficult to be protected by a woman he'd never met before. He was somewhat uneasy about showing his back, so he immediately set out to take down the little boars. Nearby, the woman was still shouting in amazement. I knew you were the hero, after all. The mutterings didn't reach Ren's ears, and he took down the leaping little boars in the blink of an eye. Noticing that the woman in robes was saying something behind him, he tilted his head. Did you say something? Yes. You're cute. I don't know what that means. If I say I'll explain it to you, will you come with me to the capital? No, I'm not coming with you. Hey. What a shame. The woman muttered with deep regret and walked away as if she had no choice. She cleansed the blood on Ren's clothes as she passed him. I have to go. I've been fed up with all the work, but it's been fun meeting you. An abrupt goodbye is said to Ren. Ren reached out a hand to stop her. Wait. We're still talking. I still need to ask her something. I haven't been able to confirm what she suggested about my power at the Adventurers Guild and earlier. But a moment later, as I was about to reach her shoulder. I have to go to the Balder Mountains now, so I'll see you later. A warm breeze blew in front of Ren, forcing him to cover his eyes with his hands for a moment. The next time he opened his eyes, the woman was gone, and the fallen tree he was supposed to be clearing up had disappeared. Ren stood still and thought about the woman who had been so mysterious. Various kinds of magic, and first person. Her friendly way of speaking, which he had come to understand after talking to her once more. Considering all this, Ren could predict a certain person. No way, that woman isn't. But it was hard to believe that she could be in such a rural area. The first thing that came to my mind was that it was none other than the Dean of the Imperial Academy of Military Science. But I was still skeptical. I couldn't conclude that she was the one because a person of her caliber was extremely busy. Hey, why did you decide to leave early? Lisha visited Ren in the guest room at night, as usual. Lisha hadn't been told the reason, but since Ren hadn't been told by Weiss and was allowed to answer if asked, he decided to answer honestly. Actually I met a woman of unknown identity at the Adventurers Guild. I met her again at the upper reaches of the river. It had been less than 6 months since the Jiraku incident, and that he would return home early, just in case. When Lisha was told these stories, she nodded her head. What kind of woman was she? Actually, I have no idea. She was wearing a priest's robe, and she had her hood up so deeply that I couldn't see her face. Even her voice seemed to be processed. When I told these stories to Lisha, she said, "That's certainly suspicious." But she didn't seem worried. "Ren is here, along with Weiss and the other knights." She had full confidence in her voice. "Well, I hope you don't mind if I stay up a little later. Because you don't have any more plans for tomorrow." "Yes. I've brought some things to play with for a bit, if you want to join me." She then brings something from her room. Spread out on the table in the guest room where Ren was a board game board reminiscent of chess or shogi. At first, Ren was losing badly, but then things started to change. Ren got the hang of the game and won again and again, and Lisha showed her natural aversion to losing. When Ren won, she would say, "Again," and they were competing with each other, and before they knew it, the night was getting longer than ever. Book commemorative side story, Lisha's change. In the carriage on the way home, Lisha looked out the window while resting her hands on her chin. It had already been a little over 10 days since she had left the village of the Ashtons, and Clausel was already right under her nose. She was looking out all the way, even after she had gone through the castle gates. Frustrating. All she could think about is this. After 2 standoffs with Ren Ashton, Lisha hadn't once been able to display an antagonistic sword. This has been on her mind for a long time, and she's tormented by an emotion that she has never experienced in her life. "I want to win the next duel. I can't stop thinking like this, but I can't imagine how I can win. After all, there was really nothing I could do. On the contrary, Ren could have been going easy on me. He had the luxury of doing that to myself, who even used sacred magic. Ah, Ku." She banged the window frame with both hands. Weiss, who noticed this, approached from outside the carriage. "Is this about that boy?" "Yes. It's been a while now. I can't stop thinking about that disgraceful thing. He's so strong and I don't even understand how." Lisha's normally mature appearance is somewhat childish for her age, which makes Weiss smile. Weiss, still on his horse, looked out the window at Lisha and smiled so she wouldn't find out. By the way, Weiss was sure that Lisha wouldn't give up here. As if to prove it, she said. "At least stay with me until nightfall today. If I don't start training right away, I'm going to lose my mind. I'll train with you." Weiss, who is usually so busy that he doesn't often accompany her to training, readily agreed. But as soon as she shut up, a confrontation with Ren immediately came to mind. However, this time was a little different from the previous ones. Lisha recalled something about their first standoff. "I win." She remembered Ren, who made a decisive declaration of victory, being so close to her that she could feel his breath. "I recall." "No, it comes back to me on its own. That was an unbelievably close distance. The eyes staring down at me. The neutral face for a boy, and the strength out of proportion to it. The first time I saw him, I was almost in awe of his swordsmanship as he was repeatedly taunting me. I think I probably have the edge in skill, but the strength and causticity that surpasses it took my breath away. I was shocked to learn that it was a boy just like me. I win." Suddenly, Ren's words come back to me once more. In addition, I thought back to the position I was in at the time, and my cheeks heated up on their own. Lisha, however, vigorously shakes her head from side to side and slaps her cheek. "What the? I'm going to say the same line to him next time." Before long, winter came. Lisha returned from the village where Ren lived and went to train as soon as she got home today. Her father, Lessard, laughed at her, saying, "She's so energetic in spite of the cold." Weiss, who had also just returned to the mansion, walked over to him. "I have your report for you, sir. I'll read it later." "So, how did it go this time?" "Lisha seems to have improved a lot in the last few months." Weiss smiled at the question, as if he had a hard time saying it. He then shook his head and replied. "The boy has grown up to be even stronger than the young lady. I don't understand. I think Lisha was strong enough to be considered unbeatable in her own age group, even if you take out the favoritism of her being my daughter. I think you're right. But the boy is even better than that." The surprised Lessard got up from his seat and stood by the window, not quite sure what to make of it. He looked out and saw his daughter, Lisha, training with the knights. Weiss said, "I'll be joining them soon," and Lessard nodded. But even so, he remembered the way Lisha was looking right now. When she returned to the mansion after her first meeting with Ren, she must have been absorbed in training in the same way. Apparently, as Weiss said, the gap in power had widened. From the way the girl was so immersed in training, he could only imagine that she was easily defeated. Someday I, too, would like to meet him. He'd definitely love to talk with a boy who can surpass Saint Lisha Clausel's sword. It's clear that this would be difficult due to the difference in where they live, but he looked forward to the thought that they might meet on some occasion. Lisha is indebted to him, so I should also thank him. Looking down at his daughter, who continues to work hard despite the snow, Lessard prayed that one day her hard work would be rewarded. The training on her first day back home continued into the night. Lisha was satisfied with her work and took a hot bath, and had her hair dried by a servant. I lost again. It's so funny now. You look like you're having a good time, then. Really? I'm still angry at myself for being so inadequate. You may think so, young lady, but look in the mirror. Lisha did as the servant asked and looked in the mirror. The reflection of her own cheeks was relaxed, and she couldn't see the indignation that she had expressed. She could be said to be in a good mood, but she couldn't deny it. I don't think you noticed it yourself, but you seem to be enjoying yourself more than ever when you talk about Rendano, don't you? Not really. Lisha then turned away with a stunned attitude. The servant who was drying her hair found her behavior amusing and giggled. But you had a good time, didn't you? It was. I can learn a lot from dueling with him, so it's a meaningful time. I've heard he's very strong, so it's understandable why you're interested in him. That's not what I'm talking about. Lisha said in a low voice, and dash dot. Just because he's strong doesn't mean it's why I've been dueling a lot. Lisha muttered in a failing manner. The servant was involuntarily titillated by this. This has to be explored further. Then why did you ask for a duel so many times? Because I think his way of thinking is likable, and although it sounds pompous to say, I think he's more gentlemanly and more respectable in character than the children of the aristocrats who have been courting me. Oh, dear. Lisha's lips twitched as she looked through the mirror and saw the servant smiling happily. What is it? Hey, you're trying to make fun of me. No, I'm not trying to make fun of you. No. Look. You're smiling more than usual. The servant squints at Lisha's blushing cheeks in the mirror. Lisha's hair, which was already very dry, shook softly and showed off its silky sheen. Tell me the truth. You were really trying to make fun of me, weren't you? No, I really wasn't trying to make fun of you. If you weren't, then why were you smiling all the time? Lisha, who was still doubtful, was dyed in red up to her neck. Definitely not because of the hot water. Obviously, this is due to an embarrassment that cannot be hidden. Then, if I may be so bold. The servant said as she ran a comb through Lisha's hair. Are you sure that's not the kind of thing you're looking for? That kind of thing? Lisha thought about what this word meant for several tens of seconds. She was puzzled, having her hair brushed by the servant. But a moment after she realized what it meant, I'm not talking about that. That's not what I meant. She uttered an unreliable denial, her face and neck further upturned. Chapter 20, A Clue of the Gift. Time flew by in the blink of an eye after an earlier than planned return home. Ren had been determined to prepare a gift right away, but even after several days back in Clausel, he hadn't been able to do so. He'd been lost. He also had a lot of work to do managing the old building, and he was growing impatient. Dangerous. Another day went by, and it was late afternoon when he was cleaning the old building. The day of Lisha's birthday, which I had heard from Lessard as soon as I got back, was already less than 2 weeks away. This was no longer the time to be cleaning. This was an important job, but the priority should be the gift for Lisha. I can't do this. He hadn't been able to get the cleaning done, which he had been working so hard on, and decided to give it up for the day. As Ren ran out of the old building, he squinted in the late afternoon sunlight and crossed his arms, wondering what he should do. He thought about it and wondered if it would be all right for him to give a gift in his position as the son of a knight. Even if it were, what kind of gift would make her happy? There were so many things to consider that he couldn't come to that conclusion on his own. So, after all this time, Ren decides to turn to a certain person. Then Ren stepped forward. The summer sun was heating up the hallway from the old house to the main residence, and Ren walked around to the garden of the main residence. He headed toward the garden, where he saw Weiss giving the knights a lesson. You are pathetic, young men. Weiss' voice reaches the knights. You can't save the people like this. This winter will definitely be colder than usual. We must consider training with even greater intensity so that we can always be ready to move for our people. The knights nodded at the enthusiastic voice. The knights quickly moved on to a mock battle and continued their training, their voices rising with enthusiasm. I'd better come back later. Not wanting to interrupt the training, Ren turned on his heel. He wanted to go back to the old building and start over. As soon as he thought of that, he heard Weiss's voice. It doesn't sound like you were planning to participate in the training. How's the training going? I can't always be there to guide them because I have other work to do. After saying that, Weiss started walking away with Ren. Ren, walking next to him, was grateful for the time he gave, and waited a bit for him before speaking. He waits for Weiss to finish toweling off his sweat, then spoke. Actually the consultation is, of course, about Lisha. When I asked him about my doubts, Weiss laughed it off, as he always does. What nonsense! How could the young lady not be pleased with a gift from you? But I wondered what it would be in terms of status. For my part, I wonder what your status is. Remember the other day's excursion home? You rode on the same horse with the young lady for a while on the road. Thinking about that, it doesn't matter what your status is. I know it's a little late for that, but I was worried that I might be punished for that, too. Don't worry. I reported it to the master and he laughed. If so, he can be rest assured. This is a slight digression, but it seems that the gift is fine. Or, if you think about it, when Weiss told me about the birthday party, I didn't need to be worried because Weiss didn't tell me anything about it. After all, your concern is what to give her, right? Yes. Something like that. Weiss, however, didn't take it seriously, but shrugged his shoulders. Anything is fine. Since it's a gift from you. The young lady will accept and appreciate anything. Of course, Weiss didn't make the suggestion in a careless manner, but from the heart. As a giver, I'm delighted. That said, Ren can't think of anything that comes to mind. Is there anything that Lisha-sama wants? As I said before, the lady is not a very materialistic person. I'd like to know if there's anything. I really don't care what it is. Weiss folded his arms and looked up to the heavens, looking troubled. But as a few seconds or a dozen seconds pass, Ren begins to feel sorry for relying on him too much. I'm sorry. I guess I have to think for myself. Ren was just about to utter these words when... Speaking of which... Weiss' mouth moves and his face, which had been looking up to the heavens, turns to Ren. I've heard her say before that she wanted a hair ornament. I see. A hair ornament? What kind of hair ornament would look good on Lisha? Since I'm giving it as a gift, I want her to like it. Ren is anxious about the gift until he's pleased with it, but in fact, as Weiss said, Lisha will be basically pleased with Ren's gift. But those on the side must think that it is worth worrying about. That's it right there. Hey let's go again. He thought frantically as he made his way to the house, listening to the heroic voices of the knights coming from the training grounds. I try to picture Lisha in my mind and superimpose the designs I come up with. But nothing seemed to fit. I can't think of anything. Suddenly, Ren looked up at the sky and saw a flock of birds. That was probably a white hawk. He had hunted them during his escape with Lisha, and they were birds with pure white feathers. Watching the flock, Ren stopped and blinked repeatedly. Weiss, who was walking next to him, looked at him curiously and stopped to look up at the sky, then at Ren's face. Unlike before, Ren had a radiant expression on his face. What's the matter? Did you come up with something? Yes. The question is, can I get it? Ren said as he looked up at the white hawk herd. But it's not the white hawks that were on his mind. I wonder if I can do something about that material. It's about a certain material that is related to the white hawks. It was a very difficult material to obtain, but Ren's mind was occupied with that material. He couldn't pay attention to anything else. I may not be able to get it, but I'll talk to the tailor who helped me before, or ask around at the guild. This might work. Ren bowed his head to Weiss with a smile that was not as melancholy as when he began his consultation. He then says that he is going to go out to the town. He plans to go to the two places he just mentioned. I hope you find what you are looking for. Yes. If not, I'll think of something else then. I have to be sure first. Ren bowed to Weiss once more, and then left the main residence of the Clausel family. The sky was beginning to erode into a deep red when Ren arrived at the Adventurers Guild. He was having an early supper here, and his unusual appearance of being a bit distressed caught the attention of the other adventurers. What's the matter, Hirodono? The werewolf, as usual, called out to him. He sat down on the seat opposite Ren and turned his kind eyes on him. You seem to be in trouble, is there anything I can help you with? No. It's a personal matter, so don't worry about it. I don't mind. I am happy to help you, as I was rescued by Hirodono. If you want to thank me, you've already given me money. Don't worry about it. If we can help each other next time we are in trouble, that's all that matters. He said in a calm voice. Ren took advantage of his kindness and decided to answer honestly. There is a material I'm looking for, but it is very difficult to get. Material? Is it a material that even Hirodono would have trouble with? Ren nodded immediately when asked. Or rather, there are more materials that are difficult for Ren to obtain nowadays, but he won't bother to point that out. Actually dash. But Ren mentions the name of the material with a gleam of hope in his voice. Hopefully this werewolf knows a clue and there's a chance he can do something about it himself. Chapter 21, Platinum Feathers, Part 1. I'm looking for platinum feathers. It refers to a material that attracts many women because it shimmers like polished sterling silver. In addition, it's basically only a cash item. When it's processed into equipment, it doesn't have any special effects. But the wolf man was astonished when he heard about it. When you say platinum feathers, do you mean the feathers that White Hawk rarely grows? Ah, please don't say that too loud. For various reasons, I'm looking for it as secretly as possible. I'm sorry. But that feather isn't something that can be obtained through hard work. The platinum feather is not a feather that every white hawk grows. Monsters who are born with a lot of magic power. Not necessarily meaning that they are unique monsters. If compared to other monsters or creatures, they are born with a large or small body, but platinum feathers are those that are rarely produced by such creatures. As you probably know, Hirodano, you have to be really lucky to get one. The reason is that the platinum feather instantly turns into a normal feather as soon as the white hawk with it is killed. The reason is supposedly because the magic power is drained from the feather. And it becomes a normal feather. Also, even if it senses an enemy, it uses its magic power to escape, and thus becomes an ordinary feather in the same way. So, as the werewolf muttered, it's said that the method of obtaining platinum feathers is unknown. Just in general. I've already conquered that point. Ren knows how to obtain it. First of all, the white hawk must be in a full state of hunger, and furthermore, the white hawk must be comatose without being awake. Then, before it wakes up, the platinum feathers are borrowed while it's still alive. There's no need to take its life. In the game era, I met White Hawk and also threw him food while I was still undetected. And then I fed him and put him in a coma. There are two ways to make him comatose, either by magic or by aiming at his head physically. Also, the reason for not having a full stomach is that the magic in White Hawk's body is more stable that way. In addition to these assumptions, and due to the fact that White Hawks are basically hard to hunt monsters, there's generally no known way to artificially obtain platinum feathers. There's no one who can find out how to obtain them. For this reason, all of the items on the market were found by chance. Perhaps they fell out by nature. But why does Hirodano want a platinum feather? I want to use it as a gift. I looked for a place that already sold them, but alas, I couldn't find one. How about sending a letter to the Merchants Association in the capital? I'm sure Hirodano has plenty of money because of the steel-eating gargoyles, and I'm sure you can get them, even if they are a little expensive. Haha. Then it's too late. After all, Lisha's birthday is less than a month away. It would take a long time to send a letter to the Imperial City, and that correspondence would take a long time to be able to buy it. I can't regret the delay in taking action. A gift for the young lady. Something like that. To the werewolf, who smiled kindly, Ren replied shyly. It may not be consistent to send a precious item like a platinum feather to someone who initially you thought you should keep your distance from. But strangely enough, the question never crossed Ren's mind. I want her to be happy because I've gone to the trouble of giving it to her. And considering that it was a gift for the daughter of the Lord who has been making efforts to restore the village, he didn't want to send an inferior item. The problem, however, was that the White Hawk didn't appear very often. I decided to look for it myself, but here comes the problem. You seem pretty sure of yourself. Do you have any leads? No, not at all. Ren replied blankly. I'd rather just start looking for a White Hawk, so it's not all that difficult. I see. You're as active as ever. But I don't know if you can get it, but I know where the White Hawk herd goes. The werewolf's mouth uttered the words he wanted more than anything else. Hearing this, Ren leaned forward on the table. Oh. Is that true? Yes. I'll show you on the map over there. He suggested going to the map by the bulletin board. But Ren was eating. The werewolf noticed this and said, later, but Ren couldn't stay and put the White Hawk information first. He rushed to the map posted on the wall, where he heard the story. Apparently the pack would pass through the eastern forest before noon. I see. The location was another couple of hours back from the rift in the earth where we had visited the other day. If I want to go there, I'll have to leave Clausel earlier than usual to get there in time. I'd love to help with the hunt there, but I have to leave town for a while to take care of some requests myself. Soon after this. The information you gave me is sufficient. But for a while. Yes, that's right. Did you know that the Balder Mountains are unusually cold? Ren nodded immediately. Baron Clausel has sent a request to the guild. We were asked by Baron Clausel to transport firewood and magical tools to the various villages. I heard that it's going to be very cold this winter. I've been an adventurer for a while myself, and I can tell you that this winter is going to be a tough one. Baron Clausel, who decided to move in the summer, is a fast worker after all. If the request is to prepare for that cold weather, I'd rather not ask for more help. Ren thanked him once again and bowed to the werewolf. I'll have to challenge myself from tomorrow. The werewolf is standing next to Ren, who is thinking about the future. The man stared into Ren's eyes, probing for something behind them, and remained silent. I'm sorry. I have to go. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting until just before your departure. Please be careful on the way. Ha ha ha. I told you, I don't really mind. Soon after he said this, he parted from Ren and left the guild. He met up with his fellow adventurers and one of them checking the route for departure turned towards Clausel, as they were to leave in the evening. The foolish kindness is even comical. He muttered secretly, playing with the edges of his mouth. Chapter 21, Platinum Feathers, Part 2. The next morning, Ren left the old house several hours earlier than usual. Arriving at the gate before the sun rose, he greeted the knight who guarded the gate and set off down the street. The morning sun gradually illuminated the area after a short while. Let's do our best, Ren said. Hi Hin. Juroku's former horse neighs. Her name, by the way, is Io. It's the name Ren got from a character in a novel in this world, and the horse already likes it so much that she responds when you call her by that name. It's a female. I've got to hurry, I said while listening to the sound of hoofbeats. I'm going to ask the owner of the store where I bought the clothes to process the platinum feathers when I get them. I'll have to think about the time it will take, so I'll have to hurry to get it in time. Ryou. Don't eat the grass on the side of the road just because you don't know any better. The horse didn't care what Ren said and started to eat the grass on the side of the road. Oh well. Eventually she was satisfied and started walking, so there was nothing to say. Ren gazed deep into the forest that lay just off the road and then looked up to the heavens. He prayed to Elfin, the Lord God, for a good result. Several hours passed. Ren stepped into his planned hunting area, near where the white hawks were passing through the sky. There were several tall trees growing in the area, bearing bright red fruit reminiscent of grapes. The werewolf told me that they are white hawks' favorite food. The story goes that in the mornings, the trees are swarming with white hawks who come to feed on the fruit. Just as well. It saves me the trouble of making the white hawks full. I hid in the woods, using the power of the wooden magic sword to look as natural as possible, so as not to be discovered. The smell of human odor was masked by the scent-eliminating perfume I bought at the Adventurers Guild. Ren hid behind leaves and ivy on a thick branch and thought aloud. The question is, will one with platinum feathers show up? Just as he's concerned, something appears in the sky nearby, moving like a white cloud. There's no doubt about it. It's a flock of white hawks. They are flying straight toward the direction where Ren is waiting. Ren hides himself even more and hides his breath. Soon, the white hawks are aiming at the fruit that grows around them, and they stay on the branches. I wonder if there's... He checks the appearance of each and every bird. But when you think about it, in the game era, you could barely get one after encountering several hundred birds. Moreover, I had to start the battle without being spotted by the white hawks, so it was an item that could be obtained with a probability that was beyond troublesome. Therefore, it was natural that it couldn't be obtained. If I couldn't find it after many searches, I'd have to give up and prepare another gift. While I was thinking about it, the white hawks changed their positions in place. At first I tried to count how many birds there were, but gave up halfway through. The first group left after a few minutes, and then another group came in to replace it. However, I couldn't find anything at all. I couldn't find platinum feathers, even though there were dozens of them and over 100. Anyway, as I thought earlier, it was natural. No wonder, considering the odds in the game days. He wasn't certain if it was indeed reckless, and he began to laugh. Suddenly. It was sunlight reflected somewhere. But there should be nothing to reflect, and Ren looked toward the direction where the dazzling light arrived. Frankly, I thought it was impossible. In an instant, the thought that it would be extremely difficult to find disappeared, and his eyes were caught by a lone white hawk, which was eating fruit at the end of his line of sight. There it was, a white hawk with gleaming tail feathers. Kuromaku. Ren's heart beats fast, and his hand sweats as he grips a thick branch. There you are. His eyes are glued to the white hawk, which is eating a fruit. Seeing the platinum feathers that asserted its presence with its tail feathers, I knew I had to get it no matter what. To do so, I had to put that individual into a coma before it flew away. However, Ren aimed a stone at White Hawk's head and was about to throw the stone he had brought with him. Wait a minute. The first one that finished its meal flew into the sky, followed by one and then another. The one with platinum wings flapped its wings in the same way, and it let go of the tree from which it had been standing. Ren's aim was off in an instant, as he's not a good thrower to begin with. If he forced his aim and missed, he would lose the platinum feathers. That's it. Realizing that coma by throwing a projectile would be difficult, however, Ren comes up with another means. The first thing he did was to summon the thief's magic sword, attach it to his finger, and with all the strength he could muster, he kicked the thick branch to which he had entrusted his body. Kuromaku. The sound of him leaping into the air caught its attention, and the white hawk I was aiming at almost turned around. But just before he finished turning around. This is the only way. Ren's arm swung down a moment later, and a gust of wind caressed the white hawk's body. Gaur. Kuromaku. The surrounding white hawks all cried out at once, and flapped their wings in a panic to get away from Ren, who had suddenly appeared. Ren, who had leaped into the air, looked up at them as he fell. No fear of falling. Ren swung the wooden magic sword he had summoned toward the earth, creating tree roots and ivy, and fell to it. As the ivy, stretched somewhat playfully, caught Ren's body, he recognized the feeling that was at hand. Please let it be that feather. I had the feeling that I had stolen something, but I was too afraid to look and shied away. So it was only after a few dozen seconds that I was able to confirm it. I opened the palm of my hand, which I brought to my face, and fluttered, and a few feathers landed. Haha. The dry laugh was due to my nervousness and thirst. But the joy on his cheeks was exceptional. Perhaps I've used up all the luck I've had in my life. Platinum feathers are scarce. How miraculous it would be to obtain it with a thief's magic sword, which can take an item with probability, if calculated well. Ren looked at the platinum-plated feathers that fell to his chest, and his whole body trembled with a joy he had never felt before. Chapter 22, On the Eve of the Party. While working hard to process the platinum feathers I'd acquired, while also cleaning up the old building, which had remained untouched, my daily life was again passing by in a flurry. Before I knew it, several days passed, and then several days again. Eventually, a few days before Lisha's birthday party was to be held, Ren received a message from the owner of the store where he had bought the outfit, saying that the hair ornament was ready. Thank you very much for the other day. I was so surprised that I almost lost my mind, but there was a part of me that thought that if it was you, Rendano, then. The owner of the store smiled at Ren as he said this. I'm amazed at your luck, Rendano. Ahaha. I was surprised myself. I'm certain you have the blessing of the Lord Elfin, Rendano. Now, then, for the item you requested. The owner of the store placed a small wooden box on the counter separating the two of them. The first time I heard of a platinum feather, was when I was training in the imperial capital. I heard of a child finding one. It's not surprising when you think about it, but when it was found by none other than Rendano, I feel a sense of destiny. He held out the crate to Ren. And besides, it's been a long time since I've enjoyed my day job. Hey? Your day job isn't making clothes. In fact, my main business is the production of jewelry. I learned sewing in order to take over this store, but I am good at what I do. That's why the store owner accepted Ren's request to make hair ornaments. The cost of making them wasn't cheap, but hearing that it was his main business fueled his anticipation. It's a good thing I killed the steel-eating gargoyles. It was a worthwhile job as you might think. However, since the material was rare, I was prepared to pay for it. If it was worth the expenses, it was a good thing. So I decided not to think about the details. If Lisha was happy, that was all that mattered. Well, Rendano. Please take a look. The shopkeeper asked him to check the hair ornament. The hair ornament he had completed in about a week, despite the short notice. If you look closely, you can see that the shopkeeper's eyes are made up, but even so, there are glimpses of tiredness, such as dark circles, that cannot be hidden. However, Ren thought it would be tactless to mention this, so he took advantage of the shopkeeper's kindness and bowed his head quietly. Ren reached for the lid of a wooden box on the counter and quietly opened it. Between the lid and the crate, the figure of a hair ornament gradually comes into view. It was a beauty worthy of the hair of Saint Lisha. Ren spent the rest of the day busy. Night after night, he learned party etiquette from the servants in the kitchen of the main residence, trying to save Lord Lessed's face. This continued until the night before the party. By the way, I have a question for Rendano. The servant who was giving Ren the last instruction that night said. I thought it would be a good opportunity to ask you why you also asked the butler how to welcome our guests. Of course, it's for tomorrow's party. I'm only a member of the Ashton family, so I thought I might have the opportunity to learn and help with those things as well. I haven't been asked to do any work yet, but I couldn't help but learn if no one was available and I might be asked to do something. Basically, I don't think so, but it was just a precaution. But... oh dear. The servant put his hand on his cheek and tilted his head in trouble. I'm not sure if you've heard this, but as for the birthday party here at Clausel, there'll be no guests from the outside. Dash. If it had been held in a town near the capital, guests would have invited without a doubt. But Clausel is far from any large town or territory. In the meantime, merchants and others who visit this town sometimes come to say hello. However, they only visit until the night of the birthday party, and those guests generally finish their visits during the day. In other words, it's not an event like a night party where aristocrats gather. It's a gathering for those who are in the main residence to celebrate. In any case, I had a lot of good experiences this time. I had a lot of fun. Rendano was very enthusiastic and it was worthwhile for me to teach you. The learning experience itself was not bad. Although Ren was slightly taken aback, he bowed to the servant. Come to think of it, no one had a job like that. It all makes sense now. No wonder there were no preparations for guests and no ostentatious decorations in the hall. I'm glad I could be of help. Now that we're finished for the day, is there anything else on your mind? No, I'm fine. The servant smiled and left Ren after he shook his head and said, thank you very much for today. Ren also decided to return to the old building shortly. He exhaled and followed the servant out of the kitchen. Fwa, sleepy. These days, in addition to the time he spends learning from the waiters, he's also busy managing the old house and preparing the gift for Lisha, as well as the imperial swordsmanship that Weiss is teaching him. Perhaps because of this, he felt like he could fall asleep at any moment if he let himself. A school, hey. I'm now being instructed in imperial swordsmanship, but it would be a good experience if I had a chance to be exposed to other styles. Especially for Alicia. Ren also has one of his goals to become stronger, so he would welcome the opportunity. The question is when that opportunity will be. As someone who knows that strength that planted bad memories in my mind, I'd love to learn the hard sword technique. If this is the case, I'd have to ask someone who uses the hard sword technique to teach me how to use it, but I felt that it would be difficult because there aren't many people who use it. There must be people other than those in the game era who can use it, but it seems to be difficult if you don't have any connections with them. I'm not even sure if I have the aptitude for it in the first place. As I was thinking about I saw Lisha who I'd been thinking about earlier. She's looking at me so hard. Lisha was gently peeking at Ren from the corner and asking him how he was doing. Naturally, she cannot be ignored. In the first place, she was in the corridor where Ren was heading to the old building. Excuse me, Lisha-sama. Lisha hid her figure as he approached, but when Ren came to the corner, she was standing with her back against the wall at the end of the corridor. Oh, Ren. What a coincidence. I mean, you were looking at me just now, weren't you? No, I wasn't. I wondered what was wrong with Lisha's behavior, but if she wouldn't talk, I had no choice. So, just when I was about to give up. Hey, why have you been going to the kitchen these days? Apparently, Lisha was just curious about what Ren was doing. As he didn't have to hide anything from her, he answered honestly. He told her about what he was renting the kitchen for and how he was slightly shrugging it off because there were no guests. Hey. Then I would have taught you. Lisha's lips pouted cutely, and Ren smiled indescribably. I'd like to ask you a question. Yes. What is it? You were just trying to make sure of that, weren't you? Lisha immediately nodded. I wanted to talk to you before I went to bed, but I couldn't find you. The way she sulked today was even cuter than usual. What should I do? Tomorrow is the day of the birthday party, so I feel Lisha should go to bed early. However, I thought it would be harsh to tell her to go to bed here. If you don't mind, would you like to see the results of what I've learned? What do you mean? Apart from various manners, I also learned how to make tea from the servant. By the way, I have no confidence that you will be satisfied with my performance. I'm really glad you invited me, but I didn't think that you'd say you didn't have any confidence. In front of Ren, who said it as if he had reopened the door, Lisha let out her true feelings. However, there is also something very Ren-like about that freshness. Actually, I only learned it for like a few days. It's okay. I'm looking forward to it. After hearing the answer, Ren returns to the kitchen with Lisha. Later, Ren's demonstration of his tea skills was surprisingly well received, which secretly relieved him. Delicious. But it might be a little bitter. Lisha was smiling despite her assessment that the tea might be a little bitter. She didn't tell Ren, but by the time she had finished the tea, she felt a lingering regret about it. Chapter 23, I was nervous. The next day was, after all, crowded with visitors during the day. To celebrate Saint Lisha's birthday, for example, merchants based in Clausel, old friends of Lessett's, and civil servants registered with public institutions in Clausel, among others, came to visit. As Ren watched, he thought. Nobles' birthdays are so hard, aren't they? The reason he thought that was because he was reminded of his own birthday experience. In the case of Ren's birthday, there weren't as many visitors as Lisha's. The villagers, including the pharmacist, Grandma Riggs, would bring in vegetables, and there was nothing formal about it. In the evening, it was just his parents and him at the dinner table, so it was nothing like Lisha's birthday. Soon, the sun was setting. Ren hadn't seen Lisha once that day. He knew where she was, but he hadn't been able to see her because of the number of visitors. Ren was also helping the waiters with their work, so they must have passed each other. Was she tired? He wondered as he went to the old building to change his clothes. I never thought I'd see the day when they'd be useful. Lisha had given him those clothes before the summer. He put on the jacket tailored to his body and stood in front of the mirror left in the old building. The black fabric, too casual to be called a tailcoat, has a pale checkered pattern overlaid on it. With slacks made of the same fabric, he looked like a nobleman's son at first glance. Don't forget this either. He slipped a long, thin box containing a gift into the inside pocket of his jacket. Unlike the outer box, this box was prepared by the owner of the store for the occasion. When it is tucked in, the chest area floats slightly, but the float is not so much as to be sloppy, it's only noticeable if you pay attention to it. Then he muttered, "All right. Let's go." I said, and left the room I usually use. As I opened the door of the old building and went outside, I could see the sky as the evening light was falling. Combined with the light leaking from the windows of the main residence, it was a somewhat fantastic nightscape. Ren enjoyed the night view for a little while, and then headed for the main residence, making footsteps in his leather shoes, which were made for formal wear that he wasn't used to wearing. The slacks rubbed against his knees and thighs and felt good against his skin despite the thick, firm fabric. His jacket, which he had only worn a few times, felt tight around both shoulders. Oh! Weiss said this when he saw Ren just after arriving at the main residence. He was seen by other knights and scratched his cheeks in embarrassment. It looks good on you. You look like the hero Lauren with your gallantry. When Weiss said this, I thought you were the son of some nobleman. It's a good match. Perhaps you should show it to your parents sometime. After hearing these words of praise, Ren deliberately cleared his throat and straightened his posture. You're all looking different from usual today, aren't you? It's a knight's uniform, I guess. At first glance, he's dressed in what appears to be a military uniform, and he carries a sword at his waist as usual. Weiss said that it is customary for knights to wear such attire at parties they attend. Ren and Weiss proceeded to the hall where the birthday party was to be held. I was actually waiting for you, boy. Me. I haven't heard what you decided to give her, but it looks like that bulge on your chest is a gift in itself. I don't mind if he knows, but I didn't expect him to realize it so easily. As you may have guessed, what does that have to do with you waiting for me? Then Weiss smirks and chuckles. In past years, I, as the representative of the knights and the servants, have been the one to present the gift for the young lady. I see. No, you will go after us. When the unexpected words are returned, Ren gives a curt response. He even smiled nervously. There's a gift from a boy like no other. I don't know what to say in front of the servants. What's he talking about? It was rude, but Ren couldn't help thinking. The master of the house usually gives the gift at the end of the ceremony. I want you to be in charge before that. I have many things to say against this. Mainly, I would like to argue with you about the fact that you have forgotten that I'm also a servant of the Clausel family. Yet? Well, that's like you, boy. The nearby knights who heard Weiss' abstracted words laughed. Ren smiled nervously. Were you serious when you said that just now? I'm serious. I'm sorry that I seem to have entrusted you with a big role out of the blue. Anyway, it's the young lady's birthday party tonight, right? So I want to make sure she likes it. Ren agrees with that. If I can make her happy by serving as the grand caterer, then there is no mistake that I should do so on this day. As Weiss says, we should respect the consciousness of the leading lady of the day. Funny. I'm as nervous as I was when I faced Thief Wolfen. I'm obviously exaggerating, but I'm incredibly nervous. A pitiful voice leaked out. I was so nervous that I almost got heartburn and reached for my left chest. Weiss smiles gently as he sees Ren gently rubbing his own chest. To see the boy behaving in a boy-like manner. Please don't get me wrong. I'm still a boy. Ren was rubbing his chest as he had been before, while speaking somewhat provocatively. Still, his face doesn't show the usual dignity. Today, he was just a smiling, nervous boy to the point it was heartwarming. No, the way you act day in and day out makes one forget that you're a child at all. Then, please take this opportunity to reconfirm it. Unlike usual, his tone was a little cocky, but Ren himself was unaware of this. But hearing those words, Weiss and the other knights' cheeks relaxed even more. Ren Ashton, the hero who survived the long journey of escape and defeated the assassins released by Viscount Givens who Lisha boasted about. Chapter 24, Tears of a Saint. At the far end of the hall, a table is set like a dais. It's a gorgeous seat surrounded by colorful flowers and numerous gifts. As the people gathered here chat over glasses of wine, today's headliner appears. Lisha Clausel seemed to shine in Ren's eyes. Her silver hair, with a color reminiscent of purple crystal amethyst, shone brightly against her crimson dress. Her fairy-like appearance, unchanged, now resembled that of a noble princess. Come on, Lisha. She was being led by her father, Lessard, with a dignified yet dainty smile on her face as she was applauded by everyone. Suddenly, Ren's gaze met hers. Does it look good on me? She asked this with just a movement of her lips, and Ren responded in the same way, it looks good on you, with just a movement of his lips. Lisha then moved her lips, it looks good on Ren too. Eventually she takes her seat. Then everyone picks up a new glass, and the head of the family, Lessard, sees it and spoke. The Clausel family is what it is today thanks to Ren. Lisha has turned 11 years old today. I thank everyone who has gathered for this evening from the bottom of my heart. Standing next to Lisha, Lessard said these words, and finally signaled a toast. My dear lady. Congratulations. On behalf of the servants, the butler went to hand over the gift. Following the words of the butler, a man of great age, the servants gathered here also expressed their congratulations. Lisha received them happily. The items she received from the butler appeared to be several articles of clothing. They're lovely. Did you all pick them out for me? Of course we did. Amazing. Speaking of Eupheme, isn't it a big city ruled by the Marquis Ignat? If this is the place where the royal family is said to frequent, there must surely be some gems there that would charm any young lady. At the thought, a bead of sweat trickled down Ren's neck. As one would expect from a saint. Her gifts are also special. My lady. We, the knights, have also prepared a gift for you. Weiss picked up the gift that had been prepared in advance near Lisha's seat and held it out in front of her. The lady has been wanting this for a long time. I got it from a store in the Imperial City that I worked with when I was a Knight of the King's Guard. Really? Thank you. His time as a Knight of the King's Guard. A Knight of the King's Guard is, in fact, the highest rank of knights in the service of the country of Liomel. Except for the generals, the only other knights above that are the captains of the King's Guard and the guards of each member of the royal family. He had no idea that Weiss was such a person, and he was stunned again. Well. In any case, it was time to go. According to the prior arrangement, it was his turn to present the gift. He pretended not to notice the growing tension as he walked forward, approaching Lisha one step at a time. I guess I'm next. Lessard said. He, too, begins to hand Lisha the gift he had prepared in advance. Ren, who was about to go towards Lisha, stopped dead in his tracks. Seeing this, one of the knights who had been asking about the situation said. I'm sorry. We didn't expect this. Perhaps Lessard-sama thinks I haven't prepared a gift for her. No, perhaps he's acting as if he's certain that you've prepared a gift. Look at the master. The knight told him to look at Lessard. When he did, Lessard secretly looked at him and laughed. Well, okay. The first thing that comes to my mind is that it's not manly to be too frightened and flinch. I slapped my cheeks to get into the spirit. I couldn't see what Lessard had given her, but no matter who gave her what, it wouldn't change the course of events from here on out. On the contrary, I decided to consider that I didn't see a surprising item. Okay. The sound of Ren's footsteps echoed in the air. The hall was crowded with the voices of others, but somehow only Ren's footsteps reverberated through the air. Then, noticing the sound, Lessard retreated to Lisha's side. The knights and servants cleared the way and led both Ren and Lisha out. Lisha walked herself to the front of the table to get closer to Ren, who was looking over the table. The two faced each other in the center of the great hall. They both cringed at each other and took a dozen seconds before uttering the next phrase. But firmly, Ren spoke. Congratulations. The dress looks good on you. Hearing this, Lisha's head tilted back in embarrassment. You told me that earlier as well. Ah. I thought it'd be better to do it directly. When I thought it was too much, Lisha said. Thank you. I'm glad. Her voice was different from usual and somewhat impregnated with heat. But the two of them fell silent in the face of this exchange. However, the air between them was not depressing at all. In fact, they seemed to be enjoying even the silence. I have a gift for you, too. Lisha blinked repeatedly. For me? Well, if anyone is going to give it to you here, it's only me, Lisha-sama. I've been giving you a lot of trouble. I don't think so, so don't worry about it. A different kind of awkwardness begins to drift between the two. But Lisha's expression was shimmering. There is certainly some hesitation as to whether she should really receive it. On the other hand, she also remembered the inexpressible joy of receiving a gift from Ren. She had been happy when she had received a dress before, but now it was her birthday, it was even more special. She was worried that Ren would find out that her heart was beating so fast. Would you accept this gift? Yes. Lisha nodded happily in response. His hand inserted into the inside pocket of the jacket and finally reached the wrapped box. Carefully taking it out and holding it in both hands so as not to crush it. To Lisha, who's in front of him, more gorgeous than a flower. Happy birthday! I added a few words of congratulations and handed her the box containing the gift I had prepared for her. Lisha brought the box to her chest and hugged it with both hands. But she quickly pulled it away from her chest, stared at the box, and then turned her passionate eyes to Ren. Thank you. Can I look at this? Of course. I hope you like it. What are you talking about? I'm confident that I would be more pleased with this gift than any other, even if it were the only gift I received. I'm glad you care, but that would be rude to the others. So Lisha, too, is half serious and half joking. It was only to relieve Ren's tension and to let him know that she was that happy. The knights and servants weren't offended and laughed at her joke. And Lessard was also watching them, looking forward to seeing what Ren had given her. What is it? Lisha mumbles as she unwraps the ribbon from the wrapping. The first thing that she noticed immediately was that the wrapping was from her favorite store. So, would it be something from that store? She put her hand on the lid with a leaping heart, wondering what Ren had really given her. And opened it. The glittering feather ornament inside reflected the light of the chandelier in a chaste manner. Lisha was speechless. She knew immediately what it was, even though it was the first time she had ever seen it. A single tear trickled down her cheek. It should have been just a tear, but it was filled with a beauty similar to that of a jewel. What should I do? She wiped the tear running down her cheek with her fingertip. I'm so happy, I feel like I'm going to die. Tears overflowing from her jade eyes wet the fingertips of her skin, which was white like fresh snow. Her thinly rouged lips are lifted to her cheeks, creating a smile. Lisha Clausel, the saintly woman, is long gone. There was only one girl, delighted by the gift. Chapter 25, A Change in Consciousness. Seeing Lisha so delighted, Ren feels a definite sense of relief. She definitely liked the gift. Every gesture she showed him up close proved it. It'll be bad if you are going to die, so should I get you something else? It was an unmanly joke, I thought to myself, but it was a light joke that I let slip because I was so pleased and had a little more time on my hands. Or maybe it was just a joke to hide my embarrassment. No. I'm never, ever giving it back to you. Listening to their exchange, those around them were keenly curious as to what the gift was. However, no one tactfully interrupted them, and they were still watching the exchange dash. Hey, if you don't mind, can you put it on? Lisha's request changed the situation. Ren, who wasn't sure if he should touch Lisha's hair in front of the public, agreed to her wish because it was her request and it was her birthday. Ren takes the hair ornament out of the box and brings it to Lisha's hair. I wonder if it's like this. Lisha's hair was well groomed and in order without the need for a hand comb. Therefore, Ren only had to pay attention to the position of the hair ornament, which was decorated with platinum feathers, when he put it on. The silky hair that adorned it was finally seen by everyone assembled. This was the decisive moment that took everyone by surprise. Wah dash. First, Lesid's eyes widened in surprise. Wise. Isn't that a platinum feather? Where the hell did Ren get it from? I don't understand either. Before long, Weiss made sense of the situation. He remembered that the other day, when Ren was worried about Lisha's birthday, Ren went to the Adventurers Guild after receiving advice from him. So, Ren had been looking for a platinum feather since that time. So he didn't buy it, but found it on his own. Hearing Weiss' mutterings, Lesard was even more astonished. Lisha, unaware of their surprise, asked Ren. Does it look good on me? Lisha asked shyly. Yes, it looks great on you. Ren answered without a pause. Lisha's figure, which caught everyone's attention, looked even more radiant. Her platinum feather hair ornament, which was tucked slightly behind her ears, reflected the light from the chandelier as she walked lightly. Father! Look! Ren gave me such a beautiful gift. Ah! It looks good on you. No, it's really a magnificent item. I didn't expect so much. Lesard continued to marvel at the unexpected gift. Unaware of this, Lisha was flattered to be told that it looked good on her. She began to show off her hair ornament to the servants, and every time they complimented her, she looked at Ren and smiled a jeweled smile. After that, Ren was questioned by Lesard and Weiss. How did he get it? Ren replied that he was just lucky. In fact, in this world, the platinum feather is a thing that can only be obtained if you are lucky. That's probably why. The two men who questioned him didn't ask any more questions, and Ren didn't mention that he knew how to obtain the feather. Then they moved from the hall of the main residence to the old house, where they were on the balcony. I can't believe I got to spend my birthday like this. Lisha's voice echoed across the balcony at night. The birthday party was already over, but right after the party, Lisha's idea was to have an after-party. My father was really surprised. I was asked a lot of questions and it was hard. Of course. My father must have been very interested in it, since you gave me such a wonderful and amazing gift. Lisha said and reached for the cup of tea that Ren had brewed. The old balcony is beautiful because Ren has taken care of it and also brought in a new table, so it has the atmosphere of a small ballroom. Lisha is smiling happily here, her platinum feather hair ornament shimmering in her hair. By the way, Lisha-sama. Yes. What is it? She smiled prettily from her seat on the balcony overlooking the star-filled sky. Before you came here, I thought you said you had something to do with me. Immediately after Lisha's birthday party, she, the star of the day, had uttered these words. When she invited Ren to the old building, she mentioned that she had one more thing to do. Yes. Lisha nodded as if to prove Ren's prediction. Then she picked up something that she had placed at her feet. This is dash. She puts it on the table and offers it to him. This was something Lisha had taken from her room before coming to the old house. It's something covered in pure white silk, and the identity of the gift is still unknown. I know it took me a while, but I picked it out properly. I never expected to receive a gift from the birthday girl. Surprised, Ren asked Lisha, may I see it? Lisha's cheeks were so red and flushed that even at night you could see it. She looked like me a few minutes ago. Ren saw Lisha's nervousness and thought back to his own embarrassment. Lisha nodded her head without saying it out loud. And when he saw that Lisha turned her head down, he couldn't stop thinking that he had to see the gift and tell her how he felt about it as soon as possible. Ren reached for the cloth in front of him and inspected it, surprised at how soft it felt against his skin. Before long, what reflected on his eyes was, "Is this?" It reminded him of the dagger that Weiss had given him the night he learned about encampments, a dagger that could be used to make fire by rubbing the bottom of its handle. I had lent it to Lisha during the battle with Juroku, and it had been lost somewhere since then. The dagger that Lisha-sama said she would definitely return. Lisha nodded again without saying it out loud. The dagger in the white scabbard in front of him. The handle was also white, but looking at the golden decorations on the handle and the tip of the scabbard, I could imagine how fearless I would look when I carried it on my hip. It was such a gem. It looks like an expensive item, but it was nothing like this. You don't want it? Lisha looked up and asked in an anxious voice with bright red cheeks. Her eyes were slightly moist with tears, as if they were about to spill out. Ren, realizing his mistake, said, "I'm sorry," and continued. "I'm really glad. Really. I won't lie. I'm embarrassed to admit that I was even imagining how cool it would be to carry it on my hip." The anxiety vanished from Lisha's cheeks and she chuckled. "I just didn't expect it to come back as such an expensive-looking item. So I was surprised before I was happy." Lisha turned her head in a pout and rested her cheek on the table. Her profile is sternly discontented to hide her embarrassment, but it is cute because she remains upbeat. "I wanted to celebrate your birthday, too. Ren's birthday is in the spring, but this year's celebration has already taken place in his native village, so he'll have to wait until next year to celebrate his next birthday." When Lisha learned of this fact, she was shocked in her room. But then she remembered the dagger she was going to return and came up with the idea of giving it as a nice birthday gift. "I couldn't wait until next year. That's why I thought we should give it together today." Pu, cuckoo. Ha. Why are you smiling? Lisha leans forward on the table as Ren secretly laughs at the teasing in front of her. But he was still smiling. Lisha's eyes are caught by a smile that feels familiar, not the adult-like appearance she is used to. "I'm sorry. I just realized that we've both been nervous all day." What? Is it no good if I get nervous? I'm not saying you shouldn't be. It's just, you know, I thought we were more alike than I thought, and it was kind of funny. Lisha couldn't disagree with Ren's words, which were still laced with laughter. She was pleased to hear that they were so similar, and she was fascinated by the way Ren laughed, which she didn't see very often. But embarrassment was another story. This time, the realization that she had been nervous all day caused her to reach the limit of her shame and she covered her face with her hands. "I don't know anymore. I'm not nervous." She plopped her upper body down on the table and tried to hide her embarrassment by moving her legs back and forth. Eventually, both of her legs came to a halt. After Ren thanked her for the dagger, she heard what he said without a second thought. "I look forward to working with you in the future." There was no special meaning, and it should have been just as he said it. However, Lisha slowly looked up. From now on. She looked up at Ren in the same position she was in, and her eyelids were filled with large tears. "I'll take your word for it." "Gee. Why are you crying? But there is not the slightest hint of sadness on Lisha's face. On the contrary, there was a clear sense of glee in the air. "It's a secret. I'll never, ever tell you, who laughed at my nervousness." Lisha was happy. That's all. Ren had been trying to distance himself from her until a year ago, and being told by him that he would always be there for her was an inexpressible joy that ran through her entire body. But as she said before, this is a secret. It's because she wanted to get back at him for laughing at her, and also because she saw Ren in a hurry to take care of himself, and she wanted to be a little more lenient with his kindness like that. Chapter 26, Since it got cold before. Some time has passed since Lisha's birthday. It was around this time that winter began to appear in most parts of the Liumal Empire. Even in Yufim, the White Crown, a large city far from Clausel where Ren lives, the leaves had fallen from the roadside trees and the branches were beginning to be lightly covered with snow. A guest was visiting Marquis Ignat's mansion, a grand mansion that sits on a hillside in Yufim. "Please wait." The guest was stopped by a knight standing in front of the main gate. "Excuse me, do you have an appointment?" The knight in the service of the Marquis Ignat carefully assesses the visitor, because if he disrespects the visitor here, he'll disgrace his Lord Ignat. That's why the knight tried to respond politely even if the other party didn't show their face. The other party was covered in a robe and deep hoods. "Oh, I'm sorry." The visitor removed their hood in a panic. Then she shows it to the knight. The face is filled with breathtaking beauty and a somewhat fairy-like loveliness. And her golden hair, which was as shiny as silk. "It's me. I don't have an appointment, but I hope you don't mind." The knight caught sight of the guest's figure and bowed his head in shock. I beg your pardon. I had no idea it was you. No, it's fine. I'm the one who hid my figure, so don't worry about it. Thank you for your kind words. Now, please come in. The Lord is at work, but if he hears that you're here, he will be sure to see you. The knight then leads the unexpected guest into the mansion. As they walk across the well-appointed and beautifully landscaped gardens, the other servants notice their appearance and bow their heads. Some stopped to salute, others scrambled to prepare tea. The guest smiled apologetically, but everyone's appearance remained the same. The two made their way through the ornate mansion. It was spacious inside, and it was large enough to be called a small castle, but the Marquis d'Ignat placed the rooms he used immediately after entering the mansion, so his office was not far away. When they arrived at his office, Edgar was waiting for them at the door. It's been a long time, Edgar. It's been a long time, too. I saw you earlier and was waiting for you here. As soon as Edgar finished with the pleasantries, he took over from the knight. He knocked on the door of the Lord's office and was immediately answered. Come in. Edgar then opened the door and invited his guest to enter. The jet-black carpet that covered the entire floor filled the entire field of vision. However, the room did not seem too dark with the silver furnishings. The room gave the impression of being somewhat cold, but it was elegant without being gaudy. Good afternoon, Marquis Ignat. As soon as the guest entered his office, she said. It's been a long time, Clino. Tien, changed Grenois Highland to Clino because it was changed in the Ross. Marquis Ignat says, leaving his desk at the far end of the office, in front of the window. The guest, Clino, smiling apologetically, walked to the sofa where Marquis Ignat urged her to sit down. I'm sorry for coming on such short notice. No. If it's Clino-sama, you are welcome. Oh, look, Edgar. Can you arrange tea and something sweet? No, no need to worry about that. Actually, I'd like Edgar to join us. All right, Edgar, would you please direct the other servants? Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. Edgar then leaves the room at once, following the instructions of his master. After giving light instructions to his subordinates, he returned to the office within a few dozen seconds. He then took his place behind the lord, who was seated opposite Clino. What is the matter today? I heard that Clino-sama had left the imperial capital on urgent business. Oh, you knew about that. Well, I don't even know the nature of your business. Phew, that's a secret. Seeing Clino laughing proudly, Ignat shrugged. I thought it was. By the way, what can I do for you today? I don't have any business. I was just passing by and thought I'd drop by. Ah, but you know. Clino continued. I'm not really on an errand, but I had a question I wanted to ask Edgar. Oh? For me? Yes. That's why I asked you to join us. What is it that you want to ask our Edgar? The two men questioned Clino, and she gave her reasons without pause. I want to ask you about the work Edgar did in the spring. I see, was it about the time I went out to Clausel? But, Clino-sama. I believe that the Lord reported the matter to the imperial capital at that time. I've read the report of Marquis Ignat, too. I'm not really interested in what Viscount Givens himself has to say. I think it would be better for me to stay out of political matters. Then why did she ask? To the newly questioning pair, Clino finally tells them the truth. Can you tell me about Ren-kun? Then, Marquis Ignat and Edgar's eyebrows twitched. They were unsure of the significance of Ren's name coming out of Clino's mouth, and a slight sense of caution settled in their hearts. But they soon found out. Ha ha ha. I'm not surprised if two of you are being very cautious. And this fast-paced reply took their breath away. May I ask you a question? What? What's it? Why are you seeking information about Ren Ashton? Ignat asked, and Clino was at a loss for an answer. Ignat asked the reason sincerely and mysteriously, but under the influence of this, Clino swallowed her light-hearted reply, I'm very fond of Ren-kun. As you may know, only a few have been informed of my daughter Fiona's illness, but I have shared with you that Fiona was taken care of by the Clausel family because I asked you for help when I was looking for materials from Thief Wolfen. Yes. I'm sorry I couldn't help you then. The Thief Wolfen is a monster that's rare. Let's take a break from the conversation. The two who had been conversing sipped the tea that had arrived and moistened their thirsts. I owe a great debt of gratitude to Ren Ashton, to the Ashtons, and to the Clausels. So I don't feel comfortable giving information about them without knowing why. Marquis Ignat is a great nobleman who has won many political battles through his belly game at the center of the great nation of Liomel. In the eyes of Marquis Ignat, there was a breathtaking pressure that was different from his military might. But Clino is also one of a handful of powerful people. If she wanted to, she could turn all of Yufim into scorched earth. She wasn't going to back down. The problem is that the reason she wanted to ask about Ren was personal. I've met Ren-kun. There was no point in hiding it anymore. She decided to be honest and tell them the reason why she wanted to talk about him. You've met Ren Ashton. Marquis Ignat, who had been exuding pressure earlier, was instantly stunned. Yes. It was a coincidence, really. Oh. You mean you went to Clausel? Yes, on business. So it was just a coincidence that I met him. She told them the story. She told them about the first time she met Ren, how they met again in the forest, and how he killed 2 steel-eating gargoyles by himself. And how they met again in a village near the Balder Mountains, and how he protected her. I've only ever had my father protect me. That was great. It made me so happy. At this point, Edgar and Marquis Ignat got the gist of the situation. The woman didn't want anything in particular to do with Ren Ashton, but simply wanted to talk about him because she liked him. Therefore, with Marquis Ignat's permission, Edgar began to tell his story. He told of the miraculous act that Ren Ashton had performed during that riot in Clausel. It's really amazing. Not only is he that pretty and strong, but he's also very smart. I'm sorry I couldn't give you a better description of Rendano. Yes? Why? Because he was covered in wounds. The last word came from the mouth of Marquis Ignat. Ren, who had returned to Clausel after the battle with Juroku, was riding the same horse, supported by Lisha. Edgar still remembers the sight of Ren uttering those sharp words. But Ren was soon quarantined for recuperation, so he only got to see Ren's appearance for a short time. The 3 of them talked about Ren for a while. The sky outside the window was soon covered by the night sky. I should get going. Kleno said and got up from the sofa. Why don't you stay the night? Fiona would love it. As much as I'd like to, I have to get back to the Imperial City on the magic ship tonight. But I think I'll go see Fiona-chan. Lord. I will guide Kleno-sama. He'll take you to her. Then I'll just go and get ready to see you off. After everyone had thus left the office, Edgar took Kleno and went to Fiona's. Where's Fiona? She is in her room today, studying until the evening. He was afraid that Kleno might disturb her, but she wanted to check on Fiona's physical condition just in case, so they proceeded for a little while. Chapter 27, After It Got Cold Later, Part 1. Fiona wasn't in her room. Instead, as Kleno and Edgar walked through the mansion, they saw her from the end of the corridor. Kleno-sama. Fiona's necklace, a jet black jewel on a silver chain, swings on her chest as she runs. She stops in front of Kleno and says ladylike, "It's been a while. I'm sorry I came on such short notice." "No, it's nice to see you again. So how are you today?" "I came to check on Fiona-chan, of course. I'm really feeling well, you know. I heard Kleno-sama was having a good time talking with my father. I guess that means stories matter too." Kleno laughed after she finished saying that and Fiona laughed as well. Then Kleno puts her hand on Fiona's neck. As it is, she closes her eyes and sharpened her senses on her hand. Fiona was pleasantly surprised by the warmth that came from her hand, a warmth that was different from that of human skin. She let the warmth wash over her and took a few gentle breaths. "Yes, that's enough. Am I okay?" "You'll be okay even without medicine. Fiona-chan's body is growing, and it shouldn't be like before." Kleno said and stroked Fiona's head. Then she raised her index finger and continued, "But beware of the malice of others. Someone might be able to artificially trigger your special power to go out of control. Is that possible?" Maybe." In front of a flustered Fiona, Kleno smiles loosely. These were not words of conviction, but rather words of warning. Fiona also knew this and smiled helplessly. "Oh, no. Please don't scare me. Don't let your guard down, okay? The Demon King has long since been vanquished, but a being like him might appear. If that happens, they might be able to do bad things to us in ways we can't imagine. Then I guess it's not just my problem." Phew. Actually, you're right. After all, she just wanted to give her a heads up. Fiona, while exchanging half-joking words, took the current advice to heart, and with the intention of doing so in the future. "I'll be working on the upcoming final exam without letting up." "Ah. Our final exam is coming up soon, isn't it?" "Yes, I feel a little better knowing that the long entrance exam for the special class will finally be over. Compared to the entrance examinations for general study halls, those for the special class at the Imperial Academy of Military Science are divided into several levels. The process is a long one that starts in the summer and lasts until the winter of the new year. The reason why Fiona is applying to the Academy is because she's able to take advanced classes according to the policy of the Dean of the Academy, Kleno, in addition to the foil that comes with graduation from the Imperial Academy of Military Science. Don't take off that necklace I gave you, okay? Phew, is it because an existence like the Demon King might appear?" The two of them are exchanging words, and every word they exchange reveals a sense of disquiet, but despite their words, a smile still appears on both of their faces. They're alert and on guard. But the scale and outlandishness of the story didn't stop them from laughing. Oh. I have to go. Kleno looked at her wristwatch and panicked a little. She realized that she had taken a surprisingly long time to exchange pleasantries, and finally held up her index finger and placed it against her own lips. I'm cheering for you to take the exam. It's just between you and me, okay? I'm still the dean of the school. Kleno turns away, scratching her cheek and looking embarrassed. Fiona bowed deeply and thanked her repeatedly. Now Kleno has nothing left to regret. She said goodbye to Fiona and then walked with Edgar to head out of the mansion. Once outside the mansion, Marquis Ignat awaited them outside the door. He was here to see Kleno off. I'm sorry. She said as she walked out the door. I've actually been to the Balder Mountains. Well, that's interesting, but what on earth for? I had prepared for the exam, but one of the exam sites was no longer available. The Balder Mountains were suggested as an alternative site, so I went there to check it out along with other possible sites. Kleno continued, but I don't think the Balder Mountains were the right venue. I'm asking out of curiosity, but why? There were too many sheer cliffs, plus I hear it's going to be terribly cold this year. You see, I feel it's too dangerous for the candidates. In response, Marquis Ignat nodded, yes. Then you have informed the board of directors so? Yes. I've seen a lot of things this winter, so now it's time to make a selection. Ignat nodded. Well, then, why don't you let the board do all the work of selection? Ha ha ha, while the board is busy fighting factions. Indeed, it's quite painful to hear. The reason for this is because the nobles on the board of directors belong to some faction, as a matter of course. The board still functions to maintain fairness for the special class. Therefore, Kleno didn't complain, nor did she take anyone's side. The confidential nature of the information on the exam site is likely to be nerve-wracking. The Imperial Academy of Military Sciences special classes are as good as a promise of a bright future upon graduation. Therefore, in order to maintain fairness, only a select few are told the venue of the final examination. Besides those who belong to the board of directors and the crew of the magic ship, only the lord of the place chosen as the examination site can get the information. Not only the parents of the students, but even the other nobles and royalty are not informed. By the way, did you have any problem telling me what you just told me? Don't worry. It's not something to talk about out loud, but still, we are talking about a candidate site that is no longer in use. Soon. Just before leaving the main gate, Kleno stopped and turned to Ulysses Ignat. Chapter 27, After It Got Cold Later, Part 2. I'll be leaving Leomel by the end of the year, so I'm glad I was able to check on Fiona one last time. Where are you going? I'm going to the Holy Land on business. For more than a year. When I was asked, I was going to refuse the request, but it was just the content. The Holy Land is located almost in the center of the Elfin continent. The place is the headquarters for the worship of the main god Elfin, and is a neutral zone where people from all over the world gather to pray. I'm going to be rebuilding a part of the Silver Sacred Palace Nodias. Ah, the Silver Sacred Palace is a building that's home to temples all over the world. As I recall, it was quite dilapidated, and that makes sense. But Kleno is not a carpenter or a sculptor. The reason why she's being sent out is related to the many holy relics in the Silver Sacred Palace. There are many seals and barriers protecting them in the Silver Sacred Palace, and they cannot be easily touched. Kleno is going there to help remove or reinstall them. Other countries are sending people, so Leomel can't afford not to do the same. Each country is sending personnel to a holy site that claims to be neutral. Although the story has a political flavor everywhere, it couldn't be ignored from a religious standpoint, as there are many in Leomel who pray to the main deity Elfin. So I wonder if the board of directors will be the chief executive of the academy in my absence. That's a good arrangement. It's a good feeling to see from the side that the board of directors, which is busy fighting factions, will finally get to work. I hope Kleno-sama will take this opportunity to spread her wings. I wonder if that's so. Kleno, a little lost in the words of Ignat, looks at the watch in her hand and says, ah. She realizes that unexpectedly time has passed, and she hurriedly exchanges goodbyes. When you return to Leomel, please come again. Yes. Then, thank you for today. This is how Kleno left the residence of Marquis Ignat. Naturally, she wore her robes and a hood deeply covered so as not to be seen. Then, she walked around the town for more than an hour. She thought about picking up a carriage on the way, but since she was going all this way, she headed for a certain place while enjoying the scenic townscape. The destination was the magic boat pier in Yufim. There, she put money into a magical ticketing machine to buy a ticket, and boarded the ship, which was scheduled to leave for the imperial capital in an hour. She excitedly bought a ticket for a private room and looked at Yufim from the window of the private room. On an airship, one can look down on the town from a reasonable height from one's cabin. While taking in the cityscape, which is well known even among the aristocrats of the imperial capital. She thinks about her thoughts on this business trip. Ren-kun, you were lovely. It would have been easier if I could have made the Balder Mountains the site of my exam. Finally, she stretches out with a groan and collapses her body onto the large sofa. Taking advantage of the lack of publicity, she hugged the sofa cushions and flapped her legs. I'm going to bed, she declares to no one in particular. She rubbed her eyelids, which had grown heavy, and headed for the bed with all her strength. She takes off her clothes and slips into her underwear, and looks through her notebook with her plans written in it. The notebook is filled with plans for after she returns to the capital, and there are no gaps until the morning of the day she leaves Liomel. In short, there are no holidays. For Kleno, the time before returning to the capital is her only day off. Ha! What am I doing dash? It was a meaningless resistance, but Kleno threatened the notebook filled with plans. But she soon felt ridiculous and lay down on her bed and closed her eyes. She soon began to snore in her sleep, probably because of the accumulated stress. At the same time, Ren was visiting the Adventurers Guild. As soon as he arrived, the receptionist, who had already become a familiar face, asked him, "Have you checked your letter?" Ren nodded in reply. "I was surprised when the guild's messenger arrived at the residence, but I immediately read the letter you sent me. It's a request from Kai-sama. I was told that you were assigned to escort the merchants." Kai? Oh? Don't you remember who you always chatted with? Unfortunately, I don't remember him. I didn't even remember asking the name of anyone in the Adventurers Guild. Ren shrugged his shoulders, reaffirming that he had forgotten the person's name. "It's me, Hirodano," someone said behind him. Ren turns around and notices a man with a rough tone standing right behind him. This was the man who had first approached Ren when he visited the Adventurers Guild. "Kai-san, is that you?" "Oh, yeah. Well, it's natural that you don't know. I didn't introduce myself. So, girl, I'll tell him the rest in person." The receptionist nodded, and Ren was led to a table where he could eat and drink. At the other end of the table, Kai's partner, a werewolf, was waiting for him. "I heard about what you did. I'm sorry, Hirodano. I should have introduced myself, but I completely forgot to do so." "No, I'm sorry too." Ren apologized and took his seat. Kai sat down in the same way and slowly took out a map. "The job we want to ask you to do, Hirodano, is an escort mission, as you have heard. The client is a merchant who is a favorite of some nobleman. So he's an official merchant? Maybe. He said he came to Clausel to buy a lot of things. He's on friendly terms with the heroic aristocrats." Ren's expression distorted in an instant. Kai, who understood the situation, smiles. "I know how you feel, but I'd like to rely on you. I'm planning on a month round trip." "A month is a long time," Ren says with difficulty. "That's a long time. To tell the truth, I wasn't too keen on the idea. 1 month is too long, even from a caretaker's point of view, considering that I am allowed to live in the Clausel family's old house." Although the financial terms didn't seem too bad, Ren's heart wasn't the least bit moved. Chapter 28, Talk about Great Snow. But Kai didn't give up. He concedes in a panicked voice to ask for Ren's help. He puts his hands together in front of him and bows his head. "Just come with us. I'd appreciate it if you'd join us just one way, not on a round trip." I felt sorry for his desperate attempts to make me go along, and part of me felt honored that he was buying my skills, but I still wouldn't agree. Even if I were to accompany him on a one-way trip, it would take 2 weeks and a few days, simply calculated. In all likelihood, this wasn't a job suited to Ren, who had been entrusted with the management of the old building. So Ren tried again to refuse. With an explanation like that, I don't think Hirodano would agree to it. "We should explain in more detail." This time, the werewolf spoke and encouraged Kai with some perfectly honest words. Kai let out a short sigh beside the werewolf, who smiled, showing his white canine teeth. "Meidas, I guess you're right." "Meidas." The werewolf laughed as he twisted his head at the sudden mention of his name. "That's my name. I never thought we'd both have to introduce ourselves in this fashion." Meidas, the werewolf, smiles and says, "Nice to meet you," and shakes hands with Ren. Then he poked Kai in the side with his elbow. "This guy is always like this. I'm always warning him that he doesn't explain himself well, he's too general." "Hey! You don't have to tell him that." Kai, with a Buddha's expression, propped his face on the table. When Kai complained, "What the heck," Meidas laughed at him, as if he had no choice than to do so. "Forget about this guy who is making fun of me. As for the content of the tour, the plan is to follow a route like this." Kai slides his finger over the map he has prepared. The route was one that even Ren could remember. He had followed the exact same route when he had toured the villages with Lisha, Weiss, and the other knights. There was only one difference. Kai's fingertip headed north without stopping on the map and crossed the Balder Mountains. Ren's eyebrows lifted for a moment. We don't need much strength up to the Balder Mountains. But once in the Balder Mountains, the roads are bad, it's winter, and the number of monsters increases. That's why we need you, Hirodano, to help us in the Balder Mountains. Ren strongly felt that he had made the right decision not to accept the offer. Going to the Balder Mountains was an unexpected request. It's an extra no-no. Naturally, the answer remains the same. But to be honest, I would like to go there, not only for the treasures in the hidden map, but also for the steel-eating gargoyle that's sure to appear. However, I still didn't accept the offer. I hear it's very cold this year, but are you okay with that? I mean, I don't know if it's a good idea to go all the way through the Balder Mountains at a time like this. It even seems suicidal. Ren thought that if he were a purveyor, he would definitely avoid the Balder Mountains, but after hearing Kai's reply, he was a little more convinced. I don't know about that. The merchant insisted he had to deliver the goods to the nobles. He also offered me a lot of money, so it's not a bad deal. There's a bonus if I can get him there in one piece. The merchant must be desperate to maintain his relationship with the nobleman. Kai then wrote numbers on a piece of paper in his hand. It was a very rich deal. What do you think? Not a bad deal for Hirodano, is it? Yes. As expected, is it difficult? Yes, I think it will take a reasonable number of days. If it's an escort quest through the Balder Mountains. The weather is also a factor to consider. I'm under the care of the Clausel family, so please allow me to decline this time. Kai then hung his head in resignation. He plopped down on the table and let out several sighs, his weak body exuding a sense of pettiness. Isn't it? It can't be helped. I'm sorry. Oh, no, don't worry about it. I'm going to try to get someone I trust to go with me. Actually, Maidas there can't make it because of another job, so I wanted to take someone I trust. I'll see who else I know. Kai said he doesn't always work with Maidas. It's not uncommon for them to be working separately, as they are sometimes working on different assignments. I'm really sorry. No, don't worry about it. I have almost 2 weeks until the job starts, so I'm sure I'll find at least one person soon. Oh. I didn't expect it to have such time gap. The truth is, it depends on the schedule of the merchant who is being escorted. As for me, I'd like to get there and back home as soon as possible, but there's no use complaining about it. But even at that, the Balder Mountains is likely to be a harsh environment in the wintertime, especially this year. The cold weather is particularly severe this year, and snow is expected to be as fierce as it should be. But Kai knows that. In the summer, his partner, Maidas, went around the villages of Clausel and brought magical tools for the winter, and I'm sure he has heard many stories about the harshness of this winter. You came all the way to the guild. I'll buy you a drink. I'm still a kid, so I'll just have a juice, please. I remember that the age of adulthood in Leomal was 14. As he sipped the juice that arrived, Ren muttered, I've grown up, too. I wondered what I would do about hunting in the winter, but I didn't have the luxury of being able to leave the old mansion to go hunting. This was because, as the caretaker of the old mansion, I was kept busy with winter work. Therefore, even if I went out of town by chance, I could only investigate the monsters. It was one such day, a few weeks after he had turned down a request for a nomination. The roof of the old building collapsed under the weight of the snow. Looking up from the entrance hall, one could see a hole so large that one could look up to the sky. The heat inside the old building must have been transferred to the roof when you came to live there. The melted snow froze, and the snowfall added to its weight. Weiss, who had heard the commotion that morning and had come to the house. He looked up at the roof from outside the old building and laughed, while Ren, who was standing next to him, had a slight twitch in his cheek. I've been trying to get the snow to come down as it usually does. There will be days like this. It was especially cold last night. No wonder this happened in one day. But still, that's amazing. Another great hole on the roof. It's no laughing matter, though. Anyway, we'll have to fix it. Are you going to call a craftsman? I will, but the craftsman in charge of the family's carpentry work doesn't live in Clausel. He is in one of Clausel's territories, but I have to go to that village to call him. Ren's cheeks tightened even more at the thought of the hole that would be left open until then. Weiss, however, has no desire in his heart to leave the roof of the old building unattended. We'll have to do some first aid ourselves. Oh, I see. That's what we should do. Even if we can't fix it as well as the craftsman, we don't want the snow to fall inside and it would be cold for you who lives here. So, it's a bit of carpentry work. Weiss left Ren's side, saying that he would explain the situation to Lessard and that he would get the necessary materials from the warehouse. Lisha came in and said to Ren with a white breath. Are you sure you want to fix the roof? Yes. If not, the inside of the old building might be damaged by snow this time. Lisha chuckled and shook the hem of her white coat with light steps. The hair ornament that she has been wearing every day since her birthday party in the summer is also shaking quietly. It was Lisha's hair, which had gradually grown more mature, that had a definite presence. Of course, you're going to the roof, right? Yes. Otherwise, I can't fix it. Then dash dot. Her smile, as shiny as her platinum feathers, told him what she was going to say next. No, you can't do that. I haven't said anything yet. She didn't have to say anything. It's Lisha, and I could imagine it when she was interested. You can't go up on the roof. It's okay if you're just observing, but even then you have to get approval from LNAudioBooks or Y-san because of the possibility of snow and materials falling from the roof. Stingy. Haha. I'm not going to break no matter what she says. Ren let out a dry laugh and turned away. Chapter 29, I was getting used to living in Clausel. In a little while, Weiss returned. He was carrying a burlap sack that seemed to contain tools, and next to him was LNAud. Like Weiss, he looked up at the roof and said, "Ho," without hesitation. "Father, may I join Ren on the roof?" "Needless to say, you can't." "Moo." "Father, you sound just like Ren." "I wasn't worried, but Ren seems to have made an honest decision." "I'm honored by the compliment." "Both of you. Don't hit it off all of a sudden." "Ha, but yes. You can watch from below the old building if you promise to keep a safe distance." It was only a compromise, but Lisha was still happy. It wasn't that Ren didn't think it would be worth the trouble of going out of her way to observe in the harsh winter, but he didn't want to be tactless. If Lisha wished for it and LNAud allowed it, there was no need to interfere. "Wai-san, is this enough?" "I've brought it." Soon several knights came to the front of the old house. They were all holding wood and metal fittings in their hands. They seemed to have been instructed by Weiss to carry materials to be used for the first aid treatment of the roof. "We'll now head for the roof through the inspection entrance inside the old building. I thought that the boy would be able to take it easy, but he has more physical strength than these guys." Knowing that there was no need to worry, Weiss instructed Ren without hesitation. One knight measured the size of the hole to cut the necessary materials, while another set about clearing snow from the roof so as not to interfere with the carpentry work. Ren worked hard to transport the materials and soon forgot about the cold. While resting on the roof in the cold wind, Lisha's voice reaches him from below. "Ren." She waved her hand. She didn't say anything, just waited for Ren to respond. She was smiling as he waved back, her cheeks relaxing in satisfaction. "Let's do it." Seeing the knights carrying the cut-up materials to the roof, Ren followed their lead and picked up a tool. Among the materials brought in, he focuses on wood. The places where the metal fittings were to be hammered were already marked. "Do the knights have many opportunities to do this kind of work?" Ren asked Weiss, who had only just appeared on the roof, amazed at their familiarity with the work. "We also use wood for our encampment, though not as much as the carpenters. We mainly get our wood from local sources, but it's something we can handle a little bit because of that." "Oh. I'm learning a lot. If there's anything you are interested in, ask me. The knowledge I taught you before about camping may come in handy one day. Like when I was on the run with Lisha." "Yes. I'm not sure I'd proudly be able to say I taught you that since it was partly my fault dash." Weiss said and placed the wood on the hole in the roof. He carefully explained his work, and when Ren asked him about it, he continued to explain until Ren was satisfied. In no time at all, new rafters were lined up on the hole in the roof and boards were placed to cover them. Time passed quickly, and several hours had passed since the start of the project. By midday, the hole on the roof was completely blocked. It was a simple repair, with the boards placed on top of the newly installed wooden frame, but there was a world of difference between having the boards and not having them. But it was not the end of the story. Here's the finishing touch. Weiss bought something from the regular inspection entrance to the roof. It was something pale blue and transparent. "We're going to put this over the boards." He said it was the material of a monster. It seems to be made from the scales of a monster that lives in the sea, and it seems to be used as a finishing touch to repel water. Because the melted snow won't permeate and it'll be warmer. In other words, you're using monster material as a building material. It's easy and looks bad, but the effect is unbelievable. Weiss taught him that and covered the wooden planks with the huge scales he had brought with him. That was the end of the carpentry work. Weiss laughed at the sound that came from Ren's stomach and said, "I'm hungry too." After Ren finished getting dressed, he was visited by a servant working in the main residence. He was asked by LNAud to join them for lunch. He had no reason to refuse, rather he thought it would be impolite to refuse, so he quickly complied, cleaned himself up, and went on his way to the main residence. When he went to the prepared dining table, Lisha was waiting for him in addition to LNAud. "I'm sorry. I put you through a lot of trouble." "No, that's my job. Besides, Wai-san and the others helped me with it. I haven't done that kind of work in a long time. The last time was just before Jiraku attacked the village, and the time before that was when I was a young boy doing carpentry work with my father Roy. He and Lisha listened with great interest as LNAud asked them about these stories. They tucked into lunch, enjoying the simplicity of the meal and filling their bellies. After a while, Lisha says, with a hint of reserve. Do you still want to go back to the village? The reason why she said it unintentionally was because Ren seemed to be enjoying himself as he talked about his memories of the village. But Ren is now in Clausel of his own volition, but it's a heavy feeling to think that she's the one who started it all. But Ren smiles, trying to wipe away the heaviness. I'd be lying if I said I didn't want to go home, but if I don't grow myself, I might cause trouble for the village again. But ... I don't know if I should call it migrating, but I can buy magical equipment for the village with the money I earn at the Adventurers Guild here. So in a way, it's a good thing. If this makes the village rich, then that way of life is not a mistake. As the son of the knight who would eventually take over the village, he would certainly be able to help the village. I have often received reports from your village. According to the reports, thanks to Ren, the winters aren't as cold as in previous years. The villagers are always saying how grateful they are to Ren. Especially recently, most of the rewards from the steel-eating gargoyles have also been used for the village's facilities. The roads are well maintained and the villagers' houses are said to look different. They are on track to build a wall around the village. Oh, father. But Ren is. Lisha-sama, don't worry about it. I made all the decisions and discussed them with LNAud-sama. I don't have any regrets and I don't think I made the wrong decision. In addition to my parents, I couldn't be happier if the villagers lived happily and comfortably. But I agree that you should go back to the village at least once. LNAud said unexpectedly, startling Ren. Don't get me wrong. I know what you are thinking and I respect it, but I was just wondering if it might be a good idea for you to return to the village for once. Did something happen in the village? As anxiety took over his body, Ren's mind flickered back to this year's harsh winter. As expected, the area around the Balder Mountains is said to have more snow than ever before. As for Ren, he wondered the same thing, what had happened to his birthplace. But there was no sign of danger on LNAud's face. Earlier, I told you about the wall that surrounds the village, didn't I? One of the tasks is to be done in the spring, but they are short on manpower and I plan to dispatch knights for a couple of weeks. He wondered if Ren could mix in with the knights that he'd send. But, as he said before, he knew what Ren was thinking. If Ren is worried about that, it's better to keep him out of sight. As long as it's possible. That's why he can't reveal his identity to the villagers, but at least to his parents. LNAud suggested. I'm sorry, but you'll have to go as a knight, even if only as a formality. Is that really necessary? Oh. I'm indebted to you in more ways other than the matter of Viscount Givens. Aside from the steel-eating gargoyles, your work with the Adventurers Guild has made this town a bustling place. To be honest, I'd like to go back to my village for a short time if they are willing to arrange for me to stay here. Eventually, after finishing his meal, LNAud got up ahead of the others, said, please think about it, and left the place. If I'm going back home, that means I'll be out of the old building for about a month. If I'm going to go back home, it'd be better if I finish my work here first. I can start thinking about my schedule now. But even so, I'm looking forward to seeing my hometown after a long absence. I wonder how everyone in the village is doing? Ren, who had been thinking about the village, suddenly felt a small discomfort in his words. But it wasn't a bad feeling. His cheeks relaxed at the thought, which was totally different from what he had been thinking just a few months ago. Going back to his hometown. It was interesting that he said he was going back to his hometown, even though he had said he was going to be working in Clausel himself. Apparently, he liked living here more than he thought he would. Chapter 30, A Second Request and Ren's Concern. The Imperial Military Academy is proud to offer a special exam. On this day, the students were gathered at the boarding area of the magic ship that would take them to the final exam site. Every single one of them was wearing high-performance winter clothes. All for the sake of the final exam, which they had finally managed to get to. The place for the final test was a magic boat dock in a town a few weeks away from the capital. The magic ship provided is first class. Even if they were to encounter a powerful monster in the sky, they were built with the supreme purpose of sending the examinees safely back to town. Crew members selected are only those who have been in the career for more than 20 years. The area is kept under strict control until just before the students are delivered to their destinations. As long as the students board the prepared magic ship, they are assured of adequate safety, though not as much as in the Imperial Castle, which is the pride of Leomel. Even if you reach the examination venue, the Academy's faculty and Imperial City Knights are deployed in case of emergency. Therefore, the possibility of any unauthorized elements entering the school is extremely low. Soon. Captain. After all the checks were completed, a crew member called out to the captain in the wheelhouse. The prescribed checks and inspections have been completed. Then, let's sail. The wheelhouse is a special space with many magical tools inside, unlike a normal ship. This particular ship is even more special. Because of the strict exam controls that are in place to maintain fairness, the destination of the ship cannot be confirmed until just before departure. As soon as the ship gives the signal to depart, the route is displayed on the glass plate magic tool in the center of the wheelhouse. The captain was astonished to see this. At the same time, many of the crew members were also astonished. Are you sure there's no mistake? The captain asked a nearby crew member. There's no mistake. Besides the magic tool craftsman, the magic ship administrator also confirmed it, as did the director of the Imperial Academy. In response, the captain checked the report he had received. Inside the report was a detailed list of who was responsible for the more than 100 checks, as well as when and with whom each check was made. As he read through the report, he saw that several crew members had checked with the magic tool craftsman and the directors. Are you sure you guys are on the same page? Yes sir. We have confirmed it many times. If you ask me if I'm sure it's winter, it's in that environment that the true value will be tested. The crew was surprised at first. Both the director and the magician had no problem in specifying the route and that it was in accordance with the test site that had been decided upon. Then that's fine. We'll now take the candidates according to the established route. Finally, the captain was satisfied and gave the signal to the crew to set sail. The furnace inside the magic ship started to rise to the surface, powered by the magic stone, and soon reached the far sky of the magic ship's berth. Target, Balder Mountains. With these words, the magic ship carrying the candidates rushed through the sky. The goal is the last stage of the Legend of the Seven Heroes toward that place that the Dean, Klano, supposedly avoided. Then, the days go back a little. It has been a week since Ren repaired the roof, and there are only a few days left before the year ends. On the day the year comes to an end, a dinner party is held at the main residence to honor the servants and knights. Weiss told me that everyone is looking forward to that day. Ren was also looking forward to that day. I'm sorry, boy. It was dawn. Weiss's voice follows after a knock on the door of the room Ren uses as his main living space in the old building. Ren woke up immediately and looked at his watch to see that it was still past 4 in the morning. What's going on? Rubbing his heavy eyelids, he gets out of bed, puts on his cloak, and heads for the door. When he opened the door, his breath turned white from the bitterly cold air. I'm sorry to bother you at this hour. It's all right. But is something wrong? Oh. I wasn't sure if I should be telling you this, but I decided I should let you know about it. Weiss, who said in a mysterious voice, took a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to him. Ren took it and looked it over. However, it was dimly lit and difficult to read, so he let Weiss through into the room, turned on the light of his magic tool and looked through it. The paper was from the guild. Escort request. It was the same request for escort duty that he had turned down the other day. But this time, the content of the letter was more gruesome. Historical snowfall near the Balder Mountains. The snow that has been falling for some time now has become even more ferocious, and the villages in the vicinity are no longer able to cover their needs with advanced preparations alone. On top of that, there are those trapped in the Balder Mountains, the heart of the severe snowfall. An emergency beacon from an old fort in the mountains. Yes. We received word of the situation at about the same time as another matter. Our lord has decided to dispatch knights to the surrounding villages. Meanwhile, Ren received a request for an escort from the Adventurers Guild. The client's name was Matas. He's the partner of Kai, the werewolf who recently sent an escort request to Ren. But apparently, he's not completely unaccounted for. There's an old fort near the middle of the Balder Mountains that's used by adventurers. In an emergency like this one, they would hunker down there and raise a beacon to call for help. As Ren read out earlier, the rescuers are said to be there. Fortunately, there's food in the fort and they can live as long as they can keep warm. Water will be manageable once the snow melts, but food and warmth is a problem, and the old fort is not expected to be well stocked. I don't think they could last for weeks in that fort. In the meantime, Ren knows that the fort exists. In the game days, it was a resting place used many times to recover the characters. There are not many stores of firewood or other supplies inside, and most of them will be dependent on equipment brought by the adventurers. Even if they hunted monsters for food, how long would their strength last? They shouldn't have done that. While thinking of these things, numerous thoughts stirred in Ren's mind. I was indebted to Maida-san for the platinum feather. But I can't ignore the fact that I'll be going to the Balder Mountains and the weather is like this. That said, this shouldn't be a time to be worrying. If lives are at stake, there's no time for that. Anyway, I understand that adventurers are responsible for themselves, but there's a reason why I shouldn't ignore it. Ren's emotions eventually tipped toward accepting the request for an escort. He recalled one piece of information that made him instantly forget any hesitation he had felt. Is Lessard-sama awake? Yes, he should be in his office. Hearing this, Ren told Weiss he wanted to talk to Lessard. Ren quickly changed his clothes, then hurried out of the room and proceeded down the cross hallway from the old building to the main residence. Unlike usual, the main residence was noisy even at this hour. He felt bad about taking valuable time from LNAudioBooks at a time like this, but he had one concern that he had to express, and he needed to express it right now. My lord, I've brought the boy. Weiss said this in front of LNAudioBooks' office and opened the door when he heard the reply. Weiss let Ren, who was waiting for him, go inside first, and then he went in after. Unlike usual, he was busy shuttling back and forth between the shelves and the desk. What's wrong, Ren? LNAudioBooks said without feeling unkind to Ren in spite of the situation. He was busy, but that was about it. I'll be brief. I'd like your permission to accept the escort request that's come my way. There's no need for you to take risks. But LNAudioBooks brushed it off as if it were a matter of course. Adventurers take risks on their own initiative and there is no need for Ren, who has nothing to do with them, to help them. It was cold, but it was the truth. But Ren didn't back down. He was indebted to Maidas for the platinum feather, but for other reasons, he had to accept the request for the escort at any cost. Did LNAudioBooks know that the target of his escort was a certain nobleman's merchant? Suddenly, LNAudioBooks, who should have been busy, stopped. Weiss, who had been quiet behind Ren, also opened his eyes and muttered no way. For both of them, like Ren, there was something they couldn't ignore. Sit down. LNAudioBooks went to the sofa and sat Ren down opposite him. He knew he had to listen. One of the adventurers we haven't been able to contact is someone I know. He told me that his client is a merchant for a nobleman belonging to the heroic faction. Although he had half expected this, LNAudioBooks put his hand to his forehead and looked up to the heavens. This is troublesome at a time like this. If he's an official merchant of the heroic faction, my lord, I wouldn't want to ignore him. Oh, yes. Even though we have friendship with Marquis Ignat, the heroes will have their own feelings about the Clausel family. He didn't want to leave any stone unturned. The three of them thought that this case couldn't be ignored because it hadn't yet been a year since the incident with Viscount Givens. I'm sorry. I should have reported it to you when I turned down their request for an escort. It would have been better if you'd reported it to us, but it wouldn't have changed the outcome. Not to comfort Ren's regret, but in fact, there's little that LNAudioBooks could have done even if he had heard of the existence of the purported merchant. He could tell them about the severity of the Balder Mountains this winter and ask them to change their plans. But, to put it bluntly, it's difficult to do more than that. If he's on good terms with the heroic faction who don't think well of the Clausel family, it's highly unlikely that he'll listen to them, and on the contrary, it's likely that he'll complain about the delay in delivery due to the change of schedule. It's out of the question to detain or monitor the merchant. It's inevitable that they would think that they were acting in a hostile manner. Chapter 31, Aiming for the Silver Mountains. But boy. That doesn't mean you should go. Yeah, you're right. LNAudioBooks didn't let up. He had been helped by Ren many times, and the thought of being taken care of again this time was awkward. But Ren had his own reasons why he thought he should go. It was the existence of natural magic with the wooden magic sword. My natural magic would work in the Balder Mountains even in the winter. Of course, he could also make use of his sword skills and other powers. Ren knew Weiss would be the best person to go with, but he should stay here in the mansion with LNAudioBooks and Licia. Remembering the attack by Juroku, he could think of no other choice. However, Ren hadn't told anyone the information concerning the summoning of the magic sword. Licia has witnessed it because of the circumstances, but she also didn't ask for details because Ren wouldn't talk about it, and furthermore, she didn't tell her father either. Why did Ren keep his power hidden from the public? When he was a child, he somehow avoided talking about it indiscreetly, and only kept his mouth shut when he thought back to the scenario in the game. But recently, he wasn't so willing to reveal it publicly, even for self-preservation. Because of my special powers, there was a large part of me that hid them in order to always take advantage of them. I'm the son of Roy Ashton. Even if I'm not the heir of the family, as the son of a knight, I cannot remain idle. In order to get LNAudioBooks to acknowledge him, Ren voiced his emotions, knowing that this wasn't enough. The strength in Ren's eyes reminds him of the uproar in the spring. When Licia was stuck in Viscount Givens' speech, he looked very much like he did that time when he opened his mouth to help her. Then LNAudioBooks' eyes went down. He let something sink in for a dozen seconds, then let out a short breath. Weiss, when Ren was still in the village, you heard from Roy that Ren had skills. Yes, I did. There's no doubt. If that's the case. Ren now thinks that his skills will be useful in this case as well. He was more emotional than ever because he couldn't bring himself to say it. Ren was surprised that he'd been detected, but he did his best to hide his emotions. LNAudioBooks noticed that Ren was trying to appear calm, but he didn't point this out. Instead, he respected Ren's feelings. Ren, you're really smart. Talking about strength is as good as talking about weakness. Unless you're a saint like Licia, otherwise there isn't much advantage in letting others know about your skills. LNAudioBooks-sama. I don't mind. Keep your skills to yourself. But LNAudioBooks became convinced. The skills that Ren hides will definitely come into play in this case. He knew that Ren's confident voice told him that he was going, and that it was for Clausel's sake. Weiss, give Ren some of the magical tools from the warehouse. Any of them will do. As long as they don't get in the way, you can let him have everything he needs. Ha! Weiss answered enthusiastically and ran out of the office. Ren, who was left behind, looked at Lessard and said, "Are you sure?" "Of course, you will receive a reward when you return. I won't allow you to refuse." "I understand. I will return as soon as possible for that reason." "Do that." He also told Ren not to push himself too hard. Meanwhile, Ren left Lessad's office and proceeded to return to the old building. He was preparing for an excursion. Then, "Ren!" Lisha called out to him. It was just as he was approaching the path from the entrance of the main residence to the old building. "You're awake?" "Of course I am. I'm a member of the Clausel family, so I have things to do, just like my father. If you say so." "So, what are you trying to do?" The truth is, Ren was planning to leave the house without telling Lisha. But Lisha knew what Ren was thinking. "You're not going to do something without telling me, aren't you?" "It's not like that." "Phew. Yeah right." Ren knew that he'd been exposed. But Lisha sighed deeply and profoundly when she saw his defiant appearance. "Why are you deceiving me?" "I'm not deceiving you. No. You know that I've found out what you're hiding from me, but you're still trying to cover it up." Apparently, she knows. There was no reason for Ren to hide it anymore. "I was going to leave without telling you because you would have worried about me." "Ha! If you're going to say something that's stupid, remember this is the time to do it." Lisha closed the distance further and took Ren's hand in hers. The white light from her hand envelopes Ren's body. "I'd be much more worried if you would just go away without telling me." Ren's body was filled with vitality and his entire body was filled with strength. "Is that sacred magic?" "Yes, it is. It's sacred magic to lighten your body a little so that you don't get hurt. So this is not a buff sacred magic. It's just a little help to relieve the fatigue in Ren's body and make it easier for him to move around." It was such a small help that he'd lose it within a few hours of leaving Clausel, let alone before reaching the Baldur Mountains. "I told Weiss that I'd go with you, but he immediately said no." Ren nodded, as if it were reasonable, when he realized why Lisha knew what was going on. In addition, he chuckled at her unreasonable offer, saying, "It's natural. I have no choice, I'll wait here for you." "If you put it that way, I feel like I can do my best." "Then promise me one thing." Lisha put strength into Ren's hand, which had remained clenched. As she squeezes, it's as if I can sense her feelings as well. The eyes of the woman looking up at Ren were filled with a beautiful power and desperation that took his breath away. "Absolutely, positively, come back safely." Surely Lisha is still not convinced that she cannot accompany him. He understood why, but his feelings aren't okay with it. Ren could painfully understand that both the sacred magic and the current promise were meant to comfort his grieving feelings. The wintertime march of the Knights of the Clausel family and their band of adventurers was a dependable one, free of any sense of worry about the monsters. But the journey to the Baldur Mountains took several more days than usual because of the snow. "Really, we're here. The silvery white peaks rising up in front of us. When I saw it before, it was only covered with snow, but now it was completely covered in silver. The sharp surface of the mountain, reminiscent of a polished sword, has not changed, only the fierceness of nature has increased." It was a completely different sight from the one I had seen during my escape with Lisha, and boasted a grandeur that belied its status as the last stage of the game era. "It's still a tremendous amount of snow," a knight of the Clausel family said. The villages we had stopped at along the way had also suffered from snow, but the Baldur Mountains boast an even more exceptional amount of snowfall. "It's snowy. It makes it hard to know how to proceed." The group stopped in front of the road normally used by adventurers entering the Baldur Mountains. "We came here in the summer when the game was played, so this didn't happen to us. I wonder what's going on. The snowfall is more than expected and I can't find anything that can be called a road. All that's around is snow that's piled up more than a large adult." Then Matas, the werewolf who was accompanying us, said. "It's not impossible to melt the snow with magical tools or to make it retreat with the wind, but won't that cause an avalanche?" "Yes. As Hirodano says, such a thing would cause an avalanche. After all, we have no choice but to go on, avoiding the snow. Unless, of course, you have wings like the winged harpy. There's no use in asking for something you don't have. Adventurers, I suggest that we set up our base first." "I agree. Let's set up our base first, and then we'll adjust our plans for the future. Then let's set out tomorrow. It's already past noon today, and it will be dark when we finish setting up the base." Some of the knights and adventurers were disappointed with this decision. In fact, the group had seen smoke signal rising from the fort halfway up the Baldur Mountains yesterday, and had confirmed that the group was still alive. That is why they wanted to go to the rescue as soon as possible. I understand the decision because we shouldn't get ourselves lost, but my heart isn't at ease. But after all this time, there's something that has been bothering me. There must be more than one adventurer protecting the client merchant. This is certain because Ren asked Kai himself when he received the request for the appointment. But would they be stuck in the snow, no matter how bad the snowfall was? Unlike in his previous life, adventurers in this world have very high physical capabilities. If the monsters weren't strong, I wondered if professional adventurers would be pushed to that level. Excuse me? Ren asked the knight about the question. I understand that it's a lot of snow, but is this enough to put an adventurer out of action? I think it would be difficult. If you have magical equipment in addition to equipment made from monster materials, it may be possible to descend the mountain, but this time they have an escort target. However, the knight continued. Of course, I'm not saying it's impossible even with an escort target. If they were going to pass through the Balder Mountains in winter, they must have chosen adventurers with a good deal of experience. Does that mean it would be possible to descend the mountain? Yes. They may have decided to take it easy and wait for rescue. Or there's a possibility that some people will be injured and stuck. Certainly, if that were to happen, they could have called for rescue. The knight finally said, in any case, we must hurry to rescue them. Chapter 32, On the Road to the Fort. The next morning, the group gathered in the center of the encampment before the sun had even risen. Around a large campfire, with monster meat to roast over it, they confirmed the day's march through the snow. The route to the fort is as I shared. We'll have 2 to 3 days to get there, as we'll have to wade through a lot of messy snow. Maida said on behalf of the adventurers. We'll therefore have to spend the night in the Balder Mountains. I want each of you to check your luggage. Everything is fine. We can leave right after this. Hearing the answers of some of the adventurers, Maidas nodded his head. Now the knight said. We want to carry the baggage and be the vanguard in shoveling the snow. We also want to select people in case of the appearance of monsters. Maida-san will be in charge of the adventurers. I understand. Leave it to me. Soon, one by one, they stood up and headed for their tents. Ren, who had been eating meat, also finished his breakfast to get ready. After returning to his tent, he summoned his wooden magic sword and hid it inside his coat. He was ready to use his nature magic at any time. Let's go. Ren left the tent and looked up at the Balder Mountains, which had been illuminated by the morning sun for some time. The paths that would normally be there were closed off by snow, but they would have to make some progress. It was a few dozen minutes later that the group began to make their way through the snow. We knew it, but the path was steep. The path that should have been made by Kai and the others who had gone on ahead wasn't even a shadow of its former self due to the newly fallen snow. The snow made it even worse than the usual bad slope, and the environment was unbearably bad. Monsters appeared from time to time, but they didn't bother us. With such a full force, the monsters that appear in the Balder Mountains during normal times are no match for us. It's almost sunset. If we go on a little further, we can reach a somewhat flat area, so let's spend the night there. Maidas, who was leading the way, said, and everyone who followed him agreed. The knight nodded and asked Ren, how are you feeling? Ren nodded. I'm still fine. This is nothing compared to the time I was on the run with Lisha. I see that. It seems that Rendon is stronger than we are. It's a shameful thing. The knights and I exchanged a few light-hearted words. Within 10 minutes, they had reached the flat area that Maidas had mentioned, and everyone had cleared the snow to set up camp. However, the flatness was only a little. The ground was uneven and sloped, making it difficult to set up the tents. But I didn't mind too much. Ren was prepared for that, and the fact that it was even slightly flat made it all the better. Soon, as in the morning, we had a fire going, and by the time the meat had been cooked, everyone was eating and chatting to relieve their exhaustion. I have to earn money for my brother's treatment. That's good. I don't know if I should tell you this after hearing you talk like that, but I like money. Ha ha ha. I don't care if you like money. That's enough. I got into debt at a casino, and I became an adventurer to pay it off. Every adventurer has his or her own reason for doing this kind of work. Some of the stories were quite horrific, but Ren listened with great interest. I'd rather hear about Hirodano than about you guys. I'd rather have a pretty boy than a nasty man. The 2 female adventurers who were accompanying the group said. Many of those who heard the conversation laughed and agreed with them. Ren was in such a rush, but the fact that he could afford to enjoy such pleasant conversation made the evening in the Balder Mountains not so bad. He was secretly relieved that he was going to be able to welcome the rescuers safely. The next morning we set out at sunrise and, as on the first day's march, we continued through the snow until just before dusk. The march was so smooth that everyone was convinced that they would be able to make it to the fort. Then, on the morning of the 3rd day, the group approached a long suspension bridge set up in the canyon, just a short distance from the fort. The bottom of the suspension bridge was invisible. The blizzard that was pounding our body made visibility poor, and we were too high to see all the way down to the bottom in the first place. Everyone knew what would happen if we fell. It seems that below us is part of a dormant volcano, and there have been times in the past when lava flowed over it. The knight said beside Ren as they swayed a little on the suspension bridge. Ren, too, had known this information from the beginning, but he nodded his head and said, I see. Looking at the canyon below, he remembered some information. Oh no. During the game era, the bottom of the canyon was affected by Asvar's magic, and lava flows were forming everywhere. Also, the footholds where there was no lava were infested with numerous undead and an abyss of miasma. The miasma is a gas produced by the density of the magical power leaked from the corpses of dead monsters. Under the suspension bridge, of course, there were countless such corpses lying around, so it was a disaster befitting the last stage. Just as he was remembering these things, Ren's feet suddenly shook greatly. Everyone! Hold on to the railing. Following Maida's order, everyone grabbed the railing of the suspension bridge at once. At the same time, a powerful snowstorm hit Ren's cheeks, not only on his feet, but also on his entire body. Rendano. Do not let go of your hand. I know. The blizzard was so strong that if he was not careful, his body could easily be snatched away. The wooden floorboards of the bridge are swaying from side to side. If you let go of your hand, you will be thrown all the way down to the bottom of the gorge. The feeling of the handrail through my gloves became stronger with every grip I put on it. The strength of the suspension bridge is amazing. It's so obvious that it's set up in a place like this, Ren thought as he regained his composure as the visibility cleared. Then, Maida's, who was in front of him, raised his voice. Everyone is safe, right? Ha! Following the adventurers, Ren checked with the knights to see if they were safe. Not a single person appeared to have fallen from the suspension bridge. He was relieved, exchanged smiles with the knights, and moved forward. Once everyone had left the suspension bridge, they took a rest to relieve the fatigue that had built up due to the strain. After half an hour, they resumed their march and returned to the road to the old fort, which they expected to arrive shortly. Just before noon, the desired fort was in sight. It seemed to be a beacon smoke today, awaiting the rescue of Ren and his men. Gentlemen! Let's go! Maida's gave the command in high spirits, and everyone's footsteps gained momentum. The group advanced through the deep snow, their knees easily buried in the snow, in order to reach the fort as quickly as possible. We're almost there. Ren wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, remembering the fort he had seen earlier. As he did so, the adventurers ahead stopped in their tracks. Maida's, who was advancing in the front row, raised one hand to get everyone's attention. It's a monster. But it wasn't close. Maida's quickly pointed off into the distance, his dog ears wagging lightly. I hear the voices of people and monsters coming from the fortress. The monsters are probably a herd. So what are we going to do? It's a given. Maida smiled wryly at the female adventurer's voice. The other male adventurers followed suit, and they all rushed out at once. The fort may be under attack. Hurry. Ren and the knight looked at each other. We should hurry too. They shared this thought and ran as fast as they could along this terribly difficult road. Then Ren soon realized that there was more than one kind of monster herd. The sound of a crowd of monsters, not one of a kind, shouting, and the sound of someone fighting them pierced his ears. Soon after, another snowstorm began. The visibility was poor, but by the time we couldn't see anything around us, we were all by the fort. Rendano. Don't push too hard. Yes. I know. After exchanging words with the knight, Ren turned his attention to the monsters in the area. Numerous monsters are swarming and spreading around the nearby fortress. Ren was naturally happy that the adventurers escorting the merchants were safe and sound. Hey, why? What was fighting there was an unfamiliar group of boys and girls. Chapter 33, A Silver Encounter. The boys and girls panicked at the adventurers' appearance. They all shouted in surprise, but showed dexterity in fighting without looking away from the monsters confronting them. Who are they? I don't know, but don't let your guard down. The boys and girls said. We don't know what's going on either, but we will cooperate with you. Maidas dispelled their fears. Seeing the adventurers and knights fighting the monsters, the startled boys and girls reduced their wariness. The sound of angry shouts and sword fights echoed around the area. Among the boys and girls, some were using magic. Speaking of magic, it's not a power that's used so extravagantly in this world, as one must be born with the skill to handle it. Amazing! All of the boys and girls who used magic were skilled in its handling. Some shot fireballs, some shot winds that were stronger than blizzards and cut through the skin of monsters. In this case, they don't look like they need much help. Just as Ren was about to think that, the blizzard raged even more wildly. Ren noticed a lone figure fighting at a distance in the blizzard, and at the same time saw the shadows of many monsters around him. He thought that he should lend a hand over there, and his feet turned in that direction. I'll go lend a hand over there. Understood. Once again, please do not overdo it. Yes. You all be safe. Ren told the knight and went to the side of the fighter at a distance. The snow in this area, unlike in the other places, wasn't enough to cover the knees. But his ankles are buried as a matter of course, so Ren runs like the wind, using his physical abilities to his advantage. Eventually, he reached the one who was fighting at the end of the blizzard. There was a girl fighting there, and Ren used his iron sword to cut down the monster that was aiming for her back. The girl turns around at the sound and screams in surprise. Sushi's dash! I'm the one who came to rescue you all. The girl's voice was strangely easy to hear, even though she was in the middle of a battle. The only thing he couldn't see was the girl's face because of the blizzard. Instead, Ren was surprised. He was surprised to see her black hair flowing in the snowstorm as she shot magic from both arms. The girl was surprised as well. Amazing, this person's magic. This person's swordsmanship has amazing supremacy. While being surprised without saying it out loud to each other, they defeated the monsters that were rushing toward them. Struggling is out of the question. The two's fighting style overwhelmed the monsters. How did children who can fight so well end up in the Balder Mountains? Ren's sword techniques, which are both fierce and firm with Weiss's training, kept the monsters at bay here as well. The girl noticed that one by one, monsters were dying. I'll leave the monsters in the distance to you. Yes, I understand. Ren said to the girl, and she immediately responded. The two of them naturally left their backs to each other. Ren was the first to use his sword. A short distance away, the girl's ice blade pierces the monster's body. It was like a scene from a theater with an elegant fighting style. What is this? It's easy fighting together. Why? It's as if he knows me better than I know myself. They sometimes change their direction according to each other's distance, and the next thing you know, there is only one monster left. That one was pierced through the body almost simultaneously by Ren's sword. And the girl's magic. The girl saw that the fresh snow around her was stained crimson with the blood of the monsters, and she knew that the battle was over. Soon the girl seemed to have lost all strength from her whole body. It's over. She dropped down by Ren's side. You can tell by her voice that she had lost all her strength. Are you okay? I'm sorry. This is the first time I've fought so many monsters, and when I thought it was over, I just felt the strength leave my body. The girl said in a beautiful voice that was as smooth as a clear stream and with an attitude that showed her dedication. Because he was fighting with his back to the girl, Ren turned to face her first. He reaches out his arm to lend a hand, and before he knows it, the blizzard has stopped. Because of that, he was finally able to see the girl's entire body. Ah! Thank you. No, don't worry about it. The girl was an overwhelming flower that instantly changed the bleak landscape around her. Her hair was a mixture of obsidian and purple crystal. Her face, which reminded me of a polished gemstone, combined with the place, made her look like a spirit of snow. Even for Ren, who has always seen Lisha up close, she was a mysterious girl. The girl looked at Ren's hand that was extended to her. And then she took his hand. It was the moment their hands came together. I felt a momentary gush of purple electricity from the necklace adorning the girl's neck. But when Ren turned his attention to the necklace, he secretly wondered, what is it about this necklace that makes it so special? Because it was such a brief moment that he wondered if he was imagining it, he didn't pay any particular attention to it and only nodded his head slightly. It's the demon-destroying necklace. There's no doubt about it. It's a type of magical equipment that appeared in the Legend of the Seven Heroes, and it can be worn. It looks the same as it did in the game era, so I'm sure I'm not mistaken. I wonder why she's wearing such a piece of misfit equipment. The demon-destroying necklace is a valuable item that was created by one of the seven heroes, and there are only a few of them in the world. However, its performance is out of proportion to its preciousness. Furthermore, the necklace doesn't have the effect of releasing purple electricity. After all, it must have been a misunderstanding earlier. Ren let go of the girl's hand when she stood up. Thank goodness. It looks like you're okay too. Then Maida's voice approached. He came to the side of the two who were brushing snow off their winter clothes and immediately asked the girl. I heard from the people over there. Apparently, you're the one who's supposed to be in charge of organizing everyone. The girl nodded quietly. She was about to ask about the identity of Maida's and Ren, but Maida's continued without pause, so she could only listen. I'm sorry to be so quick, but I need to know why a group of boys and girls like you were traveling together to such a dangerous place. Please tell me before I answer you. Are those people over there from the Clausel family? The girl asked in a confident tone when she saw the knights of the House of Clausel who came to the Ren and the others late. Probably because she had seen the emblems engraved on the knights' equipment. Yes. We've been ordered by our master to come to the rescue of the adventurers of this land. Hearing the knight's appearance and reply, the girl knew it wasn't a lie. Her cheeks relaxed slightly in relief, and she murmured in a small voice, I'm glad. The white breath mixed with the cold wind was a short sigh of relief. It looks like I'd better leave it to you. At this point, Matas took a half step back and decided to leave the matter to the knight. The knight then took note of this and asked the girl. Excuse me, but who are you? Ah, I'm sorry for the late introduction. The beautiful girl heard his voice and turned her head to the knight with a start. She corrected her appearance and bowed to the knight with a dignified posture. I am. The next phrase would leave anyone speechless with amazement. Surely, even if Ren were a rare sage, he couldn't have predicted this encounter. This is so unexpected that it reminds me of the time when I met Lisha. I am Fiona, the only daughter of Ulysses Ignat. The words emanating from her dainty lips planted a shock in everyone's expressions. Ren, among others, could only blink repeatedly. Chapter 34, Inside an Old Fort, Part 1. Grey, rugged stone pavement with the walls and ceilings made of the same material greet everyone. When you slide your fingertips on the walls, you can feel the dampness. For Ren, it was a familiar sight from the video game, but the reality almost gave him the illusion that he was in a different place. The windows are small, perhaps because the building was originally built as a fort, and the light is dim even in the daytime unless you rely on the torches that line the walls at equal intervals. Everyone's footsteps echoed within this martial fort. What the hell is going on? Ren was so shocked that he lost his composure, but fortunately, since it was now an emergency, everyone's self-introductions were postponed until later. I'm Matas, the adventurer in command of all the adventurers except the knights of the Clausel family during this rescue. Matas lightly introduces himself to Fiona as she leads the group inside the fortress. At this point, Fiona misunderstood. If she took Matas at his word, Ren, who wasn't dressed as a knight, was an adventurer. Ren is a registered adventurer, so it's not a mistake, but it's somewhat incorrect. Why are boys and girls like you in the Balder Mountains? Fiona continues talking without stopping. We are students here for an exam. We've been evacuated to this fort for a few days. Call your students. Yes, this is the site of the final examinations for the special classes of the Imperial Military Academy. Matas was surprised at this explanation. Ren and the knights were also surprised. They, however, continued to be silent. They listened to what Matas and the others had to say, even though they had their own opinions. I didn't think it would be possible, but I heard that the academy is offering a special class of students. Haha. Hey, Matas. Don't be rude. The other adventurers cheered the astonished Matas on. I know, but please forgive me. I just can't get used to the tone of the nobles. I mean, you guys should introduce yourselves lightly. Matas called out to the other adventurers. He tried to be as polite as possible. But the adventurers were reluctant and showed their disapproval. I'll pass. I've been accused of not responding well to a nobleman's request for an escort mission before. I'd like to refrain a little myself. The students at the academy are too big for a country adventurer. I guess. If you ask your parents for a reward, it'll be a good amount of money, but when adventurers like us are associated with a big noble family, it's usually a troublesome situation. If they say we are involved with an incident, we'll be in a lot of trouble. Adventurers have their own reasons for not introducing themselves, even to nobles. One of the other adventurers followed suit. We'll send the students down the mountain. They can go down without us, and we can go down without them. That should be enough. Let's not interfere with each other and we'll promise to keep you safe. Non-interference is the reward, I guess. As one of them said, the parents of the candidates might give them a not-so-cheap reward. But the adventurers gathered here knew the strength of the powers that be. It wouldn't be a good thing if they were to be challenged. In other words, they wanted to keep their identities hidden to protect themselves. The presence of Fiona Ignat in particular probably made them do this. I understand. Well then, let's do it. Fiona, perhaps remembering the unreasonableness of the nobles, simply nodded her head. As they walked away, Matas apologized, but she said, "No, we are the ones who need your help," and laughed soundly. To relieve the heavy atmosphere, Matas changes the subject. But if you're taking that special class, aren't there many candidates who excel in magic, not just swords? What Matas wanted to say was as follows. The Imperial Military Academy is the most prestigious academy in Leomel, and only a handful of people are allowed to enter the special class. A student aiming for that has to have an ability greater than adventurers in the countryside. Therefore, even with this unusual snowfall, wasn't their ability enough for them to evacuate? This is what he wanted to say. We're not physically stronger than adults. If it'd been just a few days, we might have been able to handle it, but when we decided to evacuate, it was after more than a week of hiking in the mountains. For them, whose bodies were not fully grown, the march was tough. They could beat the adventurers in Clausel area for a few days, but beyond that, they'd have a hard time making camp. And then there were so many strange monsters that we were forced to expend more than we should have. Matas raised his eyebrows for a moment when he heard this. But only for a moment. He quickly uttered, maybe it was easier to target them because they were only boys and girls. There was also the unusually cold weather, so it couldn't have been helped. When Matas was convinced, Ren thought secretly. The examinations for the special class are indeed difficult. This final exam is a symbol of that. It's a test that takes place at a place designated by the academy and aims to follow a predetermined route. This test accesses various things ranging from the physical strength and endurance of the examinees to their tact and the cooperativeness of the examinees who are divided into groups. So there must be an examiner somewhere. It's just an exam, so they shouldn't be this unreasonable. The weather has been so abnormal that even adventurers accustomed to camping out have to be rescued, and it's hard to imagine that the examiners would leave that to chance, no matter how prestigious they may be. Since some of the examinees are associated with the nobility at home and abroad, if they overdo it, that too will become a problem. If that is the case, then the question becomes, where are the examiners? Did you notice? An adventurer walking beside Ren spoke to him in secret. This isn't normal. If it's not so bad, there might be some powerful people behind it who could kill us all in one fell swoop, right? There are nobles of all factions involved with the students, and it would be a terrible thing to mess with them. I understand that concern is the reason for the sudden change in everyone's behavior. Yes, it is. I think it's a bit rude, but we're pretty cute ourselves. We can't be bothered with a little disrespect. As the two conversed, Fiona stopped in front of them. She stood in front of the door leading to the hall at the back of the fort. We took refuge in this fort and were relieved to learn that there were other people here before us. But her expression was dull as she said this. Soon after the door was opened, everyone came to an understanding of the reason. Chapter 34, Inside an Old Fort, Part 2. In the hall to which they were ushered, simple bedding was laid out, on which slept Kai, other adventurers and merchants who were supposed to be escorting them. All of them were breathing in agony. Wakakai. Seeing this, Matas rushed to his partner's side. The other adventurers who came to the rescue followed suit. As you can see, every single person in this fortress was unable to even walk. The unrest with which Ren had spoken to the adventurer about only made it more plausible. Without speaking, the knights shared Ren's thoughts, but without losing their composure, they asked Fiona. Fiona-sama. If there's anything else you can tell us, please let us know. We came from Clausel because we saw the beacon they emitted, but we don't understand. Fiona nodded. One of the examinee who took the same test as I did was someone who knew how to heal. He examined them and found that they had an abnormal increase in the amount of magic in their bodies. A slight shadow appeared on her face. I think her lips were also trembling a little, if not heartily. Ren, who had noticed these things, didn't know the reason for this, but he thought it was a misunderstanding because Fiona immediately hid them. After they were examined, it was found that they were similar to cracked vessels. The knight marveled when he heard this. It's a condition that occurs when a person is born with an excess amount of magic power, which becomes a poison that corrupts the body. I believe it was a condition that affected children who were born with a lot of magic in their bodies. Why is that the case with adult adventurers? I'm sorry, but I don't know the reason for that. And the more magic power you are born with, the more likely you are to die from the condition. However, the people over there aren't said to be fatal. The symptoms aren't dissimilar to the disease Lisha suffered from before. Ren doesn't have a medical background, so he doesn't understand the explanation, but the big question is whether it's directly life-threatening or not. Also, since the disease is basically contracted soon after birth, that makes a difference as well. Those who have examined the adventurers say that the abnormal amount of magical power that is eating away at their bodies seems to be gradually subsiding, and that they will recover after some time has passed. One wonders how they got into such a situation, but it is still unknown, according to the company. That's why we recently put out a beacon. Fiona said with a self-deprecating smile and laid her head back down. Beside her, the knight folded his arms and began to think. He eventually bows his head to Fiona before turning to the fallen adventurers himself. There are a number of things to consider, but first I will go and check on the adventurers. After that, I would like to discuss your disembarkation. Then, Fiona, looking at the knight who turned away after saying this, secretly said, I am also going to ask the Clausel family to help me, and she, too, stepped into the hall. Here, an event occurs that instantly erases the tension that has been building up to this point. Ha! This is no good. I'm going to have to ask for an extra fee later, or this is just not worth it. The female adventurer accompanying Ren shrugged her shoulders and said with a sigh. She looked at the other adventurer and then at Ren. We're going to spend the night here anyway, so let's just decide on a room to sleep in. I agree. We can leave the other side to the men. The two female adventurers then lean over Ren's body. How about sharing a room with us? At first Ren was stunned by surprise, but he soon became irritated. What are these two doing in this emergency? He wasn't only confused but annoyed by the two's colorful relationship. Please don't do anything strange at a time like this. He stretched out his arms and pulled the girls off of him. They laughed at his pinched attitude and left the place. Ren, who was left alone, lets out an irritated sigh, and was relieved. Fiona, who should have stepped into the hall earlier, was there by the door, smiling wryly. Let me see. Just to be clear, I wasn't flirting with those two or anything. No, it's okay. I was watching the whole thing. The timing of the incident was absolutely terrible. Fortunately, Fiona hasn't misunderstood anything strange, but what should I do about this subtly heavy atmosphere? This is bad. It was hard to introduce myself completely. For Fiona, Ren was a lifesaver, so he thought of how he should introduce himself. He didn't want to exchange passionate greetings, but he had to think that this encounter was indeed crazy. In this emergency situation, it would surely confuse Fiona. It wasn't Ren's intention to cause unnecessary confusion. Let's shelve it for the time being, consult with the knight, and make the best of the situation. Fiona is mistaking Ren for an adventurer, and it's also the case that a non-interference agreement has just been made between the adventurers and the examinees. For now, we decided to avoid introducing ourselves here. Now it's just a matter of how to act in this delicate atmosphere. Fiona-sama. I have something I want to discuss with you. An unexpected helping hand arrived. A female student came up to them and took her hands while talking to Fiona. The content of the consultation seemed to be rather complicated, and the student who appeared glanced at Ren's face. I'll leave you to it. As Ren turned his back to Fiona. Adventurer. Thank you so much for your help. She bowed deeply behind him and thanked him from the bottom of her heart. Chapter 35, A Story from the Night. The student who interrupted Ren and Fiona's conversation had a certain concern. It was the result of this final exam. It's no exaggeration to say that for these students, their future is at stake. Many of them were very anxious about being evacuated to this fortress and being helped by the adventurers and knights of the Clausel family who had come to their rescue. Is that against the rules? Later in the evening, Ren, who heard the story, secretly thought in a corner of the fort. He listens to the continuation from the knight sitting beside him while having an early dinner of meat grilled outside. The students have to prove their worth by themselves. But I can't help feeling uncomfortable about it. After all, their lives are more important. Ren tilted his head as he thought about this. You feel uncomfortable? Yes. The place used for the test of the special class, as I recall, is always communicated to the lord of the area. In that case, the area is sealed off so that no third party can intervene. However, there was no indication that this had been done. In fact, there were even adventurers in the area before the test began. At this point, it was a strange situation. The possibility of an accident is almost nil. It's certainly a suspicious situation, but how can you be so sure? Because the test is so well managed. Therefore, it's more likely that a third party has done something to the test. What? The control system is such that an accident is impossible, but the intervention of a third party is conceivable. There are plenty of powerful nobles, regardless of faction. The knight showed an indescribable wry smile. Then another knight said. Or is it the royal family? Haha. Even though the daughter of Marquis Ignat is here? What for? As expected, the involvement of the royal family is ridiculous. It's hard to believe that they are picking a fight with Marquis Ignat. Even if they wanted to set up Clausel, I don't think so because the cost would be too great. For a moment, Ren mended his smile at the disquieting conversation. Although he had just stopped Marquis Ignat from falling into the darkness, he definitely didn't want to get into any trouble here. It was said that the dean has left Leomel. It might be possible that it was an accident. It's not hard to see how they could have taken advantage of the situation somewhere. Ren had never heard of Kleno's departure from Leomel, but he dismissed it as someone he would have nothing to do with anyway. In any case, our escort schedule will not change. The knight who had been explaining the concerns of the students said. Whatever the circumstances, we can't ignore the students here, it'll cause trouble for our master. Even if some of the students refuse to comply, we must force them to go down the mountain. Everyone nodded. Especially since Fiona Ignat is also present this time, we have to be as careful as possible. While everyone's cheeks tightened with tension and a sense of mission, one knight turned to Ren with a smile. Even so, I was surprised, Rendano. You mean because of Fiona-sama? Yes. I was surprised, too. I'd never have thought that you would meet the person whose life you saved on such an occasion. Ren, who was forced to agree with all of the above, chuckled as he bit into his meat. I was seen getting tangled up with female adventurers, what do you guys think about this? Rendano, the meat here is also delicious. I recommend you to try this one. He was comforted without explicitly saying so, and a tear slipped into Ren's heart. It was never mistaken that Ren had a woman in attendance, but thanks to that, he had missed some good timing. I thought I should introduce myself, but because of that, I missed my chance. Maybe you can do it after we get down the mountain. I thought it might be better for both of you to have a more relaxed exchange of words. Do you really think so? Yes, I do. Fortunately, Fiona-sama seems to have mistaken Rendano for an adventurer. I have seen the irreverence of these adventurers, and I doubt that she'll ever ask you for your name because of it. Oh. It's also created a wall between the adventurers and the students. The effect of this will be that tomorrow he'll be basically irrelevant. Ren continued, asking the knights to avoid using his name and calling him a hero. It's not my intention to surprise Fiona under the circumstances. If it would cause unnecessary confusion, it'd be best to avoid introducing himself at this time. At the very least, it'd be better to wait until after we had finished descending the mountain. And, on top of that, Ren wasn't ready for it either. However, when we're asked for Rendano's name, we'll not be able to remain silent. The likelihood of that happening, however, seems infinitesimally small. Eventually, they finished their meal. The conversation continued as they cleaned up. Well, Rendano. One of the knights shared his plans for the future. I've just discussed this with the adventurers, and we'll be assisting those in the fort to dismount tomorrow morning. Of course, we'll be accompanied by the students. But there are so many of them. Because of the large number of people stuck in the fort, it's not possible to evacuate everyone at once. So it'll take 2 round trips to get everyone down the mountain. Therefore, we'll ask Rendano to dismount immediately tomorrow morning. Are you sure? As a matter of fact, it is not so good. I'm sure that Rendano's help will be of great importance to us. But we can't let anything happen to Rendano. If Rendano were to be injured, the young lady waiting for him in Clausel would be saddened. The last knight said this half-jokingly. On the other hand, from Ren's point of view, he thought that it could make Lisha sad, but at the same time, there was a possibility that she'd be angry with him. However, things didn't go as the knight thought. As night fell, the knight told Fiona on behalf of the students exactly what he had told Ren about his plans for tomorrow morning. Naturally, Fiona added that she'd be the first one to go down the mountain because of her position. However, they came to the conclusion that this would be difficult. A knight who visited Ren who was resting in a room of the fort at night said. Among the adventurers, there are a few who are very ill. Their condition was expected to settle down in a few days, but until then, it'd be safer not to force them to move. It wasn't advisable to take them out into the extreme cold outside. It seemed they could lose their lives if they weren't careful. They are using Fiona-sama's skills to take care of them. Because of this, I heard that she cannot be the first one to go down the mountain. It'd be difficult to take those who are seriously ill first and bring Fiona-sama along. Yes. After all, it is not good for an adventurer to be in such bad shape. Ren smiled at this. He concluded that he should stay at the fort as well. I'll stay, too. I'm certain I'll be of help in various ways, so I think it's safer to protect Fiona-sama. What I mean by various is mainly about the troublesome nature of the nobility. I'm sorry. I'll leave more knights behind. So, will the evacuation be all right? Don't worry. As soon as we descend the mountain, we'll bring the knights we left behind down here with us. Once that's decided, I can rest be assured. In fact, not only Fiona, there are many boys and girls who are associated with nobility at home and abroad, so people other than Fiona also need to be treated with respect. In light of this, Ren was really glad he had come. The knights of the Clausel family felt the same way. The food supply seems to be depleted, so I'll be waiting for them while I do some light hunting. We killed some monsters during the day, but a lot of them weren't fit to eat. Just in case, I decided to hunt monsters tomorrow so as not to waste time. I'm really sorry. No, this is very important to me, so please let me help you. Or rather, I would definitely even like him to let me stay at the fort. For Ren, who was just involved in a factional conflict this spring, this issue has a similar sense of urgency and hassle. Rather, he was grateful that it happened in his own immediate area. Because he can do everything in his power to protect the place where he lives. Chapter 36, finally, it was Ren and his team's turn. The next morning, several adventurers who had been in need of rescue and some of the examinees who were not in good physical condition and were deemed to be in need of early dismounting left the fort. The fallen adventurers in particular weren't able to move without assistance, so they were slowly being moved. As a result, every single adventurer who came to the rescue with Ren left the fort. Hirodano. Thanks to you, we're saved. These were the words of Maidas as he left. Excuse me. My name and the way you called me Hirodano is. I'm sorry. I don't know why Hirodano requested it dash. I'm sorry I forgot. He carried his partner Kai on his back and descended the mountain with a smile on his face that made Ren really happy. In addition, the female adventurers also left, which made him somewhat pleased. The inside of the fort was suddenly deserted due to these effects. Only a few students and those who had fallen ill, Ren who stayed behind just in case and the adventurers who stayed behind for Ren and Fiona were in the fort. Then, in the early afternoon of the day, I hope I haven't hunted too much. No, it won't be in vain. Ren, who had been hunting since early in the morning, said at the entrance to the fort. When Ren returned to the fort, the two knights who had remained at the fort showed up. They had been reluctant to leave the hunting to Ren, but in light of what had happened between Ren and Fiona, they had listened to his wishes and stayed behind themselves. Oh! This is brilliant. That should be enough for a month. After being welcomed by them, Ren unloaded the monsters he'd been carrying outside the entrance to the fort. I'm back. How's the treatment of that merchant? Ren asked as though he just remembered. There was talk of Fiona's skill in treating those who had fallen ill. The one who needed to be treated was the merchant in question. Because of this, it wasn't unreasonable to say that Fiona shouldn't be evacuated in the first group. On the other hand, it was also questionable to let only Fiona and the Imperial Merchant go down the mountain with priority given to them due to their tight protection. The other boys and girls are also associated with the nobility, and there's no room for error. Fiona-sama says everything is going well. We were relieved. If the merchant had died, it was certain to be troublesome. Hearing the knight's reply, Ren nodded his head and said, thank goodness. If that's the case, it seems to be quite possible. The first group has a forerunner, and it seems to be settling down reasonably quickly. The presence of the boys and girls made it necessary to allocate personnel to their escort as well. Furthermore, they couldn't ignore the swarm of monsters that attacked Fiona and the others as soon as Ren and the others arrived at the fort. At one time, there was a plan to send only the forerunners down the mountain to get further reinforcements. However, due to these circumstances, as well as the fact that the boys and girls were exhausted, it wasn't a good idea to stay at the fort for too long. The forerunner descended to call for reinforcements in the village and in Clausel. It's difficult to wait 10 days, or nearly 2 weeks. Even the beacon wouldn't be visible from the foothills because of the bad weather over the next few days. Therefore, as Ren thinks, the first group is also accompanied by a forerunner. After a certain point, the two knights would leave the group and dismount ahead of the others to call for further assistance. Naturally, the arrangements were made so that there'd be no hindrance to the boys and girls' escort. Leave the processing to us. The knight's voice reached Ren's ears as he was thinking. The knight had taken it upon himself to prepare the monsters Ren and the others had hunted. Rendano, please go and wash away your sweat. I'll leave it to you then. Ren took advantage of the knight's kindness and entered the fortress alone. Surprisingly, there's a place where you can take a hot bath in this fort. It was the same stone and rugged space as the inside of the fort, but it was a nice place to take a hot bath. Ren headed straight for the bathroom at the back of the fort. The hot water had been prepared in advance, so Ren was able to take a quick soak in the warm water. The bathroom was nothing new, so it didn't leave much of an impression on me. I just wanted to wash up the sweat and warm my body. Refreshing. Slightly wet hair stuck to his neck and forehead. With no magic tools, I had to rely on towels and natural drying to dry my hair. While walking with the towel draped around my neck, I passed by the hall where the adventurers were sleeping. Then, by chance, the door opened. Dash. What emerged was Fiona, looking exhausted. Fiona was surprised to see Ren appear so close by, and she closed the door with great force, bowing her head and saying, "Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's my fault for coming so suddenly to your side." He apologized out of concern for Fiona, even though it wasn't his place to apologize. They both fell silent and looked in the direction of the day after tomorrow at the same time. Ren, who had been overwhelmed by this rigidity, opened his mouth to explain the other day's incident, even though it was sudden. A dash. That dash. Their voices coincidentally overlapped. The two of them were looking at each other at the same time, so their eyes were crossed as if they were staring at each other. What do you want to say, please go on. Ren's voice was squeezed out, unable to endure the silence. Fiona thinks for a moment, then takes a fearful half-step back before speaking. What she said was something that made Ren stunned. I heard that you all came from Clausel. Dash. Fiona almost changed the subject. But she quickly rushed to clarify. I'm sorry. I know we had an agreement of non-interference. Never mind. But how did you know where I live? Fiona hesitated to answer when I asked her back. But her curiosity got the better of her and she opened her mouth. Actually, I have a benefactor in Clausel. I heard that you are from Clausel, so I wanted to ask you if you have met him. I had a feeling that you were close in age to him. Fiona didn't mention the word saved my life. The reason has to do with the fact that her father, Ulysses, hid Fiona's condition, and in order not to exaggerate the situation in light of her own position. So, she didn't say anything more. As expected. Please forget I said that. Fiona bowed her head deeply and felt regret at this exchange. She had broken the promise of non-interference she had made to the adventurer, and she had backed down in case it had affected the other students' disembarkation. I'm sorry. This is as good as breaking our promise of non-interference. No. I'm the one who asked back, so don't worry. Fiona bowed her head many times before leaving the scene. After a few days, the students seemed to have gotten used to the adventurers. But there was no relationship of any kind between the students and the adventurers, and the promise of non-interference made on the first day was kept. The inside of the fortress, armed and cold, didn't change its impression even though a large group of people remained. That, too, would finally come to an end. One evening, the knights and adventurers returned to the fort. They were all tired, but they still pushed on along the snow-covered road to evacuate those who were still left in the fort. The knights who had been waiting at the foot of the mountain were here as reinforcements, carrying more equipment and magical tools for the descent. They had the maximum number of people to march through the snow. Hey! Meidas, who was leading the adventurers, was nowhere to be seen. Ren wondered why he couldn't see Meidas in the group. He had to ask why. I'm sorry. Where's Meidas-san? He asked a knight who had just arrived. The knight told him that Meidas had left a message on a piece of parchment and gone off at the foot of the mountain. The reason, he said, was from the fact that Kai is still not in good health. It seems that this happened while the knights were taking care of the students, and they couldn't stop him even if they wanted to. The adventurers, too, were frustrated that he was gone when they came to find him. He has no sense of duty. He can't just turn his back on Hirodano just because he's desperate. That's right. He owes him a favor, but he's pathetic. The adventurers who were listening to the conversation made fun of Meidas. The knights, perhaps tormented by their own mixed emotions, didn't object to these words, but kept their mouths shut. You think so too, don't you, knights? We were in a situation and you carried us adventurers on your backs. But he's ungrateful, isn't he? I can't say from our point of view. On the contrary, we helped the students to evacuate. So we're going in circles. That's right. We've been working side by side with you, so you can't say that here. If we adventurers don't return the favor, we will eventually be abandoned. I understand how Meidas and the others feel, but his partner isn't going to die, so he should have helped us out here. Fortunately, there seems to be no rift between the knights and adventurers. The adventurers here in particular have taken the knights' side and voiced their opinions, and many of them have been taken aback by Meidas. Anyway, Hirodano. One of the adventurers put his hand on Ren's shoulder. He called him Hirodano without hesitation, as there were no students around, including Fiona, taking the exam. We'll stick with you to the end. We owe you a debt of gratitude for saving our young men in the case of the steel-eating gargoyle. Ren felt reassured by his words. Chapter 37, Before Crossing the Suspension Bridge, Part 1. On this night, the students were happy to hear the story. Some of them were still half convinced that they'd be able to go down the mountain, and some of the girls even shed tears of joy. I'm sure they were feeling a bit nervous. Even though they were talented boys and girls, they were still too young to be away from their parents in a place like this. The unusually cold and snowy weather must have made some of them think of death, and it was no wonder that they thought they would finally be saved. It's time for a change, Rendano. Oh, is it that late already? It was just before the date changed. A knight came to take over from Ren, who was keeping watch over the night. Ren returned inside the fort. The rugged interior is illuminated by torches. The lights illuminating the walls moved from side to side as the flames swayed with the slight passing draft. I went to the fireplace at the back of the entrance and warmed my cold hands. I think I'll have something warm to drink. As soon as I decided to do so, I headed for the cooking area of the fort. I had been to this place several times since I arrived at the fort. I remembered that I had visited there to check on the few remaining rations, and also to check on the rations after hunting monsters the other day. I walked along the cold passage, which wasn't insulated, and put my hand on the wooden door that sat at the end of the passage. With a low creaking sound that almost gave me goosebumps, I stepped beyond the openings. The moment I entered the kitchen, I saw Fiona inside, and she let out a cry. The first guest, Fiona, was standing in front of the sinks that lined the cooking area, washing dishes by herself. Ren exchanged a few words with her and then picked up a copper one-handed pot to boil some water. As he approached the old-fashioned hearth, he saw that it was already alight. Would you like to use it as well, adventurer? Fiona came to Ren's side. In her hand was a one-handed pot, just like Ren's. Yes. I wanted to have something warm to drink before going to bed. Ah, me too. I thought I would make some tea after I finished washing the dishes. So that's why you had the fire going. Do you mind if I boil some water with you? Yes, of course. Ren took advantage of Fiona's kindness and drew 2 cups of cold water from the water bottle beside the fireplace. He placed a one-handed pot on the stove and listened to the sound of the wood popping. Awkward. The two of us were itching to remain silent. But Fiona kept her promise of non-interference with the adventurers and didn't try to talk to Ren herself. Naturally, Ren didn't feel free to talk to her either. In fact, they had nothing to talk about. However, they started walking at the same time. At that moment, we looked at each other's faces for a moment to see what was going on, and it seemed that we both attempted to find tea leaves at the same time. Without exchanging a word, the two pretended not to notice each other and headed for the cupboard. They picked up several tea leaves in small bottles and searched for their favorite tea leaves, relying on the aroma. I didn't know they carried all this stuff. It seems that emergency food and other supplies are brought in under the direction of the Clausel family. Adventurers and knights who receive requests come and prepare for situations like this one. Thanks to them, we can at least enjoy a cup of tea. I'll have this one. Ren's hand reaches for the bottle of tea and the moment he touches it. Excuse me. No, no. It's not just the adventurer, it's me too. By coincidence, their fingertips overlapped in front of the bottle. The two of them twisted their bodies in a panic as if they had unexpectedly come in contact with boiling water and took half a step away from each other to mend their smiles. They couldn't hide their surprise that they had chosen the same tea leaves. If you like, I can brew it for you. Ren suggested. Fiona, unable to bear the thought of remaining in the same strange mood, said, Is that all right? Ren followed her lead and said, I don't know if it's good for your taste. But I'll brew some while remembering the methods the maids taught him. He pours tea brewed from tea leaves that are obviously not well preserved into a cup that isn't expensive at all. Oh, it's delicious. Fiona then said, steam leaking from her lips. Since there was no such thing as a chair, the two of them enjoyed the tea while standing. I see you've learned how to make tea before, Adventurer-san. Only a little. I was surprised to see that you're much better than I am. I'm not even close. Besides, being the daughter of the Ignat family, you don't get many chances to brew your own, do you? Well, I was sick until recently, so I tried to learn from the servant who talks to me. But I was too clumsy. Fiona turns over with a smile and hides her embarrassment behind her cup. The tea was important for medicine, so I tried to learn it myself. Partly because I preferred to be physically active when I could move, I tried my best, but I could only brew tea that was flattering and not good. Tea is really difficult to make, isn't it? But is it for medicine? Yes. The medicine I was taking is said to be better absorbed if taken with tea rather than water. Ren nodded. I guess the medicine still makes a difference when you use monster material. It seems so. Haha. What is it to a layman like me? In the village where he was born, Ren had been taught by Riggs, a medicine woman, that medicines were to be taken with water. It seems that this is because the drink used to take the medicine can cause changes in the medicine's effects. Of course, this is not true for all medicines, but basically, it's better to use water. But if you can drink it with tea, then it'd be deceptive even if the medicine is bitter. As you can imagine, that made it much easier to drink. While they were chatting, the cups they were holding were empty. Noticing this, they both headed for the watering hole. I'll take care of the cleanup. No. I can't leave it to the young lady. Adventurer-san, you have treated me to tea, so don't worry about it. You can at least let me clean up after you. Then, after Ren left. Strange. Why is he so easy to talk to? She washed the cups for both of them, wondering why they were somehow on the same wavelength. After she finished washing them, she wiped them with a cloth and put them back where they belonged. What was that? Fiona noticed something and wondered. She was talking to Ren about the medicine earlier, and the words he had said had somehow crossed her mind. Did I say anything about medicines made from monster materials? She turned on the faucet where the water was running and, incidentally, tilted her head as well. She left the cooking area and went to the fireplace and sat down on a crude wooden bench placed there, but she felt somewhat dazed. The flames and warmth of the fireplace made her think of an unexpected expectation. Oh? Fiona-sama. A knight appeared and spoke from a few steps away from Fiona. I think it's time for you to get some rest. You'll have to leave early tomorrow. Yes, sorry. The knight was right. Fiona, realizing that staying up late here would be a nuisance, hurriedly got up from the bench and tried to leave the fireplace. Fiona raised a somewhat panicked voice to the knight. Chapter 37, Before Crossing the Suspension Bridge, Part 2. It was going well. After breakfast soon after dawn, everyone faced the morning sun outside the fort. Rendano, at last. The knight spoke to Ren. Ren answered, yes. Since the representative of the adventurers, Maidas, was not present, the knight seemed to be in charge of the adventurers as well. Then, let us depart. At the knight's voice, Ren, the adventurers, and the students who had been left behind in the fortress all set out on the snow-covered path, one by one. These students are the best of the best, having made it to the final examinations for the prestigious Imperial Military Academy. But they were shown the difference in physical strength between the adults and themselves. They were amazed that the knights and adventurers led the way through the deep snow and showed no signs of fatigue, even though they had returned to the fort immediately after descending the mountain. Watching them, Ren exhales. Finally. Due to unforeseen circumstances, their stay has been longer than planned, but it feels like a weight has been lifted off his shoulders. I can hear the joyful voices of the students taking exams. Ren is bracing himself to not let his guard down until he gets them off the mountain. He stops and reaches for his cheek. He felt a cold, yet hot, breeze caressing his cheek, and he slid his fingers down his cheek to look for the remnants of that breeze. Was it my imagination? Ren twisted his head. It felt as if the wind was blowing snow and sparks mixed with the wind. Rendano. The knight spoke his name without hesitation, since Fiona wasn't nearby. I'm sorry. I was a little distracted, it seems. Haha. It's a long way down the mountain, it's only natural to feel a little bit relaxed. Then Ren slapped his cheek and reprimanded himself for being distracted. Don't let your guard down. Until we get the students down the mountain. He turned his attention backward as the students walked. I guess we'll be going home soon. Damn it. If only the opponent were monsters, such an abomination would. I wonder if we failed. Relief, frustration, anxiety. The same number of emotions as the number of people were expressed. After all, there wasn't even an examiner in sight. An examiner who is supposed to be prepared for any eventuality in the ever-expanding final exam. I heard that the number of days required for the final exam has already been exceeded, which makes me suspicious. In any case, we should get down the mountain as soon as possible. As for the physical strength of the students, and those who were suffering from symptoms similar to vessel breakage, even if they didn't directly lose their lives because of it, the physical exhaustion couldn't be ignored. After some time had passed since we left the fort, the suspension bridge came into view. The first time the students saw the suspension bridge, tension flashed across their faces. The suspension bridge, which is at a high altitude like the Balder Mountains and is furthermore being covered by a blizzard, makes you fearful just by looking at it from the sidelines. Knights, let's lead the students. Understood. Following a few adventurers and knights walking the bridge, the students are assisted by the adults. A young boy was told bluntly by an adventurer, let's go. Grab the railing or our coats, and he chuckled. No need for that. Who do you think we are? Ah, that's rude of me. If a prestigious family member becomes a student of a special class, wouldn't it be scary to go through a suspension bridge like this? Oh, of course not. Don't underestimate me. But soon after the adventurers had proceeded to the suspension bridge. The boy, who had followed the adventurer onto the suspension bridge, was frightened by the irregular swaying of his feet. A snowstorm made it impossible to see down into the canyon through the creaking wooden slabs. But if he fell, the difference in elevation would be too great for him to bear. The adventurer took the boy's hand, as if he had no choice. I don't need. I know. It's just that I don't want to drop off. Like the other students, if your hands are free, please lead the way. As Ren watches the exchange, he laughs at the adventurer's unexpected kindness. Most of the adults, including the knights, lent a hand to the students, influenced by the fact that they couldn't yet walk on their own 2 feet. Eventually, Ren followed suit. The only other students who didn't ask for help were Fiona and the girl who had previously consulted her about the results of the final exam. The others already had their counterparts. As for Ren, he wasn't sure which of them he should lend a hand to, but considering Fiona's status, he thought he should leave it to the knight. But then the other girl approached the knight. Can you please guide me? She extended her hand and asked him to support her body on the suspension bridge like the other students. As for the other knights and adventurers, they were all ready to head to the suspension bridge behind Ren, as they were already assisting the students and adventurers who couldn't walk alone. Therefore, Ren had no choice but to lend a hand to Fiona. The girl who had been helped by the knight looked slightly alarmed as she passed Ren. Adventurer-san, may I ask for your help? Fiona came to Ren's side in exchange. Ren, seeing the firmness in the girl's attitude toward the other adventurers, realized that the girl had an aversion to adventurers, and asked Fiona. Are you sure? I thought you wanted the knight's help. No. I was going to ask Adventurer-san from the beginning. I don't know why, but I was pleasantly surprised to hear her say so. The adventurer she refers to is probably Ren. He could tell from the way she said it. The hem of the coat, which was picked up with a shy smile, stretched out as he took a step forward, letting him know that she was behind him. Chapter 38, Flames Dancing in the Snow. One of Ren's feet lands on the wooden floorboards of the suspension bridge. Soon both feet are on it, and further on, Fiona also has a foot on the suspension bridge. The young lady, who until recently had been sickly, would never have experienced anything like this. I wonder if she'll be all right. After Ren and the others, adventurers, knights, and the remaining students also advanced. From the front and behind, the anxious voices of the boys and girls reached us faintly. But no sign of this came from Fiona, who was right behind Ren, reaching for his coat. Turning around to see if she was afraid, Ren almost doubted his own eyes. What's wrong? Fiona noticed that Ren had turned his head, and she looked exactly the same as she had before they had gone over the suspension bridge. Nothing. Fiona-sama, you don't seem afraid at all. Yes. I'll be fine. I have an adventurer protecting me now. Fiona suddenly scoffed at herself. I used to spend my days going to bed, waking up, and not knowing if I would live to see the next day. Compared to those days, there is nothing to be afraid of. As she walks along the suspension bridge, she reminisces about those painful days. At some point, Ren's coat, which should have been pulled and taut, loosened, and Fiona was a little closer to Ren than before. The suspension bridge creaks and squeaks incessantly. The long suspension bridge eventually reached its center. Some people who had already crossed the bridge were just beginning to arrive. Then Ren stopped here. Fiona stopped here as well. What was that? Was that wind? The wind was one that froze everything and the other that was filled with heat, reminding us of the remnants of war. The two touched their cheeks in the same gesture as if they were looking at themselves in a mirror. They rubbed their cheeks repeatedly to confirm the existence of the mysterious wind that caressed their cheeks. Ren and Fiona, almost at the center of the suspension bridge, furrowed their brows as the distance between them and the knights who were moving onward grew shorter. Those who had been advancing behind them were now right behind them. It was Ren who was the first to notice something unusual. He gently swallowed hard at the red light he saw at the bottom of the canyon. Take my hand. Fiona didn't ask why, but responded to Ren's impending voice. She put her own hand on Ren's without hesitation, and he, without hesitation, squeezed her hand back tighter. This time, there was no purple lightning like before. Ren ran without a pause. Run! Quickly! He shouted back and forth in sudden encouragement, warning the knights and adventurers who had moved away from him. The knights and adventurers turned around and raised their eyebrows at Ren's demeanor, but when they saw his panicked appearance, they all started to run at once. The anomaly came at about the same time. It was a heat wave. Heat waves surged up from the bottom of the canyon, mixing with the snowstorm and reaching the cheeks of the group as they proceeded along the suspension bridge. A red light shone on everyone from below. Hurry up! Something's wrong here. Hey! What's going on? You adventurers know what's going on. I don't know. If you know it's dangerous, don't worry about it and just run. The ghastly voices echoed in front of and behind Ren. A blizzard of snow quickly enveloped the area around them, just as the heat wave had done. The suspension bridge shook. Not by the blizzard, but by some other effect. Ha! Ha! Fiona's breathing reaching his back was disordered. He could also hear the desperation caused by nervousness. Is this also part of the final exam? You must never stop. Never. The impassioned voice of the knight escorting a student. There are no more students in awe of the swing of the suspension bridge or the perpendicular view. Fearful of the heat waves reaching their cheeks and the irregular swaying of the red light, they were thinking only of getting out of this suspension bridge as soon as possible. But things didn't go as planned. A vortex of flames extending from the bottom of the canyon swirls through the air, creeping and crawling. It approached Ren and Fiona, scattering red flames as it approached them, and it approached them from the opposite side of the air, claiming the presence of several of them as they looked around. Freeze dash! Fiona held out her hand and released a blast of cold air colder than the open air into the vortex of flame. The vortex of flame, which had lost its fury, quickly regained its momentum and attacked the two in the blink of an eye in its original form. The vortex of creeping flames increased in size and attacked the two. No, not the two of us. What are these flames? It's as if they are aiming only at her. Ren had his doubts, but he was convinced that this prediction was correct. The new vortex of flame, in addition to the previous one, if you look closely, the tip of the flame is aimed at Fiona, rather than at Ren. But this wasn't the time to worry about that. Run run run, I said, run faster. The adventurer's voice rings out. The blizzard and heat waves made it somewhat difficult to hear, but I could sense his impatience. Ren and the others, who hadn't stopped running but were now running even faster, were out of breath as they tried to pass the suspension bridge. We're almost through the suspension bridge. Some of the group in front of them had already passed through the suspension bridge. But Ren was forced to stop. At Fiona's weak voice. Suddenly, a strange pressure separating Ren and Fiona's hands shook the space. Ren, who had put all his strength into his hand holding hers, never letting go, was certainly not letting his guard down. And yet, their hands parted. A red wind passed between them, as if the blizzard were a wind monster with a will. Fiona's body was taken by the wind and sent flying over the railing of the suspension bridge and into the air. It was as if an invisible force had forced her away. At the same time, a powerful explosion sound echoed from a distance, and lava soared up. Wah! Ren felt the presence of something in it. There was definitely a sense that a much more vicious strength reached out to him than the true man-eater that Jiraku showed at the end, and it was hard not to think so. Fiona-sama. Tsu Adventurer-san. I reach out my hand. But it doesn't reach her. My fingertips and that of Fiona who'd been thrown in the air lightly brushed past each other. Ren doesn't hesitate and leans his body over the railing as well. This. What the hell is going on? Then, he himself threw his body into the air. At first I tried to help Fiona with nature magic with the wooden magic sword, but I stopped as soon as I saw the whirlpool of flames that loomed over her back. The swirl of flames was coming from above, below, left and right to envelop Fiona, so when I used natural magic, it would burn it out. Instead, I summoned my shield magic sword. Realizing that without it, I could no longer protect her. I'm going to be selfish, but please forgive me. Ren embraces Fiona's body and without a moment's pause, uses the power of the shield magic sword. The shield of magic power that he created in the air enveloped himself and Fiona and protected them from the oncoming whirlpool of flames. Please. Freeze. Fiona also exercised her magic. She released cold air as before and suppressed the flames that attacked the magic shield. While doing this, the two of them fall. They were quickly moving away from the suspension bridge toward the bottom of the canyon. Ren Dono. The knight's voice reaches them. But there was nothing they could do. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the adventurers and knights who had passed through the suspension bridge take the students with them. Meanwhile, Ren, too, is struggling to deal with the vortex of flames. He gasps when he sees the magical shield on the verge of collapse. I could have taken the steel-eating gargoyle's thrust so squarely. This flame is more than that. Then it's definitely not just a flame. But eventually, the swirl of flame reduces its momentum, and the red light reaching from the bottom of the canyon turns weak. I don't know the reason for this, but this should allow us to return home. With the power of the wooden magic sword I had summoned at the same time, I stretched out the ivy and returned to the suspension bridge, and that was all I needed to do. Adventurer-san. Wah damn. The remaining vortex of flame hit the suspension bridge and burned out where they were before they were thrown into the air. The vortex of flame exploded as it was, splitting the suspension bridge in two. It began to sag according to gravity, and the knights who had been worried about Ren and the others held on to the suspension bridge in a panic. There were no more students on the bridge. The bridge had been crossed by adventurers and knights, so only a few knights and adventurers were caught by the bridge. This would burn out the ivy of natural magic. The ivy cannot extend forward. Then, how about the suspension bridge that leads back to the fort? We can go there. It's longer and closer to the ground, but as long as I can hold on, I should be able to do something with my power. There's no vortex of flames approaching behind the suspension bridge. This way, I can deliver the ivy and get a grip. At least it would be much better than falling to the bottom of the canyon. If the vortex of flame reached there too, we would have to think about it then. Fiona-sama. Yes. I'll definitely send you back safe and sound. Fiona immediately responded to that. Yes. I'll leave everything to you, Adventurer-san. Before they could finish their reply, the two of them looked ahead, to the left and to the right. The swirling flames and scattered lava from the bottom of the canyon turned the area red. It was almost at the same time that Ren exercised his nature magic. Make it in time. Worried about the safety of the knights trapped on the suspension bridge, Ren swings his wooden magic sword to protect Fiona. When I looked into Fiona's face to see if she was trembling while I was holding her in one arm, she was leaning strongly against my arms, even though her lips were tightly tied. Chapter 39, Go the Other Way. If I hadn't used nature magic to hold onto the suspension bridge, we'd have been scorched by the lava flow that filled the canyon below. So this was the only way to save Fiona. Even though I knew we'd have to trundle back to the fort, I couldn't risk our lives. I'm sorry. It's my fault. After returning to the fort, Ren and Fiona were on its rooftop. They checked the surroundings and thought about what to do next. No, that wasn't your fault, Fiona-sama. Ren was concerned about Fiona, but she was shaking her shoulders in frustration. It wasn't her fault, but she felt remorse that she had put him in danger by getting him involved. Ren was noble in his integrity, but he was also concerned about what was to come. We got by earlier, but here's the problem. Immediately after escaping from the suspension bridge, Ren tried to find a way down from the vicinity, but the surrounding lava flow informed him that it was impossible. So he gave up and returned to the fort. Those who crossed the suspension bridge should be safe. I hope everyone who held onto the suspension bridge are also safe. The path taken by the parted knights and adventurers, plus the students, was safe, I thought. If the lava flowed according to the terrain Ren knew, then the path they would use to climb the mountain would be safe. On the other hand, the paths that Ren and Fiona could use to descend the mountain were fewer. Furthermore, the only route left was the one that required a more circuitous route than the one they had started with. Should they wait for rescue? If we don't do anything, this place will be covered by lava. The lava flows that are being seen show no signs of abating. In fact, it seems as if the number of places where lava overflows is increasing. Adventurer-san, we are. Fiona had noticed this as well. Fiona knew that staying here wasn't going to bring rescue. It'd be no surprise if a lava flow would soon sweep in around the fort and swallow them both up. Our only option is to try to get down the mountain from a different road than that suspension bridge. In the meantime, there are several paths down the Balder Mountains. Ren pointed in one direction. The closest one is the one that leads to Viscount Given's estate. Yes. It's possible to go down from there as well. But it would take a lot more time than going down the mountain to the Clausel side. No matter how much we tried to get down the mountain as quickly as possible, we couldn't afford to be picky if there was no other way. So Fiona didn't seem bothered by it either. If this doesn't work out, it'll be very troublesome. In the meantime, there are no other avenues. We can go down the mountain from the path that Fiona and the other students have taken. But we don't want to do that. It would take too long to get down the mountain, and we would have to stay in the Balder Mountains for a long time. Still I wonder if it's the hero faction after all. Ren muttered softly. The series of disturbances were so inexplicable that I couldn't stop suspecting the existence of a dark entity in the shadows, as I had done with Viscount Givens. However, Fiona, who heard Ren's mutterings, shook her head no. Among the students, there was a legitimate son of a family lineage linked to the British barons. Don't you remember the boy who was being cared for by the adults before we crossed the suspension bridge? Ah. I think there was one for sure. That boy is the one. So I have a feeling that the heroic group wouldn't do anything to endanger his life. I see. It's true, when you put it that way. For the heroic faction, the people of the British barony are irreplaceable. There'll be men like Viscount Givens, but even then, the heroes faction should observe certain lines. Therefore, as Fiona said, I don't think it was the heroic faction. Then the question becomes, who is it? An accident that happened because of the absence of the dean? No, if anything, it was a disturbance aimed at the absence of the dean. The further question is Marquis Ignat. If that man is in the picture, there's no way anyone could easily cause such a commotion. Because even though he has many political enemies, on the other hand, I don't think anyone would find it easy to get into a fight with him. In other words, I doubt that a being with power equal to or greater than that of Marquis Ignat would try to get on his bad side. Or another power. The people who are plotting to revive the Demon King may have made some kind of move here. However, searching for the culprits at this point will not help. First of all, we had to take action to escape the Balder Mountains in order to protect ourselves. Let's leave the Balder Mountains as soon as possible. We need to get ready and leave immediately. Yes. I'll go check the luggage right away. It wasn't long afternoon, so we could move while it was still light. And now, with lava flowing everywhere, I could imagine that it'd be reasonably bright even at night. So we had to make a little progress, and we both shared that goal. We started to return to the fort at the same time, but Fiona suddenly stopped. She pressed her hand against her chest. For a moment, her chest throbbed inexplicably and strongly. Fiona-sama. And no, it's nothing. But it was only for a moment. I was worried that her body had reverted back to the way it was before she took the drug, but there was no sign of that at all. Fiona immediately slapped her cheek and gave a dainty smile. Her smile was exactly like that of an angel. Lava flowed to the surface of the earth and down the sharp mountainside, turning the whole area bright red. Perhaps the terrain around the Balder Mountains has also been eroded. However, there are still some landforms that have not been eroded. Ren, accompanied by Fiona, set out to descend the mountain by following such a path. 2 days had passed since they left the fort. Night was falling again. It was about that time of the year when, if one looked up to the sky, one could see the stars in the sky. Not good. Ren, who was sitting alone by the fire, woke up with a start. He thinks back to what happened before he went to bed. They had decided to camp around here today, and spent a busy time tamping down the snow on the ground and pitching a tent for two. After dinner, Ren told Fiona to rest. She was tired. Ren had taken overnight watch for her, but he, too, was so tired that he dozed off. It's all right, Adventurer-san. Fiona's voice came from beside me, even though she was supposed to be asleep. I looked in the direction of the voice and saw her sitting in front of the campfire. While you had fallen asleep, no monsters attacked us. I'm sorry. I can't believe I fell asleep while I was supposed to be protecting you. When Ren apologized, Fiona shook her head immediately. I apologize. I'm sure you were on watch duty last night, too. That's why you were a little sleepy today. Don't worry about that. It's my job. No, at times like this, let me help you. Fiona smiles. She wrapped herself in thermal gear but was still cold and hugged her knees. In her hand was a wooden cup that was steaming warm, and the faint aroma of tea was wafting through the air. As if on an impulse, she handed the wooden cup to Ren, took a small one-handed pot from the fire, and brewed a pot of tea. Some of the Ignat family's servants were serving in the imperial castle. Oh. As expected of the Ignat family. But those servants laughed when they drank the tea I brewed for them. Again, I didn't know what to say. But Ren doesn't have the option of not touching the tea. Fiona said shyly, if it doesn't taste good, just throw it away, but Ren smiled in a cool way and brought the cup to his lips. I woke up. The tea is, what can I say, very bitter. It's delicious. You're lying. Your eyebrows were twitching. Adventurer-san. It's just a habit, so don't worry about it too much. It's really delicious. I'm glad to hear you say so, but please really don't overdo it. It would be terrible if it upset your stomach. In fact, I didn't feel that it wasn't tasty. It was bitter, but as for Ren, he felt she brewed it better than he did, and the fragrant steam was soothing. Fiona secretly relaxed her cheeks as Ren swallowed another sip or two. Chapter 40, The Reason for the Strength and the Change of Destination to the Hidden Path. We have about 2 more days before we can go down the mountain. After a few moments of silence, Fiona spoke. Yes. I think we can get down to Viscount Given's territory in about that time. Hey? After all this time, is it wrong to call it the Viscount Given's territory? She mentioned the question because Viscount Given is no longer with us. I have no doubt that he'd have been disgraced after that incident, but before that, he had taken his own life. Well. It's now in the custody of the royal family, so maybe. This time, for simplicity's sake, let's call it Viscount Given's territory. When Ren scratches his cheek, Fiona narrows her eyes. There was no sign of pessimism about the situation, and she was stubborn to a fault. You're a strong person, Fiona-sama. Hey? What's going on all of a sudden? I'm sorry if I'm mistaken, but thinking back, even that incident on the suspension bridge, you didn't show any sign of fear. If that's what you mean, it's for the same reason I told you the other day. She looked up at the night sky full of stars. She let out a white breath and illuminated her appearance with the light of the bonfire. If I showed this view to myself of just a little over a year ago, I'm sure I'd be laughed out of the room and told it was a dream. Ren winces at this change of subject, but doesn't point it out. Fiona is surely putting this forward because she thinks it's a necessary part of the conversation. It's hard to imagine that she would come here and be flippant about it. A little over a year ago. Yes. I was really sick and had never been out of my room before. Fiona said she'd never even seen the sky beyond what she could see through the window. She never knew how big it was outside, and she never knew that the sky was wide open. She only had the chance to leave her room a few times a year. The people at the fort had symptoms similar to vessel breakage. Ren nodded quickly. I had it. It was so severe that even those who made their living healing with magic, apothecaries, and mage tool makers said my situation was impossible. That's why she wore that necklace. That was the reason for the existence of demon-destroying necklace. Originally, that one was made by one of the 7 heroes to hide the presence of his friends. By suppressing the mighty magical power of the 7 heroes, he misled the Demon King and other opponents. By using the effect of suppressing that magical power, they were probably trying to improve Fiona's body by suppressing her magic power. Is it okay for you to tell me this story? Yes, I'm sure it is safe to tell you about it, Adventurer-san. Fiona answered without hesitation and continued. The only world I lived in was my room, lined with magical tools for healing that my father had prepared for me, potions, shelves lined with books that I could read only on days when I was feeling well, and a chair that I couldn't sit in by myself without assistance. It was difficult for her to move her body without assistance. Even when she was able to move her body, she was only able to sit up on the bed by herself, drink, and eat. Even that was limited to days when she was in good physical condition. But then one day, the world changed. It came suddenly and changed her destiny. There was a day when my father and the servants changed. I mistook it for, oh, how little I had left to live but it wasn't. It was at night, after Fiona had fallen asleep. She declined to say, but a drug that appeared to be made of Thief Wolfen's material was administered without her knowledge. The reason is simple. Marquis Ignat didn't want Fiona to be too happy. When I opened her eyelids, I was relieved to find out I was alive. Then I wondered if I could stand up today without assistance. Would I be able to raise my upper body by myself? How many more times will I be able to eat by myself? I prayed for something small, like that dash. But I soon noticed something different about my body. When she woke up, her body felt awfully light. It was as if everything was in a different world. Everything in her vision shimmered so brightly that she mistakenly thought everything she'd been seeing was black and white. Everything was brightly colored. My body didn't hurt. Which was strange, and I fell to the floor, trying to stand up from the bed without assistance. I hit my head on the floor and got a bump. But that was it. I was just crawling around on the carpet, miserable, and for the first time, I cried tears of joy. Watching Fiona, Ren noticed the strength in her eyes. He listened intently to the story of the great nobleman daughter's story. So I'm not afraid of anything now. Compared to those days, this is nothing. Fiona turned her face from the sky to Ren. The eyes have a mysterious twinkle in them that makes the stars twinkling in the night sky look like stone chips. I can't believe this girl was actually supposed to die. Fiona, who was destined to die if Ren hadn't been Ren. The way she was desperately living in the present was precious. And the reason why she wasn't afraid of anything was also painfully conveyed. I'm sorry. It wasn't easy for you to tell me that, was it? I'm fine now, and besides. Gently averting her eyes from Ren, Fiona turned her gaze to the cup and muttered. Thinking about what I'll do when I get off the mountain, I can do my best. In a small voice, without saying what it was. However, she was secretly determined to do her best for the sake of the great meaning of her current mutterings. The mumbling didn't reach Ren, but she thought it was okay. I'll make sure we get down the mountain safely. I promise I'll definitely send you out of the Boulder Mountains. The words came naturally from Ren's mouth and his powerful eyes shot through Fiona. Really, you're a very kind person, just like they said you'd be. Fiona continued in a voice too small for Ren to hear, and continued to giggle. But then she continued to giggle. She reached out and put her hand on her chest. She took a deep breath and showed it to Ren, who felt uncomfortable. Are you all right? Seems you're not feeling well. No. I'm fine. Fiona was in a hurry to make things right, but there was enough conviction in her cheeks to say it was okay. She was so calm that Ren thought he was imagining the discomfort he felt, and she held up the same smile as before. Please sleep a little longer. I'll be fine. I dozed off earlier, but I'll try a little harder. I was a little lost with Fiona's attention, an apology. I'll take your word for it and go ahead and rest. Then Fiona stood up, apologized again, and left by the fire where Ren was. She returned to the tent she was using and closed the entrance. At the same time, she dropped to her knees with a mighty thud. She continued to lie down, stretching her arms across her chest and keeping her eyes down, enduring the intense pain that raced through her body. Why is this, suddenly? She was trying to keep her breathing scient, so that Ren would never notice. The sound she couldn't suppress was slightly stifled by covering her mouth with both hands. The two left the encampment as soon as dawn broke. The snow around them was much less than it had been a few days before. Although there were still scattered effects of the heavy snowfall, the lava flows everywhere had melted the snow from the heat. Thanks to this, the descent seemed smooth. But this is the worst. The road leading to Viscount Gibbons's territory had been cut off right in front of Ren's eyes. The path, which should have been there, was blocked by a huge lava flow. Lava burst from the bottom of a steep slope in the area, splashing down. This was more powerful than when Marquis Ignat tried to revive Asfar here. If this had been ordinary lava, it might have been managed. As soon as Fiona started to make her way to Viscount Gibbons' side, she noticed something. She said that the lava flow in the area was not ordinary lava. She said she could feel the magic from the heat of the lava as if the lava were alive. She said it was much like the flames that hit the suspension bridge. So that's why the lava didn't seem to freeze in this cold, but only grew more ferocious. Of course, along the way, Ren had attempted to use nature magic to create a path. Likewise, Fiona's ice magic had tried to hold back the lava. The result was that none of these attempts had any effect, and the momentum of the lava, which was filled with magic power, continued to grow stronger and stronger. Adventurer-san. Would you like to head the way we came in the first place? No. I think you're expecting that, but at this rate, the situation on that road will be the same or worse before we get there. You're right. We can't afford to lose any more time. The Boulder Mountains is already a far cry from the scene Ren knew. The silvery peaks are being covered in lava by the minute, which will soon take away any place Ren and Fiona can walk. There is no time to be picky about the means of descent. Or maybe there never was one. I remember another way, in case you're wondering. It was already a bitter pill to swallow. There was no other way to go and not a day to spare. Can we go downhill from the other road? Yes, without a doubt. It was a hidden map that Ren knew. I wonder if that place even exists in this world. The steel-eating gargoyles that always appear, combined with the environment surrounding the hidden map, had ruled out that option until now. But it is a dangerous path, as there are deranked monsters. If we fail to make it to that path, in some cases it may result in a better choice to wait at the fort. No. Fiona chuckled wistfully. I'm sure you know what I mean, Adventurer-san. We can't expect any help from the outside. Even if those who were separated by the suspension bridge were still alive, and even if they had made it back safely, I'm sure they would have finished their descent by now. Then they would call for reinforcements, or maybe knights and adventurers who have just descended would try to come to Ren and Fiona's aid. But it's impossible. Without the suspension bridge, the only way to the side of the fort they were in was through the canyon, but it was impractical to go through that deep canyon, and the lava flow everywhere would only increase in intensity. But we can't expect to be rescued from other routes either. If rescue were to come from those paths, Ren and Fiona would be able to descend on their own in the first place. If so, the lava flow would kill Ren and Fiona while they were waiting for rescue. The lava flow is also flowing out from higher ground than here. It's not hard to imagine that the lava flow would be strong enough to take the lives of both of them. Let's go. Even if it's dangerous, there seems to be no way for us to save ourselves except to take the path that you know. If we wait and only get swallowed by the lava flow, then we should be prepared to take the risk and go on. The two shared this thought. Then again. Why is this happening? Compared to when Marquis Ignat reigned over this mountain range as the boss and tried to revive us, the lava flow now is nothing compared to that time. Even if someone had orchestrated this recent disturbance, how could this be possible? Even if it's the work of those who are plotting the resurrection of the Demon King. If that were possible, even Marquis Ignat would have done it. That way, the protagonists in the Legend of the Seven Heroes wouldn't be sidetracked. Marquis Ignat should have fulfilled his goal of reviving Isfel and turned on Leomel. But he didn't. Was this a game-changing performance or another factor? Or maybe Fiona's presence had something to do with it. For a moment, the thought crossed Ren's mind, but he quickly shook his head and started walking. Let's go. Let's head for the road I know first. Fiona then replied in a tired voice, okay. Chapter 41, What I Noticed. The next morning, Ren woke up just after dawn and was preparing breakfast. Yesterday, after that, we moved on as far as we could before moving on to the encampment. That's strange. I feel like I would have been in a distress kind of situation if Y-san hadn't taught me anything about encampment. He also recalled his escape with Lisha. Recently, when the roof of the old building collapsed, he was also taught how to encamp using monster materials. There isn't enough fur to completely cover a tent, but if you cover the gaps with fur, it was surprisingly warm, so it was worth the lesson. Anyway, that was a joke. Of course, I had no intention of complaining to Weiss. Good morning, Adventurer-san. Ah. Good morning. Fiona came out of the tent, her voice sounding sleepy. Breakfast is ready. Dash. Sorry. I'm late again today. Dash dot. Then they both kept their mouths shut in mid-sentence. Ren didn't know why Fiona kept her mouth shut, but the reason Ren kept his mouth shut was simple. Stubborn hair. Fiona's gap was unimaginable given her previous good behavior. Fiona had just woken up, and there on her head where her hair would probably be pinched, there was a cute little strand of stubborn hair standing out. It's definitely a sleeping habit. Should I point it out? No, that would make her feel embarrassed. I'll pretend I didn't notice. Ren smiled. It's a no-frills dish, but here you go. That's outrageous, of course it's a treat enough. Fiona, too, was refreshed, approached the fire, and began to eat the simple breakfast that Ren had prepared. The menu consisted of tea, lightly seasoned and grilled meat, and a simple soup made from dried food brought from Clausel and put back in hot water. But it's nourishing, because it's all prepared for such a situation. Fiona, sitting by the fire, holds a cup of soup in both hands. She puffs it up, letting it cool a little with her breath, and brings it to her mouth, her stubborn hair shaking on her head. Oh, it shook again. Every time Fiona takes a sip of soup, her stubborn hair shakes. Ren quickly turned his head away, thinking it would be rude to keep looking at her. Instead, Fiona was now looking at Ren's head. What's wrong? He was somewhat busy this morning. Fiona was peeking at Ren many times right beside him as he twisted his head slightly. But if Ren looked at Fiona, she immediately looked away. She sat down and curled her back a little, making herself smaller and drinking her soup quietly. I'll go ahead and get ready to leave. It's not a time to rush, so you can eat at your leisure, Fiona-sama. Fiona looked at Ren as he stood up and called out to him for a moment. She turned her back to him and was about to extend her hand to him, but she dropped it and said, "Thank you." With her voice behind him, Ren returned to the tent and began to prepare for departure. It wasn't long before he began to pack his few belongings. He was putting the ironware in his bag. Dash dot. He nodded solemnly and put the dishes in his bag. His outstretched hands, not holding his head, touched his own hair, and he felt the texture of his own hair on his fingertips from not having had a satisfying hot bath. But my attention was drawn to something else. I touched my own stubborn hair, which was bouncing in my sleep habit without worrying about the bad texture. I'll call it a draw. I wasn't a winner, but I held my hair back with a mysterious stubbornness. Then from outside the tent came Fiona's surprised voice, "Wow, it was the same with me too." When Ren eventually finished his preparations and went outside, he and Fiona's stubborn hair had already been fixed. After leaving, Ren walks by the snow and lava flow while thinking. Really, what the heck is going on? I've thought about this many times since we left the fort, but I can't help but think about the recent disturbances. I thought about it several times when I was on night watch and wondered where the rupture occurred, who had created this situation, and for what purpose. I think the fire on the suspension bridge was aimed at Fiona. If that's the case, it would seem that all of the anomalies in this final exam were also aimed at her in the first place. If that's the case, the rupture started before the students arrived here. At the very least, someone has been setting it up before the arrival of the magic ship. Someone with enough power and wisdom to take advantage of the absence of Klano Highland, the Dean, and set up this disturbing event. However, Ren had no knowledge of this disturbance in his mind. If there had been such a disturbance, he'd have been able to get information about it in the game. Yes, that's right. I'm making a different assumption. Ren was very mistaken. It's only natural that he didn't know about this situation. In the in-game story, Fiona is dead and there is no event to save her. He needed to think from a different angle. For example, there are those who would benefit from taking Fiona Ignat's life. It reminds me of the people who want to revive the Demon King, who were on my mind the other day. They'll take Fiona's life and make Marquis Ignat distrust Leomel. Ren thought for a moment. The Imperial Academy and the country are not unrelated, so it'd be very convenient to take a life here. What I don't understand is how they could have created the Balder Mountains as it is now if they had anything to do with it. The harsh conditions in the Balder Mountains today are nothing compared to those in the game. In a few days, the silver peaks of the Balder Mountains will be completely covered with reddish-black lava. But if they could have created that situation, they would have done so in the game. As I concluded before, it have made it impossible for the protagonists to arrive. I was thinking about this the other day, but it depends on whether that was the direction of the game or whether the same situation couldn't have been created now. What if the game couldn't create this situation? That's to say, either there wasn't enough power on the part of Marquis Ignat at the time, or he wasn't prepared for it. But if Marquis Ignat was involved, Ren felt that these two options weren't the same. Then there's a difference in the Balder Mountains now from the game. Fiona was the one who came to mind. Especially thinking back to the vortex of fire that hit the suspension bridge. Fiona-sama, I'd like to ask you a few questions. Yes, what is it? Fiona, who had been walking hard despite her exhaustion, looked at Ren. You were taking care of those who had collapsed in the fort, right? What kind of skills were you using at that time? Let me see. Seeing Fiona hesitate, he was taken aback. I'm sorry. I know it's hard to expose one's skills. My father told me never to tell anyone but... Fiona, who showed reluctance, looked distressed. However, she didn't want to hide anything from Ren. Besides the magic I've displayed so far, I'm able to interfere with the magic of other people. Her answer was vague. The content itself is that of a skill Ren has never heard of. So that's how you healed the broken vessels of the adventurers. You're right. I wish that would have kept my own vessel from cracking down, but it doesn't do much for my own body. I see. Ren nodded with curiosity and secretly thought to himself. I'm certain this girl has special powers. But... I think aside from the fact that the Mastermind knew about Fiona's skills, there's something else. Suppose, for example, that the fallen adventurers are also part of the Mastermind's plan and have an important role to play in targeting Fiona. If Fiona takes care of them, she'll stay longer here in the Balder Mountains. This may be part of the Mastermind's plan, but it doesn't feel right somehow. There's no guarantee that the students will come to the fort, but then I don't see the point of undermining the adventurers who are escorting the merchants. Because there's no need for that. If the adventurers and the students don't meet, it'd be a total waste of time. That said, in light of the fact that the adventurers were in that situation, I think the Mastermind thought it was a necessary matter. In general, if he was after Fiona Ignat, it'd have been easier if he had taken her life before she came to the fort. The fact that they didn't do that means one of two things. 1. They had some purpose and intended to kill her after they arrived at the fort. 2. They actually intended to kill her before they arrived at the fort, but for some reason they were unable to do so. Otherwise, it's still a mismatch. It's definite that someone is behind this, but I don't know what he or she was thinking when they created this situation. However, Ren suddenly came to an aha moment. No way, I thought. I'm so smart, I thought to myself, and looked up at the sky and chuckled. I was made to come here, too, wasn't I? It was like a revelation. The small dots of discomfort were connected to each other, and I came to the truth of what might be. That means so that's how it is. Suddenly, Ren stopped and exchanged a glance with Fiona. I have something I wanted to talk to you about. Ren called out to her. Fiona gasped as she saw the strength in his eyes. Chapter 42, Prelude. We advanced further, and when several tens of minutes had passed. Are you okay? Halfway through, Fiona stopped and looked down. She was breathing with her hands on her neck and chest. Ren couldn't tell what was wrong, but she looked terribly ill and was breathing repeatedly. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just a little tired. She smiled bravely, but there were large drops of sweat on her forehead. In fact, she herself thought the change in her physical condition was due to fatigue and could offer no further explanation. She soon calmed down, even at that, and tried to regain her composure and start walking. That's when it happened. Ren stopped Fiona by extending his arm in front of her. Standing there to protect Fiona, he stared intently at the trees growing in front of their sight. Then, shortly afterwards, "You too. You had us worried." From behind a tree with snow on its branches, the werewolf Maida's appeared. "Maida's-san." But Ren's voice was hard and had a sense of caution in it. Maida's, on the other hand, didn't care. He approached Ren and Fiona with a look of sincere relief on his face. But when he takes one step closer, Ren takes one step backwards. He kept his distance, keeping his eyes on Maida's while trying to protect Fiona. "What's wrong all of a sudden? Do I have to tell you why? What are you talking about? Could it be that the rescue was delayed because of me and you're thinking about it? If that's the case, I'm truly sorry dash." Before Maida's could finish, he was eating his words. "How did you manage to get yourself a convenient merchant?" Maida's paused and shrugged his shoulders in contemplation. "I'm impressed. It seems that you're a lot more clever than I imagined. So the merchant is your collaborator, too?" Maida's continued in a good mood, exposing his white canine teeth. "It's just a coincidence. The merchant happened to be looking for materials for a certain monster. When I found out, I contacted him and told him that the Adventurers Guild in Clausel had it." Ren, who had suspected a connection, spoke up immediately. "You're talking about the material of the steel-eating gargoyle, right? This is interesting. How did you know?" "How could I not know? You've confessed to it when you showed up like this. It's very obvious. The steel-eating gargoyle was predicted to have changed residence because it ran out of food. But you set it up so that the monster would come to the eastern forest, didn't you?" "Phew, you are right. The only reason you didn't go to the Adventurers Guild yourself is because you wanted to watch and observe how well I could fight." "No, you're mistaken about that part." "Mistaken?" "Yes, that's right. I had prepared the steel-eating gargoyles to kill you. I knew it was their turn." Apparently, Maida's is unaware of Ren's battle with Jiraku. So he decided that 2 steel-eating gargoyles would be enough to do away with Ren. Even though Ren had defeated Thief Wolfen single-handedly in the past. "But you surprised me. I can't tell you how many times I was angry at you back then because we had to modify our plan all over again. Then why didn't you just attack me from behind when I was fighting the steel-eating gargoyles? Would have made your work easier." "Of course, I thought about that. But back then, there was a strange woman observing the fight too at that time. You see, she was dressed in luxurious vestments." "Oh. As far as I was concerned, I thought she was your escort sent by Marquis Ignat, or something. In the end I never found out who she was, but if she wasn't, I should have put my hand on her then." He seemed to be on the lookout for an opportunity to sound off and take Ren's life. "That's why he got me to come here, too. The steel-eating gargoyle material and the presence of the merchant who wanted it meshed well. Maida's used this information, as he himself had mentioned, in order to take Ren's life together with Fiona, who would be aiming for something else. So, you didn't expect what happened on the suspension bridge, did you?" "You're right about that. How did you do it? That's what made it so hard for us to find you." "Well, I don't know," Ren fearlessly shrugged his shoulders. Maida's was also unaware of Fiona's power. "Thanks to him, we know one thing for sure. The current situation in the Balder Mountains is not what Maida's had in mind. His goal was to take the lives of both Ren and Fiona. He himself doesn't seem to have the power to work on the dormant volcano in the Balder Mountains and create an even more vicious column of fire. In other words, there is a different mastermind than Maida's himself. It's just like you said, Adventurer-san, about them showing up along the way." "Yes. Be on your guard so that you can be ready for a fight at any moment." "Yes." Before leaving for the day, Ren spoke to Fiona and told her to be on the lookout for Maida's and the others. Therefore, Fiona was prepared for a fight. Ren drew his iron magic sword and readied it. Seeing Maida's approaching again, he put strength into his hand that held the iron sword. "What happened to your partner? Is he still down?" It was right after Ren asked. Suddenly, from behind Ren the others showed up. "Thanks for worrying about me." As soon as he noticed Kai emerging from the shadows, Ren changed his angle while protecting Fiona. Kai then turned to Fiona and said, "By the way, the woman there. I don't forgive my body for getting weird when I approached you, but that and the fact that you nursed me back to health made me curious about your power." So you too?" "As expected. So, the reason those guys were down was because of her." The only thing that Ren knows about Fiona's power is that it can affect other people's magic as well. In Kai's terms, it was Fiona's presence that caused him to contract that condition. Of course, the same goes for the adventurers and merchants around her. "I see. So you were trying to kill her before we got here." "That's what happened. But somehow the power in my body was affected by her and I went crazy. That's why I suddenly collapsed. Dash. So now you were going to join up with Maidas and come after me. Wow. You really are a smart guy, aren't you? But the story up to this point lacks the reason that Ren felt. The reason for the attempt on Fiona's life is unclear, and, let's face it, it's only with reference to the knowledge he had at the time of the game. But Ren had other information at hand. Rather, it was more meaningful to him, and contributed greatly to the prediction of the next development. Even so, I guess it's the heroic faction after all. These are the words Ren muttered before leaving the fort. Fiona said no to that and gave her reasons. Naturally, it's unlikely that the royalist faction would target Fiona. Even if there was a political dispute within the royalist faction, it would be too suicidal. Then who and for what purpose? When I thought about these questions, the knowledge that I had acquired before finally came in handy. Unlike the game, Fiona Ignat was alive, and there was a perfect situation to target her, and then I stepped in and changed things. Ren can also anticipate the significance of the target on himself. By taking his life, they can have a great impact on Baron Clausel and Licia. It wouldn't be surprising, for example, if these two become like Marquis Ignat in Legend of the Seven Heroes I. Because that would eventually change Leomel's fate drastically. In other words, if this happens, it's as good as knowing who these guys are. Kai drew his sword at the edge of Ren's eyebrow-raised vision and said bluntly. So there's a change of plans. We need to see what Fiona Ignat can do. Dash. Kai drew his sword and was about to attack Ren. Maidas also had his sword in one hand and his staff in the other. But they both stopped moving. Ren spoke up once more, hoping to get an answer to all his expectations. You guys have the mark of the Demon Lord's cult engraved on your bodies. The power related to the Demon King has gone out of control because of her influence, and the magic of the people around her has gone out of control as well. As Ren said this, and both Kai and Maidas were at a loss for words at the same time. I knew it, Ren nodded. The reason Maidas's physical condition didn't change is that he was wearing equipment that was highly resistant to magic. By the way, I can imagine that Kai is safe now because he changed his equipment. But still. It's the first time I've said that since I became Ren. Up until now, he had used words such as plotting to revive the Demon King and similar phrases. This was probably because Ren himself didn't want to say too much, unconsciously avoiding the deepening of the relationship between them as if it were a figure of speech. Hey, Adventurer-san. That's... I've only heard rumors about. But that seems to be the case. The explanation to Fiona was vague. Rumors. That kind of light content? I'm sorry. Things have come up and I just couldn't resist checking it out. To be honest, I wondered whether I should refrain from saying what I had just said. If all I want to do is to show off my knowledge and feel good about surprising them, I should avoid it. But for Ren, he couldn't help but investigate who was causing such a commotion and for what purpose. All in order to think about how he should behave himself for the future. Kai. Oh. It's not just the girl. We're gonna have to bring them both back. It's going to be a fight anyway. They wielded their power against Ren and Fiona, and they both resisted. The confirmation of what they had just said wouldn't have much of an effect. Don't kill them, Kai. I'll take care of it. Let's go. Kai stepped in vigorously and pointed his sword at Ren. Naturally, Ren was also ready to counter it. But you can tell just by looking at him. The man has a lot more physical strength than most of the adventurers in Clausel. It was a hidden power that he had never shown before. It was then. What is wrong with me at a time like this? Fiona-sama. Fiona's body trembled behind Ren, and she suddenly fell to her knees. She hugged her upper body with both arms and repeated irregular breathing busily. She's only a young lady. It looks like her body has reached its limits. Ah. It seems so. I'm glad. Thanks to you, I'll be able to fight more easily. How strong are these two? Before he could even think about it, Ren used the magic sword on his shield to protect them. He looked at Fiona and then at the opposing duo. Why? What happened? Fiona finally collapsed on her side, repeating only painful breathing. No way, her vessel cracked. Since she had participated in the final examinations, I'd assumed that her illness had been cured or in an equivalent state, but I wondered if, as a worst-case scenario, she had relapsed. I'm sorry. I can't cut corners in this situation. Let's hear about this mysterious power later. The magic shield that Ren created shattered unexpectedly and easily. The power of the duo is so strong. Even if there were two opponents, the impact was greater than that of the steel-eating gargoyles. It was a bad situation. In front of the undoubtedly influential duo, Ren was also exhausted from the long journey while protecting Fiona. But Ren fought on without giving up. While protecting both of them with his newly acquired magic shield, he swung his iron magic sword again and again. With flashes of his sword, he fought almost evenly in this disadvantageous situation. Damn. That's a very troublesome skill. But it won't last long. As the two said, Ren's magical power would eventually run out if they continued to fight like this. The two opponents also saw the lava flow in the area and avoided a prolonged battle here. Kai! Do it! Maeda's bellowed. His partner, Kai, stood a short distance away from Ren, his sword held in the upper stance, smiling wryly. Have you ever seen the art of warfare, hey, Hirodano? Kai's sword is clothed in white light. Before long, the moment Maeda's shattered Ren's shield. Kai's sword rushed forward and approached Ren. This. Even though Ren held his iron magic sword to the side to block it, the light emitted by Kai's sword took away Ren's physical ability. It's as if his powers, enhanced by her magic, are just there. Because of that, Ren's defense almost collapsed. There, even though Maeda's pursuit reached him, Ren's swordplay was slightly faster. Ha! Ha! Ren continued, his hands shaking and panting from exhaustion. You! Is that the holy sword technique in the habit of the Demon King? Hey? That's boring. You knew that? I know. Ren said with a fearless smile. Holy sword skill drop of light year. A sword skill in which the sword's magical power weakens the opponent's magical defense and deals damage. It was easy to use, and I remember Ren being taken care of several times. At least a swordsman. The swordsman is a standard of strength 1 level below the sword saint. The light drop is only supposed to be used by a master swordsman, proving that Kai deserves to be a master swordsman. Ren wiped the sweat from his cheeks as he thought that Kai was strong. Maeda's. Again. This is not a very good situation. He didn't want to be in a situation where his magic shield was shattered and he had to resort to warfare techniques. Think about it. Ren Ashton. I know very well that the battle strategy of using the magic sword of the shield as it is, and creating a new shield as soon as it is shattered, will not last long. But otherwise, I can't protect Fiona. That's when I had to think of a way to fight using the wooden magic sword or my thief's magic sword. So I thought hard. But it seemed like he was the only one. The other two guys didn't seem to feel it, and they seemed almost certain of victory. Right now . Don't look away. Hirodano. Oh ho. If you've given up, you'd better say so. The two were about to close in on Ren once more. Maeda's, who was acting as the vanguard, will soon swing his sword down at Ren. Tingling heat increased even more. Even though Ren is forced to go on the defensive, he pays attention to the signs. It's almost over, I'll let you sleep for a while. And it was at the same time as Kai roared like before. It was a storm. A wind of crimson-tinted flames. It blew Kai's body away, and as he sat on the snowy ground, he swore, what the hell was that? But when he tried to stand up, he lost his composure. A pillar of fire appeared at his feet and soared to pierce the sky. This what? Kai's figure disappeared before he finished saying the words of doubt. He literally disappeared from this world. There was nothing left after the pillar of fire. Kai? Where did you go? Maeda's looked at Ren with a puzzled look on his face as Ren carried Fiona up to him without looking at her. We can't stay here. It wasn't long after Ren, who calmly protected Fiona despite the sudden turn of events, left Maeda's side. Magma splashed vigorously from the surrounding earth. Several pillars of fire from the depths of the magma reached into the sky and attacked Maeda's immediately. This flame. Can't be . Maeda's noticed something and looked up with a startled expression. He looked at Ren's back, who was a step ahead of him, and tried to follow in his footsteps. But his path was blocked by the flames, and scorching heat rushed in from all directions in front, back, left, and right. The front runner, a minor player, a sideshow. He mocked himself for the fact that he and Kai were only that good. He thinks while the flames engulf his entire body. For example, even if he is a minion of the Demon King, he has no choice but to act as an undercard. For instance, he thinks about the existence that he cannot deal with, that has left its name in the legends. All becomes a haze and disappears from under his own hand. He had no energy left to complain about how ridiculous the situation was. Strangely enough, this makes him feel lightheaded. Maeda's finally came to the realization of Fiona's power and laughed to himself. No wonder she lured the monsters and made everyone's magic go haywire. The last thing he saw was an endless crimson. The dazzling crimson color fills the entire field of vision, and he died before he had the chance to feel any pain or heat. The pillar of fire was a crystal of heat that transcended human knowledge. Chapter 43, in a certain underground space. Ren ran frantically. Fiona, still on his back, was still in a coma, and her restless breathing was getting worse. On the way, I gave her a mouthful of the potion I'd brought with me, but there was no improvement at all. If it were possible, I'd have stopped to check her condition. But the flames and lava around us didn't allow it. The flames and lava seemed to be aiming at Ren and Fiona. This reminded Ren of the flames on the suspension bridge. He kept moving his legs as hard as he could. He was already exhausted, so he whipped his body to keep it from being engulfed by the flames. Damn, ha! 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 I almost wobbled from time to time. But I pretended not to notice and gritted my teeth for more than 10 minutes. There was no other way. Everywhere I went was engulfed in flames and lava, and there was no escape route left for us. There was no other place to go but there. I wondered many times whether I should go there under such circumstances. After all, there was a hidden map in the Boulder Mountains. But there was really no other way to go there, and if we were not careful, we would be engulfed by flames from the front and back. I wouldn't have planned to go there if I wasn't in this situation, but this would have been dash. No. We have to go. We don't have a choice dash. In the end, there was no time to hesitate. With the flames and lava raging ahead, I was convinced that there was no other escape. Fortunately, the path to the hidden map was not far. Ren gathered all his strength and desperately searched for the path through the overly transformed landscape, and while gasping for breath, he put more strength into his legs. Adventurer, San. Fiona's voice was faint as she called out to him, who, despite his unsettled breathing, encouraged her by saying, "We'll be down the mountain soon." "I'm sorry." Fiona repeated her apology painfully. Her voice, repeated over and over like a croak, stopped at some point because she had fainted again. "I will save her." Ren, determined to do so, readied his iron magic sword. With the lava flow approaching right behind him, he kept running as fast as he could. However, something happened that seemed to mock Ren. A strong headache rushed into his head, and a sound that he thought was someone's voice echoed through his brain. At the same time, the necklace of demon-destroying magic that adorns Fiona's neck shatters. Just now. That voice was. The voice wasn't recognizable as male or female. I couldn't quite understand what the person was talking about. What is this? Ren was moving his legs, trying not to let go of Fiona while enduring a headache. When he heard the same voice again, he was hit with a headache unparalleled to the one he had just experienced. Unable to resist, Ren fell knees first into the snow, casting his eyes down. That's when it happened. Fiona, who was on his back, was hit by a red wind, and her body was lifted into the air. The red wind is immediately enveloped in a creeping flame that envelopes Fiona and carries her forward. Damn! What the? But Ren, too, showed his willpower. He was able to get up a little later by moving his body as hard as he could. The headache gradually began to subside as Fiona moved away. Just before the oncoming lava flow reached his feet, he started running again. He moved his legs as hard as he could in pursuit of Fiona, who was being taken away. This road is... Was it a coincidence? This path was the same as the one Ren was planning to take. While following Fiona, Ren wondered, and then he realized. After a short distance, a huge rock that should have been there was shattered. The path to the hidden map that Ren knew was supposed to be at the end of the shattered boulder, but the path was already exposed. In the game days, he was able to advance by confirming the huge rock. There seems to be something in the back. Do you want to destroy it? Yes/no. There were two responses from the players. Either they would snicker and wonder what the system message was suddenly saying, or they would be surprised at the discovery of a hidden element. Ren remembers having both of these reactions at the same time. There was no light on the stone staircase that reminded him of the term old ruins, but the light reaching from the end of the staircase illuminated the path slightly. Ren steps into it without hesitation. The thought of leaving Fiona here and running away didn't occur to him even for a moment. In the first place, there was no way to escape. Ren hurried down the stone steps and gasped at the fantastic view that soon came into his sight. The sound of Ren's footsteps reverberated through the air, and the mineral space that followed his footsteps was shining and twinkling like ripples on the water. The way the light sometimes flew away to somewhere else was like a broom star. The multicolored lights of azure, purple, and crimson reminded him of a beauty he'd never seen before. The name of this place is called Chikamichi, the underpass of the star agate Hashimanu. As the mineral agate is named after, striped marbles are scattered throughout the area. There, the cave has a spectacular view that reminds one of the stars in the sky. If it weren't for the game-like specifications, it would have been easy to find gold. Star agate is not a gemstone with special powers, but is considered rare only because of its beauty. It's so rare that the way it's made is the subject of research by researchers, and it filled the walls, floor, and ceiling of the area. Ren ran through the cave, not stopping for a moment. When he finally reached the end of the cave, he finally stopped. What he found at the end of the cave was a huge subterranean space that extended far down to the bottom of the cave. The space was large enough to contain the village where Ren was born, and from the lowest level to where he was, it seemed to be twice as wide as the crack in the earth in the eastern forest. The space here, too, is covered with star agate, from the floor to the walls. The size of the space is incomparable to the previous ones, and it even gives the illusion that I've jumped into space. What is that? In the center of the lowest level of the ground, there was something that shouldn't have been there. The cluster was so large that it was several times the height of Ren and Fiona combined. Fiona, who had been taken away, was inside the cluster. She was completely unconscious, but there was no damage from the red wind or flames that had engulfed her, and not a single scorched spot on her clothes. The star agate floor was as shiny as a lake in the middle of winter, with a combined crimson glow beneath it. The crimson light was absorbed by the group crystal and filled the group crystal. It should be alarming. Up to this point, Ren had never stopped suspecting the involvement of a certain legendary being, but here he was, showing no signs of fear and exercising his nature magic without any confusion. Having quickly descended to the lowest level, using the ivy as a foothold, Ren turned his attention to the crystal group. Ren's brow furrowed, and suddenly, in his ear, he heard Ryou. The voice of a monster came from the ground beside him. It was the voice of a steel-eating gargoyle that always appears, just as Ren remembered before. The individual was smaller than the one Ren had defeated earlier. It was probably still young. However, the steel-eating gargoyle was in a strange state. Its metal skin seems to have melted as if it had been burnt, and it's looking at Ren helplessly as it slumps to the ground. No doubt, he's dying. Fiona wasn't burned, but this monster seems to have been attacked by flames. Ryou. Tsu. In front of the repeated threats that kept him out of breath, Ren felt his chest tighten. A painful sight. A faint cry. If you look closely, you can see that the steel-eating gargoyle is wetting the ground, dripping with bodily fluids, but Ren says nothing and points his iron sword at it. The steel-eating gargoyle looked at it and for a moment and squealed, "Gah!" But then, it immediately turned its eyes down. The rough breathing leaking from its beak turned white with cold, and it wished to be free from the pain it was experiencing. That shook Ren's heart even more. Sorry. Ren had no way to save the steel-eating gargoyle. The steel-eating gargoyle was in pain, and he couldn't use his healing magic, but he couldn't let it go. When the iron sword pierced the steel-eating gargoyle's chest, the steel-eating gargoyle's breathing stopped for a moment. Its last look showed relief and gratitude at being freed from pain. Ren Ashton. Job eldest son of the Ashton family. Skill Summoning Magic Sword, Level 1, 0/0. Summoning Magic Sword, Level 3, 1899/2000. Level 1, able to summon one magic sword. Level 2, while summoning a magic sword, the user gains the effect of physical ability up, small. Level 3, summons two swords. Level 4, gain physical ability up, medium, while summoning a magic sword. Level 5. Acquired swords. Magic Sword of Wood, Level 2, 1000/1000. Enables attacks of about the same level as natural magic, small. The range of attack effect expands as the level increases. Iron Sword, Level 2, 1652/2500. The sword's sharpness increases as its level increases. Thieves Magic Sword, Level 1, 0/3. The sword randomly steals items from the target with a certain probability. Shield Sword, Level 2, 0/2. Places a barrier of magical power around the attacker. The effect increases with the level of the sword. The range of effect can be extended. It was after touching the steel-eating gargoyle after interceding. The proficiency that flowed into Ren's bracelet from that magic stone had raised the level of the shield's magic sword. But Ren's mood didn't improve. Now, I'll help you. Ren pushed himself to his heavy feet and turned his attention to the crystal cluster where Fiona was. "I've been waiting for you." He heard a voice. Ren was on his way to the crystal cluster. The crystal cluster blinked red in response to the voice. An intense pressure he had never felt before filled the underground space, sewing Ren's feet to the ground without his awareness. His whole body trembled involuntarily, his whole body sweating profusely. "There's no doubt. I'm going to die." A voice from the depths of his heart kept calling out to him, making Ren's breathing extremely erratic. "I have called out many times for this black girl who has awakened my power to come to me." Ren immediately recognized the voice, though he didn't know whose it was. It was hard not to recognize the voice, considering the last moments of Kai and Meida's, as well as his imagination on the suspension bridge. Ren listened to the sound of his heart beating so loudly that it bothered him, and he understood his own helplessness in the face of a mere voice. "I can't think of anything else. I don't know why I'm here, who I am and all that. I'd never seen Isfel in person, even in the game, but it was natural to think this way when I thought back to the flames outside. Perhaps that group of crystals is Isfel's magic stone. The magic stone of Isfel must have been here from the beginning." Ren deduced that Marquis Ignat had discovered the existence of the star agate underground passageway, learned that this was part of a dormant volcano, and brought Isfel's magic stone outside. "I see. It connects." After all, it seems that Isfel's magic power had been stirring in the Balder Mountains after the commotion at the suspension bridge. The flames created by Isfel's magic awakened a dormant volcano and changed the situation in the Balder Mountains. All of this began with the power of a girl named Fiona. It's now clear that Isfel's power was also the reason for Fiona's repeated physical changes. For Meida's and Kai, this was the end of all their plans. All that was left was to find out the true nature of Fiona's power. It's definitely a unique skill, given that only one girl has had such an impact on the legendary dragon, without any resurrection rituals. I'd very much like to hear what it is. Ren mustered up the courage to do so. He was determined to get her out of the Baldur Mountains with him. You are the Red Dragon, Asvar. You're a proud dragon. Ren spoke in a trembling voice, feeling sorry for himself. Oh. I'm Asval. The proud leader of the fire dragons and a battle-hungry one. Asval's voice rang out in a torrent of sound. Each time the echoing voice shook the sky and his body, Ren breathed, ha. Ha. Yes. I must fight. To kill the evil demon king and wait for more powerful men. As soon as Asval's voice changed, something unusual happened in the area. The star agate underpass began to shake. A blinding red light filled the magic stone, and with a dull thud, a group of crystals floated in the air. Wait. The demon king is already dead. Lauren, the brave hero who defeated you, defeated the demon king as well. Don't talk nonsense, I'm not dead. The fact that I exist here is proof of that dash. No. Perhaps because of the special circumstances, Asval wouldn't listen to me. Undead are said to have lower intelligence and power compared to when they were alive, but I didn't expect to be tormented by it here. At this rate dash dot. It'll manifest itself with Fiona's special powers. Red light begins to leak out from Asval's magic stone at the tip of Ren's outstretched hand. A dazzle covers the eyes. The instinctive fear that arouses from the depths of the body. Ren was impatient and in an attempt to shatter the magic stone before it could revive, he peeled off his feet, which were stuck to the ground in fear, and flew, letting his physical abilities take over. But he was repelled. The red wind and red light didn't pull him in, but instead bounced him off the wall with great force. While using the iron magic sword as a staff, he broke out in a cold sweat. What the hell is going on, really? Too many things have happened since he came to the Baldur Mountains. The duo who tried to kill Fiona in order to run down Marquis Ignat. The same thing happened with the attempt to kill Ren in order to undermine the Clausel family. But they failed to successfully go through with it. It was all due to the irregular power of Fiona Ignat's existence. It was too unrealistic to think that Asval would be resurrected by that power again. I must go and kill the Demon King. But everything unfolding before my eyes is real. Every single silhouette I see behind the light is real. Weak one, if you stand in my way, you will not be able to escape. If you disturb me, do not forget it. The four-legged figure moved as if dancing, its long neck and tail dancing with the joy of resurrection. At the point of his raised sickle neck, the fire spewed from his mouth struck the star agate walls and floor, melting them in the blink of an eye. The underground space, which was already vast, doubled in size, and then expanded even further. The scene was like a military stage built inside a huge volcano. The ground was also melted by the molten star agate, and many of the footholds were covered with lava. In some places, the flames had created holes in the ground, and lava was pouring out of the holes without end. Soon, when the bright red light faded, a red dragon appeared a distance away from Ren. The red dragon's eyes pierced him from a distance. The King of Flames is in front of you. Know that this body cannot be consumed without a fire superior to mine. More majestic than a lion standing alone in the wilderness, Asval's presence was enhanced by the red light on his body and the lava in the area. The crimson scales covering his four-legged body were peeling off in places, and the flesh behind them was rotting away. One of its powerful eyes had lost its color and was nearly crushed. Even the tail was shredded from the middle, and both wings were wide open, with numerous holes in the wing membranes. Asval had definitely descended into this world as an undead creature. No ritual was required, using only Fiona's power and presence as a medium. That's in Asval's chest, in a slightly exposed jewel. The figure of Fiona, still holding her body and floating with her back rounded, was there. I really had to get her back. Listen to me, please. Ren spoke, thinking it was impossible, but unable to give up. No longer in a weak tone of voice, as if he were clinging to her. Deep down, he was ready for what was to come. I'm Ren Ashton. I am the son of a knight in the service of the lord of this land. Please listen to my words. When I got to this point, I thought it would be a lie to the contrary to listen to me. But Asval suddenly stopped flapping his wings. Ashton. A voice filled with questions emanated from his mouth as flames leaked from the edges. Why? It sounds strangely nostalgic. Eh? You know my family name. Nothing comes to mind. But Asval, for some reason, was enraged. He shook the world, storing flames in his mouth without being able to recall much of anything. Supporting his huge frame on all four legs, he arched his long neck in a wide arch. The two horns on his head one showed no reaction, perhaps because one was broken, but the other glowed with a red light. I don't like it. I don't like it when a weakling like you speaks that name. He twists his head and exhales a breath of flame. In this space reminiscent of the inside of a volcano, a flame that surpasses human knowledge, that surpasses the heat of the volcano, crawls through the air. The fire spreading in the shape of a fan quickly approached Ren's eyes. Chapter 44, The Red Plate of Extreme Flame Front. The neck is twisted widely and the breath of flame exhaled. In this space reminiscent of the inside of a volcano, flames that surpass imaginable heat and transcend human knowledge crawl through the air. The flames spread in a fan shape, and in the blink of an eye, they were right in front of Ren. It was as if the world had stopped. The flame breath is approaching. But Ren is surprisingly calm. In front of the spreading flames, he took a deep breath. How long are you going to be sleepwalking, Red Dragon? He swung his wooden magic sword high above his head and used the ivy grown on the wall to break free of the ground. Glimmering sparks flew from Isvol's physique, and a gust of superheated wind accelerated toward Ren. Even though magic could be called a paranormal phenomenon, but even at that, with Isvol's enormous body, was a legend to the point of cruelty. It's ridiculous to imitate a bug, you weakling. Who is more foolish, you or me who wanted to fight even with a girl in your grasp after you turned into a magic stone? The front of Ren's eyes shook as he flew. The overwhelming heat is closing in and seems that it'll burn Ren down at any moment. But Ren is convinced of certainty, and he puts out his fist. The wind was blowing on his cheeks, which were showing signs of exhaustion. I don't care what means I have to use when I'm dealing with you. If you want to call me a coward, say what you want. A shield of magic covered Ren's front at the tip of his fist, which remained outstretched. It had just reached a higher level for the first time, even stronger than before, and was widely deployed according to Ren's will. Ah! Ren, who had forced himself in mid-air, looked ahead relieved that the magic shield didn't break in an instant and immediately reconfirmed Isvol's strength when the entire shield cracked. After breaking through the shimmering wind, he threw the vial he had taken from his pocket at Isvol. It was an unremarkable vial. The heat around Isvol's body made the bottle dissolve just before it reached him. The liquid evaporated in an instant, but a small amount of vapor caressed Isvol. Geo! A moment later, Isvol shook. The heat that he was wearing had died down slightly, and he turned his eyes to Ren, who was getting closer to him. Ren almost felt like his body was going to collapse just by being able to look at him. But he pulls out another vial and gulps down the contents. Hurts, doesn't it? Undead. You bug. Are you insulting me? It's true. Your undead and potions are poisonous to the undead. The principle is simple. A potion used to heal injuries or to restore strength has the opposite effect on the undead. What is a cure for a person has a reversed effect on the undead, causing them to suffer. But there is not much stockpiling of potions. Having spent most of it on Fiona along the way, there are only a few bottles left. To put it bluntly, there is clearly not enough. As he leaps and approaches Isvol, who shows a momentary fright, Ren continues to think about what lies ahead, literally risking his life. This is just a stopgap measure. But there was no need to despair just yet. Ren set his trap for Isvol with a certain conviction. Which is the fact that Isvol would be far more vulnerable than he was when he was alive. As I recalled before, the undead are weaker in the first place than they were in life. The fact that Isvol is now manifested by Fiona's power is also a factor. Having just awoken, Isvol's movements were a bit sluggish. Fiona alone doesn't have enough power to build up the existence of Isvol. Nevertheless, if I had to deal with them, I think it would definitely have been easier with Meidas and Kai. Pale. How indescribably faint. Bug. Inside the slightly exposed magic stone on Isvol's chest, a crimson light blinks again and again. With each blink, Fiona held her upper body tightly as if in pain. Her magic and other powers must have been absorbed by Isvol. There's no time. Immediately after the pronouncement of the moment, Isvol spread both wings out to their fullest. The porous wing membranes were deplorable, but the shimmering crimson was awe-inspiring. The wings flapped vigorously, shaking his muscular physique, which was arched and turned away from him. It's stupid and terrible. Isvol easily blew Ren away with wind pressure. Burned to ashes. Isvol was about to release a flame of fire that was faster than the wind, when he swung his head back down. Unfortunately, I have no intention of dying yet. Ren was blown away, but he pushed against the momentum of the blast. He aimed the iron sword at Isvol's eyes and swung his arm as hard as he could. The iron sword, reflecting the flames, flashed past the flames that were about to be released. The sword, which would have caused only a slight itch had it pierced through, turned into a holy spear that defied common sense. Dash, dash. An inaudible roar is heard as the exploding flames are scattered. Isvol, who should have been there as an overwhelmingly strong creature, was like a baby panting in pain. Only 3 more. The iron sword disappeared after piercing Isvol's eyes slightly, and Ren thought as he used the wooden sword to create a foothold on the wall where the lava couldn't reach him. Just before throwing the sword, the iron sword was sprinkled with potion. Thanks to this, I was able to inflict a fair amount of damage, but I cannot rely on the remaining number of bottles that I've now confirmed. In addition, Ren drank up a bottle of it here. He wanted to use all of it for the attack. But then again, his body would have reached its limit. In the short time he had here, Ren thought of many patterns of how he would move. He thought about taking Fiona away with the thief's magic sword, but it was too much of a gamble. That was a power that could steal with probability, so there was no guarantee. He shied away from the thought of wasting the magic power he would use on it. Cuckoo, haha. Suddenly, he heard Isful's good-humored laugh. I don't hate it. The sight of the weak crushing their hands reminds me of them. Ren was annoyed. He felt an unremitting displeasure. Perhaps, it would seem I would be able to struggle, and some would wonder if Isful was really a legend. But they would all be mistaken. Isful has only been awake for a short time. As time goes by, he will regain his intuition. Besides, Fiona alone, who has been incorporated into the magic stone, doesn't have enough magic power to make Isful regain his normal self. That's probably why Fiona, who was inside the magic stone, was writhing in pain. Perhaps he was forcibly sucking more power from her. But still, there was hope. Isful's feet, which had been forcibly gaining strength from Fiona, suddenly jerked. The scales covering its huge body were peeling off in some places without any strength. The flesh that could be seen beneath the scales has further decayed and liquefied slightly, staining the dragon's scales. Is his body unable to withstand his own power? Ren felt so. The Isful, which is said to have been defeated by the 7 heroes, is a legendary existence that Ren would normally not even be able to match. The reason why he's able to fight like this is because Isful is incomplete. As always, it is unclear what Fiona's power is and how it worked against Isful to create this situation. His body can't take any more strain. I was convinced that Isful had been resurrected in an incomplete form. He was convinced that this could explain why he had no memory and was repeatedly saying and doing things that were close to going out of control. Ren takes a deep breath in the face of faint hope. He still cannot allow himself to stall for time. Fiona is in danger, and Ren will die first. But how could he wear Isful down? Why doesn't my body listen to me? Then, unexpectedly, Isful spewed out a mouthful of jet-black blood instead of flames. But Isful wouldn't stop. The red dragon, who has lost much of his memory and is even losing his mind because he has forgotten the pride he had before he was born, is going to fight until his body is already destroyed. Isful, I will stop you. You foolish peasant who pretends to be Ashton. Do you dare to expose your undignified appearance? Say what you will. I'll take her back from there, no matter what I have to expose myself to. I'll fight you for it. Besides, Ren, who has finished breathing slightly, pierces Isful with eyes that exude power. I can no longer watch you dishonor your past pride anymore. Ren was surprised that Isful knew Ashton, but he had no intention of asking him about it. Isful had said he couldn't recall, and now was not the time to ask. There was only one problem. How could he defeat such a monster? Just thinking about it exhausted him. It wasn't easy to cut it down with the iron sword, because if he got too close to it, the heat would kill him. But there was no way to attack it from a distance. Against Isful, who wasn't fully awakened, he felt that a surprise attack using potions wouldn't be very effective. I can't remember anything, and there's something wrong with my body, too. But I don't hate a daredevil like you, weakling. The sound disappeared. The dense magical power that distorts everything visible fills the underground space, but only the figure of Isful, seated in the center of it, is clear. The lava that had been dripping from far overhead stopped in mid-air, and instead soared upward. It was at this moment. Ren's breathless eyes catch a glimpse of a single, unbroken horn that stands out on Isful's head. Again, the horn is shining. Isful's horn shone brightly. The red light is even more dazzling, and there's no comparison to the previous one. It was as if it was in proportion to the power it had accumulated. It made Ren think about something. Is it the horns that are making Isful's flames and heat so much stronger? I read in some book a long time ago that horns are important to dragons. If I can extinguish the heat that surrounds his huge body even temporarily by crushing the horns, I may be able to reach the magic stone in which Fiona is sealed. However, it would still be extremely difficult to even reach the horn. Isful laughed when he saw Ren thinking about this. Breathe as if you were asleep. The sound that had been muffled returned and the dense magic that had been distorting the area exploded into a deep red. The storm and blast attracted lava and flames, and soon the wall of crimson that had been created around Isful spilled over into the entire underground space. There was no escape. There was no way to defend against it with the magic sword of the shield. Needless to say, the power released by Isful, who had regained his intuition and gained strength from Fiona, was legendary. While it became undead and weakened beyond comparison to before it died, its flames are so strong that the flame of the man-eater looks like that of a matchstick. But just when I prepared myself, the situation changed. The area around Ren's location froze, and a brilliant lapis lazuli-colored mass of ice enveloped him. The drifting cold air also freezes the surrounding lava, protecting Ren from the approaching crimson wall. This is dash. The ice cubes eventually melted away. The steam that would normally have burned his skin was drowned out by the cold air that followed. Startled, Ren turns his attention to Asvol's magic stone. And then to Fiona, who is encased in it. Run away. Please. For a moment, I felt her eyes open. Ren's heart raged even more as he felt her eyes appealing to him. But that was all, and she held her body painfully. Knowing that he was protected, Ren's grip on the iron magic sword tightened. I can't leave you alone and run away. And the state of Asvol. Ku. Oh. This is. What happened? Psu. His face is distorted, and his huge body shakes. Asvar ranted bitterly, scattering half-destroyed or rotting dragon scales. Seeing that, Ren used every available means to approach Asvol. He closed the distance through the wall, returned to the ground, this time avoiding the lava, and ran as hard as he had ever run. Fiona is still conscious, even though she has been captured by the lava. Knowing that she, too, was waging a desperate resistance, he became desperate to save her. Don't be afraid. Asvol currently is weak. How many times weaker than when he was alive? I don't know exactly, but because of his incomplete resurrection, he hasn't regained his original strength, or even been able to maintain his body for a long time. Perhaps Fiona, who has not fully lost consciousness, is resisting. If not, Ren isn't an opponent who can stand against him. Tha that cannot be left unattended. The voice of Asvar, who was excited, raised his strong arm, and the horns shone brightly. He swung down with such vigor on the path of Ren, who had closed the distance between them. The stage surrounded by lava shook, and the lava flow, which had turned into a splashing wave, surged forward. Asvol was on top of the scythe, facing the direction that Ren had avoided with his acrobatics. I am Asvol. A merciless breath was unleashed on Ren. How hot were the flames? The breath was so powerful that it gouged out even the lava flow, and Ren caught it in his vision and created a natural magic vine, which he held onto for a moment to turn around. Dexterously changing direction in midair, he tried to avoid the scorching breath. However, the scorching heat slightly grazed his arm. Goo. The pain was indescribable. Even though it was a graze, it was only for a moment. And even though it was the last part of the breath, it was powerful. The flames are blessing me. This time, instead of swinging down, the red dragon scattered a lava flow as if it were gouging the ground. The droplets are crystals of heat that melt your body just by touching your skin. Ren dodged the lava, but continued to move forward in the intense heat. Do you not fear? Weak one. Ah. I'm not afraid. How valiant, but that's nothing more than a lost cause. If your heart breaks even for a moment, your body will cower and overflow with fear and confusion. From Asvol's outstretched wings, a flash of crimson was released. They struck the underground space in all directions at random. One of them passed right next to Ren. Goo. A heat wave that burned his skin was generated close to him. The heat wave and lava brought about by the red flash blocked Ren's front, and the overflowing lava flow approached him from behind. Ren's foothold in the red dragon's encirclement, which had momentarily spooked him, quickly narrowed. Are you afraid? Weak one. I'll say it again. I'm not the least bit afraid. Ren took a deep breath, strengthened by the voice that reached him from outside the siege. His lungs almost ached from the heat, but he swallowed hard, preferring to fill his body with oxygen. Then what shall you do? What can you do when all you can do is wait for death? Do this. He raised his iron magic sword to all that stood in front of him. A power move, following the example of Asvol, who raised and then lowered his stiff arm. The pressure generated by the sword flash dispelled the heat wave slightly, and the impact of the iron magic sword slamming into the ground caused the lava to slice open from side to side. Ren threw himself into the road, where there was still a slight heat wave, without any hesitation at all. It's so hot, I think I'm going crazy. I don't like it. I want to run away. The warm soft skin appeals to me, but I pretend not to notice and move forward. I took out the remaining precious potion with one hand, drank it down, and tossed the empty bottle, which melted into lava. All the flames are at my command. Suddenly, from among the scattered lava flows, the surface of the lava rises and swirls of flame appear everywhere, rippling in waves. Like conscious arms, they attacked Ren in all directions as he advanced. Ren knew that he would be consumed almost instantly, but he used his natural magic and dodged in a momentary confrontation. Supported by the ivy and tree roots that were barely left on the ground, he swung and turned in midair many times, sometimes flying to close in on Asvar. You're able to endure and run under my pressure. Asvol was far more relaxed than he had been at first. He has regained enough composure and intuition to be able to back this up, and it's immediately apparent. Just as humans cannot defeat God, so the weak cannot defeat me, it goes without saying. Asvol, who had been poised with ease, was close at hand. In front of Ren, who was approaching, Asvol flaps his wings once and lifts his head. Crawl on the ground and burn. I'll not leave even a shadow of you behind. The breath of hellfire that pours from Isvil's head, far above Ren's head, spreads out in a fan shape. Just before the breath of hellfire reaches him, Ren intricately twists the ivy that grows around his feet to create a path for him to run up. He doesn't retreat from the fan-shaped breath, nor does he avoid it. Ren accelerated straight ahead toward Isvil. As he watched Isvil, who remained poised and didn't move from his spot, Ren said that now was the time to work hard, and he tortured his body further. You're foolishly inept. All you know how to do is to move forward. Inept? I'm sorry, but I'm still serious. It burns up when I dodge. It doesn't even leave a shadow behind. If I was going to disappear from this world without even being reduced to ashes no matter how I tried, I had no choice but to move forward and take a chance. Accept the end, weakling. The bundles of ivy used as footholds had already burned out, and Ren, who had run up into the air, had no support at all. His legs, overworked with all their strength, led him up to the level of Isvil's head, about to meet the breath directly in front of him. Ren smiled fearlessly at him. I knew you couldn't move much. Isvil's eyebrows twitched. Ren could already tell that Isvil was taking care of his imperfect body. He had been sitting in the same place for a long time and hadn't tried to move. Interlude, SS Lisha's night. It was one night a few days after Ren left Clausel. Lisha was looking up at the frosty sky in the garden of the Clausel mansion. The white porcelain skin that peeks out from the shawl coat is a little cold. The heat of her body, freshly bathed in hot water, was being stolen away by the winter cold. Lisha looked up at the sky, but the servant who was taking care of her couldn't bear to see that she had been doing so for some time. However, Lisha didn't want to take her eyes off the sky she was staring at. It's not good for you. The servant called out to Lisha from behind her. But she didn't turn around. She still looked up at the sky and said in a voice that showed she was definitely thinking of someone else. I'm fine. It's just nice and feels good. I see. The servant said helplessly and stood next to Lisha. The expression on her face wasn't dull, but the usual dignity seems to have gone out of focus. She must have been tired from all the work she has been doing recently, and this may have had an effect on her. However, Lisha's face showed no sign of concern for Ren. Unexpectedly, the servant placed his hand on his cheek saying, "Oh. What's wrong? I thought you came outside because you were worried about Ren-sama." Worried about Ren? Why? Because the Boulder Mountains are dangerous now. Lisha's face turned to the servant. After all, Lisha didn't have a worried look on her. Rather, she seemed to be uncomfortable with the servant's words, so much so that the servant questioned his own sense of values. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried, but I'm not as worried about Ren as everyone thinks. Lisha sounded as if it were a matter of course. The servant's own curiosity got the better of him and he moved his lips. He repeated his question to her, why? It's decided, right? Lisha smiled. I know better than anyone else in the world that Ren is strong. One would wonder how much experience it takes to have that kind of voice and expression at her age. The servant couldn't express his voice and expression in front of Lisha who had just said those words. I see. Was it a foolish question? Yes, it was. Lisha said with a smile, and snow began to fall from the sky. The servant, thinking that she shouldn't stay any longer, put the jacket he had brought over her and said. Let's go back inside. I guess so. But then, he didn't know why Lisha's expression was dull. As he walks behind Lisha, the servant folded his arms and thought. Lisha said she wasn't worried as everyone thought, so there must be some reason why her expression was dull. Ah! He realized something that he thought might be the case. But he was going to avoid putting that reason into words. Mainly, it was for Lisha's honor. Did you say something? But the servant's voice had reached Lisha's ears. The servant shook his head and said it was nothing, but Lisha stopped, looked at him, and asked again. You don't have to hide. What's wrong? Then the servant reluctantly says. What comes to my mind is that you are not worried about Ren-sama, but rather you are feeling lonely because he is not here. Suddenly, Lisha's cheeks stiffened. She quickly patched up her face and let out a dry laugh, but it was clear that she had been caught off guard. Lisha's skin gradually turned red. The servant, on the other hand, while still smiling breaks out in a cold sweat. Soon, it is Lisha who utters the next phrase. I didn't hear you very well, could you repeat what you just said? Would you like some tea before you go to bed? Thank you. I'll take it. They pretended that nothing had happened. The two of them were calm as they walked toward Lisha's room. The servant noticed as the tea was being prepared as they had talked about. It was already winter, but Lisha had a bright white dress on her bed. The servant remembered that dress. It was the one-piece dress that Ren had given her in early summer. She had brought it out to drown her loneliness. If she hugged it, it'll be a very lovely story. Lisha realized that the waiter had caught on to it, and the composure she had been pretending finally crumbled away. She couldn't stand it any longer, or rather, she gave up, thinking that it is indeed impossible to hide it. She took a sip of freshly brewed tea, then went to the window with the cup of tea in her hand. Don't tell anyone, okay? She made the servant nod. Chapter 45, The Red Plate of Extreme Flame. Afterward. The time you are allowed is a moment, and yet you are worried about me. It's a fair point, but Ren wants that moment to be an instant. The breath is now once more approaching. The heat wave will vaporize everything in an instant, to make Ren disappear. Endure. I really only need a moment. All I need is that one moment. Then I can resist. I can bare my fangs at the red dragon. Ren was going to put everything he had into the next blow. It's still going to be difficult before the heat wave. Even though, he has to go even further. He feels like giving up. He wants to give up. A number of unquenchable emotions birthed in his mind, but despite them, he was determined to not give it another chance. Sleep in the flames. Weakling. He thrust out his fist to challenge the red dragon's breath once more. Yes. A moment less than a second. In a short time that felt like minutes or even tens of minutes to Ren, the spreading hellfire quickly burned Ren's shield. A moment after touching it, it turns into a particle of light, and just by touching it, everything is reduced to ashes. But just a moment, Ren wanted a moment. The edges of his mouth slightly hung up, never said it aloud. My body will burn up first or else. Asfal's breath was directed at him, and Ren's resolve overcame him. The acceleration he risked his life for was slightly faster than the speed at which Asfal's breath changed angles. He ran up the ground and continued to accelerate upward. Eventually, he reached the same height as Asfal's eyes. He throws another projectile with all the strength in his muscles. The iron sword, which had left Ren's hand, flew like a comet as it reflected the lights around it. The sword was thrust into the remaining horn on Asfal's head. It was a mournful cry, clearly different from the previous ones. Such a blunt thing has wounded my horn. The shimmering red wind that Asfal wears. The red scales on the huge body are crumbling away in the blink of an eye. Towards Asfal, who swung his whole body while swinging his tail left and right, Ren used the fallen rock as a foothold and flew further. Landing on the corner as it was and placing both hands on the handle, he pulled the iron magic sword forward with his weight. More. Perhaps it is because of the heat and red wind involved, but there is no previous heat after the wound on the horn. However, this did not mean that it wasn't hot, and the burning pain was still present, and Ren's clothes were beginning to burn even more. But he's not dying. The heat that should have killed him in an instant before has weakened to the point where he can endure it this way. The pain conveyed by the iron magic sword moving to go deeper and cut it off. Asfal shook and shook his body louder than ever, and stretched out his stiff arms to grab Ren. But just before he could grab Ren, he yelled out. Ren gouged the horns even harder, causing Asfal to wince. The blade went through more than I thought it would. Even with the power exerted in the impending crisis, Asfal's horns aren't as hard as I had expected. Because he's undead, or because he lacks the strength to sustain his body. Otherwise, it would have been extremely difficult for Ren to even wound him now. Whenever Asfal swung his head vigorously, Ren would have been blown away if he wasn't careful. Soon. A crack appeared, and reddish-black fresh blood splashed from inside the horn. Asfal shouted, bellowed and whimpered. Ren continued to endure as Asfal's neck was still being swung around. But Asfal turned his head to the ground and led him to the lava flow there. Still, Ren didn't pull away or run. Even though he knew that certain death awaited him if he was thrown into the lava flow, he was convinced that if he missed this opportunity, there was no chance of winning. It's already. A little. The wildly swung scythe neck twitched like a whip. The lava flow loomed. The heat was pressing in, trying to drown Ren in the flames. But dash. Finally, a crack formed in the corner. The cracks covered the circumference of the horns as the battered Ren howled, and a flash of crimson flooded out with fresh blood. It was more suitable to say that the root was broken rather than cut off. Broken debris and fresh blood flowed from the cross-section, and Ren's body, dazzled by the crimson flash, floated in the air with a huge horn that left the dragon's head. T. On the other hand, Asfal, the red dragon. Asfal falls on the ground, his huge frame making the ground shake with the shock and pain that hit his whole body, starting from the remains of the horns. The remains of his scales were strewn about, and fresh blood splattered in a jet-black haze. The boy who Asfal called a weakling, Ren, approaches the slightly exposed magic stone, while he tries to attack Ren by raising his huge body driven by rage, shouting "You" in a hoarse voice. As soon as his feet hit the ground, his body wobbled several times during the rush, and his vision was blurry and he clearly knew he was nearing his limit. Ren had finally reached his limit. Asfal was trying so hard to raise his huge frame. Ren reached the slightly exposed magic stone, raised his proud iron magic sword. "I told you I'm serious." It was as much as he could muster. He commanded his body, which was creaking like a gear that had run out of oil, and slammed the iron magic sword into the magic stone where Fiona was waiting. Asfal stretches his neck high into the sky and releases his breath carelessly. Ren never stops and repeatedly strikes Isful's magic stone hard. The second blow, which focused only on destroying the magic stone. The third blow with relief that Fiona, who looked like a magic stone, is still alive. The fourth blow, never letting down his guard as he hears Isful's screams. The fifth blow, with a roar of fierce encouragement, shattered the iron sword and cracked Isful's magic stone. Oh dash! Isful's roar shook the underground space. The overflowing lava gained momentum, and the unprecedented shaking made the rocks pouring down from far overhead even more threatening in number and size. The magic power hidden in the rocks caressed Ren's cheeks. The magic power that had nowhere to go wrapped around Ren's bracelet and the arm itself. So this, at the very end. Ren's arm was painfully burnt as a result. The epidermis was stained reddish black, and if he tried to force it, he'd feel intense pain. The bracelet glowed on its own as he held and worked on the burned arm with his safe arm. Words floated on the crystal that adorned the bracelet. Underscore. Magic Sword of Flame, Level 1, 1/1. I'm not that happy about it. Although I know that it was obtained from the magic stone of Isful, one of my arms became useless when I obtained this magic sword. To be honest, the arm is more important in this situation, which causes a bitter look on my face. Anyway, the priorities are not the same. Ren forced himself to pick up Fiona's body and release her from Isful. She gently opens her eyes and looks up at Ren. Her eyes were still powerless and her consciousness wasn't fully awakened, but she definitely looked at Ren. Adventurer-san. I'm sorry for being late. He leaves Isful's side, holding Fiona in his arms, with a greasy sweat on his forehead and a strong smile on his face. He also thought about finishing Isful here. It was eerily quiet, and he thought that Isful, stiff with his neck stretched out, was already dead, but he wasn't. Ren instinctively sensed the danger and decided to run away once he had taken Fiona. Sorry. Fiona shed tears on his chest as he runs away. Really? It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's not anyone's fault. No one knew this was going on but you protected me, so you don't have to apologize. The gentle voice soothed her heart, and tears welled up again. Fiona tried to ease Ren's pain as much as possible, using what magic power she had left in her body to put her hand on the burns on his arm. A pleasant cool air enveloped his arm. Then she stood to her feet. Ren thanked her softly and quickly caught a certain road in his view. The road ahead was hazy, but there was no mistaking it. It's going to be all right. Isful's horns were shattered by Ren, and the magic stone was also destroyed, which weakened its power to an extreme degree. The lava flow, which had been affected by the disaster, gradually calmed down. This allowed Ren to see one of the paths leading to the outside. Ren lent a shoulder to Fiona and began to move forward with her. Shein. Don't forget. Isful is still in this underground space. With his horns shattered and his magic stone gone, Isful had lost all the intelligence he had just a few minutes before, and his whole body was beginning to rot even more. His eyes are glowing blue, and the flames leaking from his mouth have turned into a miasma. Every time he moved his feet, the stench of decay and the noxious air came up from the ground. No matter how undead they are, if the magic stone is shattered, they should have died. The way it kept moving, trying to rot its entire body, reminded me of the vigor it had before it was dead. Eventually, the rotting body should lie down and fall into a sleep from which it will never awaken again, but I can't imagine how long it will take. Somehow, we're going to have to get out. The only thing on Ren's mind was to get out of here. He no longer had the strength to fight anymore. It's probably the same for Fiona. She, too, had been taken in by Isful's magic stone, and her own strength had been sucked out of her, so it seemed that she didn't have much strength in her body. That's why it came down to the first objective. To leave the Baldur Mountains with Fiona and send her safely back to Yafim, no matter what it took. The aftermath and the demon religion matter would then be dealt with. My feet are heavy. The visibility is even more hazy and the edges are getting darker. A little more, but my limits had long been exceeded, and I could no longer fool myself into thinking that I was moving only with energy. The foot that had pushed me forward missed the ground, and I almost fell forward in a heap. Psoo. Adventurer-san. But Fiona holds me back. I'd been giving her a shoulder to lean on, and now she was the one who supported me. Most of his vision was tinged with darkness and Ren, who was beginning to lose consciousness, muttered, "Please run away." But Fiona never nodded. She kept moving her feet, slower than when she was on Ren's shoulders, but she kept on moving. Foo, shee. There was a sickening sound from behind. Fiona turns around for a moment and there's Isful looming over the two of them. The fact that he was running with his corroded body, scattering the miasma, is downright hideous. The legend, too, was immense if you think it would be like that if it fell. Don't come. Fiona, who had more magical power than Ren, created a wall of ice. The ice wall, which was supposed to be strong, was broken through as if it had never been there in the first place, and Fiona gasped as Isfel approached without stopping. Dash. Isfel's stiff arms poked the ground again and again. The gouged star agate turned into stone rubble and flew away, turning into bullets and hitting Ren and Fiona. The next time they came close to each other, Fiona used a wall of ice to protect them, but Isfel quickly closed the distance between them, getting close enough to crush them both if he swung his hard arm down next dash. Hey! Finally, the hard arm reached them. The two were able to get to the ground in time and covered themselves with the same solid, thick, crystalline ice that Fiona had used to protect Ren from the flame breath. However, Fiona's cheek scrapes the ground as she falls to the ground from the impact, and red blood runs down her cheek. For some reason, the blood changed color as soon as it touched Ren. Fiona herself didn't notice, but it had changed color from red to black. Adventurer-san. Fiona approached Ren, who had fallen down together with her without support, and repeated "I'm sorry" over and over again. From outside the ice wall, the sound of Isfel swinging his stiff arms down repeatedly can be heard. Isfel had gone out of control, but his physical strength was far more fragile than when he was fighting Ren, and it took him a long time to break down Fiona's ice. When the ice is broken, I'll wrap myself around you again in the same way. She says, placing Ren's fallen head on her own knee, her cheeks wet with tears along with fresh blood. I'll definitely stop that dragon so that you alone can return to Clausel. So, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I got you into this. Her voice trembled. It seemed hoarse. I'm sorry that you made a promise to me. She touched Ren's cheek for the first time, saying sorry for the umpteenth time. She carefully wiped the sweat from his cheek and secretly expressed her gratitude for the fact that he had risked his life to protect her. Soon, a huge crack appeared in the ice wall. Fiona saw it and knew it was time to say goodbye. Thank you so much for looking out for me at the fort. At the end, she really wanted to say something. It was about a year, but you made it possible for me to spend my last hours living like a person. She wiped away a tear. Goodbye. Ren-sama. She said her parting words. Was he dreaming, or was he in the afterlife? When he came to, he was walking alone in a strange corridor. What is going on? I was supposed to be fighting Isfel and trying to get out of the star agate underground passageway. But where the hell am I? My senses were sharp for a dream, and I had the feeling that it was not the afterlife. So the question becomes, where am I after all? The corridor is a spacious place with black marble floors. On either side of the corridor, there are beautiful stained glass windows at equal intervals, and the area outside the stained glass windows is dark, as if at night. The high ceilings have magnificent chandeliers that illuminate Len's path. I wondered what it was. After a while, a huge door appeared. It had intricate carvings on it, and no matter how many times Ren tried to open it, it wouldn't open. However, it was opened easily by a certain thing. I'm sorry you had to make that promise to me. Just when I thought I heard Fiona's voice, I heard the sound of a key opening the door from inside. The door then opened on its own, inviting Ren inside. The cylindrical walls are covered with stained glass windows. The stained glass windows here were even more luxurious than those in the cloister. The painted glass, which was probably a war scene or something, was majestic and breathtakingly powerful. The sound of footsteps echoed through the room. Ren was alone in this room. After hearing the lonely echoes of footsteps, Ren noticed a pedestal placed in the center of the room. On the pedestal was a long, jet-black sword. Ren stepped under the sword. Behind him, the sound of a door closing rang out, but he paid it no mind. His thoughts of why he was here and where he was had disappeared, and his attention was now focused solely on the jet-black long sword. Standing in front of the pedestal, Ren stared at the sword for a moment. Then he heard a voice saying, I really appreciate you taking care of me at the fort. It was again. Out of nowhere, he heard Fiona's voice. I felt as if it was coming from my own side, or perhaps from some distant other world, a strange sensation. It was only about a year, but thanks to you, I was able to spend my last hours living like a human being. Ren thought he wasn't yet dead. Fiona's words, the ultimate in sadness reaching his ears, made Ren impatient to get back to her somehow. But I don't know. He wondered how he could get back outside, and a moment later, his eyes fell on a long, jet-black sword. I thought it was impossible, but I felt the sword spoke to me. Goodbye. Ren-sama. Hearing Fiona's voice, Ren approached the jet-black sword. Suddenly, he felt his bracelet glowing and turned to look at it. Underscore 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 underscore. Level 1, 1/1. Underscore 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 underscore. There was the same notation as the magic sword that manifested under the influence of Lisha's magic power when he fought Jiraku. So is this jet black long sword the one? Was it related to the power that Fiona had hidden away, and was there a magic stone in her body as well? And Ren thought for a moment. But it felt different. Ren calmly recalled the sound of a lock opening following Fiona's voice. If that is the case, then this jet black long sword would be the one that Ren had from the beginning. I still don't understand. For a moment, Ren thought she had a magic stone in her body, but he laughed it off as absurd. But whatever. Ren says aloud. If you can help her, lend me your strength. As soon as he says this, Ren's body begins to change. The long, jet black sword in his grasp, the dense magical power flowed into his body without stopping. It was strange that he could walk when he was fully wounded to begin with, but even without that, a sense of satisfaction that he had never experienced before enveloped his body. The feeling of physical fullness lasted for a while, and as soon as it was over, the jet black long sword disappeared. Then, he heard a door open from behind him. Behind the door, a dazzling light filled the room, and it was different from before. The first thing that comes to mind is the fact that the sword is a sword of fire. In his mind, he naturally thought of the magical sword of fire. He thought it was the power he needed to defeat Isfal. But earlier, I felt that I couldn't handle it because of my intense headache. But now, thanks to the magical power poured in from the long, jet black sword, these worries were no longer on my mind. Come out! Magic sword of flame. As he commands it, Ren put it in the hand that is not wearing the bracelet, the hand that was gripping the jet black long sword just a few moments ago. A straight sword with flames in it was summoned as a matter of course. Underscore 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 underscore. The flame magic sword, level 1/1. Underscore 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 underscore. But as Ren approached the door, the situation changed. The flames that the magic sword of flame clothed gradually changed color, and the sword body also extended, getting closer to the straight sword. The sword's hilt also changes size as he takes another step forward, and the sword's hilt and blade, which were previously silver, change color to a tarnish-free gold. Underscore 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 underscore. Flame sword Isfal, level /1. Underscore 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 underscore. At the same time, Ren feels as if all of the power he has gained from the jet black longsword is being absorbed by the magic sword of flame. The phenomenon continues with each footstep, and the flaming sword becomes a longsword as tall as Ren, and changes its name, which is reflected in the crystal of the bracelet. The name reflected on the bracelet's crystal is Flame Sword Isfal. When he stood in front of the door that showed the light-filled destination, Ren felt pain in his body. He felt a sense of weariness. He felt a headache due to the fact that his magic power was almost depleted. The burn on his arm, which he had forgotten about, also ached, making him ready to face the reality of what lay ahead. But I have regained enough vitality to move in this way, and I have the golden magic sword in my hand. What was that jet black long sword? And why is it that the flame magic name has changed and it looks as if it has undergone an evolution? Well, whatever. If Fiona's power is involved here, all I have to do is ask her directly. Yes, after all is said and done. After the runaway Isfal is defeated, I'll ask her what kind of skills she has. Muttering these words, Ren took a heroic step into the light. After saying goodbye to Ren, Fiona had been protecting him, using ice magic to block Isfal's attacks over and over again. Isfal's hard arm was coming closer and closer. She was convinced that the next time she would be unable to handle it and lose her life. However, it didn't take Fiona's life. Fiona's trembling shoulders were pulled back by Ren. The hard arm that had been closing in on her was repelled by the flames from the sword he held in his hand. Ren-san. The sudden change from the depths of despair. The girl's face was suddenly dyed with surprise and she looked up at Ren with a startled look. Seeing that the girl had a single tear running down her cheek. I'm sorry for the delay in introducing myself, but my name is Ren Ashton. Ren gave her a gentle smile. Chapter 46, The End of Red Heat. It seemed silly to introduce myself at a time like this. But Fiona already knew my name. How did she know my name? When did this happen? Ren, who had doubts, swung the sword in his hand to the side and didn't look away from Isfal's dancing figure in the karmic fire that was shot forward, But Fiona was staring at his back. How long have you known about me? The single tear that had wet her cheek had changed form. She smiled naturally as she looked at Ren's back. Because I never said anything about medicines made from monster materials, did I? That day, that night. When she enjoyed the tea Ren brewed. This was the looseness that Ren spoke of. So I thought maybe and asked a knight who happened to be passing by your name. Ren, with his back still turned, secretly chuckled. Come to think of it, Fiona was right. She hadn't told him the details of the medicine, so Ren's words must have been words that could only be uttered if he knew the circumstances. The knights of the Clausel family were there, too, and it would have been a lie not to think of it. It was only natural that Fiona decided to ask the knights. But I took the liberty of asking you about your concern for me and your attempts to talk to me after we went down the mountain dash. As the knight told Ren, lies cannot be stated. This was especially true if the other party was Fiona. But after hearing the story, Fiona respected Ren's thoughts and concern. She decided to talk to him calmly after they had descended the mountain, as he had thought they would. So she asked the knight to pretend she had not heard the story when she did. What a pity. Ren exhales when he realizes that he should have been concerned, but in fact he was being cared for. There were plenty of things he would like to talk about now if he could, but Ren resisted the feeling and showed hostility toward Isval. I'm sorry. I have a lot of things I want to talk to you about. Gee. The voice of Isval, who still lives as an undead, echoed through the air. Isval then looked up and flapped his wings, scattering the miasma. The miasma itself had been purified by Ren's special fire, but it dispersed the rotting body, releasing a fan-shaped breath from far above Ren and Fiona's heads. First, I'll deal with the red dragon. On the basis of overwhelming confidence and the certainty that he'll be able to do it. Ren put them into words without doubting them. He didn't dodge the breath, nor did he use Fiona's ice or shield magic sword to prevent it. Ren flashed his flame sword, Isval, in a sideways cleave with all his strength. When Isval's breath collided with the karmic fire created by it, the crimson glowing ripples emanating from its center spread across the star agate's shortcut. A powerful pressure and a wind that's not to be outdone. Fiona was unaffected by Ren's presence protecting her, but she was overwhelmed by what she saw around her. Roughly, in front of the torrent of strength that wasn't appropriate for a young boy to show, she had somehow forgotten all the fear she remembered in her entire body. Not for a moment could she look away from the hero who had saved her life not once, but twice. Wow! Fiona suddenly let out a sound of admiration. Why is Ren-sama like this? She almost muttered to herself, how can he be so strong? Ren heard this and saw that the flames from his sword were stronger than Isval's and that Isval continued to fly in agonizing flight. It's a promise. He spoke without turning around. A few days after the fall of the suspension bridge, he was trying to get down the mountain from a different route at night. He was trying to keep the promise he'd made to Fiona when they were talking. I promised you that I would get you out of the Balder Mountains. That's why I'm determined to win, no matter what it takes. He gently turned his head halfway and laughed, and her eyes were unintentionally glued to him. Dash! Suddenly, Isval, who had been flying, squealed in midair and, without stopping, hit his body against the ceiling of the underground space, creating a large hole. The center of the body emits a crimson glow everywhere, with vacant eyes. The dazzling light shines on both Ren and Fiona for the first time in a long time. In a little while, snow began to fall silently on the shortcut to Star Agate. What are you going to do? Isval spread his wings wide and stretched his long neck high into the sky. The snow and heat that was shifting toward the Star Agate underpass was sucked into the crimson beads of light at the tips of his neck, or rather, at the tips of his mouth. Soon, the Balder Mountains themselves were shaking violently, and an anomaly that reminded one of a natural disaster drifted through the air. Ren-sama. Yes. Apparently, this is not the time to be talking about running away or not running away. Their expectations coincidentally were the same, or rather, most people's expectations in this situation would have the same thing on their brains. Isval, the undead dragon who has lost his mind, is about to show his last strength. His strength in life was legendary, but now, as an undead man, he's far weaker. However, the blow he delivered with everything he had was truly divine. The shock should be so great that Isval will surely die out afterwards, but in the same way the Balder Mountains and Ren and Fiona will not survive. Then there's only one way. I'll end this battle. All was sucked up and prepared to reveal its true nature. The mass of Isval's power, which had finally taken away even the sound, left Isval's body and quietly descended. Ren looked at it and realized by instinct. He didn't need a soothsayer to tell him what will happen if that thing blows up. If that were the case, he would finish the game before then. He held his flame sword, Isval, in the upper position and put all his physical strength into his hand. He tried to end the battle with a full-bodied swing. Ren's arm shook without effort. The fatigue and exhaustion left in his body was so severe that he was almost overcome by the weight of the flame sword, Isval. But a white hand was placed on Ren's hand. I'm sorry, Ignat-sama. She nodded with a small smile on her face. I'm Fiona. If it's all right with you, Ren-sama, please call me that next time. To do so, we just have to defeat the situation. The red dragon that brings the crimson beats of light to the earth must be stopped here. Oh dash. With a roar, the crimson bead of light finally expanded and released a dazzling flash. The sound that had been taken away returned a moment later, and a powerful roar reverberated through the air. Neither Ren nor Fiona was fazed by all of it. Ren, in particular, was only thinking about putting an end to this battle. You said this body can't be burned up without a flame that's superior to it. The red dragon's power began to be released as the crimson beads of light popped, and Ren swung his flame sword, Asphal, and muttered. Sleep and never wake up again. The torrent of power released from the light bead cannot show its true nature. A wave of flame that surpasses it envelopes Asphal and erases everything from the world. Chapter 47, After the Battle, Part 1. The dormant volcano, revived by the power of Asphal, had fallen asleep once again, and all the lava flows and flames that had overflowed had died down. In the Boulder Mountains, which had changed dramatically before and after the turmoil, a man and a woman were on their way down the mountain. Here. Fiona, who had been asleep for some time, woke up. She didn't have much memory left after the defeat of Asphal. She remembered that she had accomplished that with Ren's help, but she had no memory of herself being able to do anything after that. But as soon as she woke up, she was immediately baffled. For she found herself being carried on Ren's back down the snowy road. Ren-sama. Good morning. I'm sorry I don't know what's out there and I figured I'd better get down the mountain as soon as possible. Apparently, she fainted immediately after he defeated Asphal. Fiona noticed this and her cheeks rose in pity and embarrassment. Of course, she immediately said she would walk on her own feet, but Ren said that Fiona's ankle had swollen up a lot. So Ren said he would continue this way, but Fiona said, oh, it's all right. Even you are having a hard time. Ren replied, at least, when we get to a more gentle road, as if he had no choice. So in the end, we continued on our way. As Fiona's tension eased slightly, she suddenly felt a lightness in her body that she had never felt before. As I thought, it's getting less. Fiona. Oh, the black power that should have been in my body, there's only a little bit of it left. Yet. Fiona took a deep breath and then. I mean the power that I was born with, the skill of being a black priestess. It was abrupt. Fiona's skill, which Ren had been concerned about and had been wondering how to ask about, was revealed to him by her own mouth. I'm sorry I kept it a secret for so long because it wasn't a power I wasn't comfortable talking about. But she couldn't bring herself to keep it a secret. If she thought that this power had led to Asphal's resurrection and involved Ren, she wouldn't remain silent, no matter how much her father tried to stop her. Are you sure you should be telling me? Fiona nodded and continued. Did you know about the existence of the skill of the Black Priestess, Ren-sama? I'm sorry. I'd never heard of it before. I'll explain to you what it is. She said that the Black Priestess is like a saint for demons. It also seems that some of those who were in the service of the Demon King had such skills, and the Marquis Ignat kept this information a secret. This is also the reason why he told Fiona not to tell anyone. My father was concerned about my future. He's such a man that even if I had the skills of a Black Priestess, his own position wouldn't be shaken. Ah. I can imagine that somehow. The reason is that it's hard for the Marquis Ignat to imagine that his daughter's disturbing skills would be a handicap for him. After all, he's the Marquis. That said, Ren, too, only thinks in reference to his strengths in his gaming days. What about Fiona instead? It's easy to imagine her being scorned. In Leomel, the 7 heroes are a big part of the story, so it's not surprising that it will be so, given the Black Priestess's past. It seems that Marquis Ignat thought it best to keep it a secret so that his daughter wouldn't have to face such a situation. So, you say that the power of the Black Priestess is weakening? No. It's not that her power seems to be weakening. But somehow, some of the power of the Black Priestess that was in my body, seems to have mysteriously gone away. It's an explanation that I can't seem to come to terms with, but apparently Fiona herself doesn't understand it very well either. Ren continues to think while twisting his head. I wonder if it has something to do with the fact that you exhibited necromancy-like powers against Asphal. I don't think so. The Black Priestess doesn't have the power to bring dead monsters back to life as the undead. The one thing they have is magic power to empower monsters, and in addition to several effects that greatly increase their own magical aptitude, they're also born with a vast amount of magical power. But Fiona says she feels that the first magic power is gone. But Fiona-sama's presence was sensed from a rather early stage, so I guess it can't be equated with an ordinary monster. This is just Ren's prediction. He thought that Asphal's strength, which separated him from other monsters, might have caused the Black Priestess' magic power to empower monsters to work this time, and Asphal might have revived as an undead by chance. It wasn't so strange to think this way, considering Asval's so incomplete resurrection. Which means, after all, that it was Asval, the flame sword. The space that Ren wandered into just before he exercised that power and the jet black long sword that was in that place, if you think of them as being influenced by Fiona, this also fits well. Although the situation is different, it's somewhat similar to the dazzling magic sword influenced by Lisha's magic power. But in Lisha's case, she has magic power in her body. I'd like to ask you something that I can't get my finger on, but there's no way that you have a magic stone in your body, is there? Yes. There's no such thing, but is there something wrong suddenly? No, there's something I heard that even I can't understand myself. Fiona scowled at Ren's back and immediately smiled mildly. Ren, on the other hand, nodded in agreement. Lisha-sama has a magic stone in her body, and she manifested a magic sword to me with its power. But Fiona's is not like that. In Fiona's case, the power of the Black Priestess made manifest the power that was in Ren's body from the beginning. And this was the impression I had. If some of her power has gone out because she shared it with Ren, then I think that explains a lot. In the end, so many things were uncertain. Will I now be targeted by those demon cults? Oh, I don't think so. That's all I could say clearly. Why do you say so? I'm not saying there is zero possibility, of course, but Meidas and Kai, those two didn't know about the power of the Black Priestess that you possessed. If they had known, they would have been plotting to revive Asval from the beginning. But they didn't. Moreover, the fact that those two didn't understand the situation proves that the Asval situation was unexpected, even for them. Their main goal was to get Marquis Ignat to secede from the Empire, so they were probably just trying to achieve that goal. I can imagine that the reason why the action was taken in a different way from the game was because, unlike in the game, Fiona was alive. If anything, they would have realized that they couldn't be set up in a situation like this, and it's no wonder that it's hard for them to know that they'd get caught. This time, Marquis Ignat was caught in the gap, but it's hard to believe that he'll be set up in the same way the next time. The reason is that this attempt wouldn't have been possible except under the very special circumstances of taking the entrance exam for the Imperial Academy of Military Science. In addition, it would seem that Fiona's power no longer attracts the attention of the Demon King's cult. The reason is that if the Black Priestess's power to affect monsters has gone out of existence, it's unlikely that they would try to use it as a reason to take control of her even if they did learn of Fiona's power. However, her value as the daughter of Marquis Ignat remains the same, so we should be more vigilant than ever about everything. I knew it. I was the cause of all these. The Black Priestess gave some of her power to Ren in connection with the summoning of the magic sword. But that doesn't mean he can wander into that world, and as a matter of fact, Ren looked at the bracelet crystal to get to this point, but the name of the flaming sword, Asval, wasn't there. It had reverted back to the original flame demon sword, and the mysterious name indicating the jet black long sword was also gone. It was the same situation as when it was influenced by Lisha. In other words, in order to manifest those powers again, it would need to receive some kind of powers from Fiona again. Ren was sure of it. It was as if the Black Priestess had shown her allegiance to Ren. So she had lost some of her power. Soon, a loud sound reached their ears. Chapter 47, After the Battle, Part 2. Ren's eyes widened at the sound, which he hadn't heard before, roaring in the sky above. It's a magic ship, isn't it? There were several magic ships flying leisurely in the sky. There was a group of magic ships that seemed to have finally rushed to the Baldur Mountains due to a message delivered by the Clausel family knights. That's why, Fiona-sama. The time to say goodbye is near. Ren knows the various circumstances, so he must at least tell that information to Marquis Ignat and the others in the Imperial City, but before he does, Fiona will have to leave Ren's side. I have two things to ask of you. If it's a favor from Ren-sama, I will do whatever you ask. I would be very grateful if you would say so. Actually The first request was that she shouldn't tell his name to Marquis Ignat as the person who helped Fiona in this disturbance. Ren thought that the man would see through it anyway, but this was just to buy time. To be honest, Ren needed time to think about things. He wanted time to think about what he should do and whether he should continue to live the same life as before after he unexpectedly came into contact with the Demon King's cult. So, for Marquis Ignat, he said. Could you tell him that an adventurer helped you? I was very uncomfortable calling you that. I'm sorry. Actually, I was a little uncomfortable being called that, too. Ren was convinced. That man would certainly notice if Fiona said so. He would immediately understand who helped Fiona and for what purpose she said it. On the contrary, Ren has no intention of hiding his existence, nor does he think he can. So, as per his original goal, he just wants time to think about things. Stubbornly, he's going to find out in an instant. Nevertheless, he'll provide information. As far as Ren knows, the Demon King's cult is so mysterious that Ren doesn't have any information, but he was willing to cooperate as much as possible. Of course, it would have to be through Lesard Clausel. In any case, it was inevitable that Ren would meet with Marquis Ignat. He still had to deal with the invitation letter, so he couldn't ignore it in the first place. But after what happened this time, he would have to wait and see until things settled down again, and he would have to talk with Lessard a little bit about this area as well. For now, I also need to report the Isval case. Of course, he has to lie about the Black Priestess's power, and that's exactly what he's going to do, so he's going to have to say that he got caught up in that mess by accident somehow and fought to save Fiona. Since he couldn't say that he learned the information about the Demon King's cult from the game, etc., he had no choice but to explain it by saying that Kai and Maidas had told him. The more he thought about it, the more he had to sort it out. Ren-sama, what is your second request? That's the way you address me. The way I address you? You are Ren-sama, but what should I call you? I'm embarrassed to be called Sama, so I thought it would be more helpful if you called me by my first name. She wasn't going to do that to the person who saved her life. Fiona declined Ren's request. However, Ren also has a hard time accepting that he's called that by the daughter of a great aristocrat, and he insists. Fiona eventually gave up. Then, what about Ren-kun? Is that okay? She was still not happy, but she gave up when Ren said, that's what I'd like to be called. Then, Fiona came up to him. Since we're at this point, I'd like to ask you not to add Sama to dash dot. It's too much to ask, so please don't. I'm sorry. Even if she seems dissatisfied, this is non-negotiable. She's the daughter of a marquise. I'll give you a souvenir, so please forgive me for that. Ren quickly fished into his pocket and pulled out something small. It was a piece of star agate that he had picked up. Fiona was surprised to see it and accepted it from Ren, who handed it to her over his back and muttered, "It's beautiful. I know you have a lot of bad memories, and I hope you have one last beautiful one." Certainly, they weren't all good memories. But Fiona was able to make it clear that it was never just that. She had met Ren, whom she had wanted to thank for so long, and he had saved her life again, so there was no way she could say they were only bad memories. I won't say that this was only a bad memory, Ren, thank you for saving my life not once, but twice. She said, clutching the star agate she had received. Will I see you again? Certainly. I have been invited by Marquis Ignat to his mansion. I'll be the one to entertain you. I'll practice tea every day until that day. I'll do my best to be recognized by the servants. I like the tea I had dash dot. I didn't say it out of concern, but Fiona's eyes were downcast with embarrassment. She nodded secretly and said, I definitely need to learn to make a good brew. Rendano. Over there. I heard voices from over there. The voices of the knights of the Clausel family sounded familiar, even though we had been apart for less than a week. The road is getting easier, so Fiona leaves Ren's back here and stands on the ground on her own feet. Ren, who was concerned about the bad road, gave her a hand, and once again, the loud sound of the magic ships echoed throughout the area. Chapter 48, Those whose lives were to be taken and those who were supposed to take their lives, Part 1. Days passed, and when the commotion in the Baldur Mountains was being widely talked about in the Imperial City, the Imperial Castle was being hit by commotion day after day. The fact that the center of the unprecedented commotion was about the world-renowned and prestigious Imperial Cadet Academy. There was no way this was not going to be a major problem, and they would do everything in their power to find out who was behind it and for what purpose. Ironically, it had given the factional struggle a level of cooperation it had never had before. The parents of the candidates who took part in the Imperial Academy's prized special class its final examinations shared their anger without regard for each other's factions. The anger was naturally directed at the Imperial Cadet Academy's board of directors, which is in the midst of a harsh pursuit. Naturally, there were those who sought to place the blame on the dean of the academy, Clono Highland, but she left the country before the final examinations began, according to the decision of the government. Furthermore, the minutes in the possession of the Board of Trustees also state that she stated that the Baldur Mountains were not an option, so the investigation turned to who had a hand in the decision after she made it. I heard an interesting story. Edgar. After leaving the large conference room set up in the Imperial Castle. Normally it's a quiet and solemn space where one rarely hears anyone talking, but now the hallway is filled with noise, said Marquis Ignat as he walked down it. Edgar, who had been accompanying him, squinted at the morning sun coming in through the window and said, I'd be very interested in hearing about it. Of course. I learned about it today. A nobleman belonging to the council was found dead. Are you referring to the nobleman who made the final confirmation of the magic ship that Fiona-sama will be riding in? As expected of you, Edgar. Yes, I heard that the man committed suicide by slurping down poison. He died before this incident came to light. Thanks to this, the knights are rushing to the mansion to gather information. They won't find it anyway. I don't think so either. Marquis Ignat stopped, leaned his back against the wall and crossed his arms. I heard that he was very much decomposed, but the interesting thing is that he seemed to be smiling in death. As if he wasn't afraid to die. Yes, or perhaps he was happy about it. For example, if the man had a master, and this disturbance was for his master's benefit, that would mean he was happy to die for his master and felt that way, wouldn't it? It seems that he was a loyal subject along with me. Yes, I see. Marquis Ignat laughed, and then his whole body was filled with a strong feeling of murderous intent. Although he still had a smile on his cheeks, his supremacy was so powerful that everyone passing by couldn't help but gasp. It seems that the time has come when even factions cannot be trusted. The reason is that the culprits in the recent disturbance targeted the examinations attended by those involved, regardless of whether they were from the heroic or imperialist factions. The Demon King's cult, wasn't it? I heard that the adventurer who rescued Fiona-sama or Ren-sama mentioned it. Oh, the adventurer. I was told it was overheard at the guild, but thanks to that, we've been able to confirm its existence. Now that we have, we just need to grab it by the tail and get in touch with it. That's where the problem begins. Marquis Ignat recalls this with a gentle smile. I'm going to ask you one more time. Fiona was saved by an adventurer, and Asval's end was almost self-destructive, wasn't it? Yes, just as you said, father. I see. After that, your power also calmed down a bit. Is this also correct? When Fiona returned to Marquis Ignat, after the joy of reunion and relief that she was alive, this was the result of his subsequent conversation with his beloved daughter. However, as a parent, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable with his daughter's words. At the same time, he instantly realized that his daughter was speaking with the awareness that she was hiding something from him. All of this was just as Ren had expected. Really? Both him and my daughter are so sweet. Father? What did you just say? Nothing. I'm just muttering that I'm glad my daughter is alive. Marquis Ignat exhaled tiredly as he finished recounting the conversation between father and daughter. I'm out of the loop, my dear girl. If I were to make an inquiry of the Knights of the House of Clausel, they would be obliged to tell me what adventurers they had. I think you're right. Perhaps Fiona and the adventurer were too tired to think much about it. Or perhaps the adventurer had no intention of hiding it. Perhaps it was the latter. He trusted that I'll get the hint, and he himself just asked Fiona to give him some time to calm down. Marquis Ignat, while realizing the plot, didn't feel bad about it. He didn't doubt the possibility that Ren was involved in the Demon King's cult here. He had a mental picture of the being who had saved his daughter not once but twice, and he was determined to respect the words of that being. I would eventually receive word through Baron Clausel. It's only information that the Knight of the Clausel family has seen and heard. I'm sure the boy won't make a mistake in his judgment. So instead of rushing Ren's case, Marquis Ignat decided to do what he could. He had information and clues. In addition to the information from Fiona, there was enough information coming from the Balder Mountains along the way, even if the investigation hadn't yet been completed. Ulysses Ignat would have no problem at all. I have no further business in the capital. We have more important business to attend to. Let's go, Edgar. As a long-time squire, Edgar felt a little weirded out that his lord hadn't made a bigger move in the capital than he had expected. He thought it wouldn't be surprising if they at least buried a few nobles. But it was as quiet as a lie. They were making the necessary references and assigning blame, but to tell the truth, the other nobles were speaking much more loudly and noisily than they were. Are you sure? I thought that since it was the lord, he would return home leaving behind a trail of claw marks. I have a lot of thoughts on the matter, but this is a farce anyway. With no information at all about Demon King's cult, no matter how we act, we'll all be blaming each other, won't we? It's a waste of time, and it's going to be meaningless, so I'll pass. If that's the case, it would be better to go back to Fiona's side. But it's not without thought. Marquis Ignat had a definite goal in mind. At the same time, a man and a woman were walking down a different corridor from the one in which Marquis Ignat and Edgar were walking. One was a boy with a dignified face and silver hair, almost the same age as Ren. The girl walking next to him is not much older, but she's not purely human. She was a mixture of human and Katesith, a race of cats that look like people. That's why, Naya. What do you mean dash? Don't skip the explanation, explain it again. The girl's light voice was met with a sigh from the silver-haired boy, who looked at her with a handsome face. The boy repeated with a look of disappointment on his handsome face. There was an imprint on the body of the board member who committed suicide, wasn't there? That's where it started. Keep going. The half-breed girl giggled as she was told that she had no choice. Perhaps it is because she has inherited many human characteristics, or perhaps it is because the girl has only remnants of Katesith in her cat ears and tail, but she's adorable with her well-defined face. But the silver-haired boy lightly pinched the cheek of the giggling girl. Why was I pinched, Naya? Because you were out of line, fool. Besides, I pinched your cheeks lightly. Yes, Naya. Good work, your highness. You're a genius to be able to control the amount of pinch you get. I'm not happy to be praised for that. Come on, let's get on with it. Then the girl cleared her throat. Releasing her loose attitude, put a sincere expression on her cheeks, and hardened her voice tone somewhat. The imprint on the director's body confirmed the same magic power that had resided in the bodies of the Demon King's subjects in the past. In other words, it's either a remnant of the Demon King's army or someone who is plotting the Demon King's resurrection. That's what I think, Naya. If that's the case, it'll be troublesome. If there are people in our country who have been seduced by the power of the Demon King, we can no longer trust them just because they are nobles of the royalist faction. Then, what will you do, Naya? Isn't it obvious? We need to gather trusted associates to find out who is in league with the Demon King. The mixed-race girl growled with difficulty even though she was told in a strong tone of voice. I think it'll be difficult to find someone who can move with the same thought as His Highness, Naya. But I can't do anything without friends. To be honest, if the Demon King is involved, it's too heavy a load for me to carry alone. Even if I bite him, I will end up being eaten. But Your Highness. Finding a companion is fine, but His Highness needs to choose a dedicated knight quickly, Naya. I know, but I don't have a knight I like, so I guess I can't help it. Ha. That's why you're telling me to replace the royal guard, Naya. I want you to think about my feelings as a sidekick, Naya. The silver-haired boy sighs once more and opens his mouth to the half-breed girl who called herself a sidekick. Chapter 48, Those whose lives were to be taken and those who were supposed to take their lives, Part 2. Now that I no longer trust the royalist faction itself, what I need are like-minded and valued allies. Marquis Ignat said. Hearing this, Edgar, a gentleman in a tailcoat, smiles. Phew. Why are you smiling, Edgar? I beg your pardon. I didn't expect to hear such words from the mouth of the master. But I'm sure you have the right idea. Certainly so, the Marquis Ignat continued, mocking himself. He looked at Edgar. But I think it is difficult. There aren't many aristocrats like the master, so I have a feeling that it would be very difficult for us to share our ambitions. Maybe. If the Demon King's cult is involved, it's something you have to entrust your life to. As a matter of fact, you have to be smart and have a strong presence of mind. I'm aware that I'm saying some difficult things. But the Marquis Ignat thought as he walked. Thinking that this was a big problem that would affect his future, he nodded at Edgar's words but furrowed his brow, unable to give up. Of course Clino came to mind, but I want to find other possibilities besides her. Oh. Is there a strong existence somewhere that can share the same aspirations as me? He was feeling a sense of urgency that he had never felt before about the existence of the Demon King's cult, and he wondered if that existence would conveniently appear in front of him. But I need to get a companion. Currently, Baron Clausel is the one being he can trust. Leaving aside whether he would be willing to share his aspirations with Marquis Ignat, if he uttered the words in the hope of having other like-minded friends besides him. Oh dear! I wish I could get a dedicated knight along with the company I desire. And then a voice came from behind the bend in the road. And then I met the owner of the voice at the corner. Good morning. Marquis Ignat's stunned voice was followed by the silver-haired boy's questioning voice. Then the two looked at each other. The two had seen each other many times in the castle, but this time they looked into each other's eyes and exchanged a silence as if they were searching for the true meaning behind the other's eyes. Well, Your Highness Radius. It's you, Ulysses. After calling each other's names, they remained silent for a few moments. Realizing that the other would have heard the words they had exchanged with each other's squires, they still searched each other's bellies. Even in the presence of Ulysses Ignat, a nobleman so great that many nobles avoid him, the boy called Radius never backed down. Rather, he was there with dignity, not averting his eyes as if he were staring back into those twin eyes. Do you have time after this? Radius was the one who started the conversation. I was planning to return to Eupheme immediately, but if His Highness Radius, of all people, invites me, I, Ulysses, will accompany you wherever you wish. Radius looked at the man who smiled at him and went on ahead. Radius looks over his back and asks the Marquis Ignat. If your daughter had died, what would you have done? Do you mean now? Or was it when the royal family refused to grant materials to Fiona, Honorable Prince Radius III? Of course, the later. Edgar, who had been walking alongside, had his heart beating so repeatedly that his chest ached. He wasn't worried about what the master would say if he said the following words without concealment. But the master said to him as if they were exchanging small talk. I can't speak hypothetically in this case, but if Fiona had lost her life in the previous case, I would not have forgiven Leomel or the royal family. And what did we do that you couldn't forgive? I can only assume, but I would have wished for the fall of Leomel. To do so, I would have taken the life of you, the third prince, who is being touted as the next emperor. Oh, Lord! I don't care. Thanks to you, I now know exactly how this man feels about me. Radius stopped and looked at Marquis Ignat. But Ulysses! Don't you think I could join hands with you for the sake of your cause? Even if you have a grudge against me, the royal family. Oh. Don't you think I can stab you with a sword from behind? If my work is also for your daughter's sake, I'm sure you will take advantage. Again the silence lasted several minutes. They looked into each other's eyes and said nothing. Their followers, too, were breathless, sometimes even blinking, as they stared without opening their mouths. You are the first person to be so bullish about this, Ulysses. He held out his hand and Radius took it. In the story that Ren knows, the one who took a life and the one whose life was taken. It would be a little later that Ren would learn that the two had joined hands. Epilogue, I'm home. It was as if the events of the past day had taken place in another world, and that other world, in which Ren had been unwittingly caught up in. The sight of Clausel, which I hadn't seen in a long time, naturally made me feel relaxed. I let out a sigh of exhaustion that surged through me and looked up at the center of Clausel and thought. Finally, I'm home. By the way, this long journey was by horse-drawn carriage. The reason was that traveling by horseback was difficult for the exhausted Ren. It has been exactly 3 weeks today since I left Fiona. The reason why so much time has passed has to do with the magic ship that visited the Baldur Mountains. There were many knights from the imperial capital on that magic ship, but it's not that they were interrogated or questioned by those knights. In Ren's case, the suspension bridge falling down was left to Fiona to explain. However, the knights of the Clausel family were busy dealing with the aftermath, and Ren stayed behind just in case. As for the adventurers who escorted the examinees, unfortunately, the knights decided to question them and voluntarily accompanied them to the imperial capital. But there's nothing to worry about. The students who had made it safely down the mountain unexpectedly protected the adventurers. The adventurers were bewildered at being unexpectedly sheltered, but they had no choice but to head for the capital. Some of them were even told to come to their house by a nobleman's son. But on the other hand, the knights of the Clausel family heard from Ren. What has happened since the suspension bridge fell? They knew that Kai and Madas were heavily involved in the uproar, and they also knew about the existence of the Demon King's cult. But those things Fiona reports instead. Instead, she would have explained that the adventurer who escorted her had disappeared en route. The knights of the Clausel family are also on speaking terms with her. Ren secretly thought that they had probably been asked to do so by Fiona. Rendano, finally. The knight who was riding in the carriage said after they passed through the gates of the castle. I see, it seems the most intense time of my life is finally coming to an end. By the way, what was the other time? Of course, it was when I was taking Lady Lisha to Clausel. Needless to say, he didn't need to ask, because it was just a light-hearted remark. Then Ren looked out the window. It is, after all, a sight that never ceases to make me nostalgic. I've thought about this before, but it seems that life in Clausel has become my daily routine without me realizing it. Looking at the cityscape like this, my mind and body began to calm down. An inexpressible feeling of comfort fills everything, as if my soul is being washed away. Yet, I worked hard. I feel like I did my best in many aspects. Rather, I would like to praise myself that I have returned, but it seems like a miracle that I'm still living like this. The pain from the burns still lingering on my arms constantly remind me that those days are real. Whenever the wheels of the carriage tread on the remaining snow on the cobblestone pavement, I just keep listening to the sound, and the hustle and bustle of the past goes away. I suddenly close my eyes and realize that I haven't been able to truly rest. The knight sensed this and closed his mouth. Looking at Ren with his chin resting on the windowsill, his cheeks relaxed pleasantly in the cold air outside, and decided to have him take a good rest first as soon as they arrived at the mansion. Soon, the carriage carrying Ren finished climbing the hill and stopped in front of Baron Clausel's mansion. Rendano, we have arrived. We've arrived already. You look tired. How are you feeling? Why don't you take a good rest today? We will report to the master. Unusually for Ren, he almost nodded at the suggestion. However, he's worried by the recent disturbance. Even if the detailed report can be carried over to tomorrow, he should at least show his face to let them know that he's safe and that he has returned home. Ren slapped his cheek hard and woke up, then got off the carriage on his own feet. That's when it happened. Ren. The saint rushes to the carriage. Her face showed a variety of emotions. She was happy that Ren had returned home, worried about the disturbances she had heard about, surprised at what had happened in the Baldur Mountains, and eager to let him rest soon after his exhaustion. When the news of the disturbances in the Baldur Mountains reached us, the young lady said she would go to the Baldur Mountains even if she had to go alone. The knight who was in the mansion and who greeted the carriage whispered to Ren. Ren chuckled, that sounds exactly like Lisha-sama, he said, but he was happy. If Wise-sama hadn't stopped her, she would have run out of the mansion without a doubt. The knight who greeted the carriage stepped aside as he said so. Then Lisha finally came to Ren's side. From the door of the mansion, Lessard and Weiss also appeared and stepped forward. Ahead of them, Lisha takes Ren's hand and adjusts her breathing. Welcome back. But she quickly closed her mouth. She instantly understood from the burns she saw on Ren's hand that the burns would be the same around the end of his arm, so she forcefully took the hand with the less noticeable burns and started walking away. Father! I'll take Ren with me. Without waiting for Lesid's reply, she takes Ren inside the main residence. As they passed each other, Ren said in a small voice, "I'm sorry," to Lesard and Weiss, but they smiled at him, telling him not to worry, as if they were trying to help him. The two of them also thought it was not the time to talk when they saw how exhausted Ren looked. Ridiculously sleepy. The tension that had been tautly held was easily broken, and it seemed as if all the strength would be drained from my bodies. Now, other than the warmth I feel from my hand overlapping with Leisha's, my senses are terribly dull. Perhaps because of that, as soon as I stepped into the main residence. As they were passing by the sofa in the entrance hall, Ren's body wobbled and Leisha was caught up in it, and they both collapsed onto the sofa. Ren. The two of them fell down, but mainly only Ren. Leisha sat down on the sofa to catch him and welcomed his head in her lap. Ren's body collapses on the sofa and gives up half of his consciousness on the saint's lap. Excuse me. I try to wake up reflexively. Thank you for your hard work, Ren. Leisha's hand was placed on his shoulder. Is it sacred magic? It was warm and calming. I didn't feel like I could resist at all. That's probably why. Ren inadvertently speaks the words that were in his heart. I tried my best. I know. And I'm very tired. I know that too. Leisha's hand rests on Ren's burn and a white light envelopes it. This warmth makes my eyes tingle even more. What have you been up to, Ren? It'll sound like a lie. She smiles at Ren, who seems to be falling asleep with his eyes down on her lap. She wanted to hear his voice just a little bit more, so she talks to him selfishly. She also finds him so cute and obedient on her lap that she didn't want to let go of this time. I fought those who were plotting to resurrect the Demon King, and I fought Isval, who suddenly came back to life. Oh my, that's amazing. But Ren won. You don't doubt me. On the contrary? Why would I doubt you? Leisha tried to appear calm, but her heart was filled with surprise. Soon after this, Ren showed a calm face and looked as if he was about to fall asleep. Are you going to fall asleep like this? Leisha asked, and Ren nodded yes. I don't have enough time to think properly anymore, so I just leave myself to Leisha without coming to the answer she suggested, which was whether to sleep on her lap as it is. Then, good night. Leisha smiled kindly at him. Leisha looked at Ren, who was slightly startled, but then opened his eyes and looked up at Leisha as if he had just remembered. Slightly startled, Leisha asked, "What's wrong?" and he replied, "I'm home." After all this time, he answered Leisha's welcome home, and closed his eyelids without waiting for her reply. Hearing the gentle sigh of sleep that eventually came, Leisha smiled again and removed the hair that hung on Ren's cheek with her fingertips. Yes. Welcome back, my hero. The hero slept on the saint's lap, and the saint healed the hero. If I were to use a metaphor, it would be a scene from a holy painting. Even to the eyes of those who had watched over the white saint since she was a child, the scene looked mysterious.